A part-time contract transformed Yi Fan into the faux boyfriend of the IC CEO, who only sought to earn a little money and live a leisurely life. However, from that moment on, his life was fraught with turmoil. By the way, if the boyfriend transitions to a husband, is there an additional payment? Chapter 1. The Faux Boyfriend. In the first clause of the boyfriend rental contract, Party A may contact Party B at any time, 24 hours a day. Second, Party B must fully comply with the requests of Party A. Third, any physical contact must be approved by Party A. Fourth. Fifth, in a tranquil CAF located in the eastern district of Huahai City, a young woman clad in a pale blue dress, with lustrous black hair cascading down to her waist, was solemnly reading a contract from a window-side booth. Her bright eyes sparkled like autumn waters, her arched eyebrows curving gracefully, long eyelashes framing her delicate features, and her full, rosy lips accentuated her exquisite visage, exuding an ethereal beauty as if she had stepped out of a painting. Opposite her sat a young man dressed in a wrinkled blue and white striped shirt, sporting a pair of casual loafers and a neat, cropped hairstyle. With a ruggedly handsome face, he listened intently, nodding earnestly in agreement with each point she proclaimed. The signatories of the contract are Party A, Su Qingxue, and Party B, Yi Fan. Date of signing. Having meticulously read through the boyfriend rental contract, Su Qingxue sighed with relief as she regarded Yi Fan, whom she was meeting for the first time that day, with satisfaction. Indeed, her judgment of character proved astute from Yi Fan's demeanor and the information he submitted online. He radiated a sense of honesty and simplicity, someone who would comply without question. Moreover, despite his somewhat unrefined appearance, he possessed a decent look that, with a bit of grooming, could suffice as her faux boyfriend. The contract is essentially as follows. We will commence with a 3-month rental period, and we can reassess thereafter. Do you have any objections? Su Qingxue pushed the contract toward him, her tone cool and composed. Yi Fan carefully accepted the contract, meticulously flipping through the pages until he reached the final one, politely inquiring, Miss Su, I have a few questions I would like to clarify first. Su Qingxue nodded. That is only proper. Please proceed. Well, what if I happen to be teaching and am unable to come to you right away, causing a delay? Yi Fan queried further. Su Qingxue took a sip of her coffee, replying nonchalantly, You are quite thoughtful. It seems you are a responsible tutor. Yi Fan smiled bashfully. I suppose so. After all, I am being paid, so I ought to give my students my best effort. A glimmer of approval flickered in Su Qingxue's eyes. She appreciated Yi Fan's work ethic, valuing the seriousness with which he approached his responsibilities, a trait that made him trustworthy. Rest assured, I won't hold you accountable for such minor inconveniences. I will schedule my requests around your tutoring hours. Su Qingxue had already contemplated this aspect. That's reassuring. I see Miss Su is quite understanding, Yi Fan expressed gratefully. At that moment, Yi Fan's antiquated mobile phone, a relic that had come free with a 100 yuan recharge, began to ring, displaying the caller ID as Mu Mu Mu. Yi Fan picked up the phone and apologetically said to Su Qingxue, I'm sorry, Miss Su, it's my student calling. Su Qingxue waved her hand dismissively. Please, take the call. Your student may have urgent matters. Yi Fan stepped outside the CAF to answer the call, keen to avoid disturbing the other patrons. This courteous gesture further enhanced Su Qingxue's impression of him. Outside the CAF, Yi Fan answered, Mu Mu Mu. What's the matter? A bright, melodious voice chimed from the other end. Teacher Yi Fan, you must come and save me sob. I'll drop from diamond rank back to platinum again. I see. However, I have other part-time commitments today, and I've been quite busy lately. I can only come to your place another day. Yi Fan replied, visibly torn. What? Several days? I won't drop ranks again, will I? Oh, Yi Fan, please hurry and help me. Mu 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 pleaded. Yi Fan spoke earnestly. Fear not, with a teacher like me around, you will surely regain your diamond rank in due time. As long as you pay the tuition, even master or king ranks are within reach. But I've spent all my pocket money on you this month. There's hardly anything left, Mu 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 lamented. Yi Fan chuckled. I understand your plight, but the new month is just around the corner soon. You will have your allowance again. You're just thinking about my pocket money, Mu 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 replied, pouting yet hopeful. Make sure to come to my house as soon as you are done. I'll be waiting for you. Of course, you can count on me to keep my word. After calming his student, Yi Fan returned to the CAF with an apologetic smile. I apologize for the wait, Miss Su. Today's students seem utterly helpless. Without their teachers, they often make mistakes and become anxious. Su Qingshu empathized. Teaching requires a great deal of patience. Are you in a hurry to leave? Not at all. I intend to nurture my students' independent thinking and learning skills. I can't just rush to their aid the moment an issue arises. Yi Fan replied earnestly. Su Qingshu silently approved, appreciating his commitment to fostering independence, which resonated with her own values as a remarkably independent woman. She felt increasingly confident in her choice to have him as her faux boyfriend, believing it would require little effort. Since there are no further objections, let us proceed with the signing, Su Qingshu stated with a neutral expression. Yi Fan nodded with a smile, thinking to himself that this young woman resembled an immortal sister. Yet her demeanor was rather frigid. Perhaps her beauty was merely skin deep. Nevertheless, having successfully secured this unique part-time opportunity, he decided to observe her for a while longer. After all, the commission was substantial, and having a stunning beauty as a faux girlfriend was undeniably pleasant even if it was all a facade. Taking the contract, Yi Fan confidently signed his name. His handwriting was elegant and practiced, exuding the charm of the Chinese script. Upon witnessing his signature, Su Qingshu felt a flicker of admiration in today's world. Few possess such exquisite penmanship. Once the contract was finalized, Su Qingshu handed Yi Fan a thick envelope, saying, "This contains the agreed-upon advance payment of 20,000. You may count it if you wish." Yi Fan beamed as he accepted the hefty envelope, slipping it into the pocket of his loose-fitting shorts. No need to count. The thickness of 20,000 should range from 1.8 to 2 centimeters, and with the envelope's thickness at approximately 2.2 centimeters, it feels just right. Su Qingshu's eyes widened in astonishment. She had never encountered someone who could quantify the thickness of money. How much he must love money! Yet, she did not find such a trait off-putting. Those who cherished wealth were often more obedient, precisely what she required at this moment. Su Qingshu retrieved a stack of documents from her bag, consisting of several pages densely filled with information. This document outlines our details, including how we met and how we became a couple. Take it home to review, so no inconsistencies arise. Yi Fan was taken aback by her thorough preparation, grinning as he accepted the documents. I'll read it as soon as I get home. Tomorrow at 10 in the morning, at the B2 parking lot of Yuqiong Building. Do remember not to be late, Su Qingshu remarked before rising to leave. Rest assured, I am very punctual, Yi Fan assured her. That would be best. As he observed the half-finished caramel macchiato before her, he inquired, Miss Su, you still have half a cup left. I won't be finishing it, Su Qingshu replied indifferently. What a waste, it costs 30 yuan a cup, Yi Fan said without hesitation, taking the cup and finishing it in one go. Su Qingshu hesitated to intervene. While frugality was a commendable trait, the thought of having indirectly kissed this fellow left her feeling somewhat uneasy. As they exited the CAF together, several patrons and staff couldn't help but steal glances at Su Qingshu, a woman radiating an otherworldly charm, a rare sight in everyday life. In contrast, the plainly dressed Yi Fan was easily overlooked. Upon reaching the parking lot, Su Qingshu opened the door of a striking blue Maserati Grand Cabrio, the stunning car and beautiful woman drawing the attention of passersby. Suddenly recalling something, Su Qingshu turned to ask, What grade do you tutor? Second year of high school. Why do you ask, Miss Su? Yi Fan replied with a sincere smile. Su Qingshu shook her head. It's nothing. A tutor for high school students implied he was likely a university student, which reassured her further. The Maserati sped away, leaving a trail of envious gazes in its wake. Yi Fan, finally able to retrieve a pack of Hong Shuangxi cigarettes, lit one and inhaled deeply, savoring the moment as he exhaled clouds of smoke. With a hefty pay from this part-time job, his spirits were high. Approaching a nearby bicycle rack, he retrieved a rusty second-hand bicycle. Noticing the sky gradually darkening, Yi Fan muttered to himself, I'll take about 30 minutes to reach the Jinshu apartment. I need to hurry, since Aunt Zhao said there are 3 air conditioners to repair. With a powerful push of his legs, the bicycle shot forward as if equipped with a jet engine, propelling him swiftly into the evening. Chapter 2. The beauty apartment. As one of the top 10 companies in Huahai City, the Jinxiuhua Group has constructed a 30-story high-rise in the prime location of the Second Ring Road, serving as employee accommodation. Due to its convenient commuting options, comprehensive facilities, and elegant environment, many senior executives also reside here. This place is colloquially known as the beauty apartment, as over half of the employees at Jinxiuhua Group are women, ranging from shareholders to ordinary sales staff. most of whom possess remarkable beauty, giving the entire apartment the allure of a kingdom of daughters. Not to mention, the trash bins in front of the building overflow daily with an abundance of flowers and love letters, enough to fill a small truck. Let go of me. Release me, you. If you don't stop this, I will call the police. At the entrance of the apartment, 4 or 5 men in black suits were aggressively restraining a woman dressed in a pale blue oil suit as she was being dragged out of the building. The woman's once neatly styled hair was now a tangled mess, yet her delicate oval face, exquisite nose, and rosy lips still radiated the charm of a mature urban woman, accentuated by a subtle makeup that showcased her allure. Minister Feng, what on earth is happening? Who are these people? Aunt Zhao, the dormitory manager, wore a worried expression and wanted to intervene, but the burly men were clearly intimidating. The other female employees at the entrance, witnessing the abduction, were equally pale with fear. Feng Yueying, the head of the sales department at Jingxiua Group, was a high-ranking executive and one of the most prominent businesswomen in Huahai City, known for her beauty and figure. Having remained single for many years, she felt secure living in this apartment for the convenience of her work. Aunt Zhao, hurry and call the police. Tell them I'm being kidnapped by the White Shark Gang. Feng Yueying, struggling against her captors, shouted to Aunt Zhao. Upon hearing this, Aunt Zhao turned ashen. White Shark Gang. I thought the White Shark Gang was the largest and most entrenched gang in Huahai City, with connections in both the underworld and legitimate business, making it dangerous for ordinary citizens to provoke them. Trembling, Aunt Zhao lowered her head, too frightened to make the call, fearing for her own safety. The leading man, with grayish-white hair and a scruffy beard, sneered at Feng Yueying. Shut your mouth, you filthy woman. You think calling the police will help after you deceived our boss Wang Ju out of money? Do you believe we want to slit your throat and toss you into the sea? At this, Aunt Zhao and the other female employees were even more terrified, their bodies stiffening. That shipment was purchased with your boss Ju's own money. I was merely conducting business with him. It's his own delusion. It has nothing to do with me. Feng Yueying's eyes reddened with anger, nearly in tears. The gray-haired man glared at her. So you mean our boss Ju has wronged you? If you don't let us enjoy ourselves tonight, don't even think about coming back. Take her away. No matter how fiercely Feng Yueying resisted, she was merely a woman against several strong men, and they were pushing her towards the vehicle, her resolve beginning to falter. She had hoped Aunt Zhao would call for help, but realizing that no one dared to confront the White Shark Gang, her heart sank. Was it possible that her years of maintaining her innocence would be tarnished by these thugs tonight? Just then, Yi Fan, riding his bicycle, arrived at the apartment entrance and asked, "What is going on? Minister Feng, why are they grabbing you?" Feng Yueying recognized Yi Fan as the maintenance worker hired by the apartment, capable of repairing various appliances, though he was not a formal employee of the company. They had known each other for a while, yet they were not particularly close, and she felt it inappropriate to involve him. However, in her state of fear, she disregarded her reservations and pleaded, "Yi Fan, please help me call the police. They're trying to kidnap me." "What? Kidnapping in broad daylight?" Yi Fan's expression turned serious as he took out his phone. "Don't worry, Minister Feng. I have a strong sense of justice." Seeing Yi Fan genuinely intend to call the police, Aunt Zhao and the other female employees felt anxious for him. Indeed, the faces of the gang members turned menacing, and the gray-haired man darkly remarked, "You little punk, do you think you can meddle in our White Shark Gang's affairs? Are you tired of living? What with the white and black sharks? They sound less appealing than a yellow croaker." Yi Fan retorted, clicking his tongue. "Yellow croaker? Beat him." The gray-haired man gestured, and immediately 2 gang members surrounded Yi Fan. One lunged to snatch his phone, while the other aimed a kick at Yi Fan's lower back. Yi Fan, unfazed, sidestepped just in time, causing the attacker to miss and instead kick the other gang member in front of him. Now, the man in front was sent sprawling. Seizing the moment, Yi Fan stepped back, swept his leg, and tripped the other attacker, sending him tumbling to the ground. All of this unfolded in less than 3 seconds, leaving the onlookers bewildered as the 2 gang members lay defeated on the ground. The female employees in front of the apartment were left dumbfounded, and a glimmer of hope ignited in Feng Yueying's eyes. She never expected this young part-time worker to possess such skills. "Filthy scum. Aren't you embarrassed?" The gray-haired man spat, rolling up his sleeves to reveal his muscular arms, stepping towards Yi Fan. "Kid, you've brought this on yourself. If I give you a couple of punches, don't blame me for the consequences." With a grin, the gray-haired man, who had previously fought in the black market, unleashed a powerful punch aimed at Yifan's head. Yifan remained calm, deftly dodging, and the man's punch struck the window of their own black Buick, shattering the glass with a loud crash. The shards cut his hand, blood streaming, and he winced in pain. Yifan swiftly maneuvered behind the gray-haired man, delivering a kick to the back of his knee, hitting the tendon perfectly. "Ah!" the man cried out, his leg buckling in agony, nearly collapsing. "You bastard!" The gray-haired man gritted his teeth, stumbling to turn around, bloodied fist swinging at Yifan once more. Yet, Yifan had already positioned his foot in front of him, lightly kicking the man's face, causing blood to spurt from his nose as he fell to the ground. "Boss!" The remaining gang members looked on in shock. Their leader had been utterly overwhelmed, humiliated. The female employees and Aunt Zhao watched in astonishment, as if they were meeting Yifan for the first time. Yifan turned to the two men still holding Feng Yueying, a cold smile creeping across his face. "Hey, are you guys not going to take him to the hospital? What if he has a concussion?" The two thugs shivered in fear, releasing Feng Yueying and hurriedly lifting their injured leader. In a panic, they scrambled back to their car and sped away in the Buick. Feng Yueying felt a wave of relief wash over her, her body collapsing in exhaustion. Once they left, she realized she was drenched in sweat, breathing heavily, her heart racing. "Minister Feng, are you all right?" Feng Yueying looked up to see Yifan's innocent, hearty smile, as if the cold, sly man from moments ago was an entirely different person. Confused, she pondered how the man in front of her seemed to wear a mask, concealing his true self. "Who exactly are you?" she murmured. Yifan blinked and responded with a cheerful grin. "I'm just Xiaoyi, the maintenance worker here. Didn't I fix a couple of appliances for you before, Minister Feng?" Feng Yueying regarded him with a complex gaze, realizing there was no point in probing further. She sighed but sincerely expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, Yifan. If it weren't for you, I would have been in serious trouble today." "It's nothing, just a small matter," Yifan replied with a smile, extending his hand. "Minister Feng, let me help you up. The ground is hot from the sun, and sitting too long can lead to discomfort." "Where did you hear that?" Feng Yueying's cheeks flushed. This young man was quite blunt. After a moment's hesitation, she placed her delicate hand in Yifan's. Feng Yueying was quite voluptuous, and her hand was not slender, making it a comfortable grip. Yifan was about to help her up. He heard her furrow her brows and let out a soft gasp. "What's wrong?" "My foot, I think I sprained it." Feng Yueying winced in pain, looking pitiful. Yifan examined her left foot. The heel of her high-heeled shoe was broken, clearly damaged during her earlier struggle. "Minister Feng, let me carry you. Walking will only worsen the injury," Yifan offered without hesitation, bending down in front of her. "This is appropriate, is it?" Feng Yueying's face turned red. Throughout her life, aside from her father, no other man had ever carried her. Yifan smiled nonchalantly. "It's fine. I'm strong enough to carry you." Feng Yueying chuckled. "You make it sound like I'm heavy, though it felt strange." She couldn't think of another way out of the situation. She couldn't ask the other women present to carry her, so she reluctantly climbed onto Yifan's back. Chapter 3. Quite pleasant. Feng Yueying's cheeks were flushed, her red lips pressed together as she lowered her head, unable to meet the gazes of those around her. The female employees and Aunt Zhao exchanged knowing smiles, having never seen Feng Yueying so bashful before. Riding the elevator to the 26th floor. The higher the apartment level, the more prestigious the residence, with more exquisite rooms. Feng Yueying, as a department head, occupied a spacious single room of over 100 square meters, quite comfortable. Upon entering her apartment, a faint scent of Dior perfume wafted through the air. Yifan gently set Feng Yueying down on a gray European-style fabric sofa. Noticing her biting her lip in pain, he asked, "Minister Feng, does it hurt a lot?" I don't know why, but it's getting more painful. I have several important meetings in the next couple of days." "This is troublesome." Feng Yueying's face clouded with worry. Yifan pondered for a moment and suggested, "How about I take a look at it?" Feng Yueying was about to thank Yifan and send him on his way when she paused. Perplexed, "You know how to treat injuries?" "I know a bit about injury recovery techniques. It might help you heal faster," Yifan replied sincerely. Recalling that this man seemed to have some knowledge of martial arts, Feng Yueying considered that he might indeed know some traditional methods. Seeing Yifan's earnest demeanor, she felt that rejecting him might hurt his feelings. "Well then, I'll trouble you." Feng Yueying's voice carried a hint of tension. Feeling awkward in the presence of Yifan casually sat on the carpet, removing her broken high heel, It was summer, and after a long day, Feng Yuan's feet were slightly sweaty. But a beautiful woman is still a beautiful woman. Even with perspiration, there was no unpleasant odor. After a moment, Feng Yuan noticed Yifan had been quiet. "What are you looking at?" Yifan smiled. "Oh, it's nothing. I just couldn't help but admire how beautiful Minister Feng's feet are." Before she could respond, Feng Yuan retorted, "You little rogue. I never noticed you were so indecent." Before Yifan remained unfazed. A virtuous woman deserves a gentleman's admiration. It's only natural for a man to appreciate beauty. You can't blame me for that. If you want to assign blame, you should consider your own beauty. Minister Feng, all right. Enough of that. Feng Yuan's face resembled a ripe peach as she turned away, muttering, "You say one thing, and suddenly you shower me with flattery. Where did you learn all this?" Yifan replied earnestly, "It's not learned. It comes from the heart, inspired by genuine feelings. Minister Feng Yu, if you say another word, I'll truly be angry." Being complimented by a man about her feet made Feng Yuan feel flustered. Her heart raced, and although she claimed she would be angry, her tone lacked conviction. Suddenly, Yifan released her foot and stood up. "All right, Minister Feng, try standing up now." Feng Yuan blinked in confusion, slowly coming to her senses. "Is it better already?" She hadn't noticed that during their conversation, Yifan had been massaging her ankle. "If Minister Feng would like me to massage a little longer, I wouldn't mind," Yifan said with a grin. "No, that's unnecessary." Feng Yuan shook her head repeatedly, carefully placing her foot on the ground before standing. She took a few tentative steps, although there was still some pain. It was hardly an impediment. Feng Yuan looked at Yifan in surprise. "It's really better." "How did you do that?" Yifan replied with an innocent smile, "Just loosening the muscles and tendons. Nothing special that I see. You could consider a career in traditional Chinese medicine instead of being a maintenance worker," Feng Yuan remarked, smiling brightly. "Thank you so much for your help today. It truly means a lot." "It's no trouble at all, just a small matter," Yifan replied cheerfully. "If there is nothing else, I'll go fix the air conditioning now." Feng Yuan felt grateful. She understood that standing up against the White Shark Gang was no trivial matter. And Yifan had taken a significant risk. "Why, Yifan? We've known each other for a while now. You don't need to call me minister anymore. You're not part of our company." "So it's not necessary," Feng Yuan said. "Sure, then can I call you Yuan Jie? Is that all right?" Yifan asked with a smile. Feng Yuan's face flushed. She had thought simply calling her sister Feng would suffice. But Yifan directly used her name, leaving her feeling bashful. That's fine," she replied, walking to the refrigerator to fetch a bottle of cold water, offering it to Yifan. "It's hot. Drink some water before you go fix the air conditioning." Yifan accepted the bottle without hesitation. "Yuan Jie, you're so considerate. Whoever marries you will be truly fortunate." As their relationship shifted with the change in address, they seemed to grow closer. Feng Yuan shot him a glare. "You're just going to tease me now? If I end up single, it's your fault." "No problem. I'm single too, so it works out," Yifan winked. Feng Yuan was utterly at a loss. Her cheeks flushed as she stammered. You're just teasing me. Finish your drink and hurry up and leave." "I'm ignoring you now." Yifan hadn't expected the beautiful minister to blush so easily in private. He found it rather amusing. However, he only intended to tease her lightly and wouldn't overstep. He bid her farewell and left the room. Once Yifan departed, a hint of worry crossed Feng Yuan's face. Although she had narrowly avoided trouble today, she remained apprehensive about what might happen if Wang Ju sent more people after her. It seemed she would need to go on a business trip tomorrow to escape this predicament. Feng Yuan's heart was heavy, a lingering fear shadowing her expression. An hour later, after repairing 3 air conditioning units, Yifan collected his payment from Aunt Zhao and exited the apartment. Rubbing his stomach, he realized it was time to find a place for dinner. Just as he was about to retrieve his bicycle, he noticed a few suspicious figures lurking behind the flower beds at the entrance. Casting furtive glances toward the apartment, Yifan furrowed his brow, knowing without a doubt that these were Wang Ju's men, still intent on pursuing Feng Yuan. Logically, this had nothing to do with him. But Feng Yuan was a respectable woman with a good heart, and it was not easy for her to strive in such a big city. The thought of such a delicate flower being mistreated made him uneasy. Yifan pulled out a cigarette, placing one between his lips as he approached the trio of thugs. "Hey, do you guys have a light?" One of the yellow-haired thugs disdainfully glanced at him. "Who the hell are you calling bro? Get lost." With such lowly manners, they could only blame themselves for the beating that awaited them. Yifan sighed and threw a punch, swiftly striking the yellow-haired thug in the face. "Ow!" the thug yelped, crumpling to the ground. The other two thugs were taken aback. This seemingly impoverished fellow was unexpectedly bold, attacking them without warning. They quickly attempted to retaliate, throwing punches left and right at Yifan. However, he didn't even glance their way, stepping forward to evade their punches and then delivering a kick to each of their behinds, sending them sprawling. Two ruffians were oblivious to the fact that the person they were looking for had vanished, and they both tumbled headfirst, landing in a most undignified manner. Huang Mao, in excruciating pain, managed to rise, kicking wildly at Yifan, but his leg was intercepted mid-air by Yifan's arm, causing him to cry out as if it were about to snap. "My leg!" Huang Mao wailed, collapsing to the ground, clutching his calf, tears nearly spilling from his eyes. Yifan, meanwhile, stepped on the other ruffian attempting to rise, bending down to retrieve a lighter from his pocket. Lighting a cigarette for himself, after inhaling deeply and exhaling a puff of white smoke, Yifan coldly regarded the three quivering miscreants. If borrowing a lighter is such a hassle, why not have it ready beforehand to avoid all this trouble? The trio of Huang Mao quickly grasped that this young man was no ordinary fighter. Their bluster and bravado were utterly futile against him, and they could only submit. "Big brother, we were merely following orders. Please spare us. My leg feels like it's broken." Huang Mao forced a smile, looking more pitiful than ever. Yifan, lacking any inclination to engage in further dialogue, retorted, "Do not let me see you again." The three miscreants, as if granted a reprieve from death, nodded vigorously and limped away in haste. Once they had fled, Yifan gleefully tucked the lighter he had acquired into his pocket and cast a glance back at the Jinxiu apartment, furrowing his brow. Although he had successfully driven off the trio of watchers, Wang Ju would inevitably send someone to deal with Feng Yueying, and he couldn't remain there indefinitely. After a moment of contemplation, Yifan pulled out his phone and made a call. "Sister Ning, I'm coming over for dinner." "Yes, nothing too complicated, just something simple, and no need to wait for me. I'll ride over." After hanging up, Yifan mounted his bicycle, cigarette in mouth, humming a tune as he headed towards the Qingshan Lake in the northern suburbs of the city. Chapter 4. Zai Tea House. Qingshan Lake, located in the north of Huahai City, is a prime location with its beautiful lakeside, lush greenery, and serene environment. Along the pedestrian street to the south of the lake, several high-end establishments can be found, predominantly luxury brand stores and Western restaurants. The only ancient, charming building rich in Chinese culture is a tea house named Zai. Those who come here for tea are either wealthy or influential, hence even this tea house is frequented by numerous luxury vehicles. Among the cars, one can see not only Porsches and Land Rovers, but also a few McLarens and Lamborghinis, indicating the distinguished status of its patrons. Creak. Yifan leisurely rode his bicycle to the entrance of the tea house. Just as he dismounted, a young man dressed in a traditional blue long gown, hand-stitched cloth shoes, and appearing to be around 25 or 26, hurriedly approached him. "Brother Fan, you've arrived. Let me take your bike. The young lady is waiting for you inside." The young man smiled warmly and took the bicycle from Yifan's hand. "Xiao Zhao, I've told you several times not to come out to greet me." Yifan wiped the sweat from his brow. "Brother Fan, you rarely come by. If you came every day, I wouldn't bother coming out to greet you," Xiao Zhao replied, his face full of hope. Yifan sighed and adjusted his collar, remarking that the recent heat had made his work repairing air conditioners and refrigerators quite busy, not to mention tutoring students, leaving him little time to visit. "I understand, Brother Fan," Xiao Zhao said, placing Yifan's dirty bicycle beside a Lamborghini at the entrance. Yifan chuckled. "Xiao Zhao, why did you park my old bike here? Won't it affect your business?" "Not at all. I noticed your bike chain was lacking oil, so I'll have someone come by to give it some maintenance," Xiao Zhao replied, showing his thoughtfulness. Yifan had no retort, but as he was about to step into the Zai Tea house, he glanced down at his dirty clothes and felt it was inappropriate, so he turned to take the back entrance instead. Xiao Zhao quickly stepped forward, grabbing him. "Brother Fan, please don't go through the back door. If the young lady finds out, I can't bear the consequences. Look at me, I'm dirty and smelly. It wouldn't be good for your guests to see me," Yifan explained. Xiao Zhao's expression turned serious. "Brother Fan, the young lady is not that kind of person. She wouldn't mind. Besides, no guest can compare to you." Unable to refuse such earnestness, Yifan reluctantly walked through the front door, grateful that he encountered no guests along the way. Arriving at a private room with a lake view, Xiao Zhao escorted him to the door but dared not enter, immediately stepping back. Yi Fan pushed open an intricately carved wooden door and entered. As soon as he stepped inside, 3 glinting blades shot toward his heart, abdomen, and thigh with incredible speed. "What the?" Yi Fan exclaimed, but his feet moved swiftly, stepping to the side just in time to let the 3 blades slice past him. Thud, thud, thud. 3 slender, leaf-shaped flying daggers, adorned with purple tassels, embedded themselves in the wooden door behind him. Just as he thought it was over, 3 more purple glimmers shot toward his heart at an angle. Yi Fan, exasperated, extended his left hand and deftly pinched the 3 flying daggers between his fingers. Exhaling deeply, he turned to the inner room, where a captivating silhouette awaited behind a tea table. "Sister Ning, was it really necessary to aim for my heart?" Yi Fan said with a wry smile. I simply wanted to see if you had truly forgotten me after such a long time." The enchanting woman, clad in a classical red-flowered qipao that hugged her graceful figure, with a delicate oval face and skin that glowed with a rosy hue, retorted. Below her elegantly arched eyebrows, her exquisite nose and voluptuous lips added to her allure, while her hair was elegantly styled in an updo, exuding an aura of sophistication rarely found in ordinary women. Yi Fan sighed, pulling the daggers from the door one by one. "It hasn't been that long. I was just here last month. And yet you dare to say that?" The woman shot him a teasing glance, her charm radiating. "In all of Huahai City, there are countless prominent young men who would go around Qingshan Lake just to see me. Ning Zimo, and yet you, this little rascal, think once a month is too much." Yi Fan chuckled. "Sister Ning, distance creates beauty. If we saw each other every day, the novelty would wear off. Each time I see you after a while, it feels like a celestial being has descended." Ning Zimo narrowed her beautiful eyes, playfully scoffing. "A celestial being? Am I truly that beautiful? Of course. I speak plainly. You know that," Yi Fan replied seriously, though his mind briefly wandered to Su Qingxue, whom he had seen earlier. In terms of ethereal beauty, Su Qingxue seemed to have the edge, though Ning Zimo surpassed her in sheer allure. Ning Zimo smiled, her lips curving like a blooming rose, captivatingly radiant. "All right, I'll forgive you this time, little rascal," she said, moving to a small redwood dining table. "You must be hungry. Come and eat. I've prepared all your favorites." Yi Fan had already caught the tantalizing scent of the food and was indeed famished. Approaching the table, he was taken aback by the lavish spread before him. "This isn't what I like. Even if I did, I couldn't afford it. Abalone from Australia, deer antler stew chicken, papaya with snow frog, a 5 Wagyu beef. Consuming this meal would surely send me into a nosebleed." Ning Zimo personally served him a bowl of Thai jasmine rice, smiling sweetly. "This is a token of sister's affection. Don't waste it." Yi Fan took the rice, not caring much about the extravagance. He wolfed it down, truly ravenous after a long day. After devouring 2 bowls of rice, he noticed that most of the exquisite dishes on the table had been cleared away. "Sister Ning, why aren't you eating?" Yi Fan observed Ning Zimo sitting across from him, resting her chin on her hand, watching him with a smile. "I already ate earlier, and besides, I'm on a diet lately." Ning Zimo replied, "You're on a diet? You look so slender already," Yi Fan said, chewing. "Dieting is a woman's lifelong endeavor. Men wouldn't understand." Ning Zimo mused before asking, "By the way, do you prefer women to be slim or a bit plump?" Yi Fan pondered for a moment, grinning. "I prefer them to look slender but feel soft to the touch." "Little rascal, you really have the gall to say that. Watch out, or I'll stab you." Ning Zimo suddenly pulled out a flying dagger and threw it across the table. Yi Fan tilted his head just in time to dodge the dagger while still chewing, mumbling, "Sister Ning, let us not take it too far. Don't treat me like a practice dummy." Ning Zimo pouted, slightly deflated, asking, "Yi Fan, just tell me the truth. After all my hard work, how many years do you think it would take for me to hit you?" Yi Fan considered and replied, "About 40 or 50 years, I suppose." Ning Zimo rolled her eyes, exclaiming, "You could have just said I'd never hit you in this lifetime." Yi Fan chuckled, knowing that proficiency in such skills ultimately depended on talent and diligence. The saying that hard work could make up for lack of talent was merely a comfort for the less gifted. After finishing a large bowl of chicken soup, the table was cleared of food, and Yi Fan sighed contentedly. Just as he was about to pull out a Hong Shuangxi cigarette, he noticed Ning Zimo had already brought a Havana cigar to his lips. "Stop smoking those cheap cigarettes. They're bad for your health," she admonished. Yi Fan took the cigar, shaking his head. "It's fine. Cheap smokes pack a punch."
I've gotten used to them. You should cut back. You're only 25. Wouldn't it be better to live a few more years? Ning Zimo chided. Wei Fan dared not argue further, knowing she meant well, so he shifted the topic, asking, Sister Ning, there were quite a few chewy bits in the chicken soup I just had. Were they sea cucumbers? Ning Zimo's beautiful eyes glimmered with mischief as she replied, Oh, that? It was a piece of kangaroo tail that I had the chef chop up for your nourishment. Yi Fan gaped, nearly dropping the cigar. Half a tail? How about it? You couldn't tell, right? Chopped up, it doesn't have much flavor, and it's easier to absorb its essence. Ning Zimo laughed, clearly enjoying his reaction. Yi Fan felt a rush of heat, his face flushing. Sister Ning, why would you make me eat that? Are you trying to make me bleed? He said, half laughing, half crying. Chapter 5. The beautiful CEO Ning Zimo walked behind Yi Fan, her delicate hand massaging his shoulder as she leaned down, whispering sweetly, What do you think my intentions are? Yi Fan swallowed hard but fell silent. Despite her beauty, this woman was not someone he could casually approach. Doing so would change everything. He had finally carved out a calm and stable life, and becoming entangled in certain circles would alter that entirely. Taking a deep drag from the cigar, he exhaled a cloud of white smoke, his gaze becoming solemn and profound, as if peering into an unfathomable abyss. Suddenly, his demeanor shifted dramatically, exuding maturity and gravitas, filling the room with an icy tension that pierced the previously flirtatious atmosphere. Sister Ning, please don't do this, Yi Fan said in a slightly hoarse voice, offering a gentle smile. A flicker of melancholy crossed Ning Zimo's face, tinged with resentment and bitterness. Yet she quickly forced a smile. Look at how scared you are. I won't bite you. Forget it. I won't tease you anymore. Attempting to diffuse the awkwardness, Ning Zimo moved away from Yi Fan, heading towards the window overlooking the lake. Kneeling gracefully on a cushion by a low tea table, she said, Since you're here, I have some newly arrived tea leaves for you to taste and evaluate. Yi Fan returned to his usual relaxed demeanor, cheerfully settling at the tea table. Great. I can enjoy Sister Ning's tea art again. As the owner of Zai Tea House, Ning Zimo's expertise in tea was undoubtedly impressive. And no longer joking, her expression turned serious as she skillfully performed the tea ceremony, washing the leaves, brewing, and sealing the pot with fluid elegance. She then poured the tea into aroma cups, filling them 7/10 full before presenting one to Yi Fan. This is the Huizhou Jian tea that arrived just yesterday. Tell me what grade you think it is, Ning Zimo said with a smile. Yi Fan examined the brewed leaves, noting, This Jian tea is flat and robust, with 2 leaves embracing a bud, the main vein tinged with a hint of dark red. It should be Taiping Ho Kue, am I right? Correct. Now, tell me how it tastes, Ning Zimo encouraged. Yi Fan inhaled the fragrant aroma, took a sip, and nodded. It's indeed good tea, with a sweet aftertaste, subtle yet not harsh. Ning Zimo shot him a playful glance. Well, of course. Otherwise, it wouldn't be worth over 1,000 per tael, would it? I asked what grade you think this Taiping Ho Kue belongs to. Yi Fan chose not to answer directly and instead took the teapot, poured the tea again, and repeated the brewing process. After 3 rounds, he picked up the 4th cup, inhaled deeply. So, what do you think? Ning Zimo asked eagerly. Yi Fan shook his head. Taiping Ho Kue is known for its monkey charm, purity, freshness, sweetness, and lingering aftertaste. The first 3 qualities this tea has achieved. However, the last quality, lingering, loses its fragrance by the 4th brew. So this tea can only be classified as 1st grade, not top grade Ho Kue. Upon hearing this, Ning Zimo frowned. Now that you mention it, I realize Zhao Zhong is still not well versed in tea and was easily fooled. Yi Fan chuckled. Tea is a deep subject. Procurement errors are quite common. If only you could work with me, Ning Zimo said sweetly. What do you think? Consider it. I'll provide meals and accommodation, far more comfortable than riding your bike everywhere. Yi Fan shrugged, politely declining. Thanks, but I quite enjoy my current life. It's free and fulfilling. Ning Zimo sighed. As if I would impede your freedom. I merely wish to see you more often. Hearing such a pitiful plea from a stunning beauty, even someone with a heart of stone would soften. He knew he had to leave soon. Otherwise, if he lingered too long in her charm, he might become reluctant to depart. Sister Ning, I think it's about time. I should take my leave. In such a hurry? Can't you stay a little longer to chat with me? Ning Zimo frowned. I'll be bored all alone. Yi Fan laughed. Just have Xiao Zhao and the others keep you company. Goodbye. Sister Ning, no need to see me off with that." He slipped out of the private room like a gust of wind, leaving Ning Zimo fuming behind him. "That Yifan, that dreadful Yifan. Am I truly so unpleasant?" She cursed under her breath, but her beautiful eyes were filled with loneliness. Meanwhile, Yifan hastily reached the entrance of the tea house, letting out a long sigh. Every visit felt like a roller coaster ride, fearing he might lose control and get entangled with Ning Zimo, yet not coming for too long made him miss her. Xiao Zhao had already prepared the bicycle, having even oiled the chain, and the bike sparkled as if it had been polished, with the rust appearing to have lessened. "Brother Fan, your bike?" Xiao Zhao said, handing it over. "Thank you for your hard work." Yifan was about to bid farewell when he suddenly remembered something he had forgotten to mention. "By the way, Xiao Zhao, do you know someone named Wang Ju?" Xiao Zhao's expression turned serious, nodding. "Yes, he is a hall master of the White Shark Gang, with a bit of influence in Huahai City." "Did Wang Ju disrespect you, Brother Fan?" "Rest assured, I'll have his head tonight." Hey, Da, what are you thinking?" Yifan quickly interrupted, whispering that Wang Ju has his eyes on a woman. Just have him tone it down a bit and not go too far. Xiao Zhao was momentarily taken aback, but didn't dare ask further. Agreeing, understood. Yifan patted his shoulder before mounting the bike, lighting a cigarette, and wobbling off. Once Yifan had ridden away, Ning Zimo emerged from the tea house. "Miss," Xiao Zhao quickly bowed in greeting. "What did he say to you?" Ning Zimo asked directly. Xiao Zhao didn't dare hold back, recounting the matter regarding Wang Jiu, and then inquired, "Miss, should we take care of Wang Jiu since he offended Brother Fan?" Ning Zimo narrowed her eyes, replying, "No need. Just a warning will suffice," as Yifan suggested. "Additionally, please check who the woman Yifan is supposed to protect is. I want to see a photo, I understand." Xiao Zhao comprehended and suddenly recalled something, saying, "Miss, the son of Mayor Fu just called, wanting to invite you for tea tomorrow." "Tell him I'm unavailable," Ning Zimo coldly replied, turning to walk back to the tea house. After an hour's ride, Yifan finally returned to his modest rental apartment located in the old city. The simple one-bedroom unit was furnished with only the most basic necessities, a bed and a table with chairs, and the air carried a musty scent. Yifan switched on a ceiling fan, took a quick shower, and retrieved an old laptop from under the bed, which he had purchased secondhand online. In fact, there was not a single new item in the apartment. Typically, Yifan was too lazy to browse the internet. Upon returning home, he would collapse into bed. However, after meeting Su Qingxue today, he felt compelled to conduct a thorough investigation into this girlfriend of his. Who exactly was she? And why did she bear such an uncanny resemblance to the fairy sister? A casual search online revealed numerous pieces of information about Su Qingxue, the daughter of the prestigious Su family in Huahai City, CEO of the Jinxiu Group, a remarkably intelligent and talented entrepreneur, and the most beautiful businesswoman of the year. So she is the president of Jinxiu, he mused, having never encountered her before. Yifan muttered to himself, lighting a cigarette, a contemplative look crossing his features. If all this information were indeed accurate, then Su Qingxue was certainly not the fairy sister he had encountered. Could it be that meeting such an identical woman was truly a twist of fate orchestrated by the heavens? Lying down on his bed, Yifan pulled out the information Su Qingxue had given him, flipping through it briefly before succumbing to deep sleep within 3 minutes. The following morning, Yifan had a bowl of soy milk and nibbled on a couple of sesame cakes at a street stall before cycling towards the agreed-upon Yuchong building. The Yuchong building was not known for high-end dining, but rather for luxury brand boutiques, with exorbitant prices that Yifan would never have considered before. Just as the clock struck 10, Su Qingxue called. Pleased to learn that Yifan had arrived on time. In the underground B2 parking lot, Yifan did not see Su Qingxue driving her Maserati. Instead, she was behind the wheel of a black Lexus SUV. As the president of the Jinxiu Group, it was hardly surprising for her to switch between luxury vehicles. Lowering the window, the woman appeared in a light blue collar dress that accentuated her delicate and fair arms. Her graceful neck adorned with a fine platinum necklace, radiating an even more gentle and serene demeanor than the day before. "Good morning, Miss Su. What shall we do next?" Yifan greeted her with a cheerful smile. Su Qingxue regarded him with a cool gaze for a moment before instructing, "Get in the car. Oh, all right," Yifan replied, taking his seat in the passenger side. Immediately, Su Qingxue calmly added, "Take off your clothes." Chapter 0006. Better be honest. Yifan was momentarily taken aback. "Miss Su, while you are indeed a stunning beauty, and I am not at a disadvantage in our relationship, don't you think you should reconsider such matters? You don't strike me as someone who would be so casual." What nonsense are you spouting? Su Qingxue furrowed her brows, thinking that this guy certainly had a vivid imagination. She retrieved a bag from the back seat and tossed it to Yi Fan. I meant for you to change into this outfit. The way you are dressed, they won't even let you into the building, Su Qingxue clarified. Yi Fan suddenly understood. No wonder she had switched cars. It was to facilitate his change of clothes. Miss Su, you should have mentioned that earlier. Now I feel at ease. What do you mean? Su Qingxue's discomfort grew at his words, fearing that something inappropriate might truly occur, and he would end up at an advantage. Yi Fan chuckled. It's nothing, nothing at all. I'll change right now. As he began to remove his shirt, Su Qingxue quickly turned her head away, closing her eyes, a bad premonition brewing in her mind. Why did it feel like this man was not particularly honest? However, with the contract already signed and time pressing, finding a decent-looking stranger at the last minute was no easy feat, so she decided not to fuss over it too much. Yi Fan swiftly changed into the new clothes, a crisp white Givenchy shirt, tailored black trousers, a Mont Blanc belt, paired with brown Ferragamo shoes. The entire ensemble must have cost around 15 or 16,000, and he looked remarkably transformed. Observing his appearance, Su Qingxue felt quite pleased with her taste. Yi Fan packed his old clothes and shorts into the Givenchy bag, smiling as he asked, Miss Su, what are we doing now? We are going to meet my parents, Su Qingxue replied matter-of-factly. Yi Fan's expression stiffened at that. Was the progression so rapid? Shouldn't we buy some gifts? It's not proper to show up empty-handed on the first meeting with your parents. No need, Su Qingxue said with a complex look. After today, it doesn't matter whether I see them again. I just need them to know that I have a boyfriend. Yi Fan nodded, indicating his understanding. Also, you can no longer call me Miss Su. Let's change how we address each other, Su Qingxue stated. Yi Fan pondered for a moment, then cheerfully suggested, how about Xiaoxue? Shuer, baby, darling, honey. Stop right there. Su Qingxue's cheeks flushed slightly as she realized she had misjudged him. This guy, once familiar, had turned audacious. No. He must have always been thick-skinned. She simply had not noticed yesterday. Just call me Qingxue, she instructed, stepping out of the car. Yi Fan followed closely behind, arriving at the elevator where he took hold of Su Qingxue's small hand. What are you doing? Su Qingxue exclaimed, startled, attempting to pull away, but Yi Fan held on tightly. Feeling the softness of her hand, Yi Fan grinned. Xiaoxue, we are in a romantic relationship. Holding hands to meet the parents is quite normal, isn't it? According to the third clause of our contract, any physical contact requires my consent. Su Qingxue's eyes were icy wide. Yi Fan inquired. So, do you think we shouldn't hold hands? Su Qingxue hesitated. If they didn't hold hands in front of her parents, it would indeed appear odd. Holding hands was acceptable, but, see, Xiaoxue, you agreed. Haha, this is like getting on the bus and buying a ticket afterward. The effect is the same. Yi Fan winked. Su Qingxue gritted her teeth. I told you, call me Qingxue. All right, Xiaoxue. As they stepped into the elevator, Su Qingxue felt as though she had boarded a pirate ship. This man's seemingly honest demeanor from yesterday was undoubtedly an act. The elevator contained only the two of them, and Yi Fan was pleasantly inhaling the jasmine fragrance emanating from the woman beside him. Out of all the part-time jobs he had undertaken, this one was the most enjoyable. Get your nose away from me, or I'll hit you, Su Qingxue snapped, unable to tolerate the man's closeness any longer. Yi Fan, unfazed, replied, Xiaoxue, don't be agitated. If I'm pretending to be your boyfriend, naturally, I should act a little affectionate, right? Humph, Su Qingxue scoffed, casting a glance at him. I admit, I misjudged you yesterday. I didn't expect you to be such a man. But don't think I'm easy to bully. I just didn't have my bodyguards with me. Otherwise, with a single word, you would be in for a rough time. So you better behave yourself. Yi Fan chuckled awkwardly, subtly distancing himself. Su Qingxue assumed he was intimidated, feeling a sense of relief. If she couldn't control this man, she would have to find someone else to impersonate her boyfriend, which would be too troublesome. The elevator ascended to the top floor of the hotel, where the French restaurant offered a panoramic view of Huahai City. The restaurant manager, a well-dressed middle-aged Caucasian man, approached Su Qingxue respectfully, greeting her in fluent Mandarin. Hello, President Su. Upon noticing Yi Fan holding Su Qingxue's hand, his expression shifted to one of surprise. The notorious ice-cold female CEO of Huahai City, a goddess-like figure, was actually holding hands with a man. This was undoubtedly a juicy piece of gossip. Have my parents arrived? Su Qingxue inquired nonchalantly. Mr. and M. Aris, you are already here. I'll take you to them, the manager replied with a smile, leading the way. Walking through the opulently decorated restaurant, Su Qingxue instinctively glanced at Yifan beside her. Typically, individuals from lower social strata would feel nervous in such an establishment, providing a source of amusement for others. Fortunately, Yifan appeared completely at ease, showing no signs of discomfort, which elevated Su Qingxue's satisfaction with her choice of companion. Entering a refined private room, they found 3 individuals seated at a long table. A dignified middle-aged man sporting a mustache, a regal-looking woman adorned with a pearl necklace who appeared to be in her 40s, and a young man dressed in a floral or Menegildo Zegna shirt, exuding an air of arrogance. The trio scrutinized Yifan with unwelcoming gazes as he entered alongside Su Qingxue. Qingxue, why did you bring a bodyguard? Today is a family gathering, the handsome young man remarked with a sly smile. Zheng Junfeng, if you know it's a family gathering, you shouldn't be here. As for this gentleman beside me, he is my boyfriend, Yifan, Su Qingxue stated, edging closer to him. Upon witnessing this, Zhang Junfeng's eyes gleamed coldly. Nonsense. Where did you conjure this boyfriend from? Su Chongping chastised, frowning. Su Qingxue, adhering to her pre-planned script, replied, we met online over a year ago. And only recently, upon discovering he is from Huahai City, did we solidify our relationship. Yifan naturally sensed the tension in the air but remained unfazed, greeting, hello, uncle and aunt. And this young man I am Qingxue's fiancé, Zhang Junfeng interjected mockingly, unlike certain temporary stand-ins who can't even compare. Yifan glanced around, then pointed at himself, are you referring to me? Haha, you're quite the joker with that. He unceremoniously pulled out a chair, casually saying, Xiaoxue, please, you go ahead and sit. Hearing that endearing term made Zhang Junfeng's expression grow even colder. Yifan seemed utterly oblivious to the icy atmosphere in the room, sitting down next to Su Qingxue, wiping his hands with a wet towel from the table and cheerfully inquired, have the dishes been ordered? I had breakfast early, and I'm a bit hungry. Unfortunately, no one paid him any heed. The elegant woman, Tong Huijin, let out a cold huff, scolding, Qingxue, what do you mean by this? Are you treating marriage as a joke? Young Master Zhang has been devoted to you for over a year. Your recklessness should have limits. Su Qingxue lowered her gaze, replying calmly, this marriage was imposed on me from the beginning. I never agreed to it. I want to pursue my own love life. And how is that a joke? Is this what you call love? With someone whose origins you don't even know, how could someone of your caliber possibly find him appealing? Tong Huijin exclaimed, signaling a waiter, bring the security here. Throw this guy out. Upon hearing this, Su Qingxue's expression darkened as she intervened. No one is to be kicked out. He is my boyfriend. You don't understand me at all, so how can you know who I would or wouldn't like? Indeed, I am Xiaoxue's boyfriend. Our relationship is quite strong, Yifan thought to himself, grimacing at the chaotic scene, wondering how long it would take to eat at this rate. Moreover, how did Su Qingxue have a fiancé? Wasn't he essentially walking into a situation where he would be wearing a green hat? The other party was also a wealthy heir. This was bound to be troublesome. Ultimately, had he known it would be this complicated, he should have asked for more money. Chapter 0007. Acting too well. Qingxue, listen to your father. Marrying Zheng Junfeng is for your own good. Don't be so headstrong. Su Chongping said earnestly. Su Qingxue huffed. For my own good, or for the benefit of certain individuals. Everyone knows the truth. As she spoke, Su Qingxue cast a glance at Tong Huijin. Tong Huijin, resembling a cat whose tail had been stepped on, retorted angrily, Su Qingxue, what do you mean by that? Don't think that just because you are now the president of Jinxiu, you can disregard your elders. Even if we are not blood related, I am still your mother. After raising you for over a decade, what do you take me for? As she spoke, Tong Huijin's eyes reddened, displaying a pitiful expression as if she were on the verge of tears. Seeing his wife about to cry, Su Chongping quickly wrapped an arm around her shoulder, soothingly saying, oh dear, don't be upset. Qingxue didn't mean it that way. Don't misunderstand. Zhang Junfeng also offered a gentle smile. Indeed, Auntie, Qingxue is a filial and kind-hearted girl. I appreciate that about her, which is why I wish to marry her. She might not be fully satisfied with the traditional arrangements of parents and matchmakers, hence her rebelliousness. Zhang Junfeng understands our Qingxue well. Su Chongping laughed, addressing his daughter. Did you hear that? Young Master Zhang is so understanding. Shouldn't you apologize to him? Dad, you don't need to persuade me. I know exactly what I'm doing. I will never marry Zheng Junfeng, Su Qingxue replied coldly, turning to Zheng Junfeng. You should give up on that thought. The Jinxiu group is entrusted to me by my grandfather. I won't let it fall into the hands of outsiders. You won't obtain me, nor will you have Jinxiu. Zhang Junfeng feigned innocence, smiling. Qingxue, what are you talking about? I have never had any interest in Jinxiu. I am struggling just to manage the Jing family enterprise. Unlike you, I am not a business genius, and my heart and mind have always been focused solely on you. Why can't you see my sincerity? A cold smirk crept onto Su Qingshua's lips. Is that so? You know best in your heart. Don't think that I am unaware of the gang forces that have been harassing our employees at Jinxiu recently. I know who is behind it. Su Changping looked astonished. Gang forces? Harassment? Qingxue, why haven't I heard about this? What is happening? Yes, Qingxue, are you misunderstanding something? Zhang Junfeng inquired with concern. Meanwhile, Yifan, sitting nearby, rubbed his nose, contemplating that no wonder the White Shark Gang was inexplicably targeting high-ranking officials at Jinxiu. Such incidents were unusual and clearly indicated that someone was working against them. Su Qingxue recognized that continuing this discussion would lead nowhere, for Zhang Junfeng would never admit to anything. She resolutely declared, regardless, I already have a boyfriend. The engagement is meaningless. Zhang Junfeng narrowed his eyes. Although his smile remained, his gaze turned frigid. Rest assured, Qingxue, I am very patient. Even if you truly have a boyfriend, perhaps you will break up in a few days? Zhang Junfeng grinned maliciously, his words carrying a double meaning. Such a character could hardly be her boyfriend. At that moment, Tong Huijin wiped away her tears, pointing vehemently at Yifan. Changping, you need to call someone. Get him out of here. How can any random person sit at our Su family table? If Yifan leaves, I will leave too, Su Qingxue retorted. You ungrateful daughter. Tong Huijin seethed with rage. Zhang Junfeng, however, gestured calmly. Auntie, please don't be angry. Whether it's the Su family or the Zhang family, we can afford the cost of this meal. Let us consider it an act of charity to treat this fellow named Yifan to a meal. Humph, since young Master Zhang has said so, then let us take it as doing a good deed, Tong Huijin remarked caustically. Upon hearing this, Su Qingxue felt a twinge of unease, sensing that Zhang Junfeng had some ulterior motive. As expected, Zhang Junfeng immediately spoke in French to the blonde waitress at the entrance. Please help this gentleman with the ordering. Make sure the service is top-notch. Zhang Junfeng winked subtly at the waitress. In such a high-end restaurant, the waitstaff were sharp and quick-witted, soon understanding the young master's intent. The auburn-haired, blue-eyed waitress approached with a smile, asking in French, Sir, what would you like to order? Su Qingxue immediately grasped Zhang Junfeng's intention. He clearly aimed to humiliate Yifan, treating him like an idiot and mocking his ignorance of the dining etiquette in such a prestigious establishment. Regrettably, Su Qingxue could only speak English herself and hastily interjected. Waiter, please bring me the menu. Qu'est-ce concilez-vous? At that moment, a fluent and impeccable string of French unexpectedly erupted from Yifan's lips. The room fell silent. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Su Changping, Tong Huijin, and Zhang Junfeng were all in a state of shock. The most astonished of all was Su Qingxue. Her bright, expressive eyes widened as she stared at Yifan. After a brief moment of surprise, the waitress continued in French, Sir, I will fetch the menu for you right away. My apologies for the oversight. The waitress clearly recognized that Yifan was speaking the most standard Parisian French, his pronunciation surpassing even her own as a native French speaker, leaving her no room to show off her skills. Soon, the menu was presented, and after Yifan expertly ordered several dishes in French, he turned to the woman beside him. Xiaoxue, what do you like to eat? I think you'll enjoy the moles marinas paired with the clafoutis for dessert. As for the drink, it would be best to accompany it with Belgian beer. Though it seems they might not have it here. White wine would suffice. Yifan spoke with authority, alternating between French and Chinese, leaving those around him momentarily dumbfounded. Oh my goodness, sir, you truly understand French cuisine. Do you dine on it often? The waitress realized that she was outmatched in knowledge. Yifan waved his hand dismissively, smiling. Oh, I can hardly afford that. I learned from reading. This explanation allowed those present to grasp a little of the situation. However, Su Qingxue remained unconvinced. Even if one could acquire knowledge of French cuisine from books, how could one explain such fluency in the language? Mastering a foreign language is not something one can achieve through last-minute cramming. Furthermore, Yifan's calm demeanor upon entering the restaurant did not resemble that of a newcomer, but rather that of a seasoned patron. Suddenly, Su Qingxue found this faux boyfriend of hers to be rather enigmatic. Su Qingxue was not particularly picky and allowed Yifan to order a few dishes of his choosing. The food arrived promptly, and soon an array of sumptuous dishes graced the table. As they beheld the elegantly presented appetizers, main courses, wine, and desserts, everyone was convinced that Yifan was indeed knowledgeable. Why Yifan? How did you learn French? Su Chongping inquired, now curious. Oh, uncle, I forgot to introduce myself. I usually work as a tutor, teaching foreign languages. Yifan replied with a smile. Su Qingxue blinked, perplexed. Do high school students still learn French? It's a tutoring class. It's always good to learn an additional language. Yifan casually fabricated. I thought you had studied in France. Turns out you're merely a tutor. Tong Huijin scoffed. I warn you. Once this meal is over, stay far away from Qingxue. I can arrange a sum of money for you. Just don't cause any trouble. Yifan, with earnestness, replied, Auntie, I don't want money. I only wish to be with Xiaoxue. Though I may be poor now, I will work hard to earn money and do my utmost to provide Xiaoxue with a happy future. Su Qingxue shot a glance at the man, feeling an inexplicable warmth, even though she was aware that Yifan was acting. His performance was simply too convincing, causing her cheeks to flush. Humph, how much can you possibly earn? Do you have any idea how many billions the Jinxiu Group makes in a year? Do you know the assets of the Su family? You are not worthy of such aspirations. A toad wishing to eat swan meat. Tong Huijin derisively remarked. Yifan smiled faintly and suddenly wrapped his arm around Su Qingxue's delicate shoulder, leaning in to plant a quick kiss on her right cheek. Su Qingxue, caught off guard while enjoying her dessert, was taken aback by this unexpected gesture. See, isn't this akin to tasting swan meat? Yifan chuckled. Su Qingxue abruptly turned her head, ready to express her anger, but then reconsidered. If she were to lash out now, it would render her acting efforts futile. Consequently, she could only huff in indignation, her face flushed, clearly upset, yet appearing as if she were merely shy. With a loud thud, Zhang Junfeng slammed his wine glass down on the table and stood up with a dark expression. Very well. Upon witnessing the kiss, Zhang Junfeng could no longer contain himself. Not only had Yifan failed to embarrass himself, but his fiancée he had also been flirted with, which was intolerable for his pride. Uncle and Auntie, I have matters to attend to. I shall take my leave. Until next time. With that, Zhang Junfeng strode out of the private room, casting a cold glance at Yifan on his way out. Chapter 0008. Let me live with you initially. Su Qingxue was still upset with Yifan, but upon seeing Zhang Junfeng's expression, she began to worry for Yifan. Throughout the meal, aside from Yifan, the others hardly touched their food. Although Su Chongping and Tong Huijin were reluctant to admit it, Su Qingxue and Yifan had firmly established their conversation, even leading the typically reserved Su Qingxue to allow Yifan to kiss her. They had no choice but to temporarily accept that the two were in a romantic relationship. After the meal concluded, they parted on less than amiable terms. Yifan took Su Qingxue's hand, strolling leisurely toward the elevator to the parking lot. Once inside the elevator, Su Qingxue shook off Yifan's hand and raised her palm, ready to slap him. Yifan, however, was not about to allow such an act. He swiftly grasped her wrist. Hey, Xiaoxue, what do you mean by this? Who allowed you to kiss me? Su Qingxue's eyes brimmed with tears. She had always been mindful of the distinctions between genders and had never been so bullied. A kiss on the cheek is hardly a kiss. You needn't be so angry, Yifan thought to himself. Had the angle been right, he would have kissed her lips instead. The contract clearly states that any physical contact requires my consent. You are clearly in breach, Su Qingxue retorted coldly. Yifan smirked. But your contract does not mention that you have a fiancé. Be why accompanying you today. I have inadvertently incited jealousy. How unjust is Su Qingxue was at a loss for words. Indeed, she had not considered that aspect. She had been driven to desperation by her family and the Zheng family. With no place to escape and unable to marry Zhang Junfeng, she had resorted to this strategy. You also saw that Zhang is not a good person. I must quickly assert my claim and prove that you are my girlfriend to make him give up on you. Yifan wore a look of sincere concern. Unfortunately, it seems your beauty has made it difficult for him to let go. Su Qingxue, hearing this, shrugged it off. Beautiful women abound in Huanghai City. That man sought to marry her through nefarious means due to his poor management over the past 3 years and his inability to compete in the marketplace. Is that so? Do Uncle and Auntie not realize this? Su Qingxue shook her head, her gaze complex. Things are not so simple. This is not something you should concern yourself with. Yifan smiled innocently. Even without her speaking, he could surmise that Su Chongping was a mediocre man, while the stepmother, Tong Huijin, was likely in cahoots with the Zheng family. After they returned to the parking lot, Su Qingxue received a text message on her phone, her brows furrowing upon reading it. "Can you drive?" she inquired. Wei Fan was taken aback. He had planned to leave, but it seemed she had other arrangements. "I can drive, but I don't have a license." Su Qingxue handed him the keys to her Lexus. "I can't drive after drinking, but I need to return to the company urgently." "You'll drive?" Wei Fan had no objections. After all, he had already committed to being her tutor for 3 months, and he had no other part-time job that afternoon, so he agreed to drive. Once in the car, Yi Fan pressed the accelerator, and the vehicle surged forward like a fierce lion, racing out of the parking space. The screeching of tires on the plastic surface was deafening. Su Qingxue, sitting in the back, startled, exclaimed, "What are you doing? Are you trying to kill us?" Even a refined lady like her, the Ice Queen CEO of the Su family, could not help but cursed. Wei Fan slammed on the brakes, stopping abruptly, and innocently turned to her. "Xiao Xue, you said you were in a hurry. That doesn't mean you need to speed in the underground parking lot." Su Qingxue's face turned pale as she contemplated what sort of extraordinary character she had chosen as her faux boyfriend. "Oh, then I shall slow down," Yi Fan said sheepishly, reducing his speed as they hit the road. Throughout the drive, Su Qingxue was engrossed in her phone, scanning financial news, while Yi Fan attempted to engage her in conversation, only to be met with indifference. Yi Fan couldn't help but marvel at her cold demeanor, wondering what sort of man could possibly win her affection. Just then, his peripheral vision caught a glimpse of a black Toyota business vehicle in the rearview mirror, piquing his interest. Although the vehicle occasionally changed lanes, Yi Fan could still discern that it was tailing them. Interesting, a smile crept onto his lips. It appeared that certain individuals were growing impatient and were ready to take drastic measures. He personally was unbothered. But if these individuals were targeting Su Qingxue, she would likely be in danger. The car drove to the Jinxiu building, a strikingly modern structure standing 66 stories tall, prominently located in the city center. A testament to the wealth of the Jinxiu Group. At the base of the company's main entrance, a group of 30 to 40 men, with unfriendly expressions and a rough appearance, were gathered. Yi Fan squinted upon noticing the tattoos on their arms. They appeared to be members of the White Shark Gang. How curious, did Xiao Zhao not clarify the situation? Meanwhile, Su Qingxue took a deep breath, her expression serious, as she stepped out of the car and boldly approached the group. Yi Fan's eyes glimmered with approval. Most women would be too intimidated to leave the car in such circumstances, but Su Qingxue exhibited remarkable courage. He silently followed her, intending to assess the situation. President Su, a tall woman clad in a black uniform with a stylish bob haircut, exuding an air of confidence, rushed towards Su Qingxue. Upon seeing this short-haired woman, Yi Fan's interest was piqued. Her gait and posture indicated that she had undergone rigorous and professional special forces training, her physical coordination suggesting she was quite capable. Notably, the woman was also quite attractive, with a healthy tan and well-defined features, exuding a wild sensuality that surpassed the typical Jiangnan women. From the name tag on her uniform, it was clear that she was Su Lingshan, the head of the security team in the logistics department. Noticing Yi Fan's gaze, Su Lingshan shot him an annoyed glare, a hint of warning in her eyes. "Lingshan, what's the situation? What do the White Shark Gang want?" Su Qingxue inquired, a touch of concern in her voice. "President Su, it seems we have all misunderstood. They are here to apologize to Minister Feng." Su Lingshan addressed the matter seriously, her expression puzzled. "What?" Su Qingxue was taken aback. Su Lingshan pointed towards the front of the gang, where a middle-aged man, looking anxious and fidgety, was nervously ringing a string in his hands. He was Wang Jiao, the leader of the Qingzhou Hall of the White Shark Gang, who had attempted to kidnap Minister Feng yesterday. However, today he has come to apologize to Minister Feng and even brought gifts and jewelry, but Minister Feng has refused to accept them, so they have been waiting here. Su Qingxue pondered for a moment, asking what could have prompted such a sudden change in attitude. Perhaps they are afraid. After all, our Jinxiu Group is not a small company. If this escalates, the White Shark Gang would be unable to bear the consequences. Su Lingshan replied proudly. Su Qingxue could only tentatively accept this reasoning, stating, "Have Minister Feng come down to accept their apology and take the gifts. Otherwise, having such a large group loitering here could negatively impact our reputation." "Understood. I will send someone to notify him immediately," Su Lingshan nodded, picking up the walkie-talkie to give orders. Then, Su Qingxue turned to Yi Fan, saying, "Starting today, you will move in with me. If you have any belongings to collect, I will have Lingshan accompany you to retrieve them." Yi Fan was momentarily stunned, blinking in disbelief, You want me to live with you? Su Lingshan was equally taken aback. As a subordinate, she dared not inquire into the personal life of the president, but it was hard to fathom how this goddess of a superior could be involved with such an ordinary man. Upon hearing the word cohabitation, Su Qingshua's expression stiffened. She took a deep breath and said, "My place has good security. You should temporarily move there." "Oh, not overthink it." As Yifan listened to her cold words, a warmth surged within him. It seemed Su Qingxue had a good heart, genuinely concerned for his safety. Without waiting for Yifan to respond, Su Qingxue had already instructed Su Lingshan, "He is entangled in some trouble and may be targeted. You will protect him while he retrieves his belongings and then escort him to my home. Aunt Jiang will take care of the rest." Yes, President Su Lingshan, though somewhat doubtful and reluctant, could only comply. Yifan, feeling helpless, acknowledged that this woman was indeed strong-willed. Yet since she cared for him in such a manner, he decided to reciprocate by staying with her for a while. Yifan glanced back at the black Toyota business car lurking by the roadside. After all, he could not allow his girlfriend to face these individuals alone. "Hey, don't dawdle, get in the car." At that moment, an impatient Su Lingshan had already settled into the driver's seat, calling out to Yifan. Yifan jogged over to the car, smiling, "Captain Su, my name is Yifan, not Hey. Where do you live?" Su Lingshan had no intention of addressing him by name. "Longmin Street in the Old City," Yifan replied. Su Lingshan raised an eyebrow, casting a curious glance at Yifan's name tag attire. "Isn't that area about to be demolished? You live there? The rent is cheap. I figured I'd stay until it gets torn down," Yifan explained, noticing her scrutiny of his clothes. "These are Xiaoshue's. They aren't mine." "Xiaoshue?" Su Lingshan's lips twitched. A single thought crossed her mind. Surely, the president would not be fooled by this poor guy. Chapter 0009. Unworthy of knowing me though Su Lingshan was filled with questions, she still chose to trust Su Qingxue. After all, to her and many employees of Jinxiu, Su Qingxue was a remarkably intelligent woman. Even in matters of the heart, she should not be easily deceived by a man. Therefore, Su Lingshan did not press further and drove towards Yifan's residence. Sitting in the back seat, Yifan, feeling bored, discreetly admired Su Lingshan's figure. This woman's physique was unlike that of an ordinary Eastern woman. She resembled a Western woman instead. The older generation would likely find her quite appealing. "Keep staring, and I'll have your eyeballs out." Su Lingshan had long since noticed his gaze, as it was rather blatant. Hearing her menacing words, Yifan could only smile wryly. "Captain Su, there's no need to be so intimidating. I won't look anymore. If you don't believe me, just try." Su Lingshan replied coldly. Yifan silently turned his gaze toward the window. Uninterested in arguing with a woman over trivial matters, Su Lingshan assumed that Yifan was intimidated, scoffing derisively while also puzzled as to how Su Qingxue could know such an unworthy man. The car pulled up to the rundown apartment building where Yifan lived. It was daytime, and most residents were at work, leaving the vicinity deserted. However, just as they exited the car, the black Toyota that had been tailing them also came to a stop. Su Lingshan began to sense something was off. Upon seeing 5 or 6 muscular men in tank tops wielding steel rods and wearing hostile expressions emerge from the vehicle, she realized the gravity of the situation. Just as President Su suspected, "Someone is targeting you," Su Lingshan said. Her brow furrowed. One of the burly men with a scruffy beard growled threateningly, "Get lost if you don't want to get hurt. We're here for this little brat." Su Lingshan sneered, "If you want to fight, just do it. Spare us the chatter." Yifan, stand behind me and don't run around. Yifan remained silent, glancing up at the second floor. Where his apartment was, a playful glint in his eye. "Captain Su, I'll leave this to you. I think I'll head back to my room." Yifan laughed heartily and dashed into the hallway. Su Lingshan clenched her teeth in irritation. "Coward. Where are you running off to?" "Captain Su, keep going." The sound of Yifan's cheers echoed in the hallway. A group of burly men laughed heartily, mocking, "Indeed, a pretty boy. He's even less courageous than that girl." Su Lingshan felt 1,000 scornful thoughts towards Yifan, increasingly convinced that Su Qingxue had been deceived by this fellow. Fortunately, she did not regard the several thugs before her as a threat. With a snort, she clenched her fists. "Stop the nonsense. If you're going to fight, then do it swiftly." She was eager to deal with this group and then confront the man who had fled. Meanwhile, Yifan ascended to the second floor, glanced at his door lock, and smiled slightly. Such crude methods of intrusion were hardly the work of a master, merely a small fry. Yet, this small fry posed some trouble for Su Lingshan. so Yi Fan intended to handle it personally. Knowing the door was unlocked, he pushed it open as soon as he entered. A military dagger gleamed as it lunged toward his forehead. The attacker was a robust man in a dark blue short-sleeved shirt and camouflage shorts, sporting a flat cap and dark skin. His speed was quick and decisive. The man expected to succeed, but to his astonishment, Yi Fan's figure had inexplicably vanished from sight. How could this be? Startled, the man turned around sharply, only to find Yi Fan leisurely seated in the room's sole chair, legs crossed. What s with that expression? Did you think such slow speed could reach me? Yi Fan said with a grin, pulling out a cigarette to light for himself. The man cautiously took a few steps forward, utterly perplexed as to how Yi Fan had evaded him. You are Yi Fan? He questioned, skepticism lacing his tone. As the employer had described Yi Fan as merely a worker with no martial skills. Yi Fan nodded. You should have my photo. Do I look more handsome than in the picture? The man's gaze turned complicated. He sensed the situation was spiraling beyond his control. Yet, since he had been paid, he had no choice but to press forward with another attempt to assassinate him. Just as he prepared to lunge at Yi Fan's neck, a glint of mockery flashed in Yi Fan's eyes. Are all Zaka's men this reckless? Yi Fan remarked in English. The man immediately broke into a cold sweat, stiffly swallowing, stammering, You want to ask why I know your leader's name? Yi Fan exhaled smoke, speaking nonchalantly. That military dagger is a 35-centimeter hexagonal blade favored by the Tiger Mercenary Group. You also have a tattoo in Hindi of a tiger on your hand. And based on your English accent, you must either be a mercenary under Zaka or once were. The man finally realized this man before him was far from an ordinary worker. The intelligence had been utterly erroneous. I just retired from the organization this year. Do you know our leader? This time, the man addressed him with respect. Zaka? Yi Fan chuckled lightly. A C-class mercenary group's leader isn't worthy of my acquaintance. The man's anger flared, his killing intent palpable as he retorted. What did you say? Do you look down on us tigers? Although he had left the organization to operate independently, his feelings for the tiger remained unchanged. However, as he assumed a menacing posture, Yi Fan's demeanor shifted entirely. Yi Fan's gaze sharpened, his expression seemingly unchanged, yet an aura of pressure emanated from him, akin to a hellish demon descending upon the earth, intent on consuming all in its path. The tiger mercenary trembled, nearly losing control of his bowels, collapsing to the ground. I was wrong. Please spare me. The mercenary quivered, his face paler than paper. Having served in the military and as a mercenary for over a decade, he had never encountered a man whose mere presence was so terrifying. Fortunately, Yi Fan's aura dissipated in an instant, as if nothing had occurred. With a lazy smile returning to his face, Yi Fan remarked, Return and tell your employer, if he wishes to compete, let him come openly. If he seeks to play dirty, he is merely courting death. The mercenary felt as if a great weight had been lifted. Trembling as he nodded vigorously, Thank you for your mercy. I shall leave at once. Just as he turned to flee, Yi Fan called out to him. Hey, exit through the window. Don't let anyone outside see you. Yi Fan instructed, unwilling to let Su Lingshan discover anything amiss, for that would complicate matters. The mercenary, fearing Yi Fan had changed his mind, dared not voice any complaints and hastily squeezed through the narrow window. For a trained mercenary, the second floor posed no challenge. After a swift leap, he vanished in no time as soon as the mercenary departed. Su Lingshan stormed up, her hair disheveled, glistening with sweat, her complexion flushed, clearly having exerted considerable effort to defeat the thugs. Captain Su, you truly are a woman of valor. Yi Fan quickly offered a compliment, laughing heartily. Su Lingshan, upon seeing Yi Fan lounging in the room smoking, was incensed, nearly kicking him. You coward. Are you so afraid of death? Captain Su, I am not afraid of death. I merely believe that since you could be the head of security at the Jinxiu Group, you must possess formidable skills, so I had no reason to worry. I merely came up to pack my belongings. Yi Fan replied with a smile. You're just making excuses? You're a shameless coward. I truly cannot fathom how President Su could be acquainted with someone like you. I must report today's events to President Su. Su Lingshan declared disdainfully. Why Yi Fan feigned innocence? Xiao Shui asked Captain Su to accompany me precisely to protect me. Is this something to report? Small report? Su Lingshan felt an urge to punch him but restrained herself, thinking of Su Qing Shui, saying, Hurry up and pack. All right, Captain Su, just a moment. Yifan began shoving the disheveled clothes and belongings into a tattered suitcase. Su Lingshan looked at the filthy garments which appeared to have been worn for countless years, creased and worn, and then glanced around the moldy-smelling room, feeling a twinge of sympathy for Yifan. This guy, though useless and despicable, seemed to have a rather tough life. With that thought, Su Lingshan found herself less angry. Chapter 0010. The Wealthy Woman and the Caregiver. Although it was called packing, Yifan had little to gather, just a canvas bag containing repair tools and some clothing, barely filling a suitcase. Finally, Yifan seemed to remember something and retrieved a worn black jewelry box from under the bed. Upon seeing it, Su Lingshan muttered, "Finally, something of value." Yifan gazed at the jewelry box with a complex expression, then turned back with a grin. Indeed, quite valuable. Su Lingshan shot him a glance. "What are you smiling about? Hurry up and finish packing." All right, Yifan quickly agreed. Shortly thereafter, Su Lingshan drove Yifan to one of the wealthiest residential areas in Huahai City. Bailujun, located less than 10 kilometers from the city center, was predominantly filled with luxury homes, with each house spaced several dozen to 100 meters apart, abundant greenery, parks, and various outdoor sports facilities, resulting in property prices exceeding 30,000 per square meter. Su Qing Shui resided in Villa Number 6, a number that indicated her significant wealth even in such an affluent area. As the car stopped at the entrance, the gate was promptly opened. Emerging was a woman dressed modestly, appearing to be in her 50s, with a rosy complexion and a mole at the corner of her brow. A kindly matron. "Captain Su, please come in for a moment and have some water." The woman greeted Su Lingshan warmly. Su Lingshan politely acknowledged her. "Aunt Jiang, no need for water. I must return to the office. I in such a hurry?" Aunt Jiang expressed some regret, then noticed Yifan stepping out of the car. Smiling brightly, "You must be Mr. Yi. The young lady informed me that you will be residing here starting today, and I have prepared everything for you." Upon seeing Aunt Jiang, Yifan squinted slightly. This old caregiver was indeed no ordinary woman, Yifan thought to himself. Noticing Yifan's silence, Su Lingshan frowned. "Hey, Aunt Jiang is speaking to you. Why are you so quiet? You'd better show some respect." She watched over President Su as she grew up and is an elder in the Su family. "Don't think just because she is a caregiver that you can be rude." Yifan grinned foolishly. "I was just surprised that Aunt Jiang looks so young." After a moment of contemplation, Aunt Jiang assessed Yifan, then smiled. "Mr. Yi certainly knows how to joke. I am nearly 60, hardly young." Su Lingshan scoffed. "Aunt Jiang, if this guy disrespects you, just call me. I'll come take care of him." "Oh, that won't be necessary. I trust the young lady's judgment." Aunt Jiang waved her hands dismissively. Su Lingshan still felt uneasy, giving Aunt Jiang a few more instructions before driving away. Only Yifan and Aunt Jiang remained at the entrance, and after a moment of mutual observation, Aunt Jiang respectfully said, "Mr. Yi, please come in. I will show you around." "Aunt Jiang, please call me Yifan or Xiao Yi. Referring to me as Mr. feels odd." Yifan replied casually. "In that case, I'll call you Yifan. After all, you are the young lady's boyfriend, and calling you Xiao Yi wouldn't be appropriate." Aunt Jiang replied with a smile. "Hee, either is fine," Yifan said, not particular about it. Upon entering the luxurious residence, Yifan admired the interior decor. Modern minimalist lines, primarily in cool tones of gray and blue, perfectly matching Su Qing Shui's temperament. All the electronic devices were the latest models, the floors spotless, and the walls adorned with valuable Western paintings. While visually appealing, the house lacked the warmth of a home. The only hint of domesticity was a spacious kitchen, equipped with 3 refrigerators and freezers, leaving one to wonder how much food was stored there. "Aunt Jiang, is it just you and Xiao Shui living here?" Yifan inquired. Aunt Jiang sighed. "Yes, the master and mistress do not reside here. After the young lady left the main house, I followed her here. It has been quite lonely over the years. A house this large, with only 2 inhabitants, must be rather dull," Yifan thought, shaking his head in dismay. "There's nothing to be done. The young lady prefers peace and quiet. When she returns home, aside from eating and sleeping, she spends her time working in the study, rarely attending social gatherings. I've grown accustomed to it at this point." Aunt Jiang seemed to recall something, asking, "By the way, Yifan, how many people are in your family? Do your parents know you're moving here?" Yifan looked down and chuckled softly. "My parents passed away when I was very young. I've been alone for many years, so I can live anywhere." Aunt Jiang was momentarily taken aback, feeling a pang of guilt. "Oh dear, poor child. I shouldn't have pried." "Haha, Aunt Jiang, don't take it to heart. I've long since gotten used to it." I've managed just fine all these years, Yifan replied with a grin. The elderly woman sighed, choosing not to dwell on the topic, leading Yifan upstairs to the room prepared for him. Yifan, this will be your room. Next door is the young lady's study and bedroom that I thought it would be nice for you to be close together, Aunt Zhang said, her face lighting up with anticipation. The young lady is experiencing her first romance. Meeting you must be fate. I genuinely hope for a positive outcome, as it would honor the spirit of the late master. What? Xiao Shui's looking for a partner for the first time? Yifan was taken aback. Although the woman was cold in demeanor, she was undoubtedly attractive, and one would expect men to pursue her relentlessly. Could it be that all her previous suitors had failed? Aunt Zhang chuckled wryly, sighing, you wouldn't believe it. I watched the young lady grow up. Since middle school, she has had various wealthy suitors, yet she has never shown an interest in romance. I was previously worried that she might not marry until her 30s or 40s, but now that you have appeared, I can breathe a sigh of relief. Yifan, you must put in the effort. I look forward to calling you son-in-law. Marriage? Son-in-law? Yifan found it amusing. Aunt Zhang's thoughts were far-reaching. He estimated that day was unlikely to arrive, especially since he had only signed a 3-month contract. It seemed Su Qing had not informed Aunt Zhang that they were merely contractual partners. Seeing Aunt Zhang's heartfelt sentiments made him feel slightly embarrassed. However, from Aunt Zhang's words, Yifan also gleaned some information. Her presence in this household was likely connected to Su Qing's deceased grandfather. After quickly organizing his belongings in his new room, Yifan descended the stairs, only to find Aunt Zhang had changed into a different outfit and was carrying a cloth bag, indicating she was about to head out. Aunt Zhang, where are you going? Yifan inquired. Oh, the freezer is full of seafood, and I'm heading out to buy some fresh vegetables to prepare a welcome dinner for you tonight. You can stay home and watch television or go for a swim. Aunt Zhang replied. Yifan couldn't help but ask, Aunt Zhang, are you driving out? Oh dear, at my age, how would I drive? I will walk and take 3 buses. Aunt Zhang chuckled. Yifan, realizing he had no part-time work today, blurted out, then I'll accompany you. There should be other cars at home. I can drive you. Yifan remembered that Su Qing at least had a Maserati. Aunt Zhang's face lit up with excitement. Oh, would you really? I would be so grateful. You don't mind accompanying an old lady to the supermarket? Of course not. I'm counting on you to buy me some delicious food and prepare a big meal. Yifan said cheerfully. Aunt Zhang beamed, her gaze towards Yifan growing warmer as she beckoned. Come, let us take the elevator to the garage. Yifan was momentarily taken aback, amazed that Su Qing could afford such luxury, a garage with its own elevator. Upon entering the indoor elevator, Yifan soon discovered that there were 2 underground levels, B1 and B2, making the mansion a total of 5 stories. Yifan, feel free to choose any car you like. The young lady primarily uses the ones on level B1, while the cars on B2 are rarely driven, only maintained once a year, Aunt Zhang explained. Upon entering B1, Yifan noticed 10 cars lined up, the least expensive being a BMW Z4, followed by a Mercedes ML400, BMW X6, and even a Porsche 911, with Su Qing's Maserati parked among them. However, upon reaching B2, Yifan couldn't help but chuckle. The most modest car there was a Lamborghini Huracan, followed by a Ferrari 430, Ferrari 458, Aston Martin DB9. The most astonishing was a silver Bugatti Veyron, a car that would cost around 30 million in the country. Aunt Zhang, why does Xiao Shui have so many cars? Yifan lamented, feeling they were simply gathering dust in the underground garage. A waste? Aunt Zhang sighed. They aren't the young lady's purchases. These are gifts from wealthy businessmen and nobles pursuing her. However, the young lady pays the market price to keep the cars. Doesn't she think that money is wasted? Yifan asked. Who doesn't? But the money is earned by the young lady herself, so she doesn't mind spending it. We can't concern ourselves with that, Aunt Zhang replied with a smile. Yifan nodded in agreement. Indeed, considering the market value of Jinxiu Group, Su Qing's annual salary and bonuses likely exceeded hundreds of millions, rendering these multimillion cars trivial in her eyes. Weighing practicality, Yifan ultimately chose a relatively ordinary Mercedes ML400, driving Aunt Zhang to the nearby Metro supermarket. Observing Aunt Zhang's content expression in the rearview mirror, Yifan mused that she probably longed for Su Qing to take a break from work and accompany her on grocery trips. Chapter 0011. Welcome home, in a seaside mansion in Huahai City. Zhang Junfeng sat on the living room sofa, his expression dark and brooding. Just moments ago, not only did the bodyguards he dispatched leave Su Lingshan battered and bruised, but even the assassin he had hired at a high price surprisingly returned both the commission and the penalty fee. conveying that Yi Fan advised him to abandon such petty tactics and to compete honorably. This was undoubtedly a heavy blow to Zhang Junfeng, the humiliation driving him to the brink of madness. Junfeng, keep your composure. It's merely a minor setback, nothing to fret over. A middle-aged man, impeccably dressed in a suit, descended from the second floor. This man was none other than Zhang Hongji, the current head of the Zhang family. Zhang Junfeng took a deep breath and turned to his father, saying, "Father, can we let this go? Shall we allow such a pest to overstep their bounds? I just received news that brat named Yi has moved in with Su Qingxue." Mentioning Yi Fan, Zhang Junfeng's eyes were filled with fury. Don't underestimate him by calling him a brat. I believe that Yi Fan possesses some capabilities, Zhang Hongji remarked. Him? I've investigated thoroughly. He is just a penniless wretch living in subsidized housing, engaged in menial labor, with no money or connections. What could he possibly amount to? Zhang Junfeng scoffed. Zhang Hongji huffed. If he were truly as insignificant as you claim, why would the assassin you hired return the penalty fee and refuse to fulfill the contract? Zhang Junfeng fell silent, unable to comprehend this point. Zhang Hongji glanced at his Vacheron Constantine watch, stating, "It's almost time. Old Master Ma should be arriving shortly. Come with me to greet him." "Old Master Ma?" Zhang Junfeng asked, puzzled. "Are you referring to the top assassin of the White Shark Gang, Ma Jianquan? Hasn't he retired?" Zhang Hongji sneered. "In this line of work, who truly retires? It's merely a ploy to enhance his value and secure more lucrative contracts. Given our ties with the White Shark Gang, inviting Ma Jianquan out of retirement poses no challenge. Moreover, the current underground factions in Huahai City are at a stalemate, and the White Shark Gang is in dire need of our Zhang family's financial backing." Zhang Junfeng's spirits lifted as he clapped his hands, exclaiming, "Wonderful. I've heard that Ma's eagle claw technique can pierce iron, and he has never missed a target in over 30 years. He is on an entirely different level than the assassin I hired. This means Su Qingxue and that Yi Fan are doomed. Son, listen carefully. Su Qingxue is a remarkable talent, while killing her would yield considerable benefits. If there is any chance to win her over, we must seize it. Utilize every means to make that woman submit to us. As for the man she is with, even if he possesses some skills, he cannot pose a threat to our Zhang family. Do not take him too seriously," Zhang Hongji said, his expression darkening. "I understand. Father, I will find ways to continue applying pressure on the Jinsei group and the Su family. Ultimately, I will make that woman beg and plead to climb into my bed, and then I will ravage her, watching as she tries to maintain her lofty goddess facade before me." Zhang Junfeng chuckled maliciously. "Aunt Jiang, I'm home. At 6 in the evening, Su Qingxue entered her house, her cool visage slightly weary. Habitually, she kicked off her high heels and removed her coat, collapsing onto the expansive leather sofa like a toppled building. After stretching luxuriously, she turned to grab the remote control for the television. Su Qingxue gasped, suddenly noticing a somewhat grimy face grinning at her. "Xiaoxue, you're back?" Yi Fan, holding a screwdriver and shirtless, was crouched beside the sofa, his eyes fixed on her. At that moment, Su Qingxue abruptly remembered that there was an extra person in her house, her cheeks flushing a deep crimson. "Pervert!" Su Qingxue spun around, delivering a fierce kick aimed at Yi Fan's face. He hastily dodged, rolling onto the carpet, innocently exclaiming, "What's wrong, Xiaoxue? Is it wrong to welcome you home? Where are your eyes looking?" Su Qingxue clasped her arms tightly against her chest, her beautiful face paling. "And why are you not wearing a shirt?" Yi Fan earnestly explained, "When I speak to you, of course, I must keep my eyes on you. It's a matter of respect. As for my lack of a shirt, it's just like you taking off your shoes upon returning home, merely a habit. This is my home. You're not allowed to take off your shirt. Put it on." Su Qingxue, usually calm, found herself shouting, thoroughly agitated. She regretted ever believing he was a decent man. Yi Fan had no choice but to rise and put on a shirt. Su Qingxue turned her head away, unwilling to glance at him. Yet out of the corner of her eye, she caught a glimpse of his well-defined muscles, her heart racing and cheeks flushing. It was her first time realizing how aesthetically pleasing a man's physique could be, with angles and curves perfectly balanced, not overly muscular, yet exquisitely sculpted, as if crafted by an artist. Could this guy actually work out? Su Qingxue pondered, shaking her head, dismissing her own thoughts. Seeing Yi Fan finally dressed, she reached for the remote control, intending to turn on the television. However, just as she was about to press the power button, she noticed something was amiss, her delicate features contorting in shock. What have you done to my television? Su Qingxue exclaimed in disbelief, staring at her gigantic 3D HD television, which had been dismantled. Yi Fan waved the screwdriver in his hand, chuckling. Oh, I noticed the picture was a bit blurry while watching, so I decided to fix it. Almost done. Just bear with me for a moment. Su Qingxue felt her emotions teetering on the edge of losing control. Taking a deep breath to calm herself, she said, Do you have any idea how much this television costs? 10,000, Yi Fan replied after a moment's thought. Add a 1 in front of that. Su Qingxue corrected. 100,000, Yi Fan guessed. Su Qingxue bit her lip in frustration. It's 110,000. You fool, Yi Fan gasped. I thought as much. This television looks quite advanced, so it must be expensive. You just dismantled it over a little blur. Can you even put it back together now? Do you understand how it works? Su Qingxue continued to question him. Yi Fan shrugged nonchalantly. Well, I can just reassemble it by looking at it. It won't take much time. Looking at it? Su Qingxue felt her head spinning. Aunt Jiang, hearing the commotion from the kitchen, peeked out. Miss, what are you and Yi Fan arguing about? Why are you fighting as soon as you get home? Aunt Jiang asked, puzzled. Aunt Jiang, how can you let him run amok like this? He dismantled the television. Su Qingxue complained. Oh, what is the big deal? Aunt Jiang laughed. Miss, just let Yi Fan give it a try. If it doesn't work, we can always call a repairman. With that, Aunt Jiang cheerfully added, Yi Fan, hurry up, dinner is almost ready. Yi Fan nodded eagerly, grinning, sure thing. I'll have it done in 5 minutes at most. Su Qingxue looked at the harmonious scene of the two, feeling inexplicably bewildered. Wasn't Aunt Jiang supposed to have just met Yi Fan? How had they become so familiar? As she watched Yi Fan twisting and turning the screws on the television, she felt an urge to throw the remote at him. Stop! What if you break it? Are you going to pay for it? I want tea. Trust your man, Yi Fan confidently replied. You shameless. Su Qingxue felt helpless. But turning to Aunt Jiang in the kitchen, she saw the older woman smiling with delight, seemingly enjoying their bickering. Aunt Jiang, say something. This guy is just here to cause trouble. Aunt Jiang covered her mouth, chuckling, You two young ones, I can't interfere with your affairs. I'll go back to cooking. We are not a couple. As Aunt Jiang hurried back into the kitchen, Su Qingxue's face turned crimson, yet she couldn't accuse them of being fake lovers. In her frustration, she undid her hairpin, letting her hair fall in disarray, as if that might release some negative emotions. When Aunt Jiang brought out the various dishes, Yi Fan had already reassembled the television. Su Qingxue quickly grabbed the remote, eager to turn it on, but after pressing several times, the television remained unresponsive. Why, Yi Fan? Look at what you've done. Su Qingxue was thoroughly enraged. It wasn't that she cared about the mere 100,000. She could earn that back in an hour, but Yi Fan's antics in her home made her irate. Chapter 0012. Miss, you have great taste. Yi Fan looked puzzled, examining the woman. Xiao Xue, are you feeling unwell? He reached out to touch her forehead. Su Qingxue quickly recoiled, angrily retorting. What do you mean unwell? Don't change the subject. Aren't you the one acting all impressive? Are you going to compensate me for this television? Yi Fan sighed, turning to the power outlet beside the television and waving the plug at her. Miss, does your television work without being plugged in? Just then, Aunt Jiang stepped out of the kitchen and burst into laughter upon witnessing this scene. Su Qingxue's eyes widened in shock, but after a moment, she composed herself and said, That doesn't mean it's fixed. She pressed the remote, only to find the television smoothly powering on and starting to play. Oh, it really is working now. The previous blurriness has vanished. Yi Fan, you truly have a talent. Aunt Jiang praised enthusiastically. Su Qingxue was momentarily stunned, brushing her disheveled hair back, casting a begrudging glance at Yi Fan, thinking it was merely luck. Besides, what was there to be proud of about fixing a television? Yi Fan shrugged helplessly. Smiling, I'm not boasting. I simply said I could fix it by looking at it. Don't slander me. Su Qingxue pretended not to hear him, walking over to the dining table laden with a feast of over a dozen dishes. Aunt Jiang, why have you prepared so much? She asked, blinking her beautiful eyes. Well, since you brought your boyfriend home, I naturally had to make more to celebrate. Aunt Jiang replied matter-of-factly. What is there to celebrate? Had I known he was this kind of person, I would never have let him move in, Su Qingxue said. Aunt Jiang chuckled softly. There's no use crying over spilled milk. I think Yi Fan seems quite good. You have a discerning eye. Mississippi Yi Fan vigorously nodded in agreement. Aunt Jiang understands me. You don't know how cunning he can be. Besides, There's no way we can finish all this food. It would be such a waste. Su Qingxue frowned. Let us stick to our usual 4 dishes and a soup. No need to make extra for him. Yi Fan ignored her protests, scooping rice from the rice cooker and handing it to Aunt Jiang. Here, Aunt Jiang, you've worked hard. Aunt Jiang was taken aback. Having served others for decades, she had never once had someone serve her. A glimmer of gratitude shone in her eyes as she accepted the bowl. This is too kind. Why should it be too kind? I'm the younger generation. Serving my elders is only proper. Hasn't Xiaoxue done this for you before? Yi Fan asked curiously. Upon hearing this, Su Qingxue realized the truth of the matter. Aunt Jiang had taken care of her for over a decade, and she had never done such a simple as tea wasn't tea that she was proud. It was just that Aunt Jiang always prepared the meals, and she simply ate. Xiaoxue, even though Aunt Jiang is a maid, you should still show her some filial piety. Besides, Aunt Jiang usually takes the bus to the supermarket. With all your cars, why not take her along and accompany her to shop? Yi Fan suggested. Su Qingxue felt increasingly uncomfortable. Although she felt guilty, the fact that Yi Fan was lecturing her made her uneasy. What do you know? I've been with Aunt Jiang for so many years. Do I need you to teach me? It was just one time I served her rice, Su Qingxue retorted, feeling indignant. Aunt Jiang hurriedly intervened. Miss, don't be angry. Yi Fan was just speaking casually. I've watched you grow up. I know you have a good heart, Su Qingxue, filled with regret, said. Aunt Jiang, if you need to buy groceries in the future, I can go with you. I didn't pay attention to this before. What is the point of waiting for you to come back to go grocery shopping? I can manage just fine on my own. Aunt Jiang waved her hand with a smile. I'm just worried Aunt Jiang might be deceived by this guy. He is the best at pretending to be honest, but he could be up to no good. He is just flattering you with ulterior motives. Su Qingxue recalled how Yi Fan had taken advantage of her earlier in the day. Xiaoxue, don't speak carelessly. How am I pretending or deceiving? Yi Fan insisted with righteous indignation. You're a fraud. Su Qingxue scoffed. Their bickering resumed, leaving Aunt Jiang both amused and exasperated. The house had been quiet until Yi Fan's arrival, and now even Su Qingxue was getting riled up. Making it all rather lively. I'm not agitated, Su Qingxue stammered, yet she lacked confidence in her own words, unsure of why she felt such hostility towards Yi Fan. All right, let us eat first. If we keep arguing, the food will get cold, Aunt Jiang urged, and the 3 finally sat down to dine. With a furrowed brow, Su Qingxue seemed influenced by Yi Fan's earlier remarks, not allowing Aunt Jiang to serve her, instead scooping rice herself and eating in silence. Women eat delicately, chewing without revealing their teeth, and picking food without making a mess. Elegant and composed, Yi Fan, however, was the opposite, devouring his food with large bites, finishing half a bowl in one go, prompting Aunt Jiang to advise him to slow down. Before long, Su Qingxue noticed that out of the 10 or so dishes on the table, 7 or 8 were already empty. A glutton reincarnated, Su Qingxue thought in disbelief, having never seen someone eat so voraciously. Yi Fan, oblivious, complimented Aunt Jiang's cooking after clearing the table, then pulled out a cigarette, preparing to indulge in his usual routine. No smoking, if you must, go outside, Su Qingxue said with disdain. Yi Fan chuckled sheepishly, recalling that this was no longer his subsidized housing, and stood up to head outside. Once outside, the sweltering heat hit him, yet he didn't mind, sitting on the steps, cigarette in mouth, savoring the moment. Just as he had taken a couple of puffs, a sleek black Maybach pulled up to the entrance. From the car emerged a couple, none other than Su Changping and Tong Huijin. Following them was a driver, barely under 5'7", yet robustly built, with a chiseled face and a small scar on his brow, exuding an air of confidence. Clearly no ordinary driver. Upon spotting Yi Fan at the entrance, Su Changping and Tong Huijin frowned in discontent. Yi Fan squinted, quickly waving at them. Uncle and Auntie, you've arrived. Why didn't you come in for dinner? What are you doing here? Su Changping asked sternly. Yi Fan replied. Xiaoxue invited me to move in. After all, we're dating. See? I told you. This girl has lost her mind, bringing a man like this into the house. How will she show her face to others once this gets out? Tong Huijin exclaimed angrily. Suddenly, the door swung open, revealing a cold-faced Su Qingxue, who stated, I brought my boyfriend home. He is not a secret lover. What is wrong with that, you insolent girl? How dare you talk back? Is this how you speak to your parents? Tong Huijin shouted. Su Qingxue's delicate face hardened, refusing to back down, glaring coldly at Tong Huijin. As the atmosphere grew tense at the doorway, Aunt Jiang, forgetting to clear the dishes, stepped out to greet them, Welcome, sir and madam. Please come in. It's hot outside. Indeed, dear. Let us discuss inside, Su Chomping added, his expression grim. However, this is a family matter. He pointed at Yifan, should not be present. He is my boyfriend, the man I intend to marry, not an outsider. Su Qingxue countered defiantly. Marry? Yifan nearly choked on his smoke. This woman truly dared to say anything. Tong Huijin's eyes widened in disbelief. You little brat, how can you say such things? I'm merely stating facts, Su Qingxue replied coolly. Tong Huijin trembled with rage. Her eyes reddening, on the verge of tears. Do you see this? She looks down on me, her adoptive mother. She does not take me, her mother, seriously. Su Chongping furrowed his brow deeply and sighed. Please, let us not quarrel. Qingxue, we are genuinely concerned about you, which is why we rushed here. Some matters were not clarified during the day and must be addressed. Surely, you cannot expect your parents to stand at the door and speak with you? Miss, please allow the master and madam to enter, Aunt Zhang advised. Upon hearing Aunt Zhang's words, Su Qingxue finally turned and walked back into the house. Yifan, however, did not rush to follow. He preferred to stay outside for a few moments to smoke a couple of cigarettes, avoiding the chaos that would ensue from sitting together. Tong Huijin wiped her eyes and, as she entered, cast a knowing glance at the driver, saying, Zhang Dong, wait at the door and keep a close watch on this young man. When we are discussing matters, ensure he does not cause any disturbances. Yes, madam, Zhang Dong replied, a smirk forming at the corners of his mouth as his gaze flickered towards Yifan. Chapter 0013. As a driver once, everyone had retreated into the house. Only Yifan and Zhang Dong remained outside. Yifan offered a cigarette, grinning. Care for one? Zhang Dong shook his head. Thank you. But the madam does not permit us servants to smoke. Is that so? What a pity, Yifan responded, lighting a cigarette for himself. Zhang Dong chuckled strangely. Mr. Yi, standing here idly is rather dull. Why don't we find some amusement? Oh, what kind of amusement? Yifan inquired, intrigued. Zhang Dong sized up Yifan. You appear to be quite strong, suggesting you exercise regularly. I have a simple pastime. I enjoy arm wrestling. That I'd like to challenge you. Arm wrestling? That may not be advisable. I seem quite youthful. Yifan waved his hand dismissively. Zhang Dong, with a grin that did not reach his eyes, insisted, it matters not. Youth does not equate to strength. A real man should not shy away from such a trivial contest. After all, the young lady would not choose a coward as her boyfriend. Reluctantly, Yifan conceded, well, all right then, but I fear I might hurt you. Zhang Dong laughed heartily, his eyes glinting with malice. I eagerly await. The two approached a stone bench in the courtyard, squatting down and extending their right arms toward each other. With a cigarette dangling from his lips, Yifan mumbled, You may begin. A sinister smile crept across Zhang Dong's lips. Mr. Yi, are you aware of my previous profession? Yifan, puzzled, replied, Aren't you a driver? Indeed, I am now a driver. But in the past, I was a member of the Special Forces in the Northwest Military Region. Should I injure you, do not hold it against me. After all, you provoked my madam's ire with that. Zhang Dong shouted, Begin. As his voice faded, Zhang Dong's muscular arm tensed, unleashing a sudden surge of strength that pressed down on Yifan's arm with ferocity. Yifan's arm was immediately forced downward, perilously close to crashing onto the stone bench, a blow that could fracture bones or severely strain muscles. Yet, to Zhang Dong's astonishment, Yifan exhibited no reaction. Zhang Dong was taken aback as he realized that Yifan's arm, mere centimeters from the bench, refused to budge despite Zhang Dong's maximum effort. Yifan inhaled deeply, exhaling a cloud of smoke that enveloped Zhang Dong's face. As a driver, your arm wrestling skills are quite commendable. Yifan smirked mischievously, suddenly exerting force in the opposite direction, overwhelming Zhang Dong's arm and forcing it back down. The sound of cracking bones echoed, followed by Zhang Dong's anguished scream. My hand. Yifan released Zhang Dong's trembling, limp hand and stood, looking down at him. I warned you. I was afraid of injuring you. Would you like me to call an ambulance? Zhang Dong, drenched in sweat and gritting his teeth, gazed at Yifan with a hint of fear. How do you possess such strength? It's not that I am particularly strong. Perhaps you are simply malnourished and lacking calcium, Yifan grinned. Turning to re-enter the house to By now, the atmosphere in the living room had become exceedingly tense. Su Chongping and Tong Huijin were once again imploring Su Qingxue to abandon her obstinacy, but Su Qingxue remained resolute. Qingxue, I truly do not understand. What does Zhang Junfeng possess that makes him superior to Yi Fan? Background, family, appearance, talent, and he has pursued you for so long, demonstrating his sincerity. Why must you view the Zhang family as villains? Su Changping questioned, perplexed. Need I even ask? She deliberately opposes us, rebuffing everything we say to assert her authority over the Su family. A display of her status as president, Tong Huijin scoffed. You fear the Zhang family? I do not. When grandfather passed, he entrusted me with managing Jinxiu Group, not to relinquish it without a fight. If you continue to bring up Zhang Junfeng, we will have nothing more to discuss. Aunt Zhang, please see them out. Su Qingxue stated coldly as she rose from the sofa. As Yi Fan stepped through the door, he overheard Su Qingxue's command to dismiss the guests and couldn't he help but smile wryly at how swiftly the conversation had turned. Upon seeing Yi Fan enter, Tong Huijin frowned. Where is Zhang Dong? Why did only you return? Oh, that driver. He found it dull and wanted to arm wrestle with me, and unfortunately, he accidentally injured himself. Should I call for an ambulance? Yi Fan feigned innocence. What? How is that possible? Tong Huijin's face was a mask of disbelief. Su Qingxue's brows knitted together. She knew Zhang Dong was a trusted driver and bodyguard of Tong Huijin, and it seemed improbable that he would be so inept. Su Changping appeared displeased. What is wrong with Zhang Dong? Has he lost his mind? Why engage in such foolishness? He claims to be a retired Special Forces soldier. I've always said not to hire boastful individuals as bodyguards. We should seek a proper security company instead. Tong Huijin's complexion shifted from red to pale, feeling utterly embarrassed as she cursed Zhang Dong internally 1,000 times. With a stomp of her foot, she hurriedly exited the door. Seeing his wife rush out, Su Changping followed, though he was still preoccupied with his daughter, glancing back to ask, by the way, Qingxue, you mentioned that the Zhang family has been undermining our company. What has transpired? You should focus on managing your wife and son. The affairs of the company do not require your concern, Su Qingxue replied dismissively. Dio, you truly believe your father is so incompetent? I am only worried about you. You are my own daughter, Su Changping said, patting his chest. Su Qingxue turned her head away, scoffing. I need not your concern. Just ensure you do not become a pawn of others. Su Changping, exasperated, retorted, in your eyes, am I truly so utterly worthless? Seeing the escalating tension, Aunt Zhang quickly intervened. Master, the young lady is speaking out of anger. Please do not take it to heart. With reddened eyes, Su Changping sighed deeply and turned to leave, his back radiating a profound sense of helplessness. Due to Zhang Dong's unfortunate injury, it was Su Changping who ended up driving away, creating an even more awkward situation than their arrival. Following the commotion, the atmosphere at home grew stifling. Su Qingxue ascended the stairs in silence, leaving only Yi Fan and Aunt Zhang in the living room. Why? Yi Fan inquired. Aunt Zhang, does Xiao Shui have any brothers? Aunt Zhang nodded. Yes, she has a younger brother named Su Weiming, who is 3 years her junior and still in university. However, they share different mothers, and their relationship has never been particularly close. When the old master passed, he bequeathed company shares to the young lady, securing her position as president, which has only served to exacerbate the young master's resentment. Yi Fan nodded in understanding. In most aristocratic families, inheritance typically favored male heirs. However, Su Qingxue had been entrusted with Jinxiu Group, suggesting either her extraordinary capabilities or her brother's inadequacy. Suddenly, Yi Fan recalled the issue of the fairy sister and queried, Aunt Zhang, does Xiao Shui have any sisters? Sisters? None. The young lady's mother passed away when she was 7, leaving her alone in an orphanage until the old master brought her back to the Su family at 10. I have never heard of her having any sisters. Aunt Zhang replied. Yi Fan sighed regretfully. It seemed he had overthought the matter, and any resemblance was purely coincidental. Aunt Zhang's expression turned somber. Ever since the old master entrusted the company to the young lady, the madam and young master have been quite displeased. The master is caught in the middle, making it difficult for him. What are we to do about this family? At that moment, a voice echoed from upstairs, filled with frustration. Yi Fan, what on earth are those things of yours? They stink. Yi Fan was taken aback and hurried upstairs, only to find Su Qingxue standing at his door, covering her nose, her eyes betraying a hint of fear. Xiao Shui, are you referring to my clothes? Yi Fan pointed at the disheveled garments scattered around the room, smiling sheepishly. I thought it would be more convenient to leave them outside rather than stuff them in the wardrobe. Observing the filthy, foul-smelling, and tattered clothes, Su Qingxue frowned deeply. Do you not smell anything? Su Qingxue inquired. Yi Fan stroked his chin, replying earnestly, indeed. I possess a rather potent masculine scent. Hu Qingshua's gaze grew increasingly frigid, wishing she could kick him off the second floor. Noticing her displeasure, Yi Fan chuckled awkwardly. There are a few items I forgot to wash. I apologize, Hu Qingxue commanded. You must dispose of these clothes immediately. I will give you money to buy some new ones. Yi Fan shook his head vehemently. That is out of the question. These clothes can be washed and worn again. What a waste to throw them away. If you find them offensive, I will wash them right away. It is not about the money. These clothes hold sentimental value. Some were gifts from old friends. They cannot simply be discarded. With that, Yi Fan dashed into the room, gathering the clothes into a box and hurriedly making his way downstairs. Aunt Jiang, where's the washing machine? I need to do laundry. Su Qingxue was at a loss for words. She had encountered frugal individuals before, but never one so miserly as to refuse new clothes in favor of such rags. Meanwhile, Aunt Jiang chuckled from downstairs. Miss, you have found yourself a good man. Even his clothes carry nostalgia. He surely will not be unfaithful to his wife. Su Qingxue bit her lip, a flicker of complex thoughts crossing her mind. Aunt Jiang, have him bring the cleaned clothes to my study. Chapter 0014. Not so close after tending to his dirty laundry. Yi Fan ascended the stairs and entered Su Qingshue's study. The room was minimalist, with 2 rows of bookshelves filled with various types of literature, meticulously organized by category and alphabetical order. A large desk sat unsullied, with documents and office supplies arranged neatly, even the pens sorted by length and color. It was evident that the woman approached her work with a rigorous attitude, striving for perfection in every detail. Seated behind the desk, Su Qingxue was intently reviewing some materials, her expression serious and her demeanor exuding an air of elegance and intellect. When Yi Fan entered, she did not acknowledge him, seemingly intent on finishing her reading first. Yi Fan, unhurried, wandered among the shelves, picking up a book, but found that most of them were about management and economics, topics that failed to capture his interest. After several minutes, Su Qingxue finally looked up. Noticing Yi Fan browsing through the books, you enjoy those. Business is not my forte. Yi Fan shook his head. By the way, what did you want to discuss? Su Qingxue's expression remained stoic, her beautiful eyes now reflecting a coldness akin to a frigid pond. Why, Yi Fan? There are several matters I hope you can comprehend. What matters? Yi Fan sensed an air of distance emanating from her. Despite their proximity of only a few meters, it felt as though they were worlds apart. First, our relationship is strictly contractual. I am your employer, and you are my contracted worker. When we are alone, you may address me by my name or as boss or Su, but not as Xiao Shui, for we are not that close. Second, your presence in my home today is solely for your safety and to project an image for others. It is not an invitation to pursue a deeper relationship. There is a distinction between genders, and you cannot casually disrobe as you did today. Third, the contract will conclude in 3 months at the latest, and it may even be terminated earlier. Do not assume that by flattering Aunt Jiang, I will soften my stance. Your behavior today has crossed the boundaries of a contractual boyfriend, and I expect you to conduct yourself accordingly. After hearing this speech, Yi Fan was momentarily taken aback, unable to deny a sense of disappointment within him. You believe I am merely trying to curry favor with Aunt Jiang? He chuckled self-deprecatingly, shaking his head. Rest assured, I have no ulterior motives. I am fully aware we belong to different worlds, and I understand that there is little prospect for a future between you. Yu Qingshue's brows furrowed lightly, the notion of different worlds resonating deeply with her. I am glad you recognize this. I hope you will maintain your distance and not leave Aunt Jiang feeling upset when you depart. Su Qingxue remarked. Yi Fan nodded, hands in his pockets, hesitating before saying, Qingxue, there is something I believe you should consider. What is it? Su Qingxue asked, her voice devoid of warmth. Yi Fan spoke earnestly. It is evident to me that your father genuinely cares for you. He simply lacks the full picture, which leads to misguided judgments. After all, he is your biological father. You ought to clarify matters regarding the company and the Zhang family's underhanded dealings, rather than... Enough. Su Qingxue interrupted coldly, rising abruptly and fixing her icy gaze upon him. Do you have any idea what has transpired in the past? Do you know how I grew up in this household? Who are you to meddle in my family affairs? This is my personal matter. I do not need an outsider to speak on it. With a pointed finger towards the door, she ordered, Get out of my house. I do not wish to see you. At that moment, Aunt Jiang appeared, carrying a fruit platter. and upon witnessing Su Qingshua's outburst, she froze in shock at the door. What has happened? Are you two arguing? Aunt Jiang asked. Concern etched on her face. Su Qingxue seemed to have been provoked to her limits, her anger boiling over. Aunt Jiang, do not interfere. Have this man pack his belongings and leave immediately. Yifan had not anticipated that mentioning the father-daughter issues would incite such fury in Su Qingxue. Feeling disheartened, he chose not to engage further in an argument with her. He approached the door, offering Aunt Jiang an apologetic smile before heading downstairs and out of the opulent residence. As for his belongings, he could not take them with him since they were all in the washing machine. Yet, Yifan was indifferent. He had no intention of pleading with her to allow him to stay, and had it been a few years ago, he might have charged at her in anger. Though he had a generally carefree disposition, he could not shake off the irritation stemming from this incident, especially since he had only intended to help. Yifan decided to leave the residential area entirely, taking the subway to the lively bar district. It had been quite some time since he had visited a bar. He had aimed to save money and had been preoccupied with various part-time jobs, which had kept him content. However, today, he yearned to indulge in a drink, and if he could meet a beautiful woman, that would be even better. The Hongfinjian bar was a stylish establishment, frequented primarily by white-collar workers, offering a serene environment for drinks as well as a touch of excitement. Upon entering the bar, Yifan approached the counter and ordered a glass of whiskey. Just as he was scanning the bar for attractive women to approach, he heard someone call his name. Yifan. Is that you? Yuing. Yifan turned to see Feng Yuing seated at a round table with several other women dressed in business attire. What brings you here for a drink? I've never seen you here before. Feng Yuing remarked, a rosy glow gracing her cheeks as she smiled charmingly. Spotting a familiar face, especially a stunning one, lifted Yifan's spirits, and he walked over with a smile, saying, it's my first time here. A petite young woman clad in a black uniform giggled, Minister, is this your boyfriend? He certainly exudes a masculine charm. I didn't realize you had a penchant for this type. Xiaolian, what nonsense are you spouting? This is my younger brother, Feng Yuing replied, her voice trailing off. Another colleague, dressed in a white shirt with a short haircut, chimed in, Minister Feng seems a bit shy. Just confess your relationship. We won't spill any secrets at the office. Oh dear, who would have thought Minister Feng is already taken? Those suitors must be heartbroken. Another office worker remarked with a smirk. Feng Yuing rolled her eyes and retorted, you may jest, but just wait until work starts. I'll show you how to handle such teasing. As she spoke, Feng Yuing shifted slightly to make room on the sofa, saying, Yifan, come join us. After all, you're by yourself. Initially, Yifan contemplated seeking a woman to indulge with, but given the company of these stunning ladies, he readily agreed. As they chatted and sipped their drinks, Yifan learned that these women were all part of Feng Yuing's department, her loyal subordinates, who often gathered after work for socializing. Do you confirm his suspicions? Yifan asked. Sister Yuing, is the White Shark Gang still bothering you? Feng Yuing flashed a radiant smile. You might not believe it, but today the leader of the White Shark Gang actually came to the office to apologize. I have no idea what transpired, but thankfully, it's all behind us. That's a relief. Yifan nodded. Xiaolian interjected eagerly. Minister Feng, trust me, it must be some wealthy admirer secretly helping you deal with them. Fool, do you think this is a drama? There are no such conveniences. Xiaoying shook her head dismissively. Feng Yuing's eyes reflected a hint of confusion as she contemplated this, realizing she didn't recognize anyone fitting that description, and decided to dismiss the thought. Raising her glass to Yifan, she declared, Come, regardless of the circumstances, I toast to you. Thanks to you, I managed to escape unscathed yesterday. As soon as those words left her lips, the group of office workers caught the scent of a juicy story and clamored to know what had transpired the previous day. Naturally, Feng Yuing refrained from divulging the details, offering only a brief overview. Oh, so it was a case of a hero saving the damsel in distress. Minister Feng, you claim Yifan is merely a brother. We don't believe that for a second, Xiaolian chuckled. Feng Yuing's cheeks flushed even deeper at their teasing, and just as she was about to defend herself, she noticed a group approaching. Upon seeing them, Feng Yuing's expression darkened, her eyes glinting with barely concealed animosity. The tension in the room was palpable, and the others couldn't help but steal glances in that direction. A young man, clad in a Givenchy floral t-shirt, adorned with a Rolex, tall and fair, approached with a few similarly dressed companions, all wearing casual, arrogant grins. Ah, how familiar. It's my dear Ying Ying. How have you been lately? Feng Yueying suppressed her emotions, pretending not to hear as she took a sip of her drink. Xiao Lian and the others bristled with indignation but were hesitant to voice their thoughts. Just as Yifan was trying to make sense of the situation, the young man turned his ire towards him. Hey, you little brat, scram and give me your seat. He beckoned dismissively, completely disregarding Yifan. Yifan, of course, was unwilling to budge. Shaking his glass of whiskey, feel free to try and take it. You know who I am. Anyone daring to act tough around me has ended up with broken limbs. The young man scoffed, is that so? Yifan remained unfazed, continuing to drink. Seeing Yifan's refusal to yield, the young man slammed his hand on the table. Consider this your last warning. Don't refuse a toast and instead drink a punishment. At last, Feng Yueying could no longer contain herself. Her eyes reddened as she glared at him. Zhoukan, enough. I don't want to see you. Take your friends and leave. Zhoukan smirked. Ying, you finally called my name? Don't be so fierce. I'm here only out of concern for an old friend. That is unnecessary. We were never friends. Feng Yueying shot back. Zhoukan feigned innocence, so heartless. I was merely going to offer you some money. I heard your brother's medical bills are quite steep. Feng Yueying's face drained of color, disbelief washing over her as she stared at Zhoukan, her voice trembling. You have the audacity to mention my brother, you beast. You scoundrel. May you meet a miserable end. In a fit of rage, Feng Yueying splashed her drink across Zhoukan's face and clothes. You crazy woman. What is wrong with you? Zhoukan exploded in fury, lunging to slap Feng Yueying. Feng Yueying gasped, bracing herself for the blow, only to find that his hand was halted mid-air. Yifan had firmly grasped Zhoukan's wrist with his left hand. Hitting a woman is no skill. Yifan's voice turned low and steady. Let go. You're asking for death. Zhoukan roared, fury radiating off him as he swung his other fist towards Yifan's face. But before he could land the punch, Yifan's right hand pushed hard against his chest, sending Zhoukan crashing to the ground. Zhoukan was bewildered, the force of the push toppling him over, leaving him in agony. Boss, are you all right? His lackeys rushed to assist him. Feng Yueying and her female colleagues were alarmed, while patrons in the bar turned to witness the commotion. Yifan, you should leave. You can't afford to provoke this guy, Feng Yueying urged anxiously, pushing him away. Yet Yifan remained composed, replying, if I leave, what will happen to you? Feng Yueying hesitated, warmth blooming in her chest. This man wanted to protect her? At that moment, a seething Zhoukan rose, his face twisted with rage. Think you can run? No chance. You dare hit me, I'll call my dad and have him take care of you. Upon hearing this, Feng Yueying stepped forward. Zhoukan, I was the one who splashed you. If you have an issue, come at me. It has nothing to do with anyone else. Zhoukan chuckled sinisterly. Feng Yueying, are you scared? There are cameras here. This guy won't escape. If you want to protect him, you'd better come with me to a hotel tonight. Feng Yueying's cheeks flushed crimson as she retorted, despicable, shameless. Since you refuse to sleep with me, I'll just have to call my dad, Zhoukan said, pulling out his phone. Feng Yueying trembled, feeling helpless. She knew if Yifan caught the attention of Zhou's family, he would suffer greatly, and he had acted to protect her. She couldn't stand by and let him be hurt. Wait. Feng Yueying stammered, wanting to agree but unable to voice the humiliation. What? My patience is running thin, Zhoukan taunted, his finger hovering over his phone screen. Just as Feng Yueying was about to concede, Yifan sprang up like a tiger from its lair, landing a punch squarely in Zhoukan's abdomen. Oh! Zhoukan gasped, his insides churning violently as his stomach rebelled, spilling its contents. Immediately, Yifan followed with a kick, sending him sprawling 3 meters away, crashing into a table with a bone-jarring thud. Gasps erupted in the bar. No one expected the seemingly mild-mannered Yifan to unleash such ruthless strength. Seeing Zhoukan taken down, his lackeys rushed in, attempting to retaliate, but Yifan dispatched them with ease, leaving them groaning on the floor. Leaning back, Yifan lit a cigarette, exhaling calmly. Forcing a woman into bed is no different from being a rapist. Scum like you are the most despised in prison. Zhoukan, now a quivering mess, eyes bloodshot with tears, shouted, I'll call my dad to have you arrested. You're finished with that. Zhoukan and his gang scuttled out of the bar, tails between their legs. Yifan sighed, returning to his seat, addressing the table of stunned women. Don't mind them. Let us continue drinking. Feng Yueying and the others exchanged wry smiles. After such an uproar, they hardly dared stay. Let us head back for now. Xiaolian and the others gathered their bags and departed. With everyone gone, the empty table felt awkward. Yifan and Feng Yueying exchanged glances before settling their bill and leaving the bar. Walking towards the subway station, the warm breeze swept through the dimly lit streets, the two walking side by side, resembling a couple. Feng Yueying sighed, her expression troubled. Yifan, you were too reckless. What do you mean? Yifan inquired. Zhou Ken's father is Zhou Haiyang, the leader of the Purple Bamboo Forest, one of the three major gangs in Huahai City. Though they are discreet, their power rivals that of the White Shark Gang. We cannot hope to contend with them, is that so? I simply didn't want you to be bullied. Yifan smiled, completely unfazed. Hearing this, Feng Yueying felt a peculiar warmth in her heart, her gaze on him shifting. She halted her steps, Yifan, noticing her pause, turned curiously. What's wrong, Sister Yueying? Feng Yueying bit her lip, hesitating. Would you accompany me to the riverbank? Under the serene and enchanting night sky, the spring river flowed through the city, rushing towards the sea. After purchasing a bag of canned beer from a 24-hour convenience store, the two settled on a slope by the riverbank, gazing at the flowing waters and passing boats, sipping their drinks. Through Feng Yueying's recounting, Yifan learned of her past grievances with Zhouken. Zhouken pursued me relentlessly for a long time 2 years ago, but I knew he was trouble. So I kept rejecting him. One day, he came to my house intending to force himself on me, and fortunately, my brother returned just in time, leading to a confrontation. He pushed my brother down the stairs, causing severe brain damage, leaving him a vegetable. Feng Yueying's eyes shimmered with unshed tears as she murmured. Because of Zhou Ken's family connections, he was only detained for a few weeks before being released, while my brother has been in a care facility for over 2 years. This incident has aged my parents significantly. They blame me for not taking care of my brother. I can't bear to return home to face them. Though Yifan had surmised the general events, hearing her story left him feeling a pang of sympathy. Behind her glamorous facade, Feng Yueying bore an immense burden alone, which perhaps explained why she resided in the company apartment, immersing herself in work. The whiskey from the bar combined with the beers made the evening air intoxicating. Feng Yueying's enchanting face flushed a vibrant red, her eyes sparkling alluringly. Yifan, why are you so kind to me? She asked, hugging her knees, resting her head against them, gazing dreamily at him. Yifan burped softly. I'm merely doing what is right. Besides, I'm a man. It's only natural to be a bit attentive to a beautiful woman. With a playful laugh, Feng Yueying shot him a teasing glance. You are quite candid. Nevertheless, I still must thank you. Yifan retrieved another can of beer, opened it, and offered it to her. Another one? Feng Yueying puffed her cheeks. I need to use the restroom. I've had too much. Then I'll drink, Yifan said, reaching for it. No. I still want to drink. Feng Yueying snatched the beer back, gulping down a couple more swigs. Yifan couldn't help but marvel at the complexity of a woman's mind. Noticing the beer was nearly finished, he produced a cigarette and lit it. As the last can of beer was consumed, the alcohol began to take effect, and Feng Yueying leaned against Yifan's shoulder, her words becoming slurred. Yifan turned to her, catching a whiff of her intoxicating scent. Sister Yueying, let me take you back to your apartment? After a few seconds, Feng Yueying slowly lifted her head, her gaze hazy as she looked at Yifan. Dare you accompany me to another place? Chapter 16. A domestic woman. Yifan, of course, had no qualms about going. He had no reason to hesitate. The place Feng Yueying referred to was merely her own purchased apartment. Moon Bay Community was a property Feng Yueying had bought with her own funds, a spacious 150 square meters located within the third ring of Huahai City, a rather desirable area. However, Feng Yueying typically resided in the company apartment, seldom returning to this home. It was likely the emptiness of this place reminded her of her brother in the care facility. Taking the elevator to the 20th floor, Feng Yueying fumbled with her keys, her hand trembling slightly as she opened the door. Perhaps the air conditioning had sobered her up a bit, as she realized the implications of this invitation were steeped in ambiguity. What was she truly thinking, bringing a man here, especially after only 2 days of growing closer? Yet, having come this far, she couldn't simply send Yifan away. They were both adults, and inviting him into her private home at night was a clear indication of her intentions. To dismiss him now would be unnecessarily cruel, especially after recalling how he had stood up for her. Yueying, are you all right? Did you grab the wrong key? Yifan noticed her nervousness, finding it amusing. Feng Yueying took a deep breath, finally opening the door and softly saying, Come in. Stepping inside, the decor was warm and inviting. Soft-colored sofas and chairs adorned the space, while the beige walls were adorned with scenic artwork. However, the absence of regular occupants rendered the air devoid of any familial warmth. Tossing her bag aside and shedding her outer layers, Feng Yueying was left in a delicate white shirt that illuminated her figure under the light. The alcohol heightened the alluring scent that enveloped her. Turning to face Yifan, her beautiful eyes blinked at him, her long lashes fluttering, exuding an irresistible charm. "Why, Yifan, are you single?" She felt it necessary to clarify. Yifan nearly chuckled at her question, realizing she was genuinely sober now, contemplating such matters. "I do have a girlfriend, but she's a fake. Does that count?" Feng Yueying took his words as a jest, rolling her eyes, "Having one or not, what does it matter if it's real or not?" Yifan shrugged. "In truth, there isn't one." Feng Yueying breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. Stepping closer to him, lifting her chin, closing her eyes, her expression tinged with nervousness. Seeing her in such a vulnerable state, Yifan felt a mix of amusement and affection. "Sister Yueying, what are you doing?" he asked playfully. Feng Yueying opened her eyes, her cheeks flushed, feeling a bit embarrassed. You're bullying me. You know that, bullying? What do you mean?" Feng Yueying bit her lip, her frustration evident, "If you don't know, then forget it." With that, she turned to leave. But in that instant, Yifan grasped her shoulder, turning her back towards him, gently cradling her back, and leaned down to kiss her soft, cool lips. Before Feng Yueying could react, she found herself enveloped in Yifan's kiss, her bright eyes wide with surprise, her body trembling slightly. "Wait a moment," she stammered, startled by his touch. "Why?" Yifan halted, his breath a bit heavy. "What's wrong?" Feng Yueying's face was flushed a deep crimson as she murmured, "I need to use the restroom first." "Why?" Yifan chuckled. "Can't hold it in, can you?" Feng Yueying felt an overwhelming urge to hide beneath the sofa. It was simply too embarrassing. Why? Yifan, without uttering another word, rose from the woman's side and made his way out. Feng Yueying hastily stood up and fled to the bathroom in a state of panic, closing the door behind her. Once inside, she leaned against the door, slowly sliding down to the floor, her heart racing like a startled deer. Instinctively, she touched her crimson lips, as though lingering traces of the man's scent still remained. This Yifan, appearing so earnest, possessed such remarkable skills. Feng Yueying mused, growing ever more curious about the man's true background. However, as her mind steadied, unease began to creep in. She pondered how to proceed once she emerged. To put it plainly, she was still a traditional and conservative woman. Had it not been for the evening's provocations and the immense sense of security Yifan provided by helping her twice, she would never have impulsively invited him into her home. Of course, it wasn't that she disliked Yifan. Rather, she felt their relationship had not yet reached that stage point. 5 minutes later, Feng Yueying hesitantly returned to the living room, her heart racing, only to find Yifan already stripped down, sprawled on the sofa, snoring softly. Feng Yueying froze for a moment, then let out a sigh of relief. Since the man was asleep, there was no need to dwell on it further. Silly man, not even worried about catching a cold. She smiled and shook her head, retrieving an air-conditioning blanket from the bedroom to gently cover Yifan, careful not to wake him. After a long day, she too felt weary. With the weekend ahead and no work obligations, she planned to shower in the morning and lay down on her large bed, soon succumbing to sleep. What she did not know was that once she drifted off, Yifan in the living room opened his eyes helplessly. He had been pretending to sleep, having discerned that Feng Yueying seemed to be quite inexperienced, both in terms of her skills and reactions. Fortunately, Feng Yueying had taken a trip to the restroom, allowing Yifan the opportunity to calm down and simply feign sleep, thus resolving the matter altogether. The next morning, sunlight streamed into the living room. Yifan awoke to an enticing aroma and, upon opening his eyes, discovered a captivating figure clad in a loose-fitting white t-shirt, adorned with an apron, her hair tied up, busily preparing breakfast in the kitchen. She wore a pair of orange shorts that accentuated her legs, swaying gently as she moved, undeniably alluring. Why? Yifan's gaze lingered, entranced by the image of a beautiful homemaker and the warmth of a cozy abode, stirring a sense of longing within him. Just then, Feng Yueying turned to grab a plate. Catching sight of Yifan watching her, a hint of shyness and joy flickered across her unadorned face. "You woke up without a word, and now you're secretly watching me? Ying, you look truly beautiful," Yifan blurted out. Feng Yueying's face flushed instantly. "What did you just call me?" Yifan grinned. "We've kissed and touched. Calling you Ying isn't too much, is it?" Feng Yueying found herself at a loss for words, for she felt no aversion in her heart. All she could muster was, "Go wash your face and brush your teeth." "Breakfast is ready." As Yi Fan entered the bathroom, he discovered that she had already prepared a towel and a toothbrush for him, silently appreciating the comfort of having a woman look after him. After washing up, he joined her at the dining table, where a generous serving of fried rice and a bowl of seaweed soup awaited. Yi Fan was taken aback. Feng Yueying, misinterpreting his surprise as distaste for the simplicity of the meal, smiled shyly. "I don't often stay here, so there aren't too many ingredients. Next time, I'll buy some groceries and cook something delicious for you. I really can cook that." Yi Fan quickly shook his head. "That's not what I meant. It's just I haven't had breakfast at someone else's home in quite some time. It feels a bit strange." Feng Yueying fell silent for a moment, feeling a pang in her heart. Then, with a gentle smile, she said, "You can come find me anytime. I'll cook for you." Hearing this, Yi Fan couldn't help but tease, "Ying, are you suggesting you want to live together?" I didn't mean it like that." Feng Yueying's face turned crimson as she internally berated herself for being so foolish. Just as they were about to sit down to breakfast, the doorbell rang. Feng Yueying was puzzled. Who could possibly be visiting so early? She approached the door and peered through the peephole, her face paling. "Open the door! Damn it! Open the door! We know Yi Fan is inside," a loud voice shouted from outside. Feng Yueying's expression turned urgent, but she felt utterly powerless. She turned back to ask, "What should we do?" "It's the thugs from Ziziland looking for you. It must be Zhou Can who told his father something." Yi Fan took a couple of bites of his meal before leisurely pulling out his phone to send a text message. After sending it, he stood up and said, "Don't worry, just open the door. Nothing bad will happen. You don't understand. They're particularly ruthless, and they're connected to the Defense Department. If they take you away, you'll suffer greatly." Feng Yueying's eyes brimmed with tears as she self-reproached. "It's all my fault. I shouldn't have been so impulsive yesterday." Yi Fan walked over to her side. "Silly girl, you didn't do anything wrong. There's no need to blame yourself." Without waiting for Feng Yueying's dazed gaze, he opened the door. Standing outside were 4 burly men dressed in black shirts, with the leader sporting purple hair and wearing earrings. "You must be Yi Fan. Did you think hiding in a woman's place would keep us from finding you? You've got some guts, daring to hit our young master." Yi Fan shrugged. "Hitting him doesn't require much bravery." "Hey, you little punk, you've got quite the mouth. How about you come out and have some fun with us?" The purple-haired man smirked. Yi Fan had already made up his mind. He didn't want to create a bloody scene in front of Feng Yueying, so he nodded. "Sure, where are we going?" "Haha, you really don't know when to quit. Since you're looking for trouble, then come with us." With that, 2 thugs stepped forward, pushing Yi Fan towards the elevator. The purple-haired man turned back to Feng Yueying, threateningly stating, "You better not call the police, or you'll know the consequences." Feng Yueying stood helplessly at the door, tears streaming down her face as she realized her utter uselessness. As Yi Fan was shoved into the elevator, she gritted her teeth. She knew calling the police might be futile and would likely put her in danger as well, but she couldn't just watch Yi Fan be taken away. Resolutely, she took out her phone and dialed the police. More than half an hour later, Yi Fan was taken by a van to a nightclub. Since it was morning, the place was eerily empty. As he entered the first-floor dance hall, he found around 20 tough-looking men gathered, and a middle-aged, portly man stood alongside Zhou Can. Spotting Yi Fan, immediately displayed an excited and sinister grin. "Dad, this is the guy who hit me last night. He called me a rapist." Zhou Haiyang, dark-skinned and wearing a jade ring, puffed on a cigar. Though shorter in stature, he exuded a fierce presence. "Do you know me?" Zhou Haiyang inquired, exhaling smoke. Yi Fan shook his head. "Know which gang are you from, or which family do you belong to?" Zhou Haiyang pressed. "Neither. I'm a loner." Yi Fan recalled phrases from martial arts novels. Zhou Haiyang chuckled. "So you have no enmity with our Ziziland or our Zhou family?" "I only met your son yesterday. I have no reason for enmity," Yi Fan replied. Zhou Haiyang's expression darkened. "So you were just looking for death, huh?" Zhou Can, impatient, shouted, "What are you waiting for? Hold him down and beat him. I want to crush him." "Yes, young master." The group of thugs advanced with a fierce demeanor, eager to please their boss. But just then, a flying knife shot through the air like lightning, slicing through a rolling light and crashing down from above. Shattering it, with a loud crash, the thugs froze in shock, unsure of what had just happened. Zhou Haiyang, recognizing the owner of the flying knife, turned pale and looked towards the entrance. "The president." "What? The president is here? The thugs were equally astonished, respectfully moving to welcome her. Ning Zimo casually stepped onto the steps at the entrance, instantly transforming the spacious hall into her domain. She was the queen here, and none could resist her command. However, it was evident that today she had come in a hurry, dressed rather casually in a loose gray sleeveless dress and black open-toe sandals, her hair cascading freely. Yet her regal aura rendered her simple attire strikingly alluring. Following her was only Zhao Zhong, whose expression was grim. "President, why did you come without prior notice?" Zhou Haiyang forced a smile, anxiety gnawing at him. Ning Zimo cast a cold glance at the father and son before striding directly to the center of the dance floor. Standing before Yi Fan, a deep sense of guilt and shame flickered in her eyes as she spoke in a quiet voice. "I'm sorry, I didn't expect this to happen." The gathered members of the Zizulan gang were utterly dumbfounded, unable to comprehend this turn of events. The esteemed leader of the Zizuland, the underground queen of Huahai, rumored to possess a mysterious noble lineage, was apologizing to a seemingly insignificant man. Yet the next moment left everyone even more astounded. Yi Fan reached out a finger, gently lifting Ning Zimo's chin, as if treating her like a cherished concubine. "Sister Ning, why are you apologizing to me? I hit your Zhou family's hall master's son. Yet they haven't done anything to me." Ning Zimo, visibly anxious, asked, You're really not angry with me?" Yi Fan smiled and shook his head. "Do you think if I were truly angry, I would still text you?" Upon hearing this, Ning Zimo finally relaxed, but she immediately turned her icy gaze toward Zhou Can and his father. "It's these guys who have tarnished my image in your eyes. I've warned you countless times. If anyone from Zizulan dares to act recklessly behind my back, I will not show mercy." Her voice was filled with authority. Zhou Haiyang, witnessing his trembling son beside him, forced a smile and stepped forward. "President, I truly didn't know. If I had known this was your friend, we wouldn't have had these misunderstandings." "Who said he was my friend?" Yi Fan replied coldly. Zhou Haiyang could only smile awkwardly. "President, I truly didn't know this why he was acquainted with you. Would you mind introducing us?" Ning Zimo's expression remained impassive. "You're not qualified to know." In truth, even Ning Zimo herself was unaware of Yi Fan's background. She simply knew that this man was not someone who could be contained within a small place like Huahai. "Yi Fan, how do you intend to resolve this matter?" Ning Zimo inquired cautiously. Yi Fan casually replied, "No need for any fuss. Just don't let me see these two father and son again." Upon hearing this, Ning Zimo furrowed her brows and murmured, "Is that so?" Zhou Haiyang, feeling awkward and frustrated, said, "President, Mr. Yi, if I have offended you in any way, please forgive me. I'll treat you to a meal. Let us consider it an apology." Suddenly, Ning Zimo smiled, but the radiant beauty of her smile was tinged with a chilling coldness. "Zhou, you are an elder in the association. Back when my grandfather was around, you were already a hall master. Ordinarily, even if you betrayed me, I would still spare your life." Hearing this, Zhou Haiyang's hair stood on end, his expression turning to one of horror. "President, what do you mean? Are you going to kill me?" The other members of the Zhou family were also panicking, unable to believe that because Zhou Haiyang and his son had crossed paths with Yi Fan, they would be executed for it. Ning Zimo sighed, "There's no other way. I can't let Yi Fan take action himself. That would be a greater disrespect to you. I will have Xiao Zhao deal with it quickly. There won't be any pain." Zhou Haiyang staggered back, drenched in sweat, his face ashen. "No, this can't be happening. Why? I've worked hard for Zizuland. Why should I die just because of some nobody?" "Ning Zimo, are you out of your mind? I'm your elder, Dad. I'm scared. I don't want to die." Zhou Can cried out, rushing over to hug Zhou Haiyang, weeping uncontrollably. "Don't be afraid, son. We have our people here. They can't do anything to us. Once we get out, we'll gather the others and tell them this woman has gone mad. Let us see what she does with that," Zhou Haiyang shouted. "Someone, block them. Protect us as we retreat." A few of Zhou's thugs hesitated but eventually decided to run out and try to cover their master's escape. Just at that moment, two flying knives struck, embedding themselves in the foreheads of two thugs, who immediately collapsed, lifeless. Ning Zimo, clutching several willow leaf knives that seemed to have appeared from nowhere, coldly declared, "This is Zizuland. Who do you think you owe your loyalty to?" This overwhelming display of power utterly stunned everyone. The thugs all knelt in submission, crying out for mercy from the president. You all." Zhou Haiyang's face turned ashen, unable to comprehend how his men had all surrendered to Ning Zimo. Suddenly, a chilling voice emerged from behind Zhou Haiyang. "Hall Master, my apologies." A bloodied hand pierced through Zhou Haiyang's chest. Xiao Zhao had appeared behind him, wearing 5 metallic finger gloves that were razor-sharp, piercing through Zhou Haiyang's body while crushing his heart. "Dad!" Zhou Can shrieked, fainting from shock. As Xiao Zhao prepared to eliminate Zhou Can as well, Yifan intervened. "Xiao Zhao, don't kill this one. Just crush his dot and strip him, then toss him onto the street," Yifan instructed. Xiao Zhao nodded with a grin. "Understood, Brother Fan. It shall be done." The surrounding thugs exchanged sorrowful glances towards Zhou Can, who had openly threatened to crush Yifan, only to find themselves facing a similar fate. At that moment, Zhou Haiyang's phone began to ring. Ning Zimo picked it up and activated the speakerphone. "Is this Hall Master Zhou? A woman named Feng Yueying has called the police, saying she wants to arrest you. I've managed to suppress the situation. You should take care of that woman. Hello? Can you hear me?" Ning Zimo smashed the phone to pieces, her voice laced with resentment. "So it turns out, you did this for that woman again?" Yifan paused, realizing the implication, and chuckled. "Just a coincidence. Nothing more. I understand. You don't need to explain." However, Ning Zimo wore a look of disappointment and sorrow as she turned to leave. Yifan was at a loss for words, unsure how to interpret this scene. But whether her sadness was genuine or not, he felt compelled to comfort her. He hurriedly followed her outside to the Mercedes S600 she was sitting in, a car equipped with bulletproof glass and a specially tuned engine. "Sister Ning, don't be like this. My relationship with Yingying isn't as complicated as you think," Yifan said. "Yingying? You've begun to call her that?" Ning Zimo leaned against the window, her voice tinged with sadness. "So you've always had someone else in your heart. No wonder I could never enter your heart." Yifan, both amused and exasperated, sighed. "If you can't enter my heart, it's because you've already taken up residence there." Ning Zimo finally lifted her gaze, a sweet smile gracing her lips. "Really? Of course it is true. If it weren't, why would I bother to send you a message? I could have dealt with that group myself. I am merely trying to spare you, the president, some face. If I were to single-handedly eliminate your faction in Zizulan, how could you maintain your authority within the organization? How would you explain it to your subordinates?" Yifan remarked. Ning Zimo pondered for a moment, finding some logic in his words, yet still feeling unsatisfied. She eagerly inquired, "Between me and that Feng Yueying, who is more beautiful?" Without a moment's hesitation, Yifan replied, "Of course, it is you, Ning Jia. You are truly a goddess." Ning Zimo's spirits lifted even further, though she playfully retorted, "You only say that to appease me. If I am more beautiful than her, why don't you call my name? After all, we are the same age." "What? You even investigated our ages?" Yifan asked, astonished. "Ning Jia, is that really necessary?" Yifan was almost exasperated by this woman. Ning Zimo felt a tinge of embarrassment and muttered, "What else could I expect when you always ignore me? I want to see which vixen could possibly steal you away. I certainly do not ignore you. It's just what?" Ning Zimo pressed, her curiosity piqued. "Just that I am a person of modest aspirations, seeking only to work, earn a living, and lead a stable life. Being with you doesn't seem appropriate," Yifan confessed. Ning Zimo's expression shifted immediately. Her eagerness turned to a chill of anger as she pointed to the car door and shouted, "Get out! Exit the vehicle!" Yifan was taken aback, scratching his head, unsure of how he had offended her. "Ning Jia, did I say something wrong? Get out!" Ning Zimo shouted again. With no alternative, Yifan exited the car. Yet he remained puzzled. "Ning Jia, why are you so upset? So, in your eyes, I am merely a woman who approaches you for her own interests? Yifan, you have truly disappointed me." Tears glistened in Ning Zimo's eyes as she slammed the car door shut. Yifan stood outside, at a loss for words. He certainly did not mean it that way, yet his actions seemed to imply otherwise. Xiao Zhao, having washed his hands somewhere, hurried into the car, aware that the boss had quarreled with Yifan. He dared not speak, merely offering Yifan a conciliatory smile before driving away. Yifan stood by the roadside, ruffling his hair in frustration. With Ning Zimo in such a foul mood, he decided it best not to provoke her further. He took out his phone, intending to call Feng Yueying to assure her of his safety, but then he remembered he had never saved her number. He resolved to walk to the nearest subway station, preparing to return to Feng Yueying's residence. However, as soon as he stepped into the underground station, he sensed a pair of eyes watching him from behind. Yi Fan squinted, maintaining his composure as he continued on the subway. Nonetheless, when he was just one stop away from Yaya Bay, he exited prematurely. He wandered down a desolate alley, turning into a shadowy passageway devoid of people. Confirming that he was alone, Yi Fan halted his steps. "Come out, you've been trailing me for quite some time. Don't you find it tedious?" As he lit a cigarette, he remarked with a hint of resignation. After a moment, the previously empty alley indeed witnessed a hesitant figure stepping forward. Chapter 0019. The elephant-headed god inside the number 6 residence at Bai Lu Jun. Since it was the weekend, Su Qingxue did not go to work. She sat in the downstairs dining area, enjoying a fruit platter for breakfast while watching the morning news. Aunt Zhang brought out some dried clothes and sighed as she glanced at the garments Yi Fan had left behind. "Miss, Yi Fan was sent away by you last night and hasn't he returned since? He didn't even take his luggage. He wouldn't he be sleeping on the streets, would he?" Su Qingxue paused, her brow furrowing. "He really hasn't he come back?" "Yes, I checked the room early this morning, and it was empty." "What if something happened?" Aunt Zhang suggested. "Why don't you call and ask? He is a grown man. It's not winter outside, he should be fine. Perhaps he just returned to his own place to sleep." Su Qingxue was reluctant to call him. Aunt Zhang hesitated, her expression contemplative. "Miss, please don't think me meddlesome, but Yi Fan mentioned your father last night. It might relate to his own experiences." Su Qingxue looked at Aunt Zhang, puzzled. "What do you mean?" "Think about it. Mississippi Yi Fan lost his parents at a young age and grew up alone. He must yearn for a father figure. Seeing you argue with your father must have been hard for him. He longs for a father but has never had the chance to argue with one," Aunt Zhang said sadly. Su Qingxue's eyes widened, lost in thought. "Are you saying he is an orphan?" Aunt Zhang appeared confused. "How could you not know?" Su Qingxue bit her lip, a complex emotion flickering in her eyes as she recalled Yi Fan's words from the previous night. Suddenly grasping the significance, "I'll call him and ask." Su Qingxue picked up her phone, adding, "But let us be clear. This is your suggestion, Aunt Zhang, and not my idea." Upon hearing this, Aunt Zhang chuckled, her eyes narrowing with amusement. "Indeed, it was my suggestion. You are quite magnanimous." Mississippi Su Qingxue cleared her throat and dialed the number. The call connected quickly. Su Qingxue tried to soften her tone, asking, "Where are you?" "I'm outside." Yi Fan's reply was curt. "I know you're outside." Su Qingxue retorted, exasperated. "I meant, where exactly are you?" Yi Fan countered. "Is there something you need?" Su Qingxue frowned. She had intended to inquire where he had spent the night, but his cold demeanor made her abandon the thought. "Yes, nothing. Just asking. If there's nothing, I'll hang up." Before Su Qingxue could say anything else, Yi Fan had already ended the call. Her expression gradually cooled, and she slammed her phone down on the table, stabbing a piece of melon with her fork as if it were her enemy. "Aunt Zhang, let us not bother with him. Let him be." The old woman beside her sighed in resignation, thinking that had she known it would turn out this way, she wouldn't have suggested the call at all. In the alley, Yi Fan returned his phone to his pocket, took a drag from his cigarette, and surveyed the dark-skinned, slender man before him. This man was dressed in ordinary street attire, with braids and a cap, his facial features indicating he was not of Han descent. "How did you discover me, Mr. Yi?" the man asked in English, his eyes reflecting a hint of confusion. He considered himself to be an expert in tracking. And yet, he had been spotted after such a brief time. Yi Fan exhaled smoke, his expression unfazed. "ITSU? ISNT it? You've changed your pursuers 3 times along the way, including 1 woman and 2 men. Your accents suggest you're from the Samar region of the Philippines, if I'm not mistaken. The tattoo on your hand and the eagle-headed ring indicate that you belong to the B-class organization. Monkey Eagle as a bounty hunter." The braid-haired man gaped, momentarily stunned before forcing a tense smile. "It seems Ye is indeed extraordinary. No wonder you have made friends with Dr. Ganesha." Upon hearing the name Ganesha, Yi Fan surmised the man's intentions and spoke in a grave tone. "I don't care what Monkey Eagle intends to do. You shouldn't have come looking for me." Mendo smiled. "Our organization is searching for Dr. Ganesha worldwide. In the laboratory of the elephant-headed god, there is a piece of information that leads to a residence in Huahai City, which happens to be your apartment. An address that the elephant-headed god specifically noted must be of significant importance to him. Mr. Yi, do you know where the elephant-headed god is?" Yi Fan furrowed his brow. It seemed the elephant deity had left behind such clues. He hoped that Monkey Eagle had not leaked this information. "He is already dead. That is no secret," Yi Fan replied. Mendo paused, contemplating. "That may be true, but he is the elephant-headed god. So, anything is possible. I will reiterate. Ganesha is dead. Yifan's tone grew more forceful, his gaze chilling. Mindo instinctively swallowed, feeling an invisible pressure that made his body tense. Who on earth is this person? Mindo's heart raced. Bounty hunters who walked the line between life and death were keenly aware of danger. May I ask, Mr. Yi, do you know where Dr. Ganesha left the ANKH before he died? Mindo inquired. Steeling himself, Yifan replied indifferently, it's merely an unfathomable rumor about something no one has seen. Is that so? Some rumors say that Dr. Ganesha entrusted his legacy to a mysterious friend for safekeeping. Mindo scrutinized Yifan's eyes and expression, trying to glean something. However, Yifan remained unfazed, his annoyance evident. I have made myself clear. I will give you 5 seconds to leave. Starting now. 5.4. Mindo was startled, his heart racing as he turned and fled in haste. In the blink of an eye, Mindo had sprinted far from the block. Yifan finished his cigarette, crushed the butt beneath his foot, and a hint of weariness and resignation flickered in his eyes as he murmured to himself, Elephant head, you've left me with quite the mess. Even in death, Yifan shook his head, sighing. Though he had anticipated being discovered eventually, he hadn't expected it to happen so soon, and certainly not because of an address left behind by someone else. He had initially hoped to lead a quiet life, earning a modest living, but it seemed that desire might soon be dashed. Laying low, wouldn't he resolve the issue? Was he merely a firefly in the darkness? Yifan thought to himself, self-deprecatingly. He feared not being drawn back into conflict, but rather the thought of ruthless individuals targeting those around him filled him with unease as he mulled over these matters. Yifan continued on toward Feng Yue's home. 2 blocks away. In a white car, Mindo and 2 other bounty hunters from Monkey Eagle furrowed their brows in discussion. What did you say? He discovered us already, a flamboyantly dressed woman asked. This person seems quite ordinary. Could he be bluffing to intimidate you? Speculated a chubby man. Mindo shook his head, a bitter smile escaping him. Impossible. This man is definitely a master. Standing before him, I didn't dare to breathe. I nearly stumbled over my words. Despite the apparent flaws in his demeanor, I felt I couldn't possibly defeat him. I have a feeling if I dared to strike, I would never return. The 2 companions gasped in astonishment. The woman seemed skeptical. That can't be true. He can't be that terrifying. Your prowess ranks among the top 5 in our organization. The chubby man countered, even if you're in the top 5, while Monkey Eagle is a B-class organization with some standing in the underground world, this is Huaxia, a place where dragons lie hidden and tigers crouch. It's best to be cautious. Mindo and the woman nodded in agreement. Indeed, their ability to infiltrate Huaxia had been quite challenging, and they could not afford to be careless. The chubby man continued, I believe Mindo. Anyone who can befriend the elephant-headed god is certainly no ordinary person. They must be a formidable opponent. Are we really going to give up just like that? We only just found the information about ANKH. The captain trusts us to carry out this mission, and if we let others handle it, where will our dignity be? We are bounty hunters, after all, living on the edge, making money in dangerous situations. We can't just abandon such a significant opportunity because the opponent might be skilled, the woman protested. Mindo stroked his chin, musing, though he may be stronger than us, he is still a part of society and likely has many ties. Earlier, I overheard him talking on the phone with the woman. Perhaps we can investigate the people around him. The woman and the chubby man exchanged knowing glances, both nodding in agreement. Chapter 0020. Identity revealed. Yifan returned to Feng Yue's residence in Yaya Bay and pressed the doorbell. Soon, Feng Yue opened the door. Upon seeing Yifan standing there unharmed, she felt a mix of joy and surprise. Why, Yifan? They didn't do anything to you, did they? Are you hurt? Yifan turned in a circle, spreading his arms with a smile. Do I look like I'm hurt? Feng Yue breathed a sigh of relief, patting her chest. Come in quickly and tell me what happened. I was worried sick at home. I reported it to the police, but I didn't know if it would make things worse. Yifan felt a warmth in his heart. Feng Yue reporting to the police was a risk in itself, but it was a testament to her concern. Once inside the living room, Yifan casually concocted an excuse, claiming that the Defense Bureau had intervened and warned the Zhou family before releasing him. If he recounted the bloody details, Feng Yue would likely be frightened, and he felt it unnecessary. Really? I thought calling the police would be useless. It seems our Huaxia security is quite good. Feng Yue remarked with genuine concern. Yifan, You need to be less impulsive in the future. I know you have some skills and are good at fighting, but sometimes it's better to let things go. There are many desperate individuals in society, and it's not worth it to confront them. Wei Fan gazed at her with a smile. Ying, you care about me so much. Have you fallen in love with me? Feng Yuan's cheeks flushed a deep crimson as she threw a cushion at him, exclaiming, "What nonsense are you talking about? You were in danger to protect me. It's only natural for me to be concerned." Seeing her flustered expression and the blooming beauty of her face, Yi Fan felt an urge. It had been so long since he had been with a woman, and encountering such a remarkable mature woman was to his liking. He swiftly grasped Feng Yuan's delicate hand, pulling her from the opposite side of the sofa into his embrace. Feng Yuan gasped, looking up to find Yi Fan gazing at her with burning intensity. "You.mmm." Before she could protest, Yi Fan leaned in and kissed her passionately. "Mmm." Thanks to Yi Fan's adeptness, Feng Yuan soon felt warmth spreading through her body, her senses becoming overwhelmed. Yet, deep within, her traditional and conservative nature kept her tethered to a semblance of rationality. She gently pushed Yi Fan away, her enchanting eyes shimmering as she softly said, "Yi Fan, let us not rush. We've known each other for a while, but we still don't know each other well enough. At the very least, we should establish a proper relationship first." Yi Fan halted his actions, feeling a twinge of regret. Indeed, Feng Yuan was not like the women he had encountered abroad, who treated relationships as mere entertainment. Feng Yuan viewed these matters as sacred and solemn, not to be taken lightly. "I apologize, Ying. I was too rash. I won't let it happen again." Yi Fan released her, suppressing his desires. Observing Yi Fan's respect for her feelings, Feng Yuan felt gratified. It indicated that he cared for her. Her eyes danced with affection as she wrapped her arms around his neck, planting a sweet kiss on his lips. "As long as you treat me well, I will eventually be yours. Let us give each other some time, shall we?" Yi Fan inhaled sharply, feeling as if the sudden sweetness had struck his heart, leaving him feeling weak all over. This woman, though appearing dignified and composed, clearly possessed the potential to be quite enchanting. After uttering those words, Feng Yuan blushed again, hastily straightening her clothes. "All right, now that you're safely back, I can relax. Next time, I'll buy some delicious ingredients and cook my specialty for you to try." Yi Fan, wanting to hold her a bit longer, was puzzled. "Why next time? Isn't today the weekend? We could have lunch together." Feng Yuan replied apologetically, "It is indeed the weekend, but my superior needs to meet with me urgently. I was initially worried about you, but now that you're fine, I must hurry out." "I see. Very well then, I shall take my leave as well." Yi Fan recalled that Su Qingxue had called looking for him, and it just so happened that his tool bag was still at by Lu Jun, so it was time for him to return and tidy things up. Even if he were to be ousted, he couldn't afford to part with his means of sustenance. Feng Yuan possessed a red Audi S3, conveniently parked near Crescent Bay. This exquisite and compact vehicle, reasonably priced, suited the demeanor of Feng Yuan, a senior executive, perfectly. However, she usually resided in an apartment close to the company and rarely drove. The woman intended to offer Yi Fan a ride, but since he found the metro quite convenient, she did not insist, and they merely exchanged phone numbers for future contact. After a half-hour subway ride and a short walk, Yi Fan once again arrived at by Lu Jun number 6 upon pressing the doorbell. Aunt Zhang promptly opened the door, her face lighting up with a joyful smile. "Why, Yi Fan, you finally returned. I was so worried about you. Come in." Seeing Aunt Zhang's genuine delight, Yi Fan felt a twinge of guilt. It appeared she considered him family, and he ought to have called her to ease her concerns. However, just as he was about to enter, a familiar female voice rang out from within, questioning, "Yi Fan? What brings you here?" Yi Fan was momentarily taken aback. Raising his gaze to the living room, he discovered Feng Yuan seated on the couch. Yi Fan's mind was a bit muddled, recalling the woman's earlier mention of her boss wanting to discuss matters with her. So, this boss was Su Qingxue? The coldly composed Su Qingxue sat quietly, sipping red tea, her autumnal eyes flickering with contemplation as she calmly inquired, "Minister Feng, do you know Yi Fan?" Though puzzled, Feng Yuan replied truthfully, "Yes, we've known each other for some time. He helped me when I was nearly abducted by the White Shark gang while at the apartment." Feng Yuan dared not mention that they had just come from her residence, as their relationship was rather ambiguous and not suitable for discussion. Su Qingxue had not anticipated that Yi Fan was the man who had rescued Feng Yuan, and she was somewhat taken aback. "How did you two meet?" "CEO Su, aren't you aware? He is the maintenance worker we hired at Jinxiu apartment. His repair skills are quite impressive. Feng Yuang took the opportunity to praise the man. Yet, as these words fell upon Su Qingshua's ears, she felt as though she had been deceived. No wonder he had a tool bag at home, and no wonder he could fix televisions. It turned out his identity was not simply that of a tutor. Yifan, on the other hand, wore a naive smile, feigning nonchalance. Feng Yuang then curiously asked, "Xiao Su, did you ask Yifan to repair some appliance?" Actually, Yifan was contemplating how to explain, yet found himself at a loss for words. Su Qingxue also felt a headache coming on. She did not wish for too many people to know about this matter, as she had only signed a 3-month contract with Yifan. After this special period, their relationship would cease to exist. Thus, this layer of a romantic partnership needed to be known only by those who required knowledge, as it would be embarrassing for the company to learn that she was merely using a man as a faux boyfriend. Maintaining her composure, Su Qingxue suggested, "Minister Feng, let's discuss this in my study. There are some documents you need to review." After all, Feng Yuang was a strong woman in the workplace, prioritizing work. She nodded in agreement. "All right, let's head upstairs." Once the two women ascended, Yifan breathed a sigh of relief and rushed to the kitchen to fetch 2 glasses of ice water from Aunt Jiang, downing them in one go to regain his composure. Aunt Jiang regarded him with a knowing look, her gaze imbued with a special significance that made Yifan's expression turn awkward. Fortunately, Aunt Jiang soon smiled gently and asked, "Yifan, you're finally back. The young lady was concerned about you and called. Why did you hang up without clarifying anything?" Upon hearing this, Yifan blinked in surprise. "What? Qingxue is concerned about me?" "Aunt Jiang, don't tease me. She just kicked me out last night." "It's true. The young lady was unaware of your background, so after I explained, she naturally understood your good intentions." Aunt Jiang eagerly hoped for a reconciliation between the two. Realizing this, Yifan thought to himself, how unexpected it was that this girl had a heart of gold beneath her sharp tongue. It seemed he needn't move out after all. Over an hour later, Feng Yuang descended from upstairs and bid farewell to Aunt Jiang in the kitchen. Yifan, who was watching television, noticed the woman heading for the door and hurried to follow her. "Ying, wait, let me explain." Yifan intercepted Feng Yuang, blocking her from heading to the garage. Feng Yuang wore a cold expression inside. "What is it that you wish to say?" "It's not what you think. My relationship with Qingxue is merely to..." Yifan began to reveal the truth, but then hesitated, realizing that this would breach the confidentiality of their contract. How could he explain this to Su Qingxue? Feng Yuang remained silent, yet a mischievous smile began to play on her lips. Yifan sensed something was amiss and curiously asked, "Ying, do you already know?" Feng Yuang shot him a knowing glance. "You were trying to surprise me, weren't you?" "There's nothing to hide. Come Monday, the entire company will know. How long do you plan to keep this up?" "What?" Yifan's expression turned bewildered. What on earth was happening? Just then, Su Qingxue descended from upstairs, her voice cold as she called, "Yifan, come to my study." Feng Yuang patted Yifan's shoulder. "Hurry up, Assistant Yi. The boss is calling for you." "Assistant?" Yifan felt like crying. What was this madness? Feng Yuang glanced at her watch and said anxiously, "I must hurry to the high-speed train station. CEO Su has asked me to go on a business trip immediately. See you at the company later. Goodbye." With that, Feng Yuang flashed a charming smile and headed to the garage. Yifan, utterly bewildered, quietly made his way upstairs and entered the study. Closing the door behind him, Yifan scratched his head and asked, "Qingxue, what did you tell Sister Yuang?" Seated behind her desk, Su Qingxue was busy printing some documents and replied coolly, "I told her that you and I are friends from the orphanage who recently reconnected. Seeing that you were unemployed, I hired you as my special assistant. Since your living conditions are poor and Aunt Jiang needs a man to help out, I had you move in here." Yifan's lips twitched. Did she truly believe this? Feng Yuang had been my senior in college, and her competency and loyalty were beyond question. Aside from being rather astute in her professional dealings, she was quite naive in her personal life. As long as my words weren't too far-fetched, she would believe me. Su Qingxue evidently understood Feng Yuang's character well. Yifan felt a pang of discomfort. Wasn't this taking advantage of her trust to deceive her? What if I deceive her? Do you want the entire company to know that we are merely pretending to be a couple? Do you wish to solidify this relationship? Besides, my deception has nothing to do with you. What harm would it cause her?" Su Qingxue retorted. Yifan was left speechless. He had just thought this woman was cold on the outside but warm on the inside. Yet now she seemed utterly heartless. "Instead of concerning yourself with others, you should first sign this contract." Su Qingxue handed Yifan a document. Upon glancing at it, Yifan realized it was a temporary employment contract. You truly want me to be your assistant? I already mentioned it to Sister Yueying, so I must follow through. Moreover, given the potential dangers you might face, being at our company is comparatively safer. Moreover, you previously deceived me about being a tutor, yet now you're a maintenance worker. Heaven knows what other part-time jobs you might take on. When I called you earlier, you sounded so unwilling. It's better for you to stay in the company to avoid causing issues that would require searching for you everywhere. Su Qingshue's cold gaze was laced with strong dissatisfaction. Feeling sheepish, Yifan rubbed the back of his head and smiled. Qingxue, I genuinely had something to attend to this morning. It was inconvenient to answer. Su Qingxue slammed her palm on the desk, pointing at the contract. I don't want to hear your explanations. I don't care what you do. Sign the contract immediately, right now. Overwhelmed by the icy demeanor of this Ice Queen seal, Yifan hastily picked up a pen, but then hesitated, shaking his head. No, I don't even know what I'll be doing in the company. Want that reveal my lack of knowledge immediately? Monthly salary is 50,000. I'll sign. Yifan's pen moved like lightning, hastily signing each page, grinning as he handed the contract back to Su Qingshuo. A monthly salary of 50,000, totaling 150,000 over 3 months. And the best part, freedom after 3 months. He couldn't let this opportunity slip away. Su Qingshuo, however, revealed a look of disappointment. This man was, in fact, quite capable, intelligent, and even spoke French. With some cultivation, he could become a talent, yet his flaws were glaringly obvious. He was far too easily swayed by money. Oh, Su, from today onward, I shall be your assistant, and my unofficial role will be as your boyfriend, Yifan declared cheerfully. Saluting. A peculiar smile played on Su Qingshue's lips. I forgot to mention, my assistant's salary starts at 100,000 a month. What? Are you trying to swindle me? Yifan felt as if his heart were bleeding. Su Qingshuo let out a soft snort, collecting the contract with a hint of disdain in her gaze. For someone like you, who speaks naught but lies, this is merely an eye for an eye. From now on, be honest with me. The penalty for breach of contract is 1 million. Yifan felt a wave of despair wash over him. He had truly underestimated this woman's tactics. The following day, Yifan had intended to head to a community to repair an air conditioner, but was promptly halted by Su Qingshuo, who insisted he stay home to study the company's materials, requiring him to familiarize himself with the basic operations and situation of the company. Yifan had no choice. Having signed 2 contracts, he had to obey the orders of his boss and girlfriend for the next 3 months. In the evening, Yifan remembered his bicycle was still at the old apartment, so he brought it back to Bai Lu Jun. However, due to its outdated appearance and several rusted parts, it was so unattractive that even leaving it on the street might not attract anyone's interest. Upon entering the gate, he was even stopped by the security guard. Thankfully, Aunt Zhang intervened, recognizing him as a familiar resident, allowing him to bring the bicycle home. Upon learning of this incident, Su Qingshuo was incensed, baffled by how this man could be so thrifty over something worth merely a few coins as scrap metal. Yet Yifan was indifferent. He had ridden that bicycle for over a year, having personally salvaged it from a flea market. It held sentimental value, and he simply couldn't dispose of it. On Monday morning, Yifan officially began his first day of work, dressed in a suit and tie provided by Su Qingshuo. He looked quite presentable. Su Qingshuo had somehow procured a driver's license for him, appointing him as her chauffeur. Yifan couldn't help but muse about the disparity in their lives. In a world where obtaining a driver's license was notoriously difficult, Su Qingshuo had effortlessly acquired one for him. Driving a sleek, black Lexus LX 570 through the morning traffic, Yifan found himself yawning as he gripped the steering wheel. The pace was even slower than that of his old bicycle. Glancing in the rearview mirror, he saw Su Qingshuo seated behind him, engrossed in her work on an Apple notebook. With no formal meetings scheduled, she had opted for a casual outfit, a light blue off-shoulder dress that highlighted her fair skin, her raven hair cascading over her shoulders. The white pleated skirt reached her knees, revealing her flawlessly slender legs. How could this woman possess such perfect proportions? How could her skin be so exquisitely delicate? Beep beep. The sound of a horn broke the reverie. Su Qingshuo frowned and glanced up, only to catch sight of a pair of colorful eyes watching her from the front. Yifan, what are you staring at? The light's green. Yifan hurriedly started the car, his face flushing with embarrassment. He had been so entranced that he had let the 2-minute red light slip by unnoticed. What were you looking at just now? Su Qingshuo's eyes glinted with irritation. I wasn't looking at anything. I woke up early and was just dozing off. Yi Fan feigned innocence. Su Qingxue regarded him with disdain, grinding her teeth as she muttered, "A liar with a penchant for frugality, greedy and lecherous. You're a man. Can't you show a bit of ambition?" Yi Fan felt utterly demeaned. Unwilling to concede, he retorted, "Who says that? I did deceive you about a few things, but how am I frugal? Who doesn't he like money? And it's precisely because I'm a man that I enjoy looking at beautiful women." Still trying to argue? "I won't even mention the bicycle incident from yesterday. Just look at this," Yu Qingxue said, retrieving a bag from the back seat, revealing the clothes Yi Fan had discarded a few days prior in the garage, which he had forgotten to take out. "You can't even bear to throw away these ragged clothes, and you had Aunt Zhang wash and iron them for you. Are you really that stingy? Even the attire for your job was provided by me. How dare you argue with me?" Su Qingxue tossed the bag back onto the back seat, fearing the old clothes would emit an unpleasant odor, growing more incensed with each thought. Why, Yi Fan grumbled to himself. This beautiful girl certainly lacked tact in her words. Didn't he mind wearing those old clothes to work? It was her request that he wear something new. Yet, he dared not voice his thoughts, for arguing with women was a futile endeavor. Upon arriving at Jinxiu Building, Yi Fan parked the car in the underground garage, precisely in the CEO's designated spot. Before exiting, Su Qingxue warned him, "Remember the 2 rules while at the company. Got it? Refer to you as CEO Su, and keep our relationship confidential." Yi Fan confirmed with an OK gesture. Once assured, they stepped out of the car and walked a short distance to a VIP elevator used by senior company executives. A female white-collar worker, appearing to be around 25 or 26, dressed in a black OL uniform and white shirt, was already waiting there. She wore silver-rimmed glasses and had a refined yet serious demeanor. Upon seeing Su Qingxue approach, the young woman immediately lowered her head respectfully, greeting, "Good morning, CEO Su." Su Qingxue nodded, glancing back at Yi Fan. "This is Chenya, my primary assistant. You should learn from her." Yi Fan smiled and extended his hand. "Hello, I'm Yi Fan. I look forward to working with you." Chenya hesitated briefly but shook Yi Fan's hand. However, she did not meet his gaze, clearly not regarding him highly. Yi Fan thought to himself. No wonder she could be Su Qingxue's top assistant. She was indeed aloof. Chenya quickly opened a tablet and began reporting. "CEO Su, today is the 7th, 9th, 13th, 18th, 26th, 34th. As Chenya rattled off a string of numbers. Yi Fan was utterly perplexed, unsure of what she was referring to. Su Qingxue remained silent and approached the elevator, pressing the button to open the doors and stepping inside. The moment she entered the elevator, her demeanor and aura shifted to one of heightened seriousness and coldness, radiating an undeniable commanding presence. Yi Fan swallowed hard. This woman transformed into a completely different person when she entered work mode, starkly contrasting the relaxed Su Qingxue lounging on the couch, eating fruit and watching television at home. Next, Su Qingxue pressed a series of buttons corresponding to the numbers Chenya had just recited. 7, 9, 13. Yi Fan realized that these were all floor numbers. What was more astonishing was that Su Qingxue, having only heard the numbers once, memorized them all. CEO Su, isn't your office on the 66th floor? Why are we stopping on so many floors?" Yi Fan, having reviewed the Jinxiu Group's materials, was aware of the purpose of each floor. Chenya answered in Su Qingxue's stead, "This is CEO Su's routine morning meeting. She addresses several issues on the way to her office, saving many employees the trouble of running up and down the building, thus increasing office efficiency." Just as Chenya finished explaining, the elevator arrived at the 7th floor. She held the elevator door open, and a suited manager from the investment department was already waiting, ready to hand over a document to Su Qingxue. "Mr. Su, the latest raw materials developed by DL Chemical Company can replace outdated synthetic rubber technologies across multiple fields, significantly reducing production costs for rubber products in the market by 45. During our meeting, we unanimously agreed that we should increase our holdings of DL Company's stock to 4.3, the manager quickly reported. Su Qingxue skimmed through the report in mere seconds before tossing it out of the elevator with a cold remark. "Sell off all our DL Company stocks." The manager was taken aback, thinking he had misheard. "What? Mr. Su, why sell now, when it's about to rise? Their raw materials will face sluggish sales, leading to a sharp decline in their stock price shortly. We must seize this opportunity to divest." Seeing the manager still bewildered, Su Qingxue furrowed her brow and said, "Haven't you noticed the recent personnel changes at DL? They've increased staffing in the logistics department to manage the warehouse. What do you think that signifies?" The manager suddenly realized. Because their production line has overproduced, resulting in increased warehouse pressure? Mr. Su is brilliant. How did I not think of that? Before the manager could shower her with further praise, Su Qingxue had already signaled to Chenya beside her. Chenya understood immediately, closed the elevator door, and continued ascending to the 9th floor. As the elevator opened, a middle-aged woman supervisor handed over a document. Mr. Su, the Taihang Group is unwilling to transfer the land in the West City, stating that an additional 20 million is required. What do you think? Without hesitation, Su Qingxue took a red pen and swiftly wrote a few bold characters on the document. Add 50 million. The woman supervisor, upon seeing this, assumed you had made a mistake, Mr. Su. They only want an extra 20 million. Follow my instructions. Once they agree, have them come to me for final approval, Su Qingxue replied. The woman supervisor stood there, mouth agape in confusion, but could only nod in compliance. As the elevator closed again, Yifan, standing behind the woman, was utterly stunned. Mr. Su, did you mishear? They only want an extra 20 million. Why offer 50 million? That's giving away 30 million for free. Su Qingxue disregarded him entirely, as the elevator had already reached the 13th floor. Another document was presented, and once again, Su Qingxue signed it with just a few words. Thus, on each floor, her pauses lasted no more than 2 minutes, each decision made with remarkable decisiveness, and although the executives may not fully understand, they all nodded obediently to execute her commands. It was as if they firmly believed that by following Su Qingxue's directives, they would never err. This 20-something young woman commanded the absolute trust of company executives ranging from their 30s to 50s. Standing behind, Yifan pondered, could this girl truly be that impressive? After all, Jinxiu Group is among the top 10 in Huahai, a well-known company throughout China, involved in various sectors including venture capital, luxury goods, fashion, real estate, high-end hotels, and even education, e-commerce, brewing, automotive parts, advertising, and engineering design. This meant Su Qingxue, as the president, had to possess a certain degree of knowledge in all these industries to coordinate the larger picture. After dealing with several tasks over approximately half an hour, the trio finally arrived at the 66th floor. Entering a vast presidential office, 3 of its walls were made of floor-to-ceiling tempered glass, reinforced with bulletproof glass. From here, one could overlook the scenery of Huahai City, as if the entire city lay beneath their feet. The decor was simple, with only a few potted green plants, embodying a sleek and minimalist cold color scheme that perfectly complemented Su Qingxue's demeanor. Su Qingxue settled into her presidential seat, while Chenya began retrieving materials that needed reviewing from the morning and handing organized documents to her superior. Yifan, standing nearby, feeling somewhat bored, plopped down on the sofa to play Snake on his outdated phone. Su Qingxue glanced at him and said, Chenya, show him the Taihang Group's materials. Chenya paused momentarily but quickly accessed the information on her tablet and handed it to Yifan. What's this for? Yifan asked, puzzled. Su Qingxue replied nonchalantly, aren't you curious why I'm willing to spend an additional 30 million to buy that piece of land? Yifan nodded. It indeed perplexed him. You have half an hour to find the reason from the Taihang Group's investigation materials. If you can uncover it, I'll arrange an independent office for you, Su Qingxue stated. Why Yifan's eyes brightened at the prospect of an independent office. Does that come with a computer? If there was a computer, he could play games and earn money as a booster. Of course, Su Qingxue affirmed. Why Yifan grinned widely, took the tablet, and began to flip through the information rapidly. Su Qingxue paid him no further heed, believing that even if he found a tenuous reason in 20 minutes, it would be commendable, as even Chenya, who had been with her for 3 years, would likely only realize the rationale after entering her office. However, unexpectedly, within less than 5 minutes, Yifan exclaimed, Oh. Su Qingxue looked up in surprise. What's wrong? Chenya frowned. Don't disturb Su while she's working. No. Yifan waved his hands dismissively, smiling. I just found the reason. So soon? Su Qingxue warned. I'm giving you one chance. Think carefully before you speak. Chenya scoffed. With such little time, how could you possibly find the key reason? Yifan stood up, returned the tablet to Chenya, and confidently said, The Taihang Group appears stable, but their cash flow has hidden risks. If that piece of land isn't sold quickly to secure the funds, they could very well go bankrupt. This revelation. Su Qingxue's eyes narrowed, a glint of sharpness flashing through them. To discern hidden cash flow information in such a brief time frame was impressive. His reading speed alone was remarkable, not to mention his comprehension. Chenya was equally astonished. struggling to fathom that he had truly finished the materials. Yi Fan continued smoothly, Mr. Su, I must commend your strategic maneuver. By offering an additional 20 million, they will likely sell immediately. However, by proposing an extra 50 million, they will become suspicious. Why are you so willing to invest so heavily? Surely there must be significant benefits to this land. This will lead them to second-guess whether they have overlooked any vital information. Such an outrageous price is not something other companies would entertain. Thus, as time passes, they will delay the crucial selling period, and when they finally decide to sell the land at the inflated price, all you need to do is refuse, leaving them utterly helpless. Ultimately, they will have to accept the original price, losing even the additional 20 million, as they will run out of time to seek other buyers. As Yi Fan articulated this series of deductions, a look of satisfaction crossed Su Qingshue's bright eyes. She had indeed not misjudged him. Although he was somewhat superficial and stingy, his mind was agile, and he could learn quickly, well worth nurturing, as he might accomplish significant things. Chenya, observing from the side, was taken aback. She seemed to have underestimated the new assistant her boss had chosen. Naturally, Su Qingxue would never settle for an incompetent aide. Yi Fan then marveled, Mr. Su, if this plan succeeds, the Taihang Group will surely despise you. It would be a massive loss for them. All's fair in love and war. The business world is akin to a battlefield. They chose greed first, so they can hardly blame me for being ruthless. Moreover, if they were clever enough, they should have sought me out immediately to agree to the sale. Their own guilt and insatiable greed led them into my trap. Su Qingxue replied with an air of calm. Yi Fan shrugged, conceding, I must admit, Mr. Su, you are indeed clever. Most people wouldn't think of employing such a counterintuitive strategy, and you are not too shabby yourself. At least you managed to decipher this in 5 minutes. Su Qingxue offered a rare compliment. Hearing this praise, Yi Fan beamed, though he humbly retorted, Oh, it's nothing. Really, don't get too full of yourself, our Mr. Su is a member of Par Society. Don't think that just because you have a bit of cleverness, you're that impressive, Chenya proudly declared, standing tall as if it were her own honor. Yi Fan was taken aback, blinking in surprise. Su is a member of the prestigious society? Chenya responded with an inquisitive tone. You seem to know quite a bit. Yes, Su has an IQ of 180, a bona fide genius. Otherwise, do you think everyone in the company would hold her in such high regard? Par Society is one of the world's most elite high IQ organizations, reportedly with fewer than 50 members, requiring an IQ of at least 175 for entry. Each one is a genius among geniuses, not something achievable merely through wealth or status. Yi Fan's thoughts raced further. He knew that most geniuses with IQs of 180 often excelled in specific areas, such as research, creativity, or business. Yet, they could be somewhat lacking in other aspects, perhaps even weaker than the average person. Additionally, such geniuses might exhibit eccentricities in everyday life, rendering them outliers in the eyes of the common folk. Reflecting on Su Qingshue's cold demeanor and her relationships with family, alongside her romantic void, Yi Fan couldn't help but understand a great deal. However, Su Qingshue's expression turned icy as she shot a glare at Chenya, her voice frigid as she commanded, Do not speak of Par Society again. Chanya's face paled, realizing she had spoken out of turn, and quickly lowered her head in acknowledgement, her expression tense. Many high-level executives in the company were aware that Su Qingsue was one of the rare members of Par Society, yet they dared not mention it, as it was said that the late chairman chose to bring Su Qingsue, a not-so-reputable illegitimate granddaughter, back into the family due to her remarkable intellectual prowess displayed from a young age. Many believe that had it not been for Su Qingshue's intelligence and her status as a rare genius, she might not have been able to return to the Su family, let alone ascend to the position of president. This reality was somewhat cruel for a young woman, as even the prestigious title of Par Society member carried a tinge of melancholy for her. You may leave now, Chenya. Take him to his office. Su Qingshue's mood had evidently soured. Yi Fan could hardly wait to play on the computer and dashed out ahead of Chenya, following her to an independent office on the same floor. He was indeed pleased to find a computer inside. Yi Fan was elated and curiously asked, Assistant Chen, what if I can't find the answer to your question? Chenya's eyes glinted with a hint of mockery. From the very beginning, we intended to assign you this office, regardless of whether you answer correctly or not. Yi Fan's smile froze. Damn it, has she outsmarted me again? Is her IQ also 180 when it comes to playing tricks? But being duped is one thing. Yi Fan was quite at ease. Previously, He played games at internet cafes or at Muumunu's house as a tutor. Now, he had an office and a decent computer. And he couldn't wait to showcase his skills. As he powered on the computer, Chenya placed a thick stack of documents on Yifan's desk. What's this? Yifan glanced over, noting the cover was entirely in French. You mentioned you speak French, so this is your work for the next 3 days. Once translated, print it out and give it to me. My office is right next to yours, Chenya stated in a very formal tone. Yifan blinked, realizing this was an evaluation of a French company, detailing its corporate status from the previous year. It was apparent that significant effort had gone into acquiring this information, as it was not meant for public release. Hence, they had not sought out a translation company yet. So, I really have work to do, Yifan murmured, realizing this had all been planned by Su Qingxue from the start. What else would you expect? Did you think we hired you to loaf around? Chenya retorted, snorting, before turning on her heel to leave. Yes. Yifan smiled and nodded, but once Chenya was gone, he immediately locked the office door. Returning to the computer, he began downloading a game. Chapter 24. Is it really you? Truly, it was a large company. The internet speed was impressive. Yifan pushed the stack of translation documents aside, eagerly downloading QQ. Just as he logged in, a friend named Mu Junju began to bombard him with messages. Woo. Teacher, you're finally online. Come over to my house and help me rank up in honor of kings. This Mu Junju was none other than Yifan's student, Muumunu. Leaning back in his chair, Yifan lit a cigarette and typed, Dear student, teacher is at work. You have a month before school starts. Focus on studying for now, $500. Just get me back to Diamond. I have pocket money now, Muumunu quickly replied. Upon seeing pocket money, Yifan's smile broadened as he cheerfully typed back. Since you're so motivated, teacher will help you out. Teacher Yi, when will you come to my house? Muumunu asked excitedly. Why Yifan responded, I'm at the company now. I have a computer here, so I can help you rank up without going to your house. What? You found a job? Which company? Muumunu asked eagerly. Jinxiu Group, Yifan replied, puffing up with pride. You're kidding. The entry requirements for Jinxiu Group are for graduates from key universities, and they have multiple rounds of screening. You don't even have a primary school diploma, do you? Yifan flicked the ash from his cigarette, but noticed there was no ashtray, so he let it fall onto the desk. Your teacher is handsome. I charmed the president of Jinxiu into making me an assistant, Yifan declared. Muumunu responded with a series of laughing emojis. You're delusional, are you? Did you see a photo of Su Qingxue and get carried away? You must be hallucinating. Let me tell you a harsh reality. Many people in Huahai criticize her behind her back, calling her a female demon. She is notoriously known as an ice queen, ruthless in her methods to achieve her goals, and many label her as an emotionless profit machine. Yifan frowned and replied, Is it really that exaggerated? I mean, machines exist. How do you know all this? Humph. This young lady is also a little socialite in Huahai's upper class. Su Qingxue is a figure in the business world, so I hear plenty of gossip. After pondering for a moment, Yifan exhaled smoke, feeling a mix of belief and sympathy for Su Qingxue. Although she brought immense profit to the company, she remained oblivious to the envy and scorn directed at her. Ultimately, after Yifan reiterated his points, Muumunu reluctantly accepted the reality and agreed to let Yifan boost her online. Presently, Yifan's salary was quite decent, but he had always enjoyed the duality of playing games while earning money, so he was happy to take on the 500 yuan task. However, before diving into gaming, Yifan decided to tackle the 3-day translation assignment to avoid any deductions from Su Qingxue's paycheck. He opened the thick stack of documents and, after a few glances, realized it was not particularly difficult French. It comprised commonly used business vocabulary with no obscure scientific terms, making the translation process effortless. While reviewing the French documents, Yifan's fingers flew across the keyboard. Rapidly inputting the translated material, completing Su Qingxue's task took him just over 2 hours, during which he even paused for a coffee and a bathroom break. Once he finished the translation, Yifan began playing games. Unbeknownst to him, it was already 11 o'clock in the morning when Chun Yu's voice echoed outside the office. Why, Yifan? Open the door. Why are you locking it? Yifan quickly exited his game and hurried to unlock the door. Assistant Chun, is there something you need? Chenya entered the office, her senses immediately assaulted by the pungent aroma of smoked. A chaotic array of cigarette butts and ash cluttered the table, darkening her expression. Who permitted you to smoke in the office? She demanded. Wai Yifan scratched his head, replying, No one told me I couldn't. You? Chenya shot him a glare. Next time, Take it to the smoking room on the 55th floor. Yifan readily agreed, though inwardly he scoffed at the notion of running up 10 flights just for a few puffs. Chinya cast a glance at the computer screen, smirking. Where have you hidden your games? Why aren't you playing anymore? Keep playing. Yifan momentarily froze, realizing he should have concealed the game icons better. How did Chinya find out? Sensing his surprise, Chinya disdainfully remarked, do you think our technical department at Jinxiu is just for show? We are fully aware of any abnormal traffic on employees' computers, including downloaded game files. Don't assume we're oblivious to your gaming in the office. Yifan felt despair wash over him. This was excessive. Monitoring employees' computers? Having never been a white-collar worker before, he had no idea such practices existed. I will report this to General Manager Su. You neglect your responsibilities to play games. According to company policy, 20% of your salary will be deducted, Chunya declared before turning to leave. Upon hearing the 20% deduction, equating to 10,000 yuan, Yifan exclaimed, wait, I've finished my work. You can't cut my salary. I have nothing else to do. Chunya glanced back, scoffing, what are you saying? Have you completed the translation tasks from the last 3 days? Yes, Yifan replied, handing her a printed document. You can see for yourself. I just haven't had the chance to give it to you. Initially, Chunya thought Yifan was spouting nonsense, but recalling how he had passed Su Qingshuer's test that morning, she felt a twinge of uncertainty. This was a 3-day workload assigned under the standards of a professional translator. Could he really have completed it in just one morning? Hesitantly, Chunya took the folder and flipped through it. The more she read, the more her frown deepened. It seemed he had indeed completed the translation. This was utterly astonishing. Thus, Chunya hurried to her computer, opened a French translation software, and randomly selected a few words for confirmation. After sampling over 20 words and finding each translated accurately, her expression stiffened. Adjusting her glasses, she regarded Yifan with a mix of confusion and surprise. How did you manage this? Chunya found it hard to believe. Could this man translate without needing to reference any materials or engage in thought? It would require a level of fluency in French akin to that of a native speaker. Logically speaking, even translating business documents in Chinese would demand considerable cognitive effort. Yifan responded nonchalantly, is it that difficult? I just read and translated it. By the way, there's a term in this document that the French company might have written incorrectly. I've marked it for correction. Chunya, feeling her mind whirl, asked, where? On the 7th page, it mentions the color of the llama's fur. Tain means brown, but they should use John Brun for yellow-brown. These are not the same colors. Check it out, Yifan explained. Chunya inhaled deeply, her gaze complex as she looked at Yifan. After a prolonged silence, she finally said, it's already lunchtime. You can go eat. I'll hand the materials to General Manager Su. Yifan, feeling his stomach grumble, hesitantly asked, Assistant Chin, what about my salary? This time, I'll let it slide. If you play games again, I will still deduct it. Chunya coldly huffed, sweeping out of the room like a gust of wind. Upon hearing that he wouldn't face a salary deduction, Yifan's spirits lifted. Assistant Chin, it's noon. Aren't you going to have lunch with General Manager Su? Come join me? Chunya replied without looking back. I'm on a diet. General Manager Su doesn't eat lunch at the office. Just take care of yourself. Yifan thought to himself. You're already a runway model and still dieting? At this rate, you'll end up a mere shadow of yourself. Nevertheless, he wasn't concerned about Chunya. Rather, he felt a pang of sympathy for Su Qingshuer, who was so dedicated to her work that she skipped lunch. Especially after hearing Mu's earlier remarks, he couldn't help but feel a sense of pity for women like her. It's one thing to take work seriously, but how could she neglect her meals? Aunt Jiang at home would surely be worried sick if she knew that. These thoughts occupied his mind. Yifan descended in the elevator, arriving at the employee cafeteria of Jinxiu. A publicly listed company. The employee benefits were commendable, and the cafeteria boasted a refined atmosphere, offering a blend of Western and Chinese buffet styles for employees to choose from. After filling a plate with food, Yifan glanced around. Jinxiu Group was predominantly staffed by women. Although there were plenty of beauties, he hoped to find a spot populated by attractive women. Since he was there, he might as well enjoy the scenery. Just then, a familiar female voice called out from behind, Yifan, is that really you? Chapter 0025. Do you want the truth? Yifan turned to see Lu Xiaolian and Yu Yingying, 2 sales department employees he had previously encountered at the bar, both holding plates and searching for a place to sit. Upon recognizing them, Yifan smiled and greeted, hello. Whereas Sister Yu Ying? Oh, So it's only your sister weighing in your eyes. Lu Xiaolian feigned jealousy. Yifan nodded earnestly indeed. The two women paused, then burst into laughter. Minister Feng is still away on a business trip. We heard from him that you've actually become the second assistant to our president. You're impressive. You'll have to look out for us in the future, Yu Yingying said with a smile. Yifan chuckled inwardly, knowing he was merely a temporary worker for 3 months. How could he look out for anyone? I don't even know how long I'll last. I might be fired any day, he replied. Being noticed by General Manager Su means you must possess considerable talent. She has very high standards, Yu Yingying insisted. Let us not dwell on that. We'll have plenty of opportunities to chat since we're all part of the same company. Let us find a seat. It's almost full. Lu Xiaolian suggested. Yifan scanned the room and noticed an empty table by the window, occupied by a solitary woman. To his surprise, it was Su Lingshan, the head of security, whom he recognized. Let us sit there, he decided, finding Su Lingshan quite attractive, possessing a wild charm that stood out among the many beauties in the cafeteria. However, the two women stiffened at the prospect, and Lu Xiaolian whispered, "That's Captain Su. Let us not go there." Yifan was puzzled. Why not? She won't bite us. They say Captain Su is very strict due to her military background. You can't chat freely with her, and you must adhere to proper etiquette. If you offend her even slightly, she'll reprimand you. She is quite tough on female employees, let alone male ones. Besides, she is General Manager Su's confidant, and most higher-ups wouldn't dare provoke her. Many young talents in the company have attempted to pursue her, but they all ended up humiliated. Some even resigned, Yu Yingying explained in a hushed tone. Yifan understood now. No wonder the area around Su Lingshan was empty while everywhere else was crowded. Everyone was afraid of her. Nevertheless, he was unfazed. The other tables were indeed packed, and he had no reason to shy away. You two can keep looking. I'll go sit there first, he declared, striding confidently towards Su Lingshan's table, much to the astonishment of the two women. As he settled across from the head of security, many in the cafeteria began to speculate. Another unfortunate soul was about to face the consequences. A rose with thorns, they thought. Su Lingshan frowned, seemingly surprised that someone would sit across from her. Upon recognizing Yifan, her expression turned to one of disbelief. "ITSU? Captain Su, hello? Nice to see you again," Yifan greeted as he began to eat his fried rice. "Go to another table. I don't want to see you," Su Lingshan said, her eyes glinting with disdain. She had only just learned that Su Qingxue had hired a new assistant, who turned out to be Yifan. This clarified some previous doubts for her. After all, she would never admit that Su Qingxue was romantically involved with him. However, Yifan's timid and shameless demeanor was quite off-putting, leaving her perplexed as to why Su Qingxue would choose such a man as her assistant. "Captain Su, one must adhere to reason. There are no rules against sitting at this table," Yifan argued. "Then move to the next table. That one is also empty," Su Lingshan countered. Yifan shook his head. Why not?" Su Lingshan frowned. Yifan replied, "Because I want to enjoy the view of a beautiful woman while she eats. You are the most attractive one here." Su Lingshan's complexion, not particularly pale, reddened slightly at his blunt compliment. She had many admirers, but no one had ever been so straightforward about her looks. Most were far more subtle. Biting her lip, she muttered, "Lecher. Say that again and I dare you." She challenged. Yifan feigned innocence. "I said you're the prettiest here. Is that so wrong? Say it again, and I'll hit you." Su Lingshan glared at him with fierce almond eyes. Yifan quietly sipped his orange juice. "Then I won't say anything more. Just don't hit me." The sudden capitulation from him left Su Lingshan at a loss, feeling as though she had just been played, which irked her. After a few bites of her meal, she felt increasingly uneasy, as every time she looked up, Yifan was staring at her. Yifan was enjoying the moment. From his angle, he had an unobstructed view of a delightful sight just peeking from her neckline. I didn't expect her to be quite alluring," he mused. "What are you looking at?" Su Lingshan demanded. Yifan blinked innocently. "Do you want the truth?" "Of course, the egg on your plate," he replied earnestly. "There's no egg on my plate." "You're lying." Su Lingshan seethed, slamming her hand on the table. This startled those around them, who thought, has that guy lost his mind, daring to flirt with a fierce woman? Yifan picked up a fried chicken leg and took a bite. "Captain Su, you did have an egg earlier. You must have eaten it and forgotten? Go to hell, pervert. Do you think I don't know? If you don't tell the truth, I'll poke your eyes out today," Su Lingshan threatened, brandishing her fork aggressively. Yifan sighed. Why don't you trust my honesty? What do you think I'm looking at? You're still trying to deny it? Do you really think I'm scared of you? Su Lingshan believed she needed to teach him a lesson, so she suddenly lunged forward, aiming the fork at his eye. Many in the cafeteria turned away, unable to watch the terrifying scene. However, Yifan remained unfazed, his smile unwavering as the silver fork approached mere centimeters from his eye, not even flinching. Su Lingshan, of course, would never stab him. Typically, anyone would be caught off guard by such a sudden threat, but Yifan's calmness only made her feel awkward. Captain Su, everyone is watching. Isn't this a bit too dramatic? Yifan thought, secretly amused. Even if she held a gun to his head, he wouldn't flinch. What was a mere fork? Su Lingshan's hand trembled around the fork for a moment, perplexed as to why this man was suddenly so bold. Though she felt reluctant, she ultimately withdrew. You have a bit of courage. I'll let you off this time. If you keep staring like that, I'll knock you out. Yifan smiled innocently. Captain Su, may I ask you something? What? Su Lingshan replied curtly. Are you a D or an F? Upon realizing what he had asked, Su Lingshan's eyes flashed with fury as she yelled, You bastard! You were indeed peeking at me. Before she could finish her sentence, she realized she had made a grave mistake by shouting such a thing in public. Instantly, dozens of curious eyes turned toward her, and embarrassment flooded her face. Turning her ears crimsoned, Why, Yifan, come outside with me, Su Lingshan demanded, eager to avoid a scene in the cafeteria. I haven't finished eating yet, Yifan replied, shaking his head. You. Su Lingshan, noticing the laughter from onlookers, gritted her teeth in frustration and lunged at Yifan, attempting to grab his collar. Yet, Yifan deftly leaned back, narrowly avoiding her grasp. Believing it was merely a stroke of luck, Su Lingshan circled the table again, her hand reaching out toward his shoulder. Chapter 0026. For the sake of dignity, Yifan remained calm, casually kicking a nearby chair a few centimeters away. As Su Lingshan prepared to advance, her knee collided with the chair, causing her to stumble and fall. She exclaimed, not realizing that Yifan had orchestrated her misstep. In the moment she feared she would fall embarrassingly, a sturdy arm caught her, stabilizing her. Yifan's arm crossed her chest as he helped her regain her balance. The sudden contact jolted Su Lingshan, making her shudder involuntarily. Clutching her chest, she angrily shouted, Pervert! You touched me. What did I touch? Captain Su? Yifan inquired mischievously. Su Lingshan found herself at a loss for words. Yifan feigned innocence. Captain Su, you came to hit me but nearly tripped. I simply helped you up. How is that unfair? I feel like it's about to snow outside. Su Lingshan noticed the growing number of onlookers, and she was determined to leave immediately, shooting Yifan a fierce glare. Just wait, I'll make you regret everything you've done today. Su Lingshan stormed out of the cafeteria, her indignation palpable. A crowd of company employees stared at Yifan in astonishment. It was the first time anyone had witnessed Su Lingshan being subdued by a man. Just then, 4 men in security uniforms approached Yifan. The leader, with a buzz cut and a mole on his chin, smiled widely as he clapped Yifan on the shoulder. Dude, impressive. You tamed the she-tiger? You must be the new assistant to General Manager Su, Yifan, right? Yifan, uninterested, replied casually, That's me. What's up? I'm Jiang Chao, the captain of the security team, and these 3 are my fellow brothers in security. Jiang Chao introduced, shaking Yifan's hand. Captain of the security team? Isn't that Su Lingshan? Yifan inquired curiously. Laughter erupted from several female employees nearby. Haha, they're from the water lifting team. Not the toilet cleaning team? They giggled. Hearing the banter, the male security guards lowered their heads, feeling embarrassed. Jiang Chao chuckled. Our security team is divided into male and female squads. Captain Su leads the female team, focusing on security, while we men take care of the work environment for employees. After listening to the surrounding discussions and contemplating for a moment, Yifan finally understood the situation. It turned out that at Jinxiu Group, women held the reins, even in the security team, with Su Lingshan training a cadre of capable female guards proficient in taekwondo and combat sports, their combat prowess far surpassing that of Jiang Chao and his male counterparts. Thus, Jiang Chao and his fellow male security guards found themselves in a particularly lowly position, relegated to menial tasks such as transporting water bottles and emptying trash, with their most respectable duty being that of a doorman. Yet, Yifan held a certain admiration for these men, who, in pursuit of the excellent benefits provided by Jinxiu Group, were willing to endure indignities. Captain Jiang, do you need something from me? Yifan inquired, having nearly finished his meal and preparing to depart. Jiang Chao eagerly detained him, his expression filled with anticipation as he said, Yi assistant, our company has few male employees and even fewer young men. We ought to unite and collectively fight for our interests, wouldn't you agree? What exactly do you wish to convey? Yifan blinked in confusion. Well, I shall be direct. Jiang Chao continued, I noticed your bravery in confronting Captain Su earlier. You possess considerable potential. Therefore, I wish to invite you to join our company's basketball team and compete in the Hua High Industrial and Commercial Basketball Tournament. Jiang Chao clenched his fist in excitement. Yifan frowned, a basketball team? The company has such a thing. Indeed. Most prominent companies in Hua High City have basketball teams, but our company is unique. Women lead, and men are scarce. The higher-ups hardly pay attention, resulting in our perennial last-place finishes. However, this year is different. It's an Olympic year. The government is promoting nationwide sports, so this tournament is of great importance. President Su has expressed the need for us to achieve some results. If we finish last again, we risk embarrassment before provincial and city leaders, leading to the disbandment of our basketball team and exclusion from the competition. Though the task is daunting, this is the only opportunity for us, the male colleagues of Jin Xiu, to stand tall and proud. If we achieve results, we shall be heroes. Yifan shrugged, his disinterest in basketball evident. I'm an assistant, not a security guard. But as long as you are a male employee of the company, that suffices. Jiang Chao quickly countered. Yifan feigned reluctance. I don't know how to play. Let's leave it at that. Not knowing is no issue. We will teach you, Jiang Chao implored, grasping Yifan's hand with desperation. Just join us for now. Basketball is not difficult to learn. Yifan, perplexed, asked, Are you truly that short on manpower? How many are on the basketball team currently? Jiang Chao's expression stiffened as he glanced at the 3 security guards behind him. Don't tell me there are only 4 of you? Yifan lamented. I recall a basketball team requires 5 players. He felt a pang of sympathy. Last month, a fellow guard could no longer endure the humiliation imposed by a certain Mother Nightshade and resigned after being subjected to 3 months of toilet cleaning. I'm currently searching the company for recruits, but no one dares to join, fearing humiliation from that tyrant Su. Only you, Brother Yi, possess the courage to withstand her. Stop right there, Yifan interrupted. I genuinely have no interest in basketball. Seek someone else with that. He turned to leave. Behind him, a dejected Jiang Chao and the other 3 male guards were mockingly laughed at by passing female employees. Brother Chao, perhaps we should forfeit. We truly cannot find anyone, one guard suggested. What a shame about the prize money. In previous years, we could at least secure $1,000, another lamented. Just as Jiang Chao and his companions felt their status in the company sinking further. With no hope of redemption, Yifan, who had just walked away, suddenly returned before them. His eyes sparkled, and his face bore a friendly smile as he asked, Did you say there are prizes for that competition? The 4 men were taken aback and eagerly nodded. Yes, there are prizes. The Chamber of Commerce and the government are jointly organizing it. The participating teams will receive a minimum participation prize of 5,000 to 6,000. Yifan squinted, and what about the championship? Last year, it was around 500,000. This year, I heard it might be 60,000, Jiang Chao speculated. And do we get to keep the prize money without handing it over to the company? Yifan inquired. Jiang Chao shook his head vigorously. Not at all. Other companies might do so, but our company absolutely will not. President Su is generous. She only rewards us and never deducts our prize money. It's just unfortunate that we have not performed well and have been at the bottom every year. Yifan's smile grew even brighter as he clapped Jiang Chao on the shoulder. Captain Jiang, for the dignity of our male colleagues in the company, I have decided to set aside my personal interests for the greater good and join you in this battle. The 4 men were so moved they nearly shed tears, immediately embracing one another and joyfully exchanging high fives. After sharing their phone numbers and finalizing practice and competition schedules, Yifan planned to return to the office. However, before departing, he took a food container and filled it with fresh fruit, not forgetting that Su Qingxue had yet to eat lunch. Even if women might skip meals, they should at least consume some fruit. Starving oneself is detrimental to health. Upon returning to the top floor, Yifan walked directly to the president's office. He knocked on the door, and a cool voice from within called, Come in. Yifan entered and discovered Su Qingxue seated at her computer, engrossed in the screen while jotting down notes. Surrounded by a plethora of documents, clearly busy. Place the report on the desk and leave, Su Qingxue instructed, not even lifting her head, assuming it was Qinya. Only when Yifan set the container of fruit on the desk did she furrow her brows and look up. Why are you here? I heard from Chinya that you skipped lunch. That is not good. Please have some fruit. Yifan smiled broadly. Yu Qingshua's expression soured. I have already eaten, and what I consume is none of your business. Already eaten? Yifan glanced around and noticed a pile of empty plastic wrappers in the trash can, totaling around 10 or so, roughly equating to 300 or 400 milliliters. Gum syrup? Yifan exclaimed in astonishment. You consider this your lunch? Su Qingshua's beautiful eyes widened with surprise as she set her pen down. You even know the English term for gum syrup? It seems your English is quite proficient. Have you passed the professional level 8 exam? Yifan had no interest in discussing language proficiency inside. Have you lost your mind? Even if you need to replenish your brain's sugar levels, you ought to consume proper food. Drinking syrup is absurd. Food impacts blood and oxygen supply to the brain. My working hours are precious and cannot be wasted on drowsiness. Moreover, you have no right to dictate my choices. Know your place. Su Qingxue replied coldly, her demeanor frosty as ever. Yifan suddenly realized that the woman before him was not merely a workaholic, but also a self-destructive individual. He recalled Mu Mu's words about her being a money-making machine. While others viewed Su Qingxue as a machine, she seemed to regard herself as one as well, deriving energy like a machine rather than enjoying food as a human would. A complex emotion flickered in Yifan's eyes. And memories of his past began to surface. He too had once been a machine, and that experience was far from pleasant. Shaking his head, Yifan pushed the fruit container toward Su Qingxue, his tone softening. Please eat some fruit. Don't let your stomach go empty. Su Qingshue's gaze froze momentarily. She was puzzled as to why hearing the man's voice and observing his demeanor felt so unfamiliar. As if, for a brief moment, Yifan was not the Yifan she knew. I want to eat. Take it away, Su Qingxue stubbornly replied. Yifan chuckled lightly and pulled out his phone, beginning to dial. What are you doing? Su Qingxue frowned, sensing an ominous premonition. I am calling Aunt Jiang to inform her that you haven't eaten lunch at the office, that you only drink syrup like a car needing fuel. Yifan declared. Su Qingxue grew anxious. Aunt Jiang had taken care of her since childhood, and she held a special place in her heart for the elderly woman. If Aunt Jiang were to learn of this, she would undoubtedly be very upset. Don't you dare call. Put the phone down. Su Qingxue pounded the table to stop him. Yifan smirked knowingly, aware that the woman was not truly heartless. Unless you finish this box of fruit, I will call. If Aunt Jiang finds out, you cannot possibly hold me accountable, can you? You despicable, shameless. Su Qingxue seethed, her delicate face flushing with indignation. Yifan shrugged nonchalantly. I'm indifferent to your opinions. Why should your eating habits concern me? I don't understand why you care. Su Qingxue retorted, perplexed. Yifan, not thinking too much, blurted. Seeing you starve makes me feel uneasy. The office fell into silence as Su Qingxue's bright, expressive eyes locked onto the man, seemingly taken aback by such a response. After a prolonged silence, she huffed, pouted her lips, and averted her gaze, saying, Who would believe you? You're just a blatant liar. Yifan chuckled, self-deprecatingly rubbing his neck. Aren't you the one asking so much? It's quite embarrassing, so, will you eat or not? Su Qingxue sighed, taking the food container. Fine, I'll eat. You're so annoying, huh? Now you're being obedient. I'll sit on that sofa and watch you eat, Yifan declared, turning to claim a seat. However, he noticed Su Qingxue's expression shift to one of distress. What's wrong? Su Qingxue pointed at the grapes in the container. I don't like grapes. Why not? Grapes are great. They contain glucose and amino acids, helping to combat fatigue and aiding digestion, Yifan argued. Su Qingxue averted her gaze, seemingly embarrassed as she said, I'm too lazy to peel them. Yifan couldn't help but smirk, muttering, So you're that lazy? What are you talking about? I just don't want grapes. Is that a problem for you? Su Qingxue retorted, frowning. Yifan had no desire to engage in such trivial debates with her. He approached her side, picked up a grape and explained, Look, this grape doesn't need peeling. Just squeeze it and pop it in your mouth. After demonstrating by squeezing a grape into his mouth, leaving only the skin behind, Su Qingxue grimaced, That's an ugly way to eat. I don't want that. Are you really concerned about how you eat a grape? Is it that important, Miss Highborn? Yifan questioned, astonished. Su Qingxue remained resolute. I don't care, I simply want to eat. With no other choice, Yifan sighed and removed a small bunch of grapes from the container. Only then did Su Qingxue pick up a toothpick and begin to eat the remaining cantaloupe, watermelon, and cherry tomatoes. Yi Fan grabbed a cup from the water cooler and settled onto the sofa, quickly peeling the grapes and placing them into the cup. His hands moved swiftly, and in no time, he had a small bunch of grapes, glistening and tantalizing. As Su Qingxue focused on her fruit, eager to finish and return to work, she was startled when a cup of grapes suddenly appeared on her desk. She looked up at Yi Fan, her expression filled with surprise. "What are you doing? I noticed you were too lazy to peel them, so I peeled them for you. Surely, you can't be too lazy to spit out the seeds?" Yi Fan asked. Su Qingxue eyed him suspiciously. "What are your intentions? Why must you insist that I eat grapes?" Yi Fan chuckled bemusedly. "Miss Su, do you have a persecution complex? I merely thought these grapes looked fresh, and you would miss out by not eating them. Why complicate things? Should I claim that I've laced these grapes with something to incite desire for you to believe me? Of course not. But you are quite suspicious," Su Qingxue replied, attempting to discern Yi Fan's motives. Yi Fan, feeling defeated, replied, "Do as you wish. I just thought eating some grapes would benefit your health. If you choose not to, so be it." With that, he walked over to the coffee table to grab a napkin. Su Qingxue glanced at the cup filled with perfectly peeled grapes, then back at Yi Fan, a peculiar feeling washing over her. It seemed that ever since her mother passed away, she had not eaten grapes again. Even Aunt Jiang had never thought to peel grapes for her. Picking up a peeled grape, she popped it into her mouth. It was slightly tart, yet sweet. Yi Fan turned to see her indulging, a slight smile curving his lips as he sat quietly, watching her savor each bite. Once she had nearly finished, Su Qingxue appeared to remember something. "The French document you translated, I reviewed it, and it is more precise than what we received from the previous translation company. The grammar is also quite fluent. Your French must be at a C2 level, right?" Yi Fan, bewildered, asked. "C2? What's that? Don't you know?" Su Qingxue replied, surprised at haven't you taken the DLF exam. C2 is the highest level of French proficiency, regarded as difficult to learn even for the French. Achieving C2 is quite an accomplishment. Yi Fan shook his head. "I learned it informally, conversing with some French people while abroad. I never studied it formally." "You've been abroad? Studied overseas?" Su Qingxue felt the need to reassess Yi Fan. Realizing that many aspects of him differed from the materials he submitted online. "I was adopted abroad as a child. Didn't he enjoy school, got into fights, and later worked various odd jobs. If you must refer to me as a sea turtle, I suppose that could be accurate." Yi Fan replied nonchalantly. Su Qingxue regarded him with suspicion, sensing that Yi Fan was perhaps not being entirely truthful. How could a man proficient in both French and English be reduced to doing menial electrical work, laboring in the sun and searching for odd jobs? It seemed intentional, as if he had ulterior motives. Yet, unable to find evidence to support her suspicions, she deemed further questioning pointless. After finishing the fruit, feeling a little overwhelmed by the sweetness, Su Qingxue stood and walked toward the water cooler to get a cup of warm water. Seeing this, Yi Fan rose, saying, "Need water? Let me pour it for you." "No need. I can do it myself," Su Qingxue retorted, not wanting to accept any more of his assistance. Yi Fan shrugged and returned to the sofa. However, when he noticed Su Qingxue bending down to fetch a cup of water, causing her skirt to ride up and reveal a glimpse of snowy white underneath, he lost his composure. Yi Fan was intensely curious about what lay beneath the icy exterior of this female seal. Unable to resist, he leaned down, peering up from a distance and from an angle. With 3 sides of the office lined with floor-to-ceiling windows, and the water cooler positioned before one, the reflections on the windows revealed the scene inside the office. Although the view was not very clear, Su Qingxue, always cautious, instinctively glanced at the window and caught sight of the man behind her, leaning awkwardly and staring at her. Su Qingxue gasped, straightening up and pressing her hand against her skirt. Turning around, her cold gaze fixed on the man, her thoughts turning murderous. "You pervert!" Su Qingxue exclaimed, her demeanor as a refined lady and icy beauty completely forgotten. Yi Fan, having swiftly regained his normal sitting posture, wore an expression of feigned innocence as he asked, "President Su, what's the matter? Why are you scolding me?" In that moment, Yi Fan felt he could win an Oscar for Best Actor. "Have you never seen a woman before in your previous life? Are you insane?" Su Qingxue fumed, her eyes reddening with rage, having never encountered such an unabashed and Yi Fan, with a pitiful expression, replied, "President Su, if you wish to scold me, you ought to provide a reason. I have done nothing. I have never seen such a shameless man. You were peeping at me," Su Qingxue stammered, unable to finish her sentence. Yi Fan continued to feign ignorance. What did I peek at? I was simply admiring the scenery of Hua Hai City. You must be mistaken. You still dare to argue? Su Qingxue retorted, pouring a cup of steaming hot water. She turned to confront Yi Fan. President Su, what are you doing? Yi Fan asked, bewildered. Do you believe I want to pour this hot water over your eyes? I'll make you blind. Su Qingxue threatened, brandishing the cup of hot water, ready to exact her revenge on this rogue. Yi Fan remained steadfast, saying, President Su, you are truly misunderstanding me. If I must go blind for you to be satisfied, then I can only run away. Do you think you can escape? Su Qingxue was in a state of agitation. Her hand trembled, accidentally spilling the scalding hot water. As the boiling liquid threatened to drench her delicate arm, Yi Fan swiftly reached out. In a flash, his hand intercepted the searing water. Su Qingxue, momentarily startled, gazed blankly at the man before her. Once she regained her composure, she hurriedly set the cup down, asking, Are you all right? Yi Fan chuckled, shaking the water off his arm. I'm tough-skinned. This little temperature doesn't bother me. Observing that Yi Fan's arm appeared unscathed, Su Qingxue felt a flicker of relief. She had not anticipated that Yi Fan would act so decisively in such a critical moment to shield her from the hot water, and a touch of gratitude softened her irritation towards him. I'm sorry, it was not intentional, Su Qingxue murmured, unable to meet his gaze. Yi Fan, with a sincere smile, replied, It's nothing. I couldn't let a beauty get burned. As long as you, Ms. Su, don't misunderstand my intentions. Seeing Yi Fan's calm and earnest demeanor, even Su Qingxue began to question whether she had misjudged him. Are you really not peeping? Su Qingxue hesitated, knitting her brows as she inquired. Yi Fan sighed. Miss Su, if you don't believe me, I can't explain further. I'll head back to the office now. With that, he turned to leave, leaving Su Qingxue in contemplation. As Yi Fan approached the door, he cleared his throat and said, Miss Su, before I go, may I ask you something? Su Qingxue, momentarily taken aback, assumed it was work-related and nodded. Go ahead, Yi Fan, with a serious expression, asked, Do you prefer that pink fabric or the little strawberries on it? After posing the question, he promptly closed the door and made a hasty exit. Simultaneously, Su Qingxue lifted the water cup and hurled it at the office door with a loud crash. Yi Fan, she screamed, her face flushed with embarrassment. She realized her earlier notion of nurturing this man was foolish. Her fleeting affection for him was undoubtedly a delusion. He was nothing short of a pervert, a lecher, a beast. Meanwhile, back in his own office, Yi Fan lit a cigarette, reclining comfortably in his chair, chuckling to himself. If the people in the company learned that the ICCEO, who commanded such respect, wore a pink cotton undergarment adorned with little strawberries to work, they would surely be astonished. Whistling a tune, Yi Fan began to work on the computer, fiddling with the programs. Tio indulged in gaming. He had to avoid the company's network surveillance, hence the need for some adjustments. Just as he was engrossed in his task, his assistant, Chenya, entered, carrying a mountain of documents, all requiring translation into French and English. Due by the end of the day. We need to finish this today, Chenya stated coldly. Yi Fan's jaw nearly dropped in disbelief. Assistant Chin. There is so much? In one day? Ms. Su said that since you are so capable, you should take on more work. We can't let your talents go to waste. Chenya adjusted her glasses, a hint of pride evident in her expression. She had likely overheard the commotion in Su Qingxue's office and understood that Yi Fan had crossed the line. Inwardly, Yi Fan lamented his predicament, but under the roof of authority, he had no choice but to comply. Fearing a pay cut, he regretted speaking out earlier. He should have simply ignored it. He toiled through the evening, and despite his efficiency, he had only managed to translate half of the materials. Yi Fan's expression turned grim. This was no ordinary workday but a torment. He needed to devise a plan to escape this predicament. Yet the thought of losing wages was equally unappealing. Finally, when the workday concluded, Chenya opened the office door, stating, You may leave now, but first, go to the underground garage, start the car, and turn on the air conditioning while waiting for MS. Yi Fan was eager to leave this dreadful place, heading down to the garage. Just as he approached his car to activate the air conditioning, he spotted Su Lingshan, clad in her uniform, glaring at him with her arms crossed, exuding an air of authority. You scoundrel, you've finally come down, Su Lingshan said with a cold smile. Yi Fan feigned ignorance. Captain Su, you're off duty too? Hee, bye. Who said goodbye to you? Su Lingshan stepped forward, blocking his path. You don't think this morning's incident is just going to be brushed aside, do you? Yifan pondered for a moment. What happened this morning? I don't recall anything. You shameless, despicable man. You made me lose face in front of so many people. If I don't make you cry today, I won't be called Su Lingshan. With that, Su Lingshan launched a powerful kick aimed at the bend of Yifan's leg. Yifan stepped back, evading her strike with ease. Captain Su, if you keep this up, I might get angry. A good man doesn't fight with women. I am a decent gentleman. A decent gentleman? You're just a coward. A rodent. If you have guts, come at me. Su Lingshan challenged, preparing to strike again. At that moment, the elevator doors opened, revealing Su Qingxue, who paused at the sight before her, her brows furrowed. Lingshan, what's going on? Miss Su Lingshan didn't back down, boldly stating, I have serious doubts about this man's character. He was leering at me in the cafeteria at noon, causing me to embarrass myself, and I'm here to teach him a lesson. Otherwise, it will set a bad precedent for the company. Yifan thought to himself, this is bad. She really dares to say that, and hurriedly defended himself. I didn't. Miss Su, please don't listen to her nonsense. I merely sat across from her during lunch. I said she was pretty, and she got angry. How is that fair? Unfortunately, at that moment, Su Qingxue, feeling a sense of camaraderie with Su Lingshan, was already irked by Yifan's behavior. She didn't anticipate that he would ogle her, and now even the female security guard was not spared. In an instant, Su Qingxue was filled with a desire for vengeance against this rogue. Such a bad man should be properly punished, ensuring he keeps his wandering eyes in check. With these thoughts, she nodded decisively. Since that is the case, I won't interfere in your personal grievances. Just don't put him in the hospital. He needs to work tomorrow. Yifan gasped, realizing the malice behind her words. How could she be so cruel? Chapter 0029. Don't cry anymore. Su Lingshan was already eager for a fight. Her elegant brows arched in anticipation as she observed Yifan. Don't worry, Ms. Su. I'll be careful. Su Qingxue reconsidered. Although the area was temporarily empty, soon employees would pass by, and seeing the security captain assaulting the assistant would not reflect well. Wait, let us move to the second floor training room. It'll just be a sparring session. Spar? Yifan grimaced. Is it really necessary? Ms. Su, what grievances do we have? Su Qingxue assumed he was afraid, feeling pleased with herself. She replied expressionlessly, I heard from Minister Feng that you helped drive away the White Shark gang at Jinxiu apartment, so you must have some skills. It's a good opportunity to showcase them. Just him? Drive away the White Shark gang? Su Lingshan laughed derisively. When he went back to his rental to get his things, he saw a group of thugs and ran away like a mouse from a cat. If it weren't for me, he would have been beaten to a pulp. I don't believe it. Upon hearing this, Su Qingxue looked at Yifan with even more disdain. Regardless, it would be evident after a little practice. With no other choice, Yifan begrudgingly followed the two women upstairs. Jinxiu group, predominantly female, required stringent security training. Though most were female guards, they were all veterans or martial artists. With so many strong women training here, the facilities were well equipped for various combat sports, including sanda, taekwondo, boxing, and traditional martial arts. Half of the second floor was dedicated to daily training for the security personnel. Since it was after hours, the place was relatively empty. Su Lingshan forced Yifan to stand on one of the sparring platforms, adopting a military combat stance. This position accentuated her curvaceous figure, exuding both strength and confidence. Are we really going to fight? Yifan questioned, visibly uneasy. Don't worry. I'll make sure to loosen every bone in your body, but I want to take your life. Su Lingshan assured him. Why? Yifan forced a smile. All right then. Just be careful, Captain Su. Fights can be unpredictable, coward. You should worry about yourself, Su Lingshan retorted. With that, she launched a swift, straight punch aimed at Yifan's shoulder joint. In an instant, Yifan ducked, skillfully evading her blow. Ah? Su Lingshan gasped, feeling a hand brush against her left side. Pervert! She scolded, glaring fiercely at Yifan. Why? Yifan, retreating to the corner of the platform, feigned innocence. Captain Su, why are you scolding me again? You touched me. Touch? If you can hit me, can't I at least graze you? You might as well let me eat poison and die on the platform. Nonsense. I meant you touched me there. Su Lingshan's face flushed. Where's there? Yifan pretended not to understand, secretly reveling in the moment. Of course, he had no intention of actually touching her. That would be crossing the line. A little reprimand for the fierce security guard was all he aimed for. On the sidelines, Su Qingxue was utterly bewildered by the unfolding scene, as Yifan's movements were too swift and subtle for her to discern. Su Lingshan, feeling embarrassed, charged at Yifan again, this time employing her long leg for a direct kick to his groin. Whoa, just a little touch, and this woman wants to make me a eunuch? That's a bit too harsh, isn't it? Yifan thought as he swiftly maneuvered aside, narrowly avoiding the kick. Su Lingshan kicked but found only air. Turning around, she discovered Yifan had already positioned himself behind her. How does he evade so quickly? She wondered, but her anger spurred her on, and she didn't dwell on it. She retaliated with a series of powerful strikes, her fists flying with determination. Yifan pretended to be anxious, darting around the platform, appearing quite flustered, yet in reality, he was navigating effortlessly, not even getting grazed once as Su Lingshan chased him around. She soon found herself exhausted. Yi? Are you that cowardly? Running around like a rat? If you're a man, let us face each other directly. Su Lingshan gritted her teeth. Yifan shrugged, chuckling. Captain Su, aren't you making it difficult for me? I don't have any formal skills. I just know how to run. Don't you have any shred of male dignity? Su Lingshan shouted. Even Su Qingxue couldn't stand it any longer. Observing Yifan's evasiveness, she called out, Yifan, can't you be a bit braver? Yifan shook his head. No, bravery won't feed me. I dread the thought of being rendered incapable. You coward. I'm going to take you down. Su Lingshan declared, charging at him once more with a series of fierce military punches. Unfortunately, to Yifan, her strikes lacked both power and speed. He dodged each blow ahead of time, slipping away like a slippery fish, evading capture effortlessly. Su Lingshan gradually realized something was amiss. This man had an extraordinary stamina. How could he run around for so long without even catching his breath? Even more infuriating was his refusal to showcase his true abilities, which left Su Lingshan feeling insulted. After another failed attack, Su Lingshan devised a cunning plan, suddenly kneeling on the platform, covering her beautiful face with her hands, and began to sob. Her cries were filled with a sense of injustice and helplessness, resembling a forsaken wife abandoned by her husband, evoking sympathy from all who heard. Yifan, feeling awkward, thought to himself, sparring with a woman is pointless. If she can't win, she resorts to tears. How does one even play that way? Su Qingxue, witnessing this scene, was taken aback. It was the first time she had seen Su Lingshan brought to tears. The irony was that she hadn't witnessed Yifan strike Su Lingshan. Instead, it was Su Lingshan who had been relentless, while Yifan merely danced around her. Yet, as a woman herself, Su Qingxue instinctively sided with Su Lingshan, chastising Yifan loudly. Yifan, you should apologize to Lingshan. You're a man. Don't you know when to hold back? Yifan felt wronged. He hadn't even hit her. However, fearing the tears of a woman, he approached Su Lingshan, squatting down to console her. Captain Su, don't cry. I was wrong. Is that enough? Before he could finish, Su Lingshan suddenly slapped him across the left cheek. With a sharp crack, she followed up with a punch to his abdomen. Yifan cried out in pain, clutching his belly and rolling on the platform. Ouch, ouch, Captain Su, spare me. Su Lingshan huffed, standing up, feeling a sense of relief. You lecherous coward. Now you know what it feels like to dodge. Su Qingxue furrowed her brows, realizing Su Lingshan had feigned weakness to seize the opportunity to ambush Yifan. Those two strikes seemed to have genuinely hurt him, and she couldn't help but wonder how he was holding up. As these thoughts raced through her mind, Su Qingxue shook her head, berating herself for even considering Yifan's well-being. After all, who told him to leer at women? Having successfully taken Yifan down, Su Lingshan felt no joy or sense of accomplishment. She knew deep down that she had lost. This man was becoming increasingly extraordinary, which perhaps explained why Su Qingxue had hired him as her assistant. With these thoughts lingering, Su Lingshan stepped off the platform. Ms. Su, I'll take my leave now. Su Qingxue nodded. Thank you for your hard work. Soon, Su Lingshan departed the training room, leaving Yifan sprawled on the platform. Looking utterly defeated, Su Qingxue regarded him for a moment. Are you all right? If you're not dead, get up. Yifan, in a weak tone, replied. Xiaoxue, I think I might have internal injuries. Stop pretending. If you don't get up soon, I'll drive back on my own. Su Qingxue retorted, exasperated. Yifan turned his head, gazing at her with pleading eyes. I need a kiss from my girlfriend to get up. Su Qingxue paused, biting her lip as a blush crept onto her cheeks. However, she did not get angry. Instead, her eyes glimmered as she asked, Where do you want to kiss me? Chapter 0030. Here Yi Fan was overjoyed, thinking, could there really be a reward? He quickly pointed at his lips. Here Su Qingxue took a deep breath, her gaze growing colder. She glanced around, then seized a dumbbell weighing over 10 pounds, poised to strike Yi Fan's mouth. I'll kiss you, you big-headed fool. Yi Fan was instantly alarmed and scrambled to his feet. He had no injuries, having intentionally allowed Su Lingshan to land a couple of hits. Otherwise, there would have been no closure to the day. Calm down. I was just joking, Yi Fan exclaimed Su Qingxue, with an expression of knowing. Raise the dumbbell as a warning. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll dock your pay. Yi Fan hurriedly hopped down from the platform, smiling ingratiatingly. Miss Su, please don't be angry. I'll go start the car right away. He certainly didn't want to lose money over such trivial matters. Translating those documents was arduous work, and the daily grind was no easy feat. The road home was somewhat congested, but an hour later, the two arrived back at their residence in Bailu County. Aunt Jiang had prepared a lavish spread. Having witnessed Yi Fan's appetite before, she had laid out 7 or 8 dishes without hesitation. Yi Fan, how was your first day at work? Aunt Jiang inquired with genuine concern during dinner. Yi Fan was about to express that he had been mistreated throughout the day when, beneath the table, Su Qingxue kicked him, her eyes warning him to remain silent. Yi Fan could only chuckle awkwardly and say, it's all good. I must say, it's truly a feast for the eyes. This statement was double-edged, inciting anger in Su Qingxue, who sat across from him, to the point where she almost hurled her bowl at him. Just as the atmosphere was light and jovial, a phone call disrupted it. Aunt Jiang hurried to answer, discovering it was Su Chongping on the line, and promptly handed the phone to Su Qingxue. Miss, it's your father's call. Su Qingxue furrowed her brows but took the phone. Her tone icy as she asked, Dad, what is it? Xiaoxue, I've been thinking. Your plan to acquire the fake software company in Huahai City seems rather unwise. The company's stock price has been continuously rising, and an acquisition would require at least 4 billion. Such a significant investment warrants consultation with the company's elders before making a decision. Your Uncle Zhu and Uncle Wang are extremely anxious about this, Su Chongping expressed, his voice filled with concern. Upon hearing this, Su Qingxue's expression darkened immediately. This plan has already been approved by the shareholders' meeting. Approval from the shareholders merely reflects their blind trust in you, many of whom are unfamiliar with the industry. Moreover, several directors have yet to give their nod. Su Chongping countered. Su Qingxue retorted, if they were truly opposed, why didn't they voice their dissent during the meeting? My dear child, their silence was out of respect for you. These uncles, who founded Jinxiu alongside your grandfather, fear your unilateral decisions may lead the company astray, Dad. While you are one of the major shareholders, you hold no official position within the company. I will not discuss this matter further with you. If they wish to negotiate, let them do so directly with me, Su Qingxue said, her tone dismissive. Feeling disregarded, Su Chongping's voice grew firmer. Very well. A board meeting will be convened tomorrow, and you had better present compelling evidence to persuade us. Should you fail to earn our respect and agreement, do not blame the board for invoking impeachment clauses to revoke your position as president. If this continues, your actions will be intolerable. The tension between father and daughter escalated rapidly, leaving Yi Fan, who was nearby, speechless, while Aunt Jiang wore a frown of concern. From Yi Fan's perspective, the mention of Uncle Zhu and Uncle Wang likely referred to the company's 2 vice presidents, Zhu Wanghua and Wang Liren, both of whom were company veterans. Although Su Qingxue had secured her position as president through her remarkable intelligence, the influence of some senior figures remained substantial, making it challenging to replace them quickly. Young talents like Feng Yueying, who had risen to high ranks, were indeed rare. Thus, while it appeared that Su Qingxue wielded significant power, internal conflicts often arose during crucial decisions. Unfazed, Su Qingxue declared, the board meeting is set. See you in the conference hall tomorrow morning. With that, she hung up the phone. Aunt Jiang sighed. Miss, is it really necessary to be so heated over work matters? Don't concern yourself with it, Aunt Jiang. Su Qingxue replied. Standing up, I'm done eating. Yi Fan blinked. So soon? You've barely had half a bowl. Su Qingxue ignored him, her brow knitted with worry as she ascended to her study on the 2nd floor. Don't try to persuade her, Yi Fan. Whenever she has work-related troubles, she loses her appetite, Aunt Jiang said, shaking her head with a look of pity. Yi Fan thought to himself that the company's operation had little to do with him, and thus he resumed his meal. That evening, at a private club by Qingshan Lake, the Zheng father and son were drinking by the lake with 2 men in their 50s. 4 female attendants. Clad in revealing shoulder-bearing dresses, accompanied the men, pouring drinks and catering to their whims. Zhu Wang, does Su Qingxue truly intend to acquire Feek? Zhang Hongji inquired with a smile. Zhu Wanghua, his thinning hair clutched a young girl. His hands wandering, responded with a sneer, absolutely true. The shareholders' meeting has already approved it. However, a board meeting is scheduled for tomorrow. Old Wang, a few of our brothers, and I have decided to rally against Su Qingxue regardless of what she proposes. Oh, has Su Changping agreed? Zhang Hongji asked. Wang Liren laughed heartily. That kid is a fool, utterly clueless as long as we say a few words. He'll believe us without question. After all, Su Qingxue won't take him seriously. He himself is also dissatisfied. Zhang Hongji took a sip of his drink and narrowed his eyes. At the board meeting tomorrow, Su Qingxue will surely present reasons and materials for the acquisition of Feek. I will need you two to relay that information. Rest assured, Director Zhang. We have collaborated for so long. This goes without saying. We will definitely impede Su Qingxue and prevent her from acquiring the company, Zhu Wanghua assured. Wang Liren nodded in agreement indeed. We are looking forward to Zheng Xiao marrying Su Qingxue, uniting both families. Damn it. The company we established together cannot fall into the hands of a young girl. Zhang Junfeng raised his glass, laughing heartily. Thank you, Zhu and Wang, for your support. This toast is for you both. When we merge with Jinxiu, rest assured, your shares in the Jinxiu group will not disappoint. Zhu Wanghua and Wang Liren beamed with joy. Of course, we are well aware of the Zheng family's grand ambitions, which are worlds apart from that cold-hearted girl Su Qingxue. Afterward, the four clinked their glasses and downed their drinks in unison. Zhang Hongji subtly gestured to a female attendant behind him. The enchanting attendant immediately wrapped her arms around Zhu Wanghua's neck, playfully asking, Zhu, it's so late. I'm scared to go home alone. Will you take me back? A wicked smile broke across Zhu Wanghua's inebriated face as he caressed the attendant's hand. No problem. Where do you live? If it's far, we should leave soon, Edo. You're such a bad man. Zhu! The attendant pouted playfully, but she had already leaned against Zhu Wanghua's chest on the other side. Wang Liren could no longer contain himself, pulling a young girl close and showering her with affection. Zhang Hongji and his son exchanged glances, both revealing cold, sinister smiles. The next day, upon arriving at the office, Yifan set up his computer to avoid monitoring by the company's tech department. Simultaneously, he realized that work was never-ending. Thus, he decided to deliberately slow down, playing games first and completing tasks on the last day. This way, he could enjoy 2 full days of gaming. Proud of his cleverness, he played until lunchtime, then made his way to the cafeteria. After grabbing a large plate of food, he found Su Lingshan seated by the window. Following the events of the previous day, many employees knew Yifan was now Su's new assistant. Eagerly anticipating how Su Lingshan and Yifan would interact today, Yifan plopped down opposite Su Lingshan with a sunny smile. Good afternoon, Captain Su. Su Lingshan merely raised her eyes, ignoring him. This surprised many employees. Had Captain Su been subdued by Assistant Yi? Noticing Su's plate contained Italian sausages, Yifan, who had also taken some, couldn't help but ask, Captain Su, do you enjoy sausages? Would you like to share mine? As soon as he spoke, his intention of politeness took on an odd connotation. Sure enough, Su Lingshan's face flushed slightly as she glared at Yifan, clearly perceiving his words as intentional. Yifan awkwardly clarified, I meant the one on my plate. Not. His words only deepened the misunderstanding, causing nearby employees to stifle their laughter. Su Lingshan's brows twitched in irritation, but she ultimately restrained her temper. Many were bewildered. How could the fiery Su Lingshan endure such remarks? Any other man would have found themselves swiftly reprimanded. Assistant Yi truly was formidable. Yifan, unbothered, continued his meal, his gaze inevitably drifting towards Su Lingshan's chest. Unfortunately, following yesterday's incident, Su Lingshan had buttoned her blouse tightly, leaving no scenery to admire. 3 minutes later, noticing Yifan's silence, Su Lingshan casually inquired, Where did you learn your skills? Yifan appeared oblivious. Devouring a piece of steak, Su Lingshan, unable to bear his neglect, slammed her hands on the table. Hey, I'm talking to you. Feigning innocence, Yifan replied, Captain Su, didn't you tell me not to talk? Now you want me to? I'm in a dilemma. Su Lingshan ground her teeth in frustration, realizing he was intentionally evading her questions. Dismissing her annoyance, she huffed and left with her plate. Yifan, with a playful smile, turned to gaze out the window, taking in the scenic view of Huahai City. He mused that working while teasing female colleagues was quite enjoyable. Upon returning to the top floor, Yifan, as before, brought a box of fruit, but this time he opted for strawberries instead of grapes. Approaching Su Qingshue's office, he was about to enter when he overheard a heated argument within. Vice President Zhu, Vice President Wang, tell me, what reasons do you have for opposing me? You are clearly doing this out of spite. Su Qingshue's voice was icy and filled with fury. Miss Su, you are still young. The market is quite treacherous. Your acquisition attempt seems impulsive, Zhu Wangwa remarked. Impulsive? I believe you all are merely afraid I'll elevate the company further. Fearing for your positions? Su Qingxue challenged. Wang Liren interjected urgently. Miss Su, we have been with the late chairman since the company's inception. We love Jinxiu more than anyone. You cannot make such accusations. I do not wish to hear your empty, meaningless rhetoric. I give you 3 days. If you do not change your minds, beware of being dismissed from the company. Now, both of you, leave, Su Qingxue ordered, her tone leaving no room for argument. Zhu Wangwa trembled with rage. How dare you treat us this way? We are your elders. There are only superiors and subordinates in this company. There is no hierarchy, Su Qingxue coldly replied. Good, well played, Miss Su, Zhu Wangwa huffed, and Wang Liren slammed the sofa in frustration. Moments later, Zhu Wangwa and Wang Liren stormed out of the office, glaring at Yifan as they passed. Why Yifan sighed. This did not concern him, so he entered the office. Su Qingxue stood there, her expression frosty as she asked curtly, What do you want? Yifan approached and offered the fruit box, smiling, Have some fruit to cool off. You shouldn't neglect your health for work. Su Qingxue remained expressionless, glancing at the fruit before stating indifferently, I'm not hungry. Take it away to at least have a few bites. I brought it for you. Yifan insisted, puzzled. I don't need it, Su Qingxue replied. What a waste for such good fruit. Yifan remarked. Su Qingxue turned back to her desk. I have much to do. You can eat it yourself. Why Yifan frowned. Are you going to have tree gum syrup for lunch again? If you keep this up, I will call Aunt Jiang. Upon hearing this, Su Qingxue turned, irritated. Are you annoying? Whether I eat or not is none of your business. We are merely bound by contract, not in a real relationship, so why are you so concerned? And you, a grown man, always threatening me with Aunt Jiang. Can't you have a bit of pride? Yifan observed her for a moment, then smiled calmly, placing the fruit box on the desk. I told you to take it away, Su Qingxue frowned. Unfazed, Yifan replied, You are correct. I am just a contractor, and your health is not my concern. Even if you develop stomach issues, it would not affect me. However, offering you food is my prerogative. I leave the fruit here. Whether you eat it or discard it is entirely up to you. And one more thing, Yifan interrupted before she could speak. Aunt Jiang is someone who has watched you grow. Not me. I have only been by your side for 3 months, after which our paths will diverge. Therefore, I never intended to use her to threaten you. This has nothing to do with my pride. I merely remind you that while being willful and angry is permissible, you should consider those who care for you. After hearing this, Su Qingxue paused, biting her lip lightly. You don't need to lecture me, she muttered, a hint of defiance in her expression. Wai Yifan chose not to say more, turning to exit the office and closing the door behind him. Once the office fell silent, Su Qingxue hesitated, then returned to her desk. She opened a drawer, about to retrieve the tree gum syrup, but paused mid-motion. Consider those who care for you, Yifan's words echoed in her mind, and Aunt Jiang's warm smile surfaced before her eyes. With a sigh, Su Qingxue shut the drawer and reached for the fruit box. Upon opening it, she found it filled mostly with strawberries, and she instantly understood the intention behind it, her cheeks involuntarily flushing. You rogue, she muttered under her breath, picking a strawberry and popping it into her mouth. The sweet and tangy flavor was delightful. Wanting to finish quickly to return to work, she hastily devoured pieces of watermelon and cantaloupe in no time. Her cheeks were puffed out, making her appear adorably round. Just then, the office door swung open. Yifan stood at the entrance, grinning mischievously as he observed her. Ah? Su Qingxue squeaked, quickly covering her mouth, but with her mouth full of fruit, she struggled to swallow it all at once. Her face puffed up like a bun, and juice trickled down the corner of her mouth. Startled and flustered, her bright, clear eyes widened in surprise, filled with a mix of confusion and alarm. Seeing her in such a charming and innocent state, Yifan couldn't help but chuckle. I knew it. My dear Xiaoxue is still very kind and considerate. Take your time eating. Don't choke, I'll just snap a quick photo. As he spoke, Yifan pulled out his phone, aiming to capture the moment. Su Qingxue was on the verge of losing it. How could this brat still be lurking around? Had he anticipated she would be eating fruit? How could such a despicable person exist? If he captured this moment, her image would be utterly ruined. Covering her face with her hands, she hurriedly swallowed the fruit, then slammed her hands on the desk, her face flushed with anger as she shouted, "What are you taking pictures for? Do you want me to dock your pay? Get out." Yifan feigned an innocent expression, shaking his old phone. "Miss Su, please, this phone doesn't even have a camera. I was just joking." Finally realizing that his phone was a freebie, Su Qingxue felt her face heat up from embarrassment over her earlier outburst. She couldn't fathom why she kept losing control in front of this man. With a gentle stroke of her flowing hair and a clearing of her throat, she dabbed her mouth with a tissue, once again embodying the demeanor of an icy beauty. "Should you dare to act this way again, I shall undoubtedly deduct your wages," Su Qingxue asserted with the authoritative presence expected of a superior. Yifan flashed a grin and nodded in understanding, waving his hand dismissively. "All right then, I shall take my leave. Goodbye." Once the man had exited, Su Qingxue slumped into her chair, feeling a wave of relief wash over her. Reflecting on the earlier scene, she felt a mix of frustration and amusement, especially at her own flustered demeanor when Yifan re-entered the room. She could tell without looking that she appeared rather foolish. Yet, upon further contemplation, the entire situation seemed quite entertaining. Unconsciously, a faint smile graced Su Qingxue's lips, reminiscent of a snow lotus blooming gently atop a millennial-old frozen peak, as if a celestial being had emerged, ethereal and transcendent. Regrettably, this moment was witnessed by no one. In the afternoon, while engrossed in a video game, Yifan received a call from Jiang Chao, the captain of the male security team, regarding the company's basketball team. Jiang Chao informed him that the match was about to commence, urging him to hasten to practice at the nearby sports hall. Despite his reluctance, Yifan felt a twinge of sympathy for his earnest friend, whose tone was filled with desperation, and thus he acquiesced. When the workday concluded, Yifan reluctantly requested leave from Su Qingxue, informing her that he could not accompany her home that evening. Su Qingxue, disinterested in his plans, simply drove herself home, leaving Yifan with a sense of helplessness. It seemed he was merely an inconsequential figure in her eyes. For reasons unknown, despite being fully aware that there was little future between him and Su Qingxue, Yifan felt a heaviness in his heart upon confronting this reality. Accompanied by Jiang Chao and 3 other security personnel, he arrived at the basketball court in the sports hall. It was Yifan's first encounter with a basketball. However, it was not that he was unfamiliar with the game. Rather, it was simply a question of whether he wished to engage in such a sport. "What position do you wish to play?" Jiang Chao inquired. "Position? Is that important?" Yifan replied nonchalantly, "Isn't basketball merely about getting the ball into the hoop and scoring more points than the opponent?" As if to demonstrate his point. Without waiting for Jiang Chao's response, Yifan suddenly launched the basketball towards the distant hoop. Standing at the center of the court, the ball arced gracefully through the air, traversing half the court before swishing through the net. A remarkable three-pointer from an extraordinary distance. Jiang Chao and the others gaped in disbelief, thinking they must be imagining things, until they snapped back to reality and exclaimed, "Wow, that was incredibly accurate. Didn't you claim you couldn't play?" Yifan squinted, realizing he might have showcased his abilities a tad too impressively, and considered downplaying his prowess to prevent suspicion. Thus, he attempted a few more three-point shots, but this time, his accuracy dipped to 50%. Nevertheless, Jiang Chao and the others idolized him, showering him with praise and calling him Brother Fan with unrestrained enthusiasm. Go them. With Yifan on their team, it seemed they might finally escape the bottom ranks. After an hour and a half of practice, Yifan realized he had no time to return home for dinner and agreed to join the 4 security guards for barbecue and cold beer nearby. Perfectly suited for the summer heat, it had been quite some time since he had dined with so many men, sharing stories and laughter over grilled food and cigarettes. He contemplated that even if he were to leave Jin Xiu in the future, perhaps it would be wise to find a job in a company to meet some colleagues. Just as Yifan finished a few bottles of beer and felt the urgent need to use the restroom, his phone rang. Upon checking, he saw it was Aunt Jiang calling and promptly answered, "Aunt Jiang, I'm dining out today. There's something you need?" Aunt Jiang hurriedly asked, "Dining out? Is Miss also dining out?" "Xiao Shui, she hasn't returned home." Yifan paused, realizing the gravity of the situation. "Oh right, she didn't come back with you? I can't reach her on the phone. What on earth is happening?" Aunt Jiang inquired anxiously. Why Yifan furrowed his brow. "Aunt Jiang, please don't panic. Let me try calling her, and I'll inform you once I have news. A sense of foreboding gripped him as he dialed Su Qingshue's number. To his surprise, the call connected immediately. Qingxue, where are you? Aunt Jiang said you haven't come home. The voice on the other end made Yi Fan's expression darken instantly. Mr. Yi, it appears this beautiful lady indeed shares a special connection with you. Recognizing the voice, Yi Fan realized it was Mindo, the bounty hunter who had previously stalked him but had been discovered. Do you realize what you're doing? Yi Fan's voice turned icy, sending shivers down Mindo's spine, even through the phone. Had it not been for the overwhelming allure of the ANKH, they would not have dared to take such risks. However, having gone this far, Mindo decided to be resolute, proclaiming, Mr. Yi, we are fully aware of the consequences of our actions. However, as the saying goes, one must enter the tiger's den to capture a tiger cub. Even if you are indeed a formidable opponent, we must give it a T or Y. Yi Fan narrowed his eyes. Speak. What do you want? It's quite simple. Hand over the ANKH, or inform us of the location of the elephant god, and we shall immediately release this lady, Mindo stated. Yi Fan wasted no time with pleasantries and directly inquired, where is the exchange location? Mindo's tone grew urgent. Surely, the ANKH is in your possession. Isn't it? Indeed, Yi Fan replied. Mindo immediately provided an address. Mr. Yi, we shall only give you 3 hours. If you exceed this time, you may never see this lady again. After jotting down the details, Yi Fan ended the call. He strode out of the barbecue restaurant with purpose, leaving Jiang Chao and the others under the impression he was simply going for more food. Hey, Brother Fan. Where are you off to? They called after him. Enjoy your meal. I have urgent business. Yi Fan shouted back before hailing a taxi and departing, leaving the 4 security guards in bewilderment en route. He remembered to call Aunt Jiang. Aunt Jiang, I've managed to contact Xiao Xued. I'm going to bring her home. Aunt Jiang fell silent for a moment before responding. I'll wait for you both at home. Understood, Yi Fan replied solemnly before hanging up. The location Mindo mentioned was on an island east of Huahai City, primarily known for its fishing and tourism, connected to the city by a bridge. Many citizens frequented it for vacationing. As it was the off-season for fishing, the harbor area was quite desolate. Outside a warehouse where fishermen stored their belongings, a Lexus SUV was parked. Inside the warehouse, a strong fishy odor permeated the air, and Su Qingshuo found herself bound hand and foot, utterly immobilized. Though her bangs were disheveled and she appeared rather disheveled, she remained composed, glaring coldly at the 2 men and 1 woman before her. Earlier on her way home, it had been the woman who had flagged her down, pretending to ask for directions. However, once she rolled down the window, a wave of intoxicating aroma overwhelmed her, causing her to lose consciousness. Upon regaining her senses, she discovered herself bound within this warehouse. What is your purpose? If you seek money, you should allow me to call home, Su Qingshuo questioned in English. The dark-skinned bounty hunter, adorned with a colorful flower hairpin, chuckled. Such calmness in the face of abduction. You possess quite the psychological fortitude. Mississippi, do you expect us to hope for tears and screams? Su Qingshuo retorted. Mindo chuckled lightly. Madam, my partner Kalisa was merely jesting. There's no malice intended. We only wish to understand your relationship with Mr.Ye and his identity and background at Mr.Ye Fan. Su Qingshuo was taken aback, realizing these individuals were not after her, but rather after Yi Fan. More importantly, why were they inquiring about her relationship with him? A thought crossed her mind. Could it be that Zheng Junfeng had sent these kidnappers to extract the truth from her? The realization only strengthened her belief in this theory, prompting her to respond directly. He is my boyfriend. A tutor. Boyfriend? Ah, so you are lovers. No wonder he cares for you so deeply, even willing to surrender the ANKH. Mindo stroked his chin thoughtfully. ANKH. What does that mean? Su Qingshuo could only decipher the sound of the word, failing to grasp its significance. Kalisa, displaying her dissatisfaction, interjected, a tutor. Someone who can detect our surveillance could not possibly be merely a tutor. Don't jest with me with that. Kalisa brandished a gleaming silver knife, positioning it threateningly beneath Su Qingshuo's delicate face, as if poised to mar her flawless complexion. A flicker of panic crossed Su Qingshuo's features. Though she typically did not obsess over her appearance, every woman harbored a desire to be beautiful. The thought of disfigurement was unbearable. I speak the truth. If you don't believe me, ask him yourself. Su Qingshuo bit her lip, her heart racing, yet her gaze remained steadfast on Kalisa. Mindo raised a hand to halt Kalisa. Kalisa, perhaps Mr.Ye truly works as a tutor. Individuals like him often possess several concealed identities. It's quite common. Concealed identities? Su Qingxue frowned. Their words suggested Yi Fan indeed harbored some mystery. Did he truly hide an unspeakable true identity? Madam, has Emerald why he ever mentioned anything about the ANKH? Mindo scrutinized her eyes closely, fearful of missing any detail. However, Su Qingxue was entirely oblivious and countered. You keep mentioning ANKH, but what exactly is it? Mindo sighed. It seems you genuinely know nothing. Well, such a vital piece of information, he would never disclose it, even to his beloved. Listening to their conversation, it appeared the focus was not on her and Yi Fan, causing Su Qingxue to question further, you are truly not sent by the Zheng family? Although she felt the question was rather naive, she still wanted to ask, Zheng family? What is that? Mindo replied with pride, we are bounty hunters of the monkey-eating eagle. Though Su Qingxue didn't fully understand, she began to believe that these individuals were indeed unrelated to the Zheng family. She had misjudged. The stout hunter suggested, Mindo, I believe we should take this woman to the boat. Regardless of whether we obtain the ANKH or not, we must take her with us to avoid confrontation. Nali, you make a valid point. I'll leave it to you, Mindo nodded. Upon hearing this, Su Qingxue felt a surge of panic. Was she to be wrongfully captured simply for being mistaken as Yi Fan's true girlfriend? More critically, would Yi Fan truly come to her rescue? These three wrongdoers, judging by their methods and weapons, were not to be trifled with, especially the stout one, who had a gun holstered at his waist. This was a matter of life and death. Yi Fan, who was known for his cowardice, avoiding confrontation, how could she expect him to risk himself to save her? Wait, you're mistaken. Capturing me will not aid your quest for this ANKH at all. Su Qingxue asserted, Oh? What leads you to that conclusion? Mindo inquired, puzzled. Su Qingxue sighed. He has only known me for a short while, and he is quite timid. He would surely fear you and wouldn't dare risk himself for me. Your plan is utterly futile. Upon hearing her words, the three hunters erupted in laughter, clearly finding her claims absurd. Mindo shook his head, replying, Madam, do you truly believe we would take your words to heart at this juncture? Why you would fear us? Ha, what a jest. Why wouldn't you believe? Do you truly know Yi Fan? Su Qingxue questioned, puzzled. Kalisa sneered, Woman, do you take us for fools? We called while you were unconscious. Your boyfriend is already on his way here, and he is probably nearing his arrival. He is quite concerned for your safety. What? He is already on his way. How could that be? Su Qingxue's eyes widened in shock, momentarily stunned. Could it be that she had misjudged him? As the thought of Yi Fan potentially confronting these three criminals crossed her mind, her worry intensified. Would this man truly act recklessly? At the very least, he should alert the authorities. She hoped he wouldn't be foolish. This shouldn't come as a surprise to Su Qingxue, considering Yi Fan often appeared cowardly, especially when faced with the threat of wage deductions. He had always exuded a lack of backbone, even resorting to peeking at her when she changed, an act unbecoming of any respectable man. To expect such a man to rescue her from peril was a gamble she was unwilling to take. Upon further reflection, she acknowledged that Yi Fan occasionally exhibited a serious and reliable side, displaying moments of warmth. She couldn't entirely dismiss those traits. Otherwise, she would have lost her patience with him long ago. Yet overall, the impression he left on her was far from favorable. The sporadic glimmers of brilliance were insufficient to redeem his entire persona. Just as Su Qingxue found herself engulfed in confusion over which version of Yi Fan was authentic. A loud knock resounded from the large iron door of the warehouse. Yes, here. Mindo turned to Nali. Take this woman to the boat. I'll negotiate with him. As the stout hunter approached to seize her, Su Qingxue defiantly struggled against her restraints, unwilling to succumb easily. Don't touch me. Stay away, she protested. Stubborn woman. Let us see how you handle this. Kalisa suddenly stepped forward, wielding a small canister that emitted a spray. After inhaling the peculiar scent, Su Qingxue felt her head spin once more, her strength waning as she succumbed to unconsciousness. At that moment, a thunderous crash echoed. The heavy iron door of the warehouse was violently thrust open by an overwhelming force. The rusty lock clanked to the ground, rendered utterly ineffective. As the door fell, a cloud of dust billowed forth, revealing a man's silhouette, Yi Fan. With his hands casually tucked in his pockets, a cigarette dangling from his lips, he silently retracted the foot he had used to kick the door. Mindo, Kalisa, and Nali were taken aback. Although the warehouse door was not impenetrable, It weighed several hundred pounds and was secured with a lock. Yet this man had effortlessly destroyed it with a single kick. Yifan sauntered into the warehouse with languid strides. Each step, while seemingly light, resonated like thunder in the hearts of the three hunters. Instilling dread at it was as if a shadow of a demon had enveloped the entire space, its blood-red eyes fixated on them from all angles. Kalisa and Nali comprehended the reason behind Mindo's earlier panic. This man's aura was truly terrifying. I recall telling you not to seek me out, it. Seems you have failed to grasp my intentions, Yifan stated, expelling the remnants of his cigarette as he approached the three hunters. Kalisa swiftly positioned the silver knife against Su Qingshue's neck, her voice laced with menace. Stop right there. If you take another step, I will kill her. Yet Yifan seemed oblivious to her threat, continuing his advance with an expression devoid of emotion, as if taking a leisurely stroll. However, his gaze grew increasingly frigid, sending chills down their spines. Under the weight of that gaze, the three criminals were drenched in cold sweat. Nali drew a Colt pistol from his waistband, aiming it at Yifan. Don't move. If you take another step, I'll pull the trigger, Nali shouted. Why Yifan merely scoffed. You do realize you need to disengage the safety first, don't you? Nali froze, suddenly realizing his oversight in his panic. He had forgotten to disengage the safety due to his overwhelming fear. Such a rudimentary mistake is absolutely not something he would typically commit. Although he hastily disengaged the gun safety, Norley's face was twitching, and his hands began to tremble. The oppressive aura exuded by this man was overwhelmingly formidable. Mindo, being the strongest among them, spoke up. Mr. Yi, what we desire is ANKH, as long as you hand it over. We guarantee that Miss Su will come to no harm. Yifan replied with an expressionless face. I do not possess ANKH. What? The three of them exchanged bewildered glances, each believing they had misheard. Though you know where the elephant-headed god is? Mindo inquired again. Yifan continued to walk, now within 10 meters of the trio. And upon hearing the question, he shook his head. Mindo's complexion fluctuated between red and white. Realizing he had been deceived, and naturally, he was furious. Mr. Yi, you underestimate us too much. Do you truly believe we wouldn't dare to kill this woman? As he spoke, Kalesh's knife drew perilously close to Su Qingshue's throat, while Norley aimed his gun at Yifan's head. Yifan halted 6 or 7 meters away from them and calmly replied. If you dare to capture someone, you certainly would dare to kill. Then you should cooperate with us and refrain from playing tricks, Kalesh sneered. The corners of Yifan's mouth curled slightly upward. Your audacity does not guarantee your capability. The trio found themselves somewhat perplexed by his words. Yet in the next moment, a terrifying sense of pressure enveloped them, suffocating them with an overwhelming intent to kill. Yifan's figure abruptly charged toward them. By the time the three realized that Yifan intended to engage them, they instinctively took defensive measures. Norley abruptly pulled the trigger, firing at Yifan's body. Bang, bang, bang. The bullets sliced through the air, radiating a searing heat. Curiously, each bullet seemed to deliberately miss Yifan, landing harmlessly. Observing his companion's inability to hit Yifan, Kalesha, with her silver knife, was about to viciously slash at Su Qingshue's neck when she found a hand firmly gripping her wrist. Yifan had somehow appeared beside Kalesha. The three hunters were stunned, gaping at Yifan as if he had teleported. What kind of explosive power must one possess to cover several meters in the blink of an eye and interrupt Kalesha's movement? Crack! A sound of bones snapping echoed, and before Kalesha could recover from her shock, her wrist bone was crushed. Kalesha screamed in agony, her knife clattering to the ground. Yifan seized her now limp hand, took a step back, pivoted, and with a sweep of his arm, hurled Kalesha like a sandbag. The force was unstoppable. Kalesha soared through the air like a human shot put, crashing against the warehouse's concrete wall with a resounding thud. The violent impact left the female hunter with countless broken bones and internal injuries, instantly robbing her of life, leaving a pool of blood on the wall before she collapsed to the ground. Chapter 0035. Divine Retribution. Kalesha? Fat Norley gasped, his gun now out of bullets, and he swiftly drew a serrated dagger from behind his waist, lunging toward Yifan's back. Yet Yifan seemed to have eyes at the back of his head, sidestepping the ambush before executing a spinning kick. Ugh! Norley shrieked as the kick struck his chest, sending his nearly 2-meter-tall frame airborne, hurtling 4 to 5 meters away. He coughed up a mouthful of blood. The ribs in his chest pierced his heart and lungs, and in excruciating agony, he soon lost his life. Within 3 seconds, both Kalesha and Norley lay lifeless, unable to comprehend how Yi Fan had struck them. The remaining Mindo was on the brink of madness, overwhelmed by the sheer strength of the man before him, a strength that was monstrous, inhuman. They were elite members of the B-class organization, the monkey-eating hawk, not mere soldiers or police, but far superior to special forces. Yet under Yi Fan's hand, they were as powerless as 3-year-old children. Although Mindo was filled with dread, the instinct to survive compelled him to muster the strength to draw a gleaming dagger from his waist and thrust it toward Yi Fan's neck. This was Yi Fan's blind spot. Mindo had unleashed all his potential, and thus, this strike was as swift as lightning, far surpassing his usual strength, as the dagger was about to pierce Yi Fan's throat. Yi Fan's left hand had already interposed itself before the dagger point. 2 fingers precisely clamped down on the blade's edge. Mindo thrust forward with all his might, but despite exerting every ounce of strength, he could not push the dagger forward even an inch. Merely 2 fingers felt as solid as reinforced concrete. Yi Fan turned his head, his eyes deep and abyssal, radiating a cold, desolate, killing intent. The moment Mindo met that gaze, he let out a terrified scream, releasing the dagger and collapsing in a heap on the ground. What kind of eyes were these? What manner of person possessed such a gaze that could terrify one awake from dreams? Mindo's face turned ashen, trembling as he asked, What on earth are you? Why? Yi Fan's lips curled into a cruel smile. Divine wrath. As those 2 emotionally void words escaped his low voice, the warehouse fell into an eerie silence. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Mindo's mind momentarily blanked before suddenly awakening to the implications behind those words. No, it can't be. Could it be that you are? Mindo became lost in his own thoughts, his mind unraveling from sheer terror, and due to overwhelming fear, he even stained his pants with a blot of moisture. Having wet himself, the only thought left in his mind was the monkey-eating hawk about to be erased from existence? Sir? Mindo realized the significance of the man before him. Disregarding his own humiliation, he fell to the ground. I truly did not expect that the address left by the elephant-headed god would lead us to you. Had I known you were his friend, we, the monkey-eating hawk, would not have dared to follow you even if we had 1,000 lives. Please, considering the price we have already paid, do not take out your wrath on our entire organization. Mindo, now prioritizing his survival, sought to plead for mercy, hoping to spare his organization from vanishing from existence. At this moment, Yi Fan had already retracted his imposing aura, his gaze returning to its usual demeanor, resembling an ordinary young man in the city. If your people do not come looking for me, I have no interest in engaging with you, Yi Fan said nonchalantly. Yes. Compared to you, we, the monkey-eating hawk, are but ants. Mindo was sweating profusely, his lips pale as he asked, Sir, please allow me to inform our leader. If he knows you are the resident of that apartment, we, the monkey-eating hawk, would never dare to offend you in the slightest. Yet Yi Fan remained silent, merely watching Mindo with an impassive expression. After a moment of dazed silence, Mindo finally chuckled self-deprecatingly. Right? Since you are hiding your identity, how could you let outsiders know that you are in Huahai? Yi Fan tossed the dagger back to Mindo. If this fellow still had any sense, he would know how to make his choice. Yi Fan had no inclination to further concern himself with Mindo and turned to carry the unconscious Su Qingxue. Departing the warehouse. Watching the man's retreating figure, Mindo picked up the dagger, aiming it at his own heart. Only by taking his own life could he possibly spare the monkey-eating hawk from annihilation. Yet, being still in his prime, he found it unbearable to sacrifice himself so easily. With that thought, Mindo's malice surged, and seeing Yi Fan carrying a woman, he fixed his gaze and hurled the dagger directly at Yi Fan's back. However, in that instant, Yi Fan effortlessly tossed the woman he held into the air. As Su Qingshue's body ascended, Yi Fan executed a single-legged spin. Just as the dagger was about to strike him, Yi Fan caught it with his hand and flung it back. Upon completing this maneuver, he turned back around, catching Su Qingxue once more as she descended. The entire sequence unfolded seamlessly, reminiscent of a graceful waltz. Yi Fan strode out of the warehouse with great strides. Behind him lay Mindo, his forehead pierced by the dagger, collapsing in a pool of blood. When Su Qingxue groggily awoke, she found herself lying on the back seat of her own car. Suddenly recalling the events that transpired, she sat up abruptly, only to discover that Yi Fan was the one driving. Qingxue, You're awake? Is your head still spinning? Yi Fan turned back, flashing a bright smile at the woman. Su Qingshua's eyes flickered. Once she confirmed her safety, she asked, "Did you save me?" "I suppose so, but there's no need for excessive gratitude. Since this incident was instigated by me," Yi Fan replied, silent. Her feelings complex. This man had truly risked his life to rescue her. "How did you save me?" Su Qingxue, having been unconscious, had not witnessed how Yi Fan entered the warehouse, and she was eager to learn the details. Yi Fan had already prepared a response. "Oh, it was nothing much. I went and gave those 3 fellows a beating. Then they ran away, and I brought you back. Don't try to fool me. Those people had knives and guns. How could you defeat them barehanded?" Su Qingxue was somewhat irate, feeling that this man was merely dismissing her concerns. Yi Fan continued to chuckle. "Qingxue, you're misunderstanding. That group was actually a bunch of cowards, just trying to intimidate you. Those guns were fake, mere toy guns." "Fine, even if the weapons were fake. Let me ask you, what is NKH?" Su Qingxue scrutinized the man sharply. Chapter 0036. Quite uncomfortable, Yi Fan's gaze momentarily solidified before he smiled and countered. "What NKH?" Seeing the man still feigning ignorance, Su Qingxue ground her silver teeth in frustration. "Who are you? Really? Are your identities as a handyman and repairman all fabricated?" Hearing the woman's barrage of questions, Yi Fan sighed. With Su Qingxue's intelligence of 180, although she might be somewhat dull in aspects of life and relationships, when it came to crucial matters, it was truly difficult to deceive her. However, if this continued, should the woman learn too much, it could pose a danger to her. Yi Fan felt he ought to consider her safety more, to prevent any unforeseen incidents. After driving into a street, Yi Fan parked the car by the roadside and turned back, saying, "Let us get out and have a meal first. After we eat, I promise to give you an explanation." "All right." Su Qingxue then noticed that they had not returned home but were instead on an old city street lined with small eateries. "Why are we here?" A hint of nostalgia flickered in Su Qingxue's eyes. Yi Fan chuckled. "Su Demei, it's nearly 10 o'clock. It would be quite a hassle to go home for dinner. We would have to let Aunt Zhang reheat the food. Just consider this an opportunity for me to apologize and treat you to a meal. Aren't you hungry as well?" Upon hearing this, Su Qingxue suddenly remembered Aunt Zhang and hurriedly asked, "By the way, does Aunt Zhang know about my situation? I called her and told her you and I were out on a date." "It's all fine," Yi Fan winked. "Date my foot. Who wants to go on a date with you?" Su Qingxue shot him a glare, though Yi Fan's thoughtfulness did make her somewhat pleased. She indeed felt hungry, patting her empty stomach as she stepped out of the car. "Come, there's a great place for sour fish. Let me take you to try it. I used to work as a gaming coach at an internet CAF nearby and often came here to eat." Yi Fan waved her over. Su Qingxue felt an impulse to strangle the man. "Gaming coach? How many jobs have you had?" Yi Fan chuckled awkwardly, pondering whether Su Qingxue would go into a frenzy if she learned he was using the 50,000 she had given him in the office while also helping Moo with gaming coaching. By this time, it was past regular meal hours and not yet time for supper, making it a quiet period in the restaurant. The two entered a restaurant named Yule Sour Fish and found a quiet little table by the window. Although the environment was rather unsanitary and the air was filled with a greasy scent, Su Qingxue did not appear to mind. In fact, she felt quite at ease. However, several waitstaff and passers-by couldn't help but stare at Su Qingxue's beauty, clearly mesmerized. Fortunately, Su Qingxue was accustomed to such attention. She often received requests for photos while shopping and had encountered numerous talent scouts. Yi Fan quickly ordered a large portion of sour fish along with 2 plates of stir-fried dishes, totaling less than 200 yuan. "This meal is on me, heh," Yi Fan declared with a proud expression. Su Qingxue, however, wore no smile, looking coldly at him. "You said you would explain what happened earlier. Go ahead." Yi Fan rolled his eyes. "Don't be so impatient. It's not often we have a chance to unwind. Come on, have a sip of water first." He poured a cup of complimentary barley tea for Su Qingxue and handed it to her. Su Qingxue exhaled, indeed feeling both thirsty and exhausted. After downing 2 cups of tea, she gazed out the restaurant window, lost in thought. Yi Fan had researched Su Qingxue's background, so he understood why she might fall into contemplation. After a moment, Su Qingxue asked casually, "Which orphanage did you grow up in?" "Ivy, have you heard of it?" Su Qingxue nodded. "The orphanage I stayed at was just down the street, called Star, but it was demolished long ago." I know," Yi Fan replied. Sipping his tea, Su Qingxue's beautiful eyes glimmered. "You indeed have looked into my background." Yi Fan did not deny it. "With your beauty, I naturally had to check if you were a fairy." Su Qingxue shot him a glance, not a single truthful word. Just as the two were chatting, the sour fish arrived. Su Qingxue, being quite hungry, looked at it with anticipation, only to frown and not touch her chopsticks. Yifan, puzzled, asked, "What's wrong? Don't you like it?" "There are scallions on top," Su Qingxue replied, visibly displeased. "You don't like scallions? Why didn't you mention it earlier so the kitchen wouldn't put any in?" Yifan complained. "I forgot. I usually don't eat at home. Also, why are you shouting at me so loudly?" Su Qingxue pouted slightly. Why Yifan felt wronged. "I wasn't shouting at you. Besides, if you don't like scallions, just push them aside." Su Qingxue shook her head. "No, I can't stand even the slightest smell." Only then did Yifan remember that Aunt Zhang's dishes seemed to never have scallions. Now it made sense. You little princess? You're quite difficult to please." Yifan clicked his tongue. "Mind your own business. I just want to eat fish," Su Qingxue exclaimed angrily, picking up her chopsticks to eat the potato shreds beside her. Yifan smiled, thinking how stubborn this girl was. However, this demeanor made her appear more endearing than the icy demeanor of a corporate queen. Yifan took a small plate and began to use his chopsticks to remove the scallions from the large bowl of sour fish. "What are you doing?" Su Qingxue asked in surprise. Yifan replied, "Of course, I'm removing the scallions. Now you can eat it, right? Don't worry, I'll make sure to get it all out." Su Qingxue stared at the man, watching him meticulously remove the scallions back and forth. Suddenly, she felt a strange emotion and said, "Stop it. I really won't eat it anymore." Yifan smiled gently. "It's fine. Although our time together has been brief, at least let me, your boyfriend, do my duty during our last meal together." Su Qingxue's pretty face registered shock, thinking she had misheard. "What did you just say?" Yifan looked up at her, smiling as he deliberately enunciated. "I mean, after we finish this meal, we will break up." Su Qingxue tightened her grip on her chopsticks, pursed her red lips, and after a moment of silence, coldly asked, "You said you would give me a reasonable explanation? And the result is breaking up with me?" Yifan smiled apologetically, continuing to pick up the scallions, and said, "In truth, our relationship is merely a facade. There is no talk of a breakup, merely a cessation of our contract." I pondered for some time, and I cannot guarantee that in the future, there won't be a myriad of troublesome individuals seeking to trouble me. When that time comes, those closest to me will likely be embroiled in it. You and I are but pretenders in this charade of a romantic relationship. It is unnecessary for you to bear any risk on my account, for you are blameless. Oh, of course, I shall repay you for the contract's remuneration, and I shall forego my salary from the company. I will not accept payment for work I have not performed." And Su Qingxue's bright eyes, a glimmer of moisture appeared. She herself did not comprehend why. Although their relationship was contractual, she felt a sense of grievance and discomfort when Yifan mentioned ending it. Chapter 0037. Thankfully, it's only 3 months if you leave now. How am I to deal with the Zheng family? How will I explain this to my family, leaving behind such a mess for me to clean up? Su Qingxue's eyes reddened with anger as she exclaimed, "Selfish fool. Do you think you can just walk away like this?" Yifan replied earnestly, "Qingxue, I understand your anger. After all, this sudden change will undoubtedly bring you a multitude of troubles. But regardless, it is far better than jeopardizing your life, isn't it? I am angry, but I am not afraid. I do not wish to evade," Su Qingxue declared with unwavering conviction. Yifan looked at her in surprise, but he countered, "Yet all of this has nothing to do with you. You are merely an outsider, and there is no need for you to be dragged into my affairs." "Outsider?" Su Qingxue retorted with a cold laugh. "Are you not one as well? What do you mean by that?" Yifan was confused. "I ask you," she continued, "when I signed the contract with you, I did not disclose the matters concerning the Zheng family or my parents. Now, because of me, you have drawn the ire of the Zheng family and the scrutiny of my parents. In this mess, you are also an outsider. Why did you not terminate the contract at that time and simply choose to leave?" Su Qingxue questioned. Yifan was taken aback. He had never considered such a question. "Let me tell you the reason," Su Qingxue said softly. "The reason is singular. You are not afraid of them at all. Though you speak a web of lies. Your job, your identity, your background may all be fabricated. Perhaps even your name is a deception. But one thing is clear. From the very beginning, you have not feared the Zheng family, have you?" Yifan remained silent. Su Qingxue, her voice rising in frustration, said, "This time, your troubles have ensnared me, and you wish for me to terminate the contract because you look down upon me. You believe I am inferior to you. Yifan and Su Qingshua's gazes locked tightly. Observing the woman's indignation and grievance, Yifan could no longer suppress a smile as he lowered his head. I do not look down upon you. Go be honest. I do not think as much as you do. I simply do not wish to involve you, Su Qingshu interrupted. Do you think that even if we part ways, I will live a life of peace? The Zhang family, the White Shark Gang, various adversaries in the business world, and those who would kidnap me for ransom. Did you think I was ever truly safe? Do you believe I emphasize the security team and have Ling Shan train them so rigorously for no reason? As a man, is your only solution to evade problems? Just like how you dared only to flee from the arena? Upon finishing, Su Qingxue let out a scoff, coward. Upon hearing this, Yifan became displeased, feeling that he had merely acted in the woman's best interest. How had he become labeled as a timid, useless coward? Su Qingxue, when did I ever say I wanted to evade? You are entirely misconstruing my meaning. If I were a coward, would I have come to save you today? Yifan argued, if you are not a coward, then as a woman, if I am not afraid, what are you afraid of? Su Qingxue challenged, her clear eyes fixed intently on the man. Yifan was momentarily stunned, the woman's words echoing in his mind. What am I truly afraid of? Indeed, what am I afraid of? After a minute, Yifan smiled with newfound understanding and nodded, very well. Since you have said so, I will retract my previous statement. Upon hearing this, Su Qingshue's expression softened somewhat, though she still spoke with displeasure. You think you can just come and go as you please? Do you believe being my faux boyfriend and assistant is a trivial matter? Moreover, even if we were to separate, it should be I who decides, for I am the employer. Do you understand? Yifan smiled wryly and nodded. You have the final say, you have the final say. However, let us leave today's matter as is. I shall not elaborate further, for even if we were truly husband and wife, there ought to be mutual privacy. Though Su Qingxue was still curious, she recognized the truth in his words and replied, very well, I shall let you off this time. After all, I will know sooner or later. She could now be certain that Yifan harbored many significant secrets, which piqued her subconscious interest. Yet, unbeknownst to Su Qingxue, her curiosity about a man signified a transformation in her feelings towards him. Yifan gazed at the woman, who resembled a proud swan, with myriad thoughts swirling in his mind. This was the first time this woman had captivated him, not through her beauty, but through something deeper. Yifan smiled, feeling contemplative, which left Su Qingxue slightly puzzled. What are you laughing at? She inquired. Yifan replied. My name is genuine. Although I have told many lies, my name is true. I am indeed called Yifan, he explained earnestly. Upon realizing this, Su Qingshue's cheeks flushed with a hint of embarrassment, and she turned her head to gaze out the window, muttering, Fool, who cares what your real name is? I know. Contract worker. No need to take it too seriously. Haha. Yifan chuckled to himself, resuming his task of picking up scallions. Crazy. What is so funny? Su Qingxue complained. Hurry up. It's your fault for wasting so much time with your nonsense. The fish is almost cold, and you still haven't finished picking up the scallions. All right, right away. Yifan said, quickly moving his chopsticks while muttering under his breath, Thankfully, it's only 3 months. Otherwise, who could endure this? What did you say? Ah? I didn't say anything. Am I going to deduct your salary? Surely not. In the depths of night, at the fishing port warehouse, police surrounded the area while a group of forensic personnel collected evidence. The director of the Huahai City Defense Bureau, Yao Zhengong, in his 50s with graying hair, personally arrived at the scene, engaging in fervent discussion with a group of seasoned subordinates about the 3 corpses in the warehouse. That moment, for men dressed in ordinary attire, appearing unremarkable, approached the warehouse entrance. Just as the officers were about to block them, a fair-skinned, handsome man shouted, Director Yao, let your men stand down. Upon hearing the voice, Yao Zhengong hurriedly turned around to welcome them. You gentlemen have arrived. Please, let these officers allow you in. Upon hearing that they were superior officers, the group of police officers, though puzzled by the visitors' identities, stepped aside. Yao Zhengong anxiously instructed, everyone, clear the warehouse. No one is permitted to enter. Including the technical personnel, this directive left many staff members baffled. Even if higher-ups had sent someone, there was no need to be so evasive. Each was curious about the origins of these 4 individuals. Regardless, under the director's insistence, the warehouse soon contained only the 4 men and Yao Zhengong. Black Hawk team leader, I thought you wouldn't arrive until tomorrow morning. This is quite the oversight on my part. Yao Zhengong greeted politely. The leader of the Black Hawk team had a narrow face but appeared spirited, his small yet piercing eyes assessing the scene in the face of such an incident. How could we afford to wait until morning? The Black Hawk leader replied coolly, crouching down to scrutinize the corpses on the ground. Chapter 0038. You think too much. The corpses had already begun to desiccate. Their heads bore gaping wounds from knife strikes, seeping a mix of red and white fluids. Yao Zhengong whispered, Black Hawk team leader, in my experience, this manner of death is far from ordinary gang violence. It appears to be the work of a skilled killer. Would you agree with my assessment? Boss, this guy seems somewhat familiar. I think I've seen him somewhere, one burly team member remarked. A glint of coldness flashed in the Black Hawk leader's eyes. Indeed, he is a formidable opponent. This man is Mindo, a top-tier assassin from the B-level organization, the Monkey-Eating Eagle. What? The bounty hunter Mindo? My goodness, he is quite the figure in Southeast Asia. Even if our team were to confront him, capturing him would not be guaranteed. How did he meet such a brutal end? The burly man continued. If this man is Mindo, then the other two are likely also members of the Monkey-Eating Eagle. To slay them with such tremendous force in a single blow, what kind of individual could that be? The capability to so easily dispatch a top-tier assassin from a B-level organization indicated a substantial threat. The Black Hawk leader turned to Yao Zhengong and said, Director Yao, we must immediately secure this location and conduct a covert investigation. We cannot let the grass grow over this matter. Yao Zhengong now recognized the gravity of the situation. If these esteemed officers were wary, how could their defense bureau handle it? His face paled as he nodded vigorously. I will heed your every command. The matter of the kidnapping seemed to have passed. Su Qingxue, possessing a resilient heart, remained unaffected, continuing her routine of working diligently. Not only that, but she seemed to recall the matter of makeup, applying a light touch each morning, enhancing her already captivating beauty to an almost ethereal level, as if she had been born with a beauty filter. Her attire had also become more fitted. Whether in a deep blue body-hugging jumpsuit or a strapless, sheer-shouldered white dress, her curvaceous figure was accentuated to an alluring degree. This woman, how could she be so stunning? If the man he once was had encountered such a woman, he would have driven to a secluded area and forced himself upon her. Yi Fan felt a stir of desire, thinking that having shared a meal of pickled fish, it was only natural to steal a few more glances at the woman through the rearview mirror. Regrettably, she chose to sit in the last row, offering him no opportunity to sneak a peek. Yi Fan felt despondent. The 180 yuan dinner seemed wasted, and the president's schemes were far too intricate. Moreover, Su Qingshue's attitude towards him had not changed much. She remained cold and even spoke less. This puzzled Yi Fan, for logically, after sharing some heartfelt conversations, their relationship should have grown closer. Her sudden aloofness left him bewildered regarding what she was thinking. Could it be the ongoing troubles with the acquisition of Feet Company, with Zhu Wanghua, Wang Liren, and other elders causing her distress? Yi Fan could only speculate. Unbeknownst to him, the first week had swiftly come to a close. Arriving at Friday in the car to the office that morning, Su Qingxue, usually reticent, unexpectedly spoke up, Yi Fan, do not go wandering about tomorrow. Why Yi Fan was puzzled. Wasn't tomorrow Saturday? Was there work to be done? A very important guest may arrive tomorrow at any moment. He is French, and you are proficient in French. As my assistant, it would be ideal for you to accompany me, Su Qingxue explained. Why Yi Fan frowned slightly. He had planned to attend to some matters over the weekend, but since the woman had said so, he nodded. All right. Since Su Qingxue had initiated the conversation, Yi Fan could not help but inquire. Qingxue, have I done something to upset you? Su Qingxue, absorbed in her materials, lifted her head and asked, what is the matter? Because I noticed that after we had the pickled fish, you seemed less inclined to engage with me, and I wondered if you were upset with me again. Yi Fan spoke candidly. Su Qingxue pressed her lips together, a faint blush creeping onto her face as her gaze flickered left and right before she asked, do you care whether I am angry? Well, it makes me feel uneasy, Yi Fan admitted, as Su Qingshue's lovely face betrayed no visible emotion, but internally, she felt a surge of delight as she replied, you guess. Yi Fan, feeling exasperated, thought, how could he possibly guess? Humph, then you can ponder it yourself, Su Qingxue declared, leaving him to contemplate alone. Why Yi Fan felt a wave of frustration. Had he known, he would not have asked. For now, he was even more perplexed. Upon arriving at the company, Yi Fan resumed playing games, though his mind lingered on what Su Qingxue might mean. Before he knew it, lunchtime arrived. Descending to the cafeteria, He piled his plate high with food and sought out Su Lingshan, who sat alone. After several days of dining together, Su Lingshan seemed to have grown accustomed to his presence, no longer offering the cold shoulder she had initially shown. Since Yifan had matters on his mind today, he sat in front of Su Lingshan and remained quiet, observing her as she covered her bosom meticulously. Yifan then focused on his meal. This silence seemed to unsettle Su Lingshan, who had grown accustomed to his lively demeanor. "Hey, what are you thinking?" she asked casually. Yifan looked up. "Are you asking me, Captain Su?" "Of course. Is there anyone else here?" Su Lingshan shot back. Yifan chuckled. "So, you suddenly care about me?" "I do not care about you. If I don't say anything, it's just because I'm worried you might be plotting something again." Su Lingshan scoffed. Yifan did not take offense. Instead, he asked with genuine curiosity, "Captain Su, since you've known President Su for a while, why do you think she is so hot and cold? One moment she is quite chatty with me, and the next, she is freezing. I can't fathom what I did to upset her. When I inquire, she only tells me to ponder it myself. What could be the reason?" After listening to Yifan's question, a hint of surprise flickered in Su Lingshan's eyes. After a pause, she disdainfully replied, "You are overthinking it. How could President Su possibly be friendly with you? It's merely your delusion." Upon hearing this, Yifan felt a twinge of disappointment. "Is that so?" Sigh. The minds of women are truly complex. Yifan suddenly realized that although he had experienced events that would leave many lifetimes envious and had reached heights that others could scarcely imagine, in matters of love, he remained utterly inexperienced. Previously, he had viewed women merely as fleeting diversions, but now that he was genuinely living alongside one, he found it far more intricate than he had anticipated. After finishing his meal, carrying a box of fruit, Yifan returned to the 66th floor. Although Su Qingxue had scarcely acknowledged him in recent days, she had finished off the fruit he brought each time, which seemed to have become a small routine. Just as he was about to exit the elevator, he spotted a beautiful woman in an OL outfit waiting outside. "Ying, you're back?" Yifan exclaimed with delight. Having not seen Feng Yueying for a week due to her business trip, Feng Yueying's face lit up with joy upon seeing him, but she quickly adopted a petulant tone. The company prohibits such names. "Oh, Yueying," Yifan amended. Noticing the woman seemed to be sulking, he asked, "What's wrong? Are you unhappy to see me?" As Feng Yueying stepped into the elevator, she playfully pushed Yifan out, saying, "I'm not upset. I'm just going to work." Yifan stood outside, looking innocent as he watched her descend, feeling helplessly amused. Had she truly not been upset? Chapter 0039. A major incident. Yifan could not comprehend why he seemed to attract disdain from women today. Upon entering the office, he found Su Qingxue immersed in a pile of documents, evidently those brought back by Feng Yueying. "President Su, have some fruit. Don't neglect your health while working," Yifan suggested. Just leave it there," Su Qingxue replied without lifting her eyes. Curiosity piqued, Yifan leaned in to glimpse what Feng Yueying had brought back after her week away. However, before he could see clearly, Su Qingxue suddenly leaned over to shield the documents, looking displeased as she said, "No peeking out." Yifan forced a stiff smile before quietly exiting the office, muttering to himself, "This strong woman is truly impossible to please." However, logically speaking, he hadn't spoken to Feng Yueying in the past few days. Could it be that Su Qingxue mentioned something about him, provoking Feng Yueying's displeasure? Upon returning to his office, Yifan's thoughts became increasingly uneasy. After all, his relationship with Su Qingxue was merely contractual. Even the title of boyfriend and girlfriend held little significance. If Su Qingxue chose to ignore him, it was inconsequential, as they would part ways within 3 months, merely passing through each other's lives. Yet, Feng Yueying was different. Her various qualities aligned perfectly with his pursuit of a comfortable life. They both harbored mutual affection, steadily deepening their bond, with hopes of transforming her into his woman in the future. Thus, Yifan made his way to the sales department's floor, seeking out Feng Yueying's office to ask the assistant to the president. Many in the sales department assumed his visit was work-related, raising no suspicions. After knocking, Feng Yueying's melodious voice invited him in. Upon entering, Yifan locked the door behind him. Feng Yueying was focused on her computer. Upon noticing Yifan, a flicker of surprise and fluster crossed her face. What brings you here?" Yifan approached her desk, leaning on it with a serious expression as he gazed down at her. "Ying, have you misunderstood something?" "Misunderstood?" Feng Yueying's bright eyes sparkled with confusion. "What do you mean? You seem unhappy to see me. Did someone say something negative about me?" Yifan inquired. Upon realizing his intention, Feng Yueying set aside her work, crossed her arms, and shook her head with a smirk. Not at all. Then what exactly have I done to upset you? Guess, she replied playfully. Upon hearing this, Yifan felt a wave of despair. Oh, Yingying, please don't torment me. How could I possibly guess? I haven't spoken to you in a week. How would I know what might have upset you? Humph. Feng Yueying pouted teasingly. So you do acknowledge that we haven't spoken in a week. Even if it's just a phone call, you could at least send a text, even if your phone doesn't support WeChat. Yifan paused, suddenly enlightened. Oh, so that's what it is? I'm sorry. Yingying. I've never pursued a girl before and didn't realize the importance of making a call. Who would believe that? You're so slick with words, and yet you. She almost mentioned something about intimacy but caught herself, saying instead, it's clear you haven't taken me seriously. Yifan sighed. That's a different matter. I didn't even think about calling you because I had no idea what we would talk about. It seemed like there was nothing to discuss. Is it forbidden to call if there's nothing to say? Feng Yueying stood up, playfully pushing him toward the door. You should leave. Don't disturb my work. I don't want to see you. Yifan recognized that this approach wouldn't suffice. He decided to take a more assertive stance to quell her little tantrum. He quickly wrapped his arms around her waist, disregarding the shock on her face, and leaned down to plant a kiss on her soft, rosy lips. Feng Yueying let out a soft moan, playfully striking his shoulder and back. Her face flushed yet melting under the sweetness of the kiss, growing increasingly weak. After a minute, Yifan finally released her. The warmth of her body was utterly intoxicating, and he knew if he continued, he might lose control. This was, after all, an office. Gazing at her flushed face, he gently cupped her cheek and earnestly promised, I assure you, next time you're on a business trip, I'll definitely call you, regardless of whether there is something to discuss. Feng Yueying felt a surge of sweetness in her heart but feigned displeasure. So you want to call when you're not on a trip? Hee, when I'm not traveling, I'll just come find you directly. Why bother with a call? Feng Yueying felt she had been too lenient with him, and with a hint of pride, she replied, that depends on whether I'm freed out of course. If you're available, we'll meet up. If not, I'll call that I'm determined to successfully pursue you. You're indeed a trickster. Not a single one of you men is trustworthy. Feng Yueying retorted. Why Yifan grinned. I'm just joking. Please don't take it seriously. Yingying, how about we go out for dinner this Sunday and catch a movie? He thought to himself that this seemed like a typical dating scenario for young people. Feng Yueying's cheeks flushed even more. Although she felt she shouldn't let him pursue her so easily, she couldn't help but agree. All right, very well. I'll meet you the day after tomorrow. You'll be free, right? Yifan considered his schedule and thought he would likely be free after finishing his work the next day. Feng Yueying pondered as well and nodded in agreement. Just then, there was a knock on the office door, and Lu Xiaolian's voice came from outside. Minister Feng, something terrible has happened. Feng Yueying quickly composed herself, taking a deep breath to dissipate the blush on her face before opening the door. What happened? Seeing Yifan inside, Lu Xiaolian nodded in greeting before continuing. The midday news just reported that the CEO of Feek Company has reached an agreement with Zheng Hongji of Zheng Group, indicating they will accept the acquisition proposal from Zheng Group. Feng Yueying's expression hardened as she swiftly stepped out to the main office. In every department's main office, several televisions were mounted for video conferences and news viewing. At that moment, nearly everyone in Jinxiu Group was glued to the television, cursing the Zheng Group for their audacity while lamenting how internal strife had cost them the opportunity to acquire Feek. In the sales department, Lu Xiaolian, Yu Yingying, and several key members gathered around Feng Yueying, discussing the situation anxiously. Yifan couldn't help but worry about how Su Qingxue would feel upon seeing the news. Chapter 40. Bullying the younger generation. Had it not been for the opposition of 2 vice presidents and several senior board members, Zheng Group would not have succeeded. Indeed, President Su's foresight was correct. Otherwise, would Zheng Group have chosen to acquire Feek? I really don't understand why those older board members, despite their age, fail to grasp the current market dynamics and impede our company's development. The employees were indignant, feeling it was unjust for Su Qingxue, and growing increasingly dissatisfied with the older board members. Originally, Su Qingxue's intention to acquire this software company was to create a high-end luxury mobile sales platform, transitioning Jinxiu from a traditional enterprise to a blend of internet and traditional methods, revitalizing the waning business. Minister Feng, what do we do now? The acquisition of Feek is surely off the table. Will our company's online high-end sales platform be shelved? Yu Yingying and others asked with concern. Feng Yueying remained calm, stating, "We are the sales department. Our task is to focus on our work. This is a matter for the board, the strategic department, and the marketing department to consider. We trust President Su. She will surely find a way. Now, everyone, back to work." She clapped her hands, dispersing the employees. Yi Fan observed everything, musing that Su Qingxue must be feeling quite distressed, as it was clear she had been betrayed by her own people. He had little desire to continue his flirtation with Feng Yueying and, after confirming their meeting for Sunday, returned to his office in the afternoon. Several senior executives trickled into Su Qingxue's office, the impact of the news clearly weighing heavily on the company. At the end of the workday, Yi Fan encountered Su Qingxue, whose face was icy and wearied. As they rode the elevator down, Su Qingxue leaned silently against the wall, not uttering a word, and Yi Fan refrained from disturbing her. This was the first time he had seen her so listless, stirring an unsettling feeling within him. Upon arriving at the parking lot, just as he was about to get into his car, he noticed a white Cadillac parked next to the president's spot. Two bodyguards in black stood flanking the vehicle, and leaning against the door was Zhang Junfeng, clad in a white shirt, a gold watch adorning his wrist, and a cigar in hand, exuding an air of nonchalance. Beside Zhang Junfeng stood a shorter yet robust man in his 50s, dressed in a plain gray-blue tunic, his gaze sinister. President Su Lingshan, accompanied by 4 uniformed female security guards, approached the elevator door, her expression filled with remorse. "I'm sorry. We didn't manage to stop them in time." Su Qingxue's eyes turned cold, a hint of anger flashing as she glanced at Zhang Junfeng before striding toward her car. Zhang Junfeng, however, grinned wickedly and stepped directly in her path. He glanced at Yi Fan beside Su Qingxue and sneered. "You're still here? I heard you've become an assistant. I see this is your true identity." Yi Fan narrowed his eyes, realizing that Zhang Junfeng hadn't mentioned his relationship with Su Qingxue. Likely viewing it as a source of shame, he preferred not to acknowledge Su Qingxue. Wanting to keep their relationship private from the female security guards, curtly retorted, "Step aside. Xiaoxue, don't be so cold. I know you're feeling down today, but business is business. Our personal matters shouldn't be affected," Zhang Junfeng said, exhaling smoke with a smug expression. "There are no personal matters between us," Su Qingxue replied coldly. Zhang Junfeng grinned maliciously. "What is the big deal about Feek? Once we marry, Jinxiu and Zhang Group will join forces. My Feek will become yours, right? I'm merely preparing some betrothal gifts in advance. Wouldn't you agree?" Su Lingshan could no longer contain her anger and stepped forward to scold. "Zhang Junfeng, don't be so arrogant. This is Jinxiu. Our president Su has asked you to step aside. Do you hear me? Who the hell do you think you are, you filthy security girl? Do you really think I'm afraid of you?" Zhang Junfeng's demeanor turned menacing as he glared at the female security guards. "If it weren't for your president Su, I would have long since had you taken to the White Shark Gang and made you suffer at the hands of hundreds of men. So it's true that the White Shark Gang is under your Zhang family's influence." Su Lingshan's face turned crimson with rage. Zhang Junfeng shrugged. "What of it? Do you have any evidence? Even if you did, what could you do about it?" Scoundrel, Su Lingshan could no longer hold back and attempted to charge at him, but Su Qingxue reached out, stopping her. "Lingshan, stay calm. President Su." Su Lingshan felt indignant for her superior. Su Qingxue sighed and asked, "Zhang Junfeng, what exactly do you want?" "I want nothing, Xiaoxue. Why do you have to think so poorly of me? I just love you too deeply and wish to invite you to a candlelit dinner," Zhang Junfeng said with a smile, gesturing toward his car. "I'm not feeling well, so I want to go." Zhang Junfeng narrowed his eyes. "Not feeling well? I can take you to the hospital." Su Qingxue hadn't anticipated he would be so persistent. Zhang Junfeng pressed forward. "Su Qingxue, you should know you've already lost. Continuing to resist is not good for you or for Jinxiu. If you were truly wise, you would accept being with me. That way, you wouldn't have to suffer anymore." Saying this, he reached out, attempting to touch Su Qingxue's chin. Su Lingshan, seeing Zhang Junfeng approaching, stepped in front of Su Qingxue, declaring, "Stop right there. Don't come any closer. Get this filthy girl out of my sight." Zhang Junfeng bellowed, his temper flaring. "Yes." 2 black-clad bodyguards rushed forward. Seeing this, the 4 female security guards charged in as well, directly colliding with the 2 black-clad bodyguards. Though the 4 women had the numerical advantage, the 2 bodyguards were retired special forces, their combat prowess evident. The fight was evenly matched, with punches and kicks exchanged. Realizing her team might struggle, Su Lingshan made a quick dash. seizing an opportunity to deliver a flying kick that sent one of the male bodyguards flying 3 meters away. The remaining 4 security guards quickly subdued the last bodyguard, thus ending the skirmish. Seeing her female security team victorious, Su Qingxue breathed a sigh of relief. However, Zhang Junfeng showed no sign of worry. He turned to the man in the gray-blue tunic and said, "Old Ma, I told you. This woman is no ordinary woman. Your involvement wouldn't be considered bullying a junior." Zhenkuan's gaze fixated on Su Lingshan's form, his old eyes glimmering with intrigue. He, a mere woman, so unappreciative, truly needs to be taught a lesson. Chapter 41. Saying it will scare you to death. Seeing the old man approach, Su Lingshan's expression turned grave, realizing that Zhang Junfeng had brought someone with extraordinary capabilities. Yifan's gaze swept over Ma Jinkuan's hands, a flicker of understanding passing through him as he frowned. Su Lingshan. She might not stand a chance against this lecherous old man. He took a few steps forward, saying, "Su team leader, leave this old pervert to me. I wouldn't want you to dirty your hands." Since he was part of the same company and had shared meals with her for several days, Yifan felt compelled to step in. Su Lingshan, however, was proud. "Step aside. I'm the captain of the security team. What business do you have here, assistant?" Yifan, feeling helpless, thought that if she insisted on trying, he would step back. "Team leader Su, be careful. Both President Su and I will be cheering you on," he said with a chuckle. "Don't need your nonsense." Ma Jiankuan, seeing the two bickering, sneered, "Zhang Xiao, did you really mean it when you said you'd take this female security guard to the White Shark Gang?" Zhang Junfeng's expression darkened as he grinned wickedly. "Rest assured, old Ma, once I subdue this Su Lingshan, I'll take my fiancée away. This female security guard will be at your disposal. I guarantee no one in Huahai will dare to interfere." "Good. It's been a long time since I've had some fun. This young lady's figure is just to my liking," Ma Jiankuan said with a sinister smile, revealing a plethora of wrinkles. At his advanced age, still lacking respect for women, it was evident that those associating with Zhang Junfeng were not of good character. Su Lingshan spat in disdain. As the confrontation escalated, Su Lingshan assumed a fighting stance, keeping a close watch on Ma Jinkun. Ma Jinkuan beckoned her with a finger. "Come, let me see what you're capable of. Don't say I didn't warn you." In a swift motion, Su Lingshan advanced, delivering a kick aimed at Ma Jinkuan's jaw. Ma Jinkuan blocked with his left hand, transforming his fingers into a claw-like shape, accurately striking Su Lingshan's foot. Su Lingshan felt a jolt of excruciating pain and stumbled back, staring in disbelief at Ma Jinkuan's hand. Eagle claw technique? Su Lingshan hadn't expected the old man to possess authentic ancient martial arts skills. In today's society, most martial arts were merely flashy and superficial, deceiving the public. Genuine ancient martial arts were lethal techniques, not easily shared, akin to firearms which are strictly regulated. Thus, individuals like Su Lingshan, who had served in the military and trained in martial arts, were already remarkable. However, facing someone like Ma Jinkuan, a seasoned practitioner of ancient martial arts, would be challenging, especially since Ma Jinkuan had undoubtedly honed his skills over many years. "If you have some sense, just comply, and you might avoid considerable suffering," Ma Jinkuan proclaimed with arrogance. Su Lingshan was not one to back down easily. Suppressing her pain, she charged again, unleashing a flurry of punches, aiming to evade Ma Jinkuan's eagle claw technique and strike at his vital points for a quick victory. However, despite Ma Jinkuan appearing to be of considerable age, his speed was anything but slow. With seasoned experience, he deftly thwarted Su Lingshan's assault, delivering a swift and razor-sharp strike akin to an eagle's claw towards the fabric covering her chest. In a flurry of panic, Su Lingshan retreated, narrowly evading the attack. Yet she still heard the sound of tearing as her uniform was slashed open in 2 places at her waist. Despicable, vile! Su Lingshan was filled with indignation. Had she not dodged quickly, her front would have been torn, resulting in utter humiliation. Behind her, Su Qingxue furrowed her delicate brows, her expression grave, astonished that Zhang Junfeng had enlisted such a formidable expert. Zhang Junfeng chuckled, "Old Ma, don't take it too seriously. Just teach her a lesson, but leave some dignity for my fiancé." Ma Jinkuan discarded the fabric he had seized and advanced. "Little girl, I relish your thorny demeanor. Come back with me. It will be far more comfortable than being a mere security guard. Dream on." Su Lingshan executed a spinning kick aimed at Ma Jinkuan's neck. A fierce glint flashed in Ma Jinkuan's eyes as he forcefully seized her ankle. So unruly, I shall cripple one of your legs and see how you resist. He sneered. Ma Jingquan raised his claw-like hand, poised to strike at the bend of Su Lingshan's leg. Just as her heart raced to her throat, believing her doom was imminent, she was astonished to find that nothing happened. Ye Fan? Su Lingshan stared at the man, bewildered. She was unaware of when Yi Fan had appeared beside her, gripping Ma Jingquan's wrist. Jingquan frowned tightly, attempting to shake free, but found himself utterly unable to escape. He released Su Lingshan's foot, his claw hand aimed at Yi Fan's eyes. Yi Fan, too, raised his other hand, assuming a claw-like stance, engaging Ma Jingquan's strike in a direct confrontation. Their fingers collided, and Ma Jingquan cried out in pain. Feeling several fingers go numb, nearly fracturing, Yi Fan tossed the old man aside, stating, "Old man, Su team leader could be your granddaughter. How dare you bully her? That is quite excessive." Ma Jingquan stared at Yi Fan in shock, while Su Qingxue and Su Lingshan were equally stunned, and Zhang Junfeng's face froze, as if he had seen a ghost. "You also know the eagle claw technique?" Ma Jingquan was bewildered, realizing that Yi Fan had seemingly employed the same technique. Yi Fan raised both hands, whimsically clawing at the air, exclaiming, "What is so difficult about this? Preposterous. You call that the eagle claw technique? Allow me to show you true skill." Ma Jingquan, feeling utterly humiliated, leaped into the air, diving down with a fierce eagle strike aimed at Yi Fan's throat. Yi Fan appeared uncoordinated, but he had already extended 3 fingers in anticipation, perfectly blocking Ma Jingquan's attack. After locking Ma Jingquan's fingers, Yi Fan exerted tremendous force. Ma Jingquan's claw felt as if it had been thrust into a blender, the bones cracking painfully as they broke under the immense pressure. He stared at his twisted fingers, gritting his teeth in disbelief at Yi Fan. "Where did you learn your eagle claw technique?" Ma Jingquan had never heard of such a young master of the eagle claw technique emerging in the underworld. Su Qingxue and Su Lingshan, along with the others, gazed at the man in astonishment, realizing that Su Lingshan had just been unable to contend with Ma Jingquan at all. Zhang Junfeng, terrified, took 2 steps back, his gaze shifting, recalling his father's words. This individual was not to be underestimated. Yi Fan, beaming with pride, remarked, "My master? He is a world-renowned figure. You would be shocked to hear his name." Chapter 42. Have you heard of him? Stop with the mystique. According to the rules of the underworld, one must declare their lineage. "I am a disciple of the Golden Eagle sect. Have the courage to reveal your own sect." Ma Jingquan bellowed. Yi Fan raised 2 fingers, scratching at the air, and earnestly stated, "Kato Eagle. Have you heard of him?" Ma Jingquan wore a perplexed expression. "Kato Eagle? That doesn't sound like a name from the summer country. Could he be a disciple of the eagle claw technique from abroad?" Seeing Ma Jingquan genuinely pondering the identity of this individual, Zhang Junfeng's face turned crimson with anger, wishing he could kick the old man. However, he could not openly declare in front of so many that Kato Eagle was merely a film producer, as that would tarnish his identity as the young master of the Zhang family. Meanwhile, Su Qingxue curiously asked Su Lingshan, "Have you heard of Kato Eagle? Is he famous?" Su Lingshan and several female security guards flushed, none wanting to explain to the naive female CEO who this person was. "Where is your sect? I've never heard of this person." Ma Jingquan was baffled. Yi Fan disdainfully replied, "If you haven't even heard of such a well-known figure, I shan't bother to explain. Go ask someone when you return." Ma Jingquan trembled with rage. Had he not been injured, he would have gladly fought. He was old, and such injuries were not easily mended. He turned and left, declaring, "Young Master Zhang, we shall return if I, Ma Jingquan, do not seek revenge for this humiliation. I shall not be worthy of being called a man." Upon hearing this, Zhang Junfeng felt a flicker of dark joy. Although today had been humiliating, if Ma Jingquan unleashed a frenzied retaliation, it could turn out to be advantageous. With the Zhang family members departing, Su Qingxue sighed in relief, her gaze lingering on Yi Fan, contemplating how he had managed to save her. It seemed he truly possessed exceptional skills. Su Lingshan, however, was convinced that on the day of the tournament, Yi Fan had deliberately held back against her, leaving her feelings conflicted and unfulfilled. On the drive back to Bailu County, they encountered evening rush hour, moving slowly in fits and starts. Seated in the back, Su Qingxue remained curious, inquiring, "Is your master, Kato Eagle, someone you met abroad?" Just as Yi Fan was about to park, he was startled by the woman's serious question, nearly hitting the accelerator in a rush. Once the car stabilized, Yifan turned his head, forcing a smile as he asked, Qingxue, you truly haven't heard of this name? Why would I lie to you? I just asked Lingshan and the others, and they didn't know either, Su Qingxue replied. Wei Fan thought to himself that they weren't unaware. They were simply too embarrassed to say. However, Su Qingxue's innocence genuinely surprised him. It seemed she had little interest in matters of romance, focusing all her attention on her career. I was just saying something random. Don't take it to heart, Yifan replied. Su Qingxue did not believe him at all. Why are you being so stingy? Is it embarrassing to have a master? Yifan was exasperated. He truly was just joking. Please, just drop it, Su Qingxue huffed. If you want to tell me, I can just look it up online. Do you really think I can't find out? Saying this, Su Qingxue pulled out her phone and began searching. Wei Fan shook his head in helplessness, wondering why this woman was so curious. What was the point? Less than half a minute later, Su Qingxue's cheeks flushed red, biting her lip, unable to utter a single word. Seeing her expression, Yifan realized she had uncovered the truth. Hey, Qingxue, I told you not to look. I was just joking, Yifan laughed lightly. You lecture. Su Qingxue was both amused and furious, recalling how she had asked Su Lingshan and the others. It was utterly embarrassing. Yifan protested. I told you not to ask, yet you insisted. I was just joking. Besides, Kato Eagle might not even be worthy of being my master. My finger techniques are quite formidable as well. Shut up. Drive your car. Su Qingxue could no longer contain herself, wishing she could hit the man a few times. Wei Fan mumbled. Why so agitated? I was just speaking the truth. If you don't believe me, you can try it yourself. Go to hell. If you say another word, I'll deduct your salary. Su Qingxue exclaimed, her face reddening as if she could drip juice. All right, I want to say another word. Yifan quickly relented, at the same time. He secretly chuckled to himself, wondering if he had a masochistic tendency. Why did he feel uneasy when she was silent, yet felt relieved when she scolded him? That evening, the upper echelons of the White Shark Gang held an impromptu gathering in the spacious hall of a private villa in Huahai City. A group of elegantly dressed individuals of all ages occupied several genuine leather sofas. Behind each person stood several men clad in black suits, indicating their notable status. Sitting in the host's seat was a middle-aged man with graying hair, impeccably dressed, exuding an air of sophistication. He was none other than the current leader of the White Shark Gang, Zhu Shoujing. To an ordinary observer, it would be unimaginable that the notorious, ruthless leader of an old-school gang could appear so refined, resembling a scholarly gentleman. As an elder of the gang, Ma Jianquan sat beside Zhu Shoujing. His hands bandaged. I believe the brothers present have all heard. Zhu Shoujing spoke in a smooth tone. Our elder Ma encountered a formidable opponent today while accompanying young Master Zhang to the Jinqiu group. Elder Ma's eagle claw technique was unexpectedly thwarted, which is a disgrace to our gang, and has caused the Zhang family to harbor doubts about us. The days when the White Shark Gang could dominate Huahai City alone are long gone. We now face disruption from the Iron Lock Gang and the resurgence of the Purple Bamboo Forest. Our alliance with the Zhang family is crucial for us to maintain our foothold and suppress the other two gangs. Therefore, I would like to hear from the brothers present regarding our predicament. I believe it's undoubtedly the Purple Bamboo Forest aiding the Jinqiu group from the shadows. Wasn't it Zhao Zhong from the Purple Bamboo Forest who sent a message to Wang Jiu, preventing him from pursuing that woman surnamed Feng? A bearded man, Zhang Huwei, the leader of the White Tiger Hall, interjected. Wang Jiu retorted, Zhang Huwei, why do you have to mention me? I sought peace at the behest of the leader. Do you think I'm afraid of the Purple Bamboo Forest? Zhang Huwei scoffed. Humph, whether you're afraid or not. You know in your heart I bet you nearly wet your pants from fear of Ning Zimo's flying daggers. Zhang Huwei sneered. You dare say that again? Wang Jiu glared fiercely and stood up, his subordinates mirroring his hostility. Naturally, Zhang Huwei's faction refused to back down, springing to their feet and shouting, "Want to fight? You filthy Wang Jiu, who do you think you are? Come on." Zhu Shoujing slammed his hand down on the sofa. Enough. What kind of decorum is this? Sit down. Upon hearing Zhu Shoujing's command, the two leaders begrudgingly took their seats. Yet they continued to glare at one another defiantly. I brought you here to devise a plan, not to have you act recklessly. Zhu Shoujing spoke sternly, turning to Ma Jinquan. Elder Ma, you were the one involved. What do you think we should do to restore our White Shark Gang's standing in the Zhang family's eyes? Ma Jinquan, with a furrowed brow, gravely replied, Leader, I believe we must ascertain that person's identity and background to devise a strategy. Otherwise, if we encounter someone we cannot provoke, it would be detrimental to our gang. Elder Ma speaks wisely. Did that person mention their sect? Zhu Shoujing nodded. Ma Jinkuan, his expression serious, stated, he only mentioned his master's name. But I've never heard of that person. I wonder if the leader or the other brothers have heard of an eagle claw technique master named Kato Eagle. The entire hall fell into an eerie silence. Chapter 43, Chaos of Gods and Demons. Why is everyone suddenly silent? After earnestly asking, Ma Jinkuan noticed that everyone's expressions had turned quite complicated. Did they all know this person? Ma Jinkuan felt puzzled. Having retreated from the scene for a few years, had the world changed so rapidly? Zhu Shoujing signaled to a servant, saying, Elder Ma seems tired. Please escort him back to his residence to rest. Upon hearing this, Ma Jinkuan felt uncomfortable. Leader, why must you send me away? Aren't we discussing that young man's master? Finally, Wang Zhou could no longer hold back and burst into laughter. Elder Ma, are you joking with us? He is just a man from a small island nation who makes films, and you claim he is a master of the eagle claw technique. What? Ma Jinkuan was stunned, realizing that the term island nation and filmmaking suddenly made sense. Coughing awkwardly, Zhu Shoujing added, Elder Ma, you may be of an older generation and not as familiar with the internet. It's perfectly normal not to know. That young man was just fooling you. Don't take it seriously. Seeing the entire gang stifling their laughter, Ma Jinkuan immediately understood the absurdity of his mistake. Realizing this, a surge of blood rushed to his head, making him feel like he might vomit with rage. That little brat. I will skin him alive. Ignoring the injury on his hand, Ma Jinkuan slammed his palm down on a nearby coffee table, creating a hole in the solid wood. Elder Ma, getting angry won't help. At least we can believe that the young man is not someone with a significant background. Otherwise, he wouldn't casually declare his sect. That's a big taboo in the underworld. Zhang Huwei said. Jinkuan's face twisted with fury as he ominously declared, I must return to my sect. Even if it means sacrificing my pride, I will make that young man pay the price. Upon hearing this, Zhu Shoujing and the others were overjoyed. Since Ma Jinkuan had mingled with the gang and taken on the role of an enforcer, his relationship with the Golden Eagle sect was not particularly strong. However, if Ma Jinkuan was genuinely willing to lower his pride and seek help from his sect, the situation would be different. Firstly, his seniority in the Golden Eagle sect would grant him respect, and secondly, the principles of the underworld emphasize faith. As long as he was not expelled from the sect, they would protect their disciples, thus making it likely they would help him regain his dignity. Elder Ma, we shall await your good news. Zhu Shoujing grinned widely. The next day, under the radiant sun, Yifan took advantage of the day off to head outdoors, utilizing the public sports area outside the Bailu County mansion to exercise. Yifan's workout was anything but ordinary. It was not simple running or aerobics, but rather resembled a peculiar dance. His body twisted and turned in a mechanical rhythm, reminiscent of Tai Chi, alternating between gentle and rapid movements. In essence, it looked like he was just flailing about, contorting his body without any discernible routine. Nevertheless, Yifan approached it with utmost seriousness, even closing his eyes as if he were listening to something. Hey, what are you doing? Are you insane? Acting crazy this early in the morning? A melodious female voice interrupted Yifan's rhythm, and he opened his eyes to find Su Qingxue, dressed in a pink sports shirt, white joggers, and matching pink Adidas sneakers, her hair tied back with a headband. She appeared more like a lively university student, radiating energy and charm. Why are you staring at me? Su Qingxue blushed slightly, glaring at the man. Yifan chuckled. I didn't know you also exercised, Qingxue. On workdays, I work. On weekends, I exercise. Otherwise, if my health declines, how can I work properly? Su Qingxue replied, somewhat exasperated. Don't change the subject. What were you just doing, flailing around like that, dancing? Yifan waved his finger proudly, proclaiming, you wouldn't understand. This is my self-created unique skill, an incredibly powerful technique. Oh, a unique skill? What is it called? Su Qingxue inquired. Yifan scratched his chin. The name I haven't really thought of one. If it sounds too impressive, it makes me seem boastful. If it's too ordinary, it doesn't do justice to the skill. Who are you trying to fool? If it isn't a fit of madness, it's certainly not a skill. Su Qingxue rolled her eyes, thinking this guy never speaks the truth. That I'm serious. Although there are many details yet to be perfected, this truly is a skill. Yifan was puzzled as to why he couldn't be believed when he spoke the truth. If you're going to go crazy, do it somewhere far away. Just don't let me see it, or it'll ruin my mood. Su Qingxue dismissed him, turning back to continue her run. Yifan sighed in resignation, muttering to himself, "Women always have long hair but short sight, what did you say? I'll deduct your salary." Su Qingxue called back, fuming as she turned her head while jogging. Yifan's face turned pale. Could he really hear that? His hearing is remarkably sharp. Yifan hastily pretended he hadn't said anything and turned to flee Su Qingxue, witnessing the man scurry away with his tail between his legs. Let out a triumphant snort. She certainly did not perceive him as a genuine coward. It was merely amusing to tease Yifan a little. For the next half hour, Yifan busied himself with his own antics, while Su Qingxue jogged around the plastic track near the mansion, covering nearly 6 kilometers. Yifan observed that the woman possessed quite commendable physical fitness. Many details were evident from her running. If Su Qingxue had practiced martial arts from a young age, she might well have become a formidable expert. However, compared to her talent for training, it was clear that business suited her far better. Of course, his admiration for her martial prowess served as a mere pretext, as his gaze was primarily drawn to her pert backside and the perfect curves occasionally accentuated by her movements. After their workout, Yifan returned home to a sumptuous breakfast that Aunt Jiang had prepared. Su Qingxue, being a lady, first took a shower and dried her hair before descending to have her meal, which consisted of a modest cup of milk and a plate of fruit salad. Just as she was halfway through her breakfast, a phone call came through to Su Qingxue's mobile. Yifan, with his keen eyesight, noticed it was a local number but didn't recognize the caller. Su Qingxue answered the phone, asking directly, "Chenya, has Mr. Fellaini arrived?" "Yes, Ms. Su. Mr. Fellaini's plane has just landed in Huahai and is about to head to the Hilton Hotel. Shall we go over now?" Su Qingxue replied, "No need. Mr. Fellaini has traveled a long way. It would be uncomfortable for him if we go now. Just send an email to inquire about what time Mr. Fellaini wishes to meet." "Understood, Ms. Su." After hanging up, Su Qingxue turned to Yifan, who was enjoying his soy milk, and said, "I've prepared several new outfits for you, located in the wardrobe of your room. Go change. You are not to wear those ragged clothes outside today." Chapter 0044. I knew you would agree since it was the weekend. Yifan was dressed in his own clothes. He glanced down at his blue t-shirt and white shorts, asking why. "I've washed these clothes. They are not torn and quite clean, just a bit wrinkled." "What good is cleanliness? Do your clothes have a brand? What are they worth?" "I'm not sure," Yifan replied, unable to answer. Su Qingxue sighed, saying, "Our guest, Mr. Fellaini, is the creative director of the LD Group from France, a world-renowned fashion icon. He is an extraordinary designer. If he sees how you're dressed, he will be left with a poor impression. And we want to have a business discussion at all." Yifan pondered for a moment, realizing it was pointless to argue with her, and nodded, "All right, I'll change." Just as he was about to get up, a call came in, and upon checking, he saw it was from his student Mu Mu Mu. "Hello, Mu Mu Mu. What's wrong?" Yifan answered, remembering that today was not a tutoring day. On the other end, Mu Mu Mu's voice trembled with tears. "Yifan, you have to come save me. What happened?" Yifan was taken aback. This girl was usually so lively. Why was she crying today? "I'm trapped in an internet CAF by a few people. I can't get out." Mu Mu Mu's voice shook. Yifan frowned. "But you don't have an ID. How did you get into the internet CAF?" "It's a CAF in a residential area. They didn't ask for ID." Mu Mu Mu's response was weak. Yifan slapped his forehead. Wasn't that equivalent to an illegal internet CAF? No wonder she didn't dare to call the police. She was likely afraid of getting caught herself. After all, they had known each other for nearly a year. While not deeply acquainted, she was one of the few familiar faces in Huahai. He couldn't just stand by and watch her in distress. "Where are you?" "I'll head over immediately," Yifan said. Mu 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 quickly provided an address, and upon looking, Yifan realized it wasn't too far by taxi. "Just hang in there. Avoid any conflict. I'll be there right away." After finishing, Yifan turned to the puzzled Su Qingxue and said, "Qingxue, my student is in some trouble. I need to go to the internet CAF." "Student?" Su Qingxue was baffled. Was this guy really a tutor? Did she look like a fool to him? As Yifan dashed out the door, Su Qingxue, furious, bit her silver teeth. "Where do you think you're going? We have work today." "You come back." From a distance, Yifan's voice echoed back. "Call me when it's time to meet. I'll make my way there myself." "Yifan, you're fired. Don't come back." Su Qingxue fumed, wanting to throw something, but she was unsure if Yifan heard her. Aunt Jiang, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but shake her head, seemingly concerned for the young couple. At the foot of an old community apartment building, there was a modest internet CAF. In the current age of popular internet CAFs, Such small establishments had little room to survive. However, due to its concealed location and its old, unremarkable appearance, it was seldom checked. And with its low prices, many students from the vicinity frequented it to play games. Yi Fan took a taxi, arriving at the CAF swiftly, just in time to spot a familiar, beautiful girl anxiously waiting in a corner. The girl had long, flowing black hair, wore a light yellow cartoon t-shirt, denim shorts, carried a small crossbody bag, and sported white sneakers. Though young, she was already quite shapely, with a slender waist and curvy hips. Her long, fair legs accentuated by her delicate features framed by her bangs, exuding a hint of youthful allure, a true beauty in the making. Beside her stood 3 young men clad in tank tops, smoking and blocking her way. Moo. Yi Fan approached, puzzled by the scene before him, and asked, "What is going on here?" Yi Fan. Moo rushed forward as if seeing a long-lost relative, grabbing his hand. "You finally made it. I was about to go crazy." One of the scruffy young men with a small mustache sneered. "So this is the so-called expert? Doesn't he look like much?" "Ha, not an expert. Looks more like an old-timer." Another tattooed thug chuckled wickedly. Moo stamped her foot, arguing, "That is not true. Yi Fan is way stronger than you. If I had half his skill, I would have wiped the floor with you just now. Quit boasting. We've seen your level already." The mustached one scoffed. Yi Fan, bewildered, asked, "What are you all talking about, expert or not?" Moo stuck out her tongue playfully, grinning as she held onto Yi Fan's hand. "My most respected teacher Yi, could you please take these guys on in a solo match? Just one match. Win back the money I lost." Yi Fan immediately understood, his eyes widening. "You little rascal. You lost money playing games and lied to me about being harassed by thugs?" Moo blinked innocently, her demeanor utterly charming. "If I hadn't said that, would you have come right away? Now I know you care about me." "I'm so touched." Yi Fan grasped the girl's ear, admonishing, "Have you ever heard the story of the boy who cried wolf? Should I tell you about it in detail?" Moo squeaked in pain, begging, "Ouch, that hurts. My ear is going to fall off." Yi Fan, "Please help me just this once. I want to do it again." "Not interested." Yi Fan turned to leave, feeling that he had already angered Su Qingshuer enough by running out without notice. He had no time to indulge these kids in a game. 5,000? Suddenly, Moo shouted after Yi Fan's retreating figure, 5,000 for a match. Yi Fan halted immediately, turning back with a warm smile on his face. "Are you saying 5,000 for a game?" Moo's big eyes sparkled as she nodded enthusiastically. Yes. Are you serious? 5,000 could almost buy a top-tier gaming account. You're betting that much? Yi Fan questioned skeptically. Damn you, Moo pouted, because I lost 5 matches to them. 1,000 each. Yi Fan was at a loss for words. This girl truly spent money like water. "All right, we'll settle it in one match, betting 5,000. If I win, I'll give you the money." Moo looked at him with pleading eyes. Upon hearing this, Yi Fan thumped his chest and declared, "Money is trivial, but seeing my student being bullied is intolerable. I must stand up for my student. On a grander scale, it's about the dignity of a teacher. Don't worry, I'll handle this." Moo laughed as she patted Yi Fan's shoulder. "I knew you would agree. You're always so shameless." Chapter 0045. Allow me to admire. Yi Fan inwardly grumbled that this little girl was the shameless one, but his face broke into a wide grin. Someone was about to hand him money. The 3 young men, however, paid no mind to Yi Fan, with the mustached one sneering, "Hey, 5,000 isn't a problem. But do you have enough cash on you?" Yi Fan promptly produced his bank card, the password being 6/8, revealing over 20,000 inside. Believe it or not. The 3 young men exchanged glances, and the mustached one grinned devilishly. "This area is full of our brothers. We're not worried about you backing out." "Fine, let us have a solo match. You pick Riven. Sound good? You get to pick the hero too?" Yi Fan feigned hesitation. "If you're not playing, then get lost." The mustached one spat out a puff of smoke arrogantly. Moo quickly interjected. "Who said we're not playing? Yi Fan can do anything." "All right, let us see what the first Riven of Huahai Dragon Technology Institute can do. The rules are you can go to the jungle but can't attack it. We'll bet on who gets first blood," the mustached one declared. Yi Fan sighed. "Fine, but let me familiarize myself with the keyboard and mouse here first. Give me 3 minutes." Seeing Yi Fan appear so anxious, the 3 youngsters grew increasingly confident, not caring at all. Once Yi Fan was ready and a room was created, the solo match officially began. Yi Fan calmly controlled his character, even pulling out a cigarette to smoke. Asking Moo 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 to help him light it as the battle commenced, Yifan wasted no time in harassing his opponent. What an idiot, crossing the minion wave. P.S. just a rookie, the mustached one laughed heartily, thinking victory was assured since this hero feared getting hit first. Just as he felt confident, he realized that every time he attempted to attack, Yifan had already evaded. Each time, Yifan managed to dodge damage perfectly, landing skills at just the right moment, leaving the mustached one utterly helpless, as if he possessed strength but had no means to utilize it, only to be left choking on his own blood. A master! Some internet CAF patrons, observing the scene, began to murmur amongst themselves, while the three thugs' faces turned ashen. When Yifan executed a flawless combo, taking out the opponent, the mustache trio's faces turned ghostly white. First blood. Yifan wins. Moo 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 beamed with pride, as if she had won herself, and extended her hand to the three. Come on, 5,000. The three exchanged glances and turned to leave the CAF. Ignoring her plead, "You're cheating. Hurry up and pay." Moo 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 was frantic, rushing to block their path. The tattooed guy scratched his chin, looking defiant. "Listen, little girl, if you don't want to be in trouble, you'd better move aside. Believe it or not, I can call a dozen people over right now." Moo 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 instinctively took 2 steps back. After all, she was just a high school girl with little social experience. Threatened like this, tears welled in her eyes, feeling both wronged and scared. How can you do this?" The tattooed thug sneered. "Good, now you're scared. Move aside." Just as the three swaggered out, Yifan unexpectedly approached from behind and kicked the tattooed thug squarely in the rear. Ouch! The thug fell flat on his face, shocking the other 2 young men. "You bastard, you dare to hit me?" the mustached one shouted angrily, turning to face Yifan. Yifan raised his hand and slapped the mustached one, knocking him to the ground and nearly distorting his face. "Do you even know the difference? That was kicking. This is hitting." The 2 swift strikes left the 3 thugs stunned, while Moo Moo Moo's eyes sparkled with excitement, her cheeks flushed with exhilaration. Yifan extended his hand toward another thug, demanding, "Hand over the money. The one thing I despise is gamblers who refuse to pay. In a casino, they lose their hands. Understand?" The remaining thug trembled, clearly frightened by Yifan's display of strength. He shakily pulled out his wallet, preparing to hand over the thick stack of cash inside. "Give it to me." Yifan snatched the wallet, extracting all the cash before tossing the empty wallet back at the thug. The thug looked as if he might cry. This big brother, there's over 200 in there, that's mine. This is compensation for my student's mental distress. Consider it a bargain for you," Yifan said cheerfully, pocketing the cash. Just then, the tattooed thug rose from the ground, clutching his sore backside, and shouted, "You've got guts, stay right there. I'll call someone to deal with you. I'll make sure you regret." Before the thug could finish, Yifan kicked him in the knee. "My leg," the thug screamed in agony, collapsing to the ground, tears streaming from his eyes. He might have broken something. "Who's foolish enough to stand around waiting for you to call people? Have you watched too many brainless dramas?" Yifan waved to Moo Moo Moo. "Let us go." Moo 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 happily complied, hugging Yifan's arm from behind and playfully saying, "Teacher Yi, I haven't had breakfast yet. Please take me out for a bite." "All right, I'll treat you to some xiaobing." Yifan, feeling good after winning money, didn't mind indulging in another meal. "I want pizza." "Pizza? Nothing beats the local xiaobing from our summer country." Yifan was reluctant to waste money on unnecessary expenses. Before long, the 2 indeed found themselves in a small alley, seated at a food stall, enjoying xiaobing and savory soy milk. Although Moo 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 kept calling Yifan stingy, she devoured her food ravenously, completely disregarding her image as a beauty, as if she hadn't eaten in 3 days. Once Yifan had his fill, he inquired, "What made you run off to the internet CAF so early? You can't go crazy just because it's summer vacation, can you?" The girl licked the green onions off her lips and replied, "I went yesterday afternoon and stayed overnight at the CAF." "Seriously?" Yifan was astonished. "Don't you have a computer at home? Why go to the CAF for thrills?" I ran away from home," Moo 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 mumbled. Yifan felt an urge to cry. What kind of lively character had he stumbled upon? Fortunately, accustomed to life's tribulations, he recovered quickly and asked with a smile, "Why?" Moo Moo Moo's face flushed with indignation. "My dad brought a woman home yesterday, saying he wants to marry her, and told me to call her mom. I don't want to see them. Your mother passed away years ago. Is it unreasonable for your father to find a companion?" "I don't care." I just hate that woman, Moo 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 exclaimed angrily. She looks like a vixen. Intrigued, Yifan asked, a vixen? Do you have a photo? Let me admire it. Chapter 0046, Teacher and student, have you lost sight of the main issue? What's so appealing about that plastic surgery girl? Moo 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 exclaimed. What's the harm in taking a look? Besides, the vixen is also after your dad. Why are you running away? You're leaving home over this, Yifan lamented, realizing how ungrateful today's youth could be. Thus, Yifan withdrew 200 yuan banknotes and slapped them down in front of Moo Moo Moo. Here, take this 200, grab a taxi home, and stop wandering aimlessly outside. You're not a child anymore. What's with this running away from home nonsense? If it weren't for your father giving you pocket money, you would have starved out there. Do you understand? Yifan admonished her a bit and then stood up. Intending to leave, Moo Moo hurriedly stuffed the money into her bag, but didn't he leave? Instead, she followed closely behind Yifan, her eyes fixed on him. After trailing him for over 100 meters, Yifan turned around and asked, Moo Moo Moo, why are you following me? I don't want to go home. Why dad hasn't called me yet? He doesn't care about me at all. I refuse to go back. Moo 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 pouted. Why Yifan couldn't he help but chuckle. Then what's the point of following me? You're my tutor. A teacher should be responsible for their students. Moo 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 rushed forward, grabbing Yifan's hand, saying, Yifan, you were so amazing when you dealt with those bad guys. Can you fight? Well, yes, I can even perform the 18 dragon subduing palms. Yifan chuckled awkwardly before sighing, little girl. We both know that my tutoring role is merely a guise to facilitate my entry into your home to help you play video games. You can't genuinely consider me a teacher. Moo 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 stubbornly replied, but I'm so bored at home. I've been playing video games all summer, and I'm getting tired of it. I just want someone to play with. Yifan scratched his head. If you want company, you can find your friends and classmates. Surely you have some close girlfriends? What fun is that? Chatting about nothing but LV and Hermes or Korean celebrities. Even buying something from Zara can make them feel like wealthy beauties, and they spend hours taking hundreds of selfies just to post one on social media, lamenting about how tired they look. I don't want to hang out with them during the summer. Moo 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 expressed her disdain. Why Yifan couldn't he help but laugh. You little rascal. All right, since you've put it that way, I'll take you somewhere. With her eyes sparkling with anticipation, Moo 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 asked, where to? Century Paradise. I heard they have roller coasters, and I've never been. Or maybe to the zoo to see the pandas. Yifan figured that since they were already out, staying out a little longer wouldn't hurt. So he smiled mysteriously and said, let us first head to the bank. With a head full of questions, Moo 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 followed Yifan to a nearby bank. Yifan took out over 20,000 yuan from his savings card and added the 5,000 he had just won to a black bag. The two of them took the subway for half an hour, disembarking near the Linchong area in the southern district of Huahai City. Finally arriving at the place Yifan mentioned, Moo Moo Moo's little face was filled with disappointment. The Ivy Welfare Institute? Looking at the old building, covered in green ivy, Moo 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 curiously asked, Yifan, why did you bring me here? Isn't this a place for orphans? A warmth glimmered in Yifan's eyes as he smiled gently. This is where I spent my childhood. Moo Moo paused for a moment before asking apologetically, are you an orphan? Yifan shrugged, not elaborating further as he stepped through the red-painted gate. Upon entering the courtyard, the joyful sounds of children playing filled the air. Uncle Yifan, a few children, appearing to be in elementary school, greeted him with innocent smiles. It was as if Yifan's arrival brought a vibrant liveliness to the entire place. Yifan Ge, you're here, a melodious voice called from the side. Emerging from the laundry room was a girl dressed in a white striped fitted shirt and light denim capris. This girl stood at an impressive height of nearly 170, her long legs gracefully sculpted, resembling a masterpiece crafted by an artist. Her delicate face bore no makeup, with a pointed chin, high-nosed bridge, slender brows, and small red lips. Her black hair was simply tied back, exuding an effortless freshness. Yifan smiled brightly. Yun, still doing laundry? Don't tire yourself too much. However, Moo 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 suddenly exclaimed from behind, Teacher Du. What are you doing here? Yun blinked in surprise. Moo Moo Moo, you know Yifan Ge? Yifan glanced around and then remembered that Yun was a Chinese teacher at Huahai No. 1 High School, where Moo 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 was also a student. He hadn't realized they knew each other. After a brief explanation from Yifan, Yun learned they had met while gaming, and she didn't pay it much mind. Yifan handed the black bag to Yun, saying, Yun, take this money while the director is looking. Tell her it's from an anonymous donor, to spare me from her asking for repayment. Yun, holding the heavy bag, looked at him tenderly. Yifan go. You work so hard to earn money outside. At least buy yourself something to eat. The children here are living much better than before. I'm not short of money, so just accept it. I'm happy to spend this on the kids. Yifan chuckled. Diyun Air seemed accustomed to such matters and nodded. All right then. School starts next month, and this money can help some children buy supplies and new books. Mu was taken aback, never imagining that the frugal Yifan was actually donating money to an orphanage. Watching the two converse amicably, she couldn't help but ask softly, Teacher Du, what is your relationship with Yifan? A hint of nostalgia flickered in Diyun Air's bright eyes as she smiled. Yifan Go and I are both orphans. We met here when we were young. Although he was adopted later, he returned here a couple of years ago, and we reunited. Oh, so you two are childhood sweethearts. Mu exclaimed, clapping her hands. Diyun Air's cheeks flushed, but she didn't deny it. You should learn from your teacher Du. She works during the week and comes here on weekends to care for the children, showing gratitude to the director who raised her. Compare that to yourself. Yifan teased. Mu pouted. Yifan, please don't say these things in front of my teacher. It's so embarrassing. Diyun Air looked puzzled, not understanding what was happening, and asked, what is going on? This girl ran away from home. Isn't that childish? Yifan shook his head. Hey, don't say that. Mu exclaimed urgently. Diyun Air, bemused, listened as Yifan explained the situation, shaking her head disapprovingly. Mu, didn't you promise to catch up on your studies during the summer? Why are you throwing a tantrum? You're going into your senior year next semester. If you keep this up, you'll end up at the bottom of your class and want to even get into a junior college. Why? Yifan burst into laughter. What? This girl's grades are that bad? Not of course. If all she does is play games, how could she do well? Don't laugh. You didn't go to college either. Why do you get to mock me? Mu's face burned with embarrassment, nearly in tears. Just when she thought her situation couldn't get worse, she found herself in front of her teacher. Thankfully, Diyun Air didn't intend to scold her further and turned to Yifan. By the way, Yifan Go, you came at a good time. I was wondering if you would show up today. I asked their trouble at the Welfare Institute. Yifan quickly asked, what happened? Diyun Air smiled and shook her head. No, it's just that Brother Song is inviting U.S. Welfare Institute companions for a gathering, which happens every 6 months. You forgot, right? Will you come with me? Yifan blinked, about to respond, but Diyun Air hurriedly added, you missed the last two because of your part-time job, and several people have been asking about you. Yifan couldn't help but smile. I never said I wouldn't go. It's just that Song Xinghe didn't invite me. Can I still go? Song Xinghe was also a partner from the orphanage, 2 years older than them and currently the most successful among their peers. After being adopted by parents who took him abroad, he returned with a degree and established a biotechnology company, becoming a well-known young talent in Huahai City. It was said that his company was about to go public, and his wealth was estimated to be over $1 billion. Over the past 2 years, Yifan had heard quite a bit about Song Xinghe. He often invited the little friends from the orphanage for meals and was generous, earning the affection of many. Diyun Air beamed, of course, it's no problem. Just like our previous gatherings, he wants to individually invite everyone. As long as you are from the Welfare Institute, you're welcome. Besides, you two were quite close as children. The gathering is next Wednesday evening. Are you free? Yifan thought for a moment. An evening gathering shouldn't be an issue. All right, it's settled then. Diyun Air seemed relieved and filled with anticipation. Beside them, Mu giggled and asked, Teacher Du, if so many companions from the orphanage are going, you don't have to insist on bringing Yifan, do you? Do you like him? Upon hearing this, Diyun Air's face turned crimson, and she flustered, unsure how to explain. Why? Yifan playfully tugged Mu's ear, saying, you little rascal, what nonsense are you spouting? Our relationship is close. Is it strange for her to want me to accompany her? Ow, that hurts, Yifan, I was wrong. I won't say anything silly again, Mu pleaded. Why? Yifan finally released her, his mind a jumble of thoughts, realizing why she struggled with her studies. Mu, pouting and covering her now red ears, complained. Is this how you treat a pretty girl? You show no mercy at all. I can't believe Teacher Du would like someone like you. Watching the two bicker, Diyun Air covered her mouth, chuckling, which eased the awkwardness. That moment, a middle-aged woman, slightly plump and appearing in her 50s, walked out from one of the rooms. It was Director Li Shuhua of the orphanage. The kind director smiled warmly. Yifan is here? Oh, and you've brought a little girl. Is she your girlfriend? This remark caused Mu's cheeks to flush with embarrassment, while Diyun Air quickly clarified. Director, she is one of my students. She's only in high school. Upon hearing this, Director Lee exclaimed, "Oh, today's children eat well. I really can't tell she's still in high school with how mature she looks." Yifan chuckled, glancing at Moo Moo Moo, who was beginning to show signs of maturity, and nodded. "Director, this girl mentioned wanting to come stay at our welfare institute. You should take her in." "What? Stay with us?" Director Lee looked puzzled. Moo 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 was equally bewildered, unsure of Yifan's intentions. Yes, she had a falling out with her father and ran away from home. Now she is without parents. She insists on following me, so I brought her along, Yifan said earnestly, winking at Director Lee. Director Lee understood and smiled knowingly, beckoning to Moo Moo Moo. "Well then, little girl, come here. I'll help you with the paperwork. Starting today, you'll be one of our children." What paperwork? Moo 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 gasped, shouting at Yifan. "Are you trying to sell me?" Yifan shrugged. "You don't want to go home, and you have no money. Staying at the Welfare Institute means free food and a roof over your head. Surely that's better than wandering outside." Moo 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 was at a loss for words, shaking her head vigorously. "I thought I was just angry. I'll go back. My dad is probably worried about me." "Your dad hasn't even called you yet. He must not want you as his daughter anymore," Yifan remarked. "That is not true. He called several times. I just didn't pick up as soon as she spoke." Moo 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 realized she had let slip too much, covering her mouth with wide, frightened eyes. Yifan sighed, his expression one of knowing. "So you finally admitted it. Did you think I couldn't guess your little secret? Knowing your dad is worried about you, why keep throwing a tantrum? Don't you realize that every child here longs for a father to call them?" Yifan pointed to the orphans playing outside. "They can't even receive a call from their parents. While you can, and you still refuse to answer. Is your heart made of stone?" Moo 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 stood frozen, a wave of shame and guilt washing over her. Director Lee and Du Yun Air watched the scene with gentle smiles. "Yun Air, call a taxi for her. Let this girl reflect on her actions during the ride home," Yifan instructed. Yun Air nodded, pulling out her phone to request a taxi, remarking, "Yifan Ge, if you weren't unqualified, I would genuinely recommend you to the school leadership as a teacher. You have a talent for educating students." Yifan pulled out a cigarette and lit it. "Let us forget about that. The school doesn't allow smoking. How could I stand that? Young man, don't smoke here either. You'll lead the children astray," Director Lee playfully scolded. Before long, a taxi arrived at the orphanage's entrance. By this time, Moo 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 seemed to have come to a realization, pouting as she looked at Yifan. "Yifan, it was wrong of me to deceive you today. Would you continue to be my tutor?" Yifan grinned. "As long as you pay the tuition, I'm definitely willing." Moo Moo's face brightened with joy as she nodded. "All right, it's a deal. I'm heading home now with that." She quickly ran out, dialing her phone to call home. Having resolved the little tale that was Moo Moo Moo, Yifan figured it was time to check in on Su Qingxue. However, when he called, she hung up on him immediately, showing no intention of answering. Yifan couldn't help but smile wryly, realizing he had once again angered his employer's girlfriend. Thanks to that troublesome Moo Moo Moo. "Yifan Gu, what's wrong?" Yun Air asked with concern. "Yun Air, Director, I need to leave. Our company's boss is upset with me, and I have to smooth things over," Yifan replied. "Company? Have you found a job? No longer doing part-time work?" Director Lee inquired, pleased. "Sort of, not exactly. I'll explain the details later," Yifan said sheepishly, waving goodbye as he dashed out of the orphanage. Seeing Yifan disappear in an instant, Director Lee grumbled. "This boy just arrived and has already left without lunch." Yun Air laughed. "Director, perhaps Yifan Gu truly had urgent matters. We should be happy that he finally found a stable job." Director Lee chuckled. "Yun Air, since Yifan has found a proper job, when will you two finally be together? I'm looking forward to celebrating your wedding." "Oh, Director, why are you saying this?" Yun Air shyly lowered her head. "I've watched you grow up. You liked Yifan when you were little. I've noticed that he has been gone for over 10 years, yet you still have feelings for him. That's not just a simple affection," Director Lee said. "Even though Yifan doesn't have much money or status, he is genuinely reliable. So I support you too," Director Lee added. Yun Air bit her lip, her cheeks flushed, and softly said, "Yifan Gu might not even like me. Silly girl, what man wouldn't he like you? You're so beautiful, even more so than a star. The key is your kind heart. Otherwise, how could Yifan trust you enough to pass the donation to you?" Director Lee remarked. Yun Air looked surprised, lifting her head. "Director, you knew? Oh, you two foolish kids. Did you really think I've lived for decades without learning anything?" Director Lee affectionately patted Yun Air's cheek before turning away. Yifan recalled that when Su Qingxue called earlier, she mentioned Hilton Hotel. Fortunately, the hotel was only half an hour away by subway, not too far. When he arrived at the parking lot outside the hotel, he indeed spotted a black Lexus LX 570, Su Qingxue's car. The woman seemingly had no intention of calling him and simply drove over herself. However, what troubled Yifan was the fact that the hotel boasted over 50 floors, and he could not ascertain on which floors Su Qingxue and Chenya were meeting that Mr. Fellaini. Just as Yifan hesitated whether to inquire at the hotel reception, he noticed two figures seated in the CAF on the ground floor. It was none other than Su Qingxue and Chenya. Yifan hurried over, joyfully exclaiming, "President Su, Assistant Chin, what a coincidence! Were you waiting for me?" Upon seeing Yifan, Su Qingxue frowned, thinking to herself how he managed to find them. Coldly, she lowered her head to sip her coffee, completely ignoring him. Having been quite upset by him that morning, she wasn't about to let him off easily. Chenya, visibly displeased, retorted, "President Su asked you to come as a translator, yet you wandered off on your own. We no longer require your services for this meeting. You may leave." "Don't say that. I'm here now, and you haven't met Mr. Fellaini yet, have you?" Yifan replied with a smile. Chenya scoffed, "We can communicate with Mr. Fellaini in English. We don't need you for that. Besides that, with your attire, you clearly look like a disruption rather than a guest." Yifan glanced at his own outfit, feeling quite helpless. "How can you say that? I believe my fashion sense is quite commendable. Only you think so. You're as out of style as they come. Are you living in the last century?" Chenya mocked, "It's a retro style, a recognized trend." Yifan insisted earnestly. "Are you still arguing?" Just as Chenya was about to say more, she suddenly spotted someone emerging from the elevator nearby. "President Su, Mr. Fellaini and his party have arrived," Chenya exclaimed. Upon hearing this, Su Qingxue immediately set her coffee down, stood up, and prepared to approach. But suddenly remembering something, she turned back, coldly instructing Yifan, "You must not follow us. You can either stay here or leave directly." Yifan felt a bit wronged. Was it really necessary to disdain him just for dressing casually? Yet, it was evident that Su Qingxue placed great importance on this meeting and did not wish for any oversight. So he reluctantly sat down in silence. Soon, Su Qingxue and Chenya approached Mr. Fellaini and his entourage. Mr. Fellaini was a tall, slender Caucasian man, with chestnut hair tied in a ponytail, wearing a uniquely tailored suit in blue and red, complemented by a floral-collared white shirt, jeans, and black leather sandals. A person like him walking down the street would either be a madman or an artist. Fellaini was clearly the latter, as evidenced by his Patek Philippe watch worth hundreds of thousands. "Ah, you must be Miss Su, correct? I apologize for keeping you waiting. I took a brief rest at the hotel," Fellaini said warmly, shaking hands with Su Qingxue. She offered a faint smile, which, for a woman known for her icy demeanor, was quite remarkable that Mr. Fellaini, having spent over 10 hours on a flight, "It is only natural you needed some rest. I have been looking forward to this meeting for quite some time. It's lunchtime now, and I have made reservations at a fine restaurant. How about we discuss matters over a meal?" Su Qingxue proposed in flawless English. Fellaini, however, glanced at his watch and replied, "I had a light meal on the plane, so I will pass on lunch. I have to inspect our branch in the afternoon and must fly back to Paris tonight, so my schedule is rather tight." Both Su Qingxue and Chenya were taken aback by Fellaini's short visit. Yet they understood. After all, as the creative director of an international luxury brand, he spent much time attending various fashion weeks, alongside dedicating time to his own designs. Thus, his time was naturally precious. In that case, shall we find another venue and directly delve into the specifics of our collaboration?" Chenya inquired with a smile. Fellaini casually agreed while glancing around, and suddenly, he seemed to spot someone, waving towards the entrance. "Hey, Miss Liu, over here, come here." Upon hearing Fellaini's call, Su Qingxue and Chenya furrowed their brows and turned to look behind them. A woman dressed in a black, deep-neck, waist-cinching top, with a leopard print-fitted skirt and black, high-heeled boots, approached the hotel with a dazzling makeup and a confident smile. Her avant-garde and somewhat exaggerated outfit, combined with her pronounced Western features and makeup, exuded a unique wildness and elegance, making her quite captivating. "Lu Jinger?" A flicker of concern crossed Su Qingxue's eyes. Upon spotting Su Qingxue, the woman smiled proudly. "Su Qingxue, I see you want to negotiate a collaboration with Fellaini as well? Unfortunately, I fear you may be disappointed." Fellaini, curious, asked, "Oh, Miss Su, do you know Miss Liu?" "Indeed, we were once high school classmates. However, After I went to study in America, and given that the Liu family and our jean show company are competitors, our relationship that well, you understand? Liu Jinger replied with a wink. Fellaini nodded in realization. Since you know each other, let us discuss the collaboration together. There's a CAF here, and we need not change locations. We can enjoy a cup of coffee while sharing our thoughts. With that, Fellaini proceeded to the CAF with his assistant, and naturally, Su Qingxue and Liu Jinger followed suit. Yi Fan, seeing the group approach, refrained from greeting them for fear of upsetting Su Qingxue, instead opting to quietly observe from his seat. In fact, Su Qingxue and Chen Ye were too preoccupied to pay Yi Fan any mind. Unexpectedly, a rival had emerged. Although Su Qingxue felt angered, she could only face the challenge head-on. The Liu family was one of the prominent families in Huahai City, specializing in high-end brand representation with exclusive stores in many major department stores. While their assets were far less than Jinxiu's, they were significantly more professional in the luxury goods sector. However, the Liu family had not previously hinted at their intent to compete for LD Group's collaboration, and it was surprising that the young lady Liu Jinger, who had been studying design in America, had suddenly returned home for this purpose. It was said that Liu Jinger had already begun to make a name for herself in the fashion industry and was well acquainted with many figures in that realm. Her return to negotiate for her family's collaboration with LD Group was clearly a well-prepared endeavor. The three parties settled down and ordered some drinks. The atmosphere between Su Qingxue and Liu Jinger was charged with tension. Mr. Fellaini, our meeting was scheduled prior, and having a representative from the Liu family join us seems rather inappropriate, Su Qingxue stated. Fellaini, pulling out a pipe and lighting it, replied nonchalantly, rest assured, Miss Su, I have only met Miss Liu once at New York Fashion Week. I am aware she is the daughter of the Liu family in Huahai City. It would be fitting to discuss collaboration with her as well. My connection with her is not deeply established. Therefore, as long as both of you present compelling propositions and conditions, I will choose to collaborate with either party fairly. Su Qingxue, are you afraid? After all, the Liu family has long been a pioneer in luxury goods representation in Huahai. Their experience and professionalism are entirely different from your haphazard Jinxiu, which does a bit of everything, Liu Jinger teased. Su Qingxue remained expressionless as she replied. Experience does not equate to strength. Your Liu family was surpassed by Jinxiu a decade ago. LD Group seeks a powerful partner for the future, not a fallen aristocrat. Liu Jinger flicked her hair dismissively. Fallen? Where do you see that? Do you truly believe that blind expansion is the hallmark of strength? We respect fashion, we respect innovation, and we hold tradition in high regard. The Liu family's noble bloodline flows through us. Thus, we cannot dabble in every industry. Wealth is not our goal. We are in the business of culture. Do you understand? Both women had been conversing in English, and Fellaini was well aware of the content of their dialogue. He evidently appreciated Liu Jinger's perspective, nodding in agreement. Indeed, LD Group does not select partners based on assets and stock prices. Economic strength is one aspect, but the ability to understand and promote our culture is what we prioritize. Su Qingxue found herself somewhat flustered by Liu Jinger's sudden appearance, yet she quickly regained her composure, stating, Mr. Fellaini, I acknowledge that the Liu family is relatively more specialized. However, we possess the sincerity and confidence to ensure that your company experiences rapid growth in Xia country. Fellaini furrowed his brow, took a drag from his pipe, and exhaled slowly. Miss Su, I must be frank. I have researched some of your background. I respect you greatly for being among the most intelligent individuals globally and a member of Mensa, which is quite impressive. However, I have also found that in your world, profit and expansion take precedence in your business strategy. Su Qingxue was momentarily taken aback, sensing an ominous premonition. Fellaini continued, as I mentioned earlier, we need a partner who can comprehend and propagate our culture. What we sell is not merely a product. It is a philosophy, a service, a pursuit of human fashion culture. Su Qingxue gently pinched the hem of her skirt and replied, Mr. Fellaini, I understand your point. I do not intend to interfere with your product strategies. I merely wish to express that we have the capability to sell your products to a broader consumer base. Upon hearing this, Fellaini sighed again and shook his head. Liu Jinger across the table snickered sarcastically. A nouveau riche is just a nouveau riche, Su Qingxue. Do you still not understand? Mr. Fellaini is looking for a partner, not a vendor or distributor. If you, as a partner, are indifferent to his products, only caring about how to sell them, how can you claim to be a partner? A true partner should engage with all aspects of LD Group's products, from design concepts and sketches to material selection and production locations. Only by genuinely understanding the cultural essence of the products can one effectively convey LD Group's culture to esteemed customers. Remember, they are customers, not consumers. Upon hearing this, Fellaini's face lit up with delight as he nodded. Indeed, Miss Liu is absolutely correct. It is no wonder she is a graduate of Parsons School of Design in America. Her analysis is quite insightful, and that is precisely my point. Liu Jinger smiled and nodded graciously. Then, in Mandarin, coldly said to Su Qingxue, just admit defeat. Real estate trading, stock speculation, and factory operations are your forte. The realm of fashion and the world of aristocrats are far beyond your reach. Su Qingxue fell silent, her lips pressed tightly together, while Chenya beside her was fuming with indignation. Fellaini expressed his apologies. Miss Su, it seems we have some discrepancies in our company's development philosophies. It appears there may not be an opportunity for collaboration this time. How can it be like this? Chenya finally could not hold back. Pleading, Mr. Fellaini, we have been preparing for this meeting and have organized a comprehensive collaboration proposal. You have dismissed us without even reviewing our proposal, solely based on differing fashion perspectives. This seems quite unfair. Liu Jinger scoffed, you're just an assistant. Who are you to speak? Su Qingxue raised her hand to stop Chenya, shaking her head. It's all right. Chenya, Mr. Fellaini is correct. I indeed lack sufficient knowledge in the luxury and fashion sectors, and I have not prepared adequately. President Su, you are not the creative director of fashion. You are not a design student. How can this be held against you? Chenya protested on her boss's behalf. Fellaini seemed to feel a bit uncomfortable as well and contemplated for a moment before suggesting, how about this? I see both Miss Su and Miss Liu are dressed exceptionally today. Could you both tell me why you chose these outfits? I would like to hear your perspectives on your attire before making a decision. Clearly, he wished to offer Su Qingxue another chance, not wanting to appear overly harsh. Naturally, Liu Jinger stood up first, twirled around, and confidently said, Mr. Fellaini should recognize this is the latest collection from Jean-Louis Scherer. Fellaini nodded, smiling in acknowledgement. Scherer is a world-class high-fashion brand from France. With over 2,000 celebrity clients, the bespoke dresses typically range from tens of thousands to millions of euros. These pieces, while seemingly casual, exude the designer's boldness and elegantly outlined feminine curves, embodying grace. The daring cuts utilize Balkan influences, complemented by geometric belts that highlight a seductive yet wild trait, perfectly aligning with Scherer's futuristic dreamlike aesthetic. Of course, this dress matches my persona entirely. Hence, I chose it. After her statement, Liu Jinger gracefully sat down, sipped her coffee, and provocatively gazed at Su Qingxue. And what do you think, Miss Su? Fellaini inquired with a smile. Su Qingxue silently regarded her own white dress adorned with crystal embellishments, then looked up, offering a faint smile. This dress is one of your LD Group's latest designs. Yes, I know. It is one of my creations, called Nordic Goddess. It looks truly beautiful on you, Fellaini praised, visibly pleased. Oh, so it's called Nordic Goddess. I had no idea. To me, it is just a dress. Currently, this dress is priced at 23,000 euros. Stripped of the LD brand, it could only fetch 2,600 euros on the market, with production costs below 500 euros. I wore it because I think it looks nice. But not because I have any particular affection for ITM. My primary reason was to bridge the gap with Mr. Fellaini in hopes of securing this business deal. After her words, Fellaini gaped in astonishment, speechless for a long moment. Chenya tensed up, her heart racing, bewildered as to why Su Qingxue had chosen to speak so candidly. Even a fabricated excuse would have sufficed. Yifan, however, squinted slightly, a hint of admiration in his gaze. Realizing that the woman had grasped the essence of the situation, Liu Jinger scoffed, arms crossed. Mr. Fellaini, do you see? This is a complete merchant, ruthless money-making machine who knows no bounds in pursuit of profit and lacks any understanding of fashion culture. Fellaini's expression reflected disappointment, even hinting at disdain, as he ironically remarked, Miss Su, you are remarkably candid. Su Qingxue stood up, replying, thank you for the compliment, but I hope Mr. Fellaini will learn from me to be an honest person. From the outset, if you had already decided to collaborate with the Liu family rather than our Jinxiu group, there was no need for today's discussion. Upon hearing this, Fellaini quickly shook his head. No, I truly had not made a decision yet. You misunderstood me. Is that so? Su Qingxue shot a glance at Liu Jinger. Throughout this conversation, you have focused solely on company culture and fashion culture, never inquiring about the specifics of market and capital collaboration. You are well aware that my studies were in economics, market, and management. discussing design and fashion theories is not my specialty. Conversely, Lu Jinger graduated from Parsons, and her job revolves around designing clothing and participating in various fashion events. You have created a favorable discussion environment for Lu Jinger, making me feel ignorant and at a disadvantage, ultimately losing this negotiation. Is that not true? Confronted directly, Fellaini's expression darkened, and he seemed to bristle with irritation. After a couple of drags from his pipe, he said, "If Miss Sue insists on perceiving it this way, then we shall conclude our discussion here. Regrettably, we can no longer collaborate. No. I am rather relieved that you did not choose us, for I have no desire to inhabit a realm of mere delusions with an exceedingly foolish partner." You dare to call me foolish? Fellaini's face darkened. After over 20 years of fame, everyone has treated him with utmost respect, yet now he is insulted as foolish by a girl from Xia country? Upon finishing her words, Su Qingxue disregarded Fellaini's furious expression and turned to leave. Su Qingxue, stop right there, Lu Jinger exclaimed, rising to confront her. What is this attitude? Mr. Fellaini is an internationally renowned master. How dare you insult him? Apologize to Mr. Fellaini at once. Fellaini, having never endured such humiliation, threw his pipe to his assistant and declared loudly, "Miss Sue, you shall pay the price for your words today. Do not forget that several prestigious brands collaborating with you. Janxiu, hold shares in our LD." Su Qingxue halted, turning around with her beautiful eyes as cold as a frigid autumn lake. Are you threatening me? So what if you are? The noble fashion world is not a realm where base nouveau riche like you can hurl insults. Lu Jinger leaned close to Fellaini, a look of smug satisfaction on her face. Naturally, Su Qingxue was infuriated, her chest rising and falling with agitation, but her character would never allow her to yield easily. Do as you wish in the end, it certainly will not be I who falls. And no sooner had she spoken than applause erupted nearby. Well done. Truly worthy of our President Su. What courage, fantastic. Yifan laughed heartily, grinning broadly as he approached with light steps. Chapter 51. Returning to simplicity, Su Qingxue and Chenya were taken aback, suddenly recalling that Yifan had been quietly sitting there all along. Nearly forgotten in their tumult, Lu Jinger paused, then disdainfully asked, "Who are you? Are you also one of Su Qingxue's people?" "I am Yifan, the second assistant to President Su." "Well, essentially just a driver," Yifan introduced himself. "A driver? Yifan?" Lu Jinger scoffed. "Su Qingxue, your taste is truly appalling to have chosen such a bumpkin as your driver." Indeed, Mr. Fellaini's judgment was correct. Selecting Eugene Xio would be a disgrace of astronomical proportions. Lu Jinger laughed uproariously, eager to see if Fellaini shared her sentiment. However, when she turned to look at Fellaini, she was astonished to find him gazing at Yifan with an exaggerated expression of shock. Rendered speechless, Yu Qingxue and Chenya also noticed that Fellaini's demeanor was strangely off, as if he had encountered something terrifying. "Mr. Fellaini, what is the matter? Is this fellow too rustic for you?" Lu Jinger asked anxiously. "No, it cannot be," Fellaini murmured, cautiously advancing towards Yifan and, as he approached, he could not restrain himself from reaching out to touch Yifan's collar. Notably, his hand trembled, revealing the depth of his agitation. "Mr. Fellaini? What is wrong with you?" Lu Jinger exclaimed, completely baffled. Su Qingxue was equally perplexed. Could it be that Fellaini was captivated by Yifan's humble blue shirt? Had he grown weary of fine clothing and become curious about bargain items? Yifan, however, seized Fellaini's wrist, frowning. "Hey, what are you doing?" "I have no interest in men." Fellaini hastily shook his head, his eyes alight with anticipation as he inquired, "Mr. Yi, may I ask where you acquired this outfit?" "Oh, and your shorts? A dear old friend gifted them to me. I've had them for several years," Yifan replied candidly. "Old friend? What is your friend's name?" Fellaini asked, trembling with excitement. Why, Yifan scratched his head in thought. "I call him Old AI. His full name is something like I like von Bloomer?" Fellaini exclaimed loudly. Why, Yifan clapped his hands. "Yes, that is the name. That old chap is quite decent. His tailoring skills are impressive. He even made me a few pairs of underwear. Most of my clothes are gifts from him. He is quite generous, ha ha." Upon hearing this, Fellaini's legs trembled, and he staggered back a couple of steps. Steadying himself against the sofa, his expression shifting between joy and disbelief. "Mr. Fellaini, what has happened to you?" Lu Jinger cried out, while Su Qingxue and Chenya were equally bewildered, unable to comprehend the spectacle before them. How could an old tailor cause Fellaini such distress? Feilani hurriedly grabbed a glass of water from the table, gulping it down to regain his composure. Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, he spoke with utmost reverence and admiration. Master AI like von Bloomer is my teacher's teacher, thus, my grandmaster. Upon hearing this, Su Qingxue, Lu Jinger, Chenya, and others wore expressions of incredulity, hardly believing their ears. Lu Jinger covered her mouth in shock. But after a moment's reflection, she questioned, Mr. Feilani, did you not graduate from the London Art University? How then do you have a master and a grandmaster? Humph. Feilani chuckled lightly, seemingly mocking Lu Jinger's ignorance. The true pinnacle of garment artistry is not found in any academy, Miss Lu. Have you not heard of Savile Row? Lu Jinger quickly explained, of course I know. It's in the Mayfair district of London, renowned for bespoke tailoring, particularly traditional menswear. The term bespoke originated from that street, where European emperors and nobles have long cherished custom-made garments. Many tailoring shops there boast histories spanning centuries. Su Qingxue had heard of Savile Row, yet was unaware of its esteemed stature. Indeed, Feilani reiterated seriously from a young age, I aspired to be the foremost designer, thus I dedicated myself and apprenticed at the oldest tailoring establishment on Savile Row. At Ravenscroft I studied under my mentor George, becoming a tailor's apprentice. Regrettably, my talent was insufficient, and I could not become his direct disciple, so I had to leave and pursue further education. What? Mr. Feilani, your talent was insufficient? How is that possible? I have never heard of a Master George, Lu Jinger questioned skeptically. Feilani shook his head, sighing, Miss Lu, not every internationally renowned designer represents the pinnacle of skill. My mentor, Master George, serves clients among royalty, kings, queens, princes, and princesses, as well as the world's wealthiest individuals. He has no need for fame, as his workload is ceaseless. He lacks the leisure to cater to the common populace. Lu Jinger was left speechless. In her eyes, Feilani was already a top-tier designer, yet she had not realized there existed a hierarchy above him, a realm of individuals beyond his reach. The crux of it was the garments worn by Yi Fan were crafted by Feilani's grandmaster. Su Qingxue and Chenya also found it hard to accept, considering they had just criticized Yi Fan's attire mercilessly moments ago. And no matter how they looked at it, the clothing Yi Fan donned appeared to be from a street vendor. How could it possibly be the work of a royal-level tailor? Su Qingxue recalled wanting Yi Fan to discard those shabby old garments. If they were indeed so precious, would that not further on her ignorance? Mr. Feilani, are you certain? Such clothing can be found anywhere? Su Qingxue remained skeptical. Feilani looked puzzled. Miss Su, do you truly fail to recognize the magnificence of Mr. Ye's clothing and trousers? Not only Su Qingxue, but even Lu Jinger could not help but shake her head. They genuinely could not discern any remarkable qualities. Feilani stroked his forehead, lamenting, you still do not grasp the supreme realm of returning to simplicity as a tailor. Chapter 52. The fabric, please enlighten us. Mr. Feilani, Su Qingxue challenged, her skepticism intact, eager to hear just how extraordinary this clothing was. Feilani sighed, respectfully asking, Mr. Yi, may we touch the fabric of your clothing? Sure, just be clear about your intentions. I thought you had something else in mind. Yi Fan replied with a chuckle. Feilani, visibly excited, extended his finger to delicately caress the fabric at the hem and said, Miss Lu, you should feel this. Surely you can discern its origin. Hesitantly, Lu Jinger stepped forward, reaching out to touch it, her expression shifting to one of surprise. Is this fabric from a prestigious family? Lu Jinger exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed. This is scable fabric, originating from Brussels, cherished by the top tailors of Savile Row, and is among the finest fabrics one can purchase with money, Feilani proclaimed. Garments crafted from such fabric cannot possibly be ordinary. Su Qingxue could not contain herself any longer and stepped forward to examine it closely. Although she had touched it before, her prior disdain had prevented her from truly appreciating it. This time, as she examined it diligently, she recognized the exceptional quality of the fabric. Feilani then pointed to Yi Fan's trousers, saying, Do you know what has been infused into every single thread of these white trousers? Without waiting for a response, he exclaimed, I shall tell you. It is powdered South African diamonds. This is a rare fabric supplied in limited quantities each year. Just the fabric for these trousers is worth at least 100,000 euros. At this revelation, Su Qingxue and Lu Jinger were utterly dumbfounded, and Chenya stood nearby, completely stunned. Do you think that diamonds could be ground into powder and woven into fabric? It was a notion so outrageous it was hard to fathom. Yifan, however, patted Feilani on the shoulder, whispering, "Could you not shout so loudly? What if someone hears and comes after me to strip off my trousers?" Realizing he had gotten carried away, Feilani quickly bowed his head in apology, then respectfully added, "Of course, the fabric is not the most crucial aspect. What is truly remarkable is the sewing technique." As he spoke, Feilani gently lifted a corner of Yifan's garment, saying, "I am sure both of you have heard of the secret behind Hermes leather goods, which employs saddle stitching. This technique utilizes 2 needles with a single thread to sew simultaneously, rendering the leather remarkably durable and aesthetically pleasing. In fact, there exists an ancient stitching method nearing extinction, called the blind saddle stitch. This hidden saddle stitch is a unique skill mastered by my grandmaster, Master AI-like. Even my mentor, Master George, has yet to fully comprehend its essence. The brilliance of this technique lies in the simultaneous use of 3 needles with a single thread, rendering the clothing exceptionally strong and durable, while appearing as if sewn with only 1 needle, concealing the other 2 threads. Su Qingxue and Lu Jinger leaned in closely, discovering that indeed, this was not something machine sewing could replicate. Feilani, enamored, traced the path of the stitches with his fingers, exclaiming, "This is the pinnacle of tailor craftsmanship. No design can compare to such technique." At that moment, Su Qingxue could not help but acknowledge her misjudgment. She had been woefully mistaken, yet she also felt enraged by Yifan, who, despite wearing such luxurious clothing, feigned poverty and avarice. What on earth was he thinking? "Yifan, do you truly know Master AI-like? Why did you not mention it sooner?" Su Qingxue inquired. "I did mention that these clothes were a gift from an old friend." "You never asked which friend," Yifan replied innocently. Su Qingxue pursed her lips. She indeed had not probed further, leaving Yifan justified. After the initial shock, Lu Jinger's gaze flickered with suspicion. "As a driver, how do you merit the attention of a tailor reserved for royalty? Surely, the clothes you wear are not stolen, and you have no understanding of their true worth." Lu Jinger's insinuation struck a chord with Feilani, who pondered the possibility. After all, how could a master tailor of such stature befriend a mere young assistant? It was known that even his own disciple held a notable position internationally, yet to even meet Master AI-like was a rare privilege. Yifan, sensing the insinuation, grew displeased. "I have more than just this outfit. I have a whole pile of clothes and trousers from old AI at home, even several pairs of underwear. How could I be deceiving you?" "Humph, how do we know that you didn't pilfer them? If you were truly friends with Master AI-like, why would you be reduced to the position of a driver?" Lu Jinger mocked. Su Qingxue interjected, her voice proud. "So what if he is my assistant, my driver? Does that diminish his value based on profession?" "Su Qingxue, your words are futile. I am now even more convinced that you are accomplices, unable to compete with the L family, resorting to underhanded tactics to sway Mr. Feilani's judgment." Lu Jinger retorted sharply. "You are overthinking it. As I said, I have lost interest in collaborating with LD, and we are leaving now," Su Qingxue declared, turning to depart. Yet, just as she was about to step away, Yifan seized her wrist. "Why, Yifan? What are you doing?" Su Qingxue questioned, puzzled. "I cannot just walk away after being accused of thievery. That would be tantamount to admitting guilt." Yifan insisted. Lu Jinger scoffed. "Are you not?" Feilani then asked, "Mr. Yi, do you possess any evidence to prove that these clothes truly belong to you, or that you are acquainted with my grandmaster?" Yifan sighed, glancing at the clock in the hotel. "It is only 4 or 5 in the morning over in London. However, old AI is quite old and does not sleep in. He should be awake by now. Let me give him a call." "What? You have my grandmaster's number?" "Even I do not have it," Feilani gasped, his emotional state on the verge of excitement. Why Yifan rolled his eyes. "Of course, he wouldn't give you his number if he wasn't making you clothes." Feilani's face stiffened, a pained smile crossing his features, as if he had just eaten a cockroach. Su Qingxue and Chenya were filled with curiosity and anticipation, while Lu Jinger wore a face of doubt and anxiety. As Yifan was about to retrieve his phone, he suddenly realized something was amiss. He turned to Su Qingxue. "President Su, may I borrow your phone? Mine doesn't have global service." "Sure," Su Qingxue replied, handing him her phone. Yifan swiftly input a string of numbers dialing to England, and before long, the call connected. "Who is this?" came a gruff voice from the other end, thick with a London accent, sounding rather unfriendly, as if disturbed by the call. Yet upon hearing the familiar voice, Yifan felt a wave of warmth wash over him. smiling gently as nostalgia glimmered in his eyes. Old AI, it's me. Chapter 53. Knowing what to do on the other end of the line. There was a silence that lasted over 20 seconds. Suddenly, AI-like's voice trembled with emotion, almost to the point of tears. As he respectfully exclaimed, "My prince, have you finally remembered the little one?" Yifan deliberately lowered the volume of the phone to avoid revealing to those around him how AI-like addressed him. Should Su Qingxue and the others hear that he was called prince, it would lead to uncomfortable questions that would be difficult to explain. "Old AI, I have not forgotten you. I still wear the clothes and underwear you made for me. Your garments are indeed quite durable," Yifan replied with a light-hearted chuckle. Eric was on the other end of the phone, busy wiping away his tears. "This was the highest honor for a small man, and I had always looked forward to serving you again. But you have been missing for 2 years. The last time I made clothes for you was 3 years ago." The words of the old tailor carried a hint of resentment, reminiscent of a spurned wife. Yifan was both amused and exasperated, reassuring him. All right, you old man. I remember your age and want to make things easier for you. If you insist on doing it, then so be it. I'll give you a mailing address later. Once you're done, send it over. After all, you know what styles I like." "Really? That's wonderful. I will certainly keep your address confidential. I know you wouldn't want to be disturbed by anyone, which is why you chose to retreat," Eric said thoughtfully. Yifan chuckled. "You're quite clever for an old man. I trust you, otherwise I wouldn't have called you." Eric seemed to swell with pride, stating that as your servant, one must possess a certain level of insight, or else one would not deserve to serve you. "Enough with the flattery. The reason I called you today is that I need you to help me with something." Eric immediately responded with utmost respect. "Please, command me. I shall do my utmost for you." "It's not that serious, just a small matter. Among your disciples, is there someone named Fellini?" Yifan inquired, glancing at Fellini beside him. In fact, at that moment, Fellini's lips had turned pale, and his forehead was slick with cold sweat. If the person on the other end truly was Master Eric, who could possibly be grand enough to elicit such sycophancy? Lu Jinger bit her lip anxiously, her hands clenched in worry at Mr. Su. Is this for real? Does he really know such a mysterious big shot? I can't help but think he is just boasting. Chenya expressed her skepticism. Su Qingxue shook her head, lost in thought. She couldn't say for certain and felt that they would have to wait for the outcome to know. Yet, the woman's heart raced rapidly. For the connections Yifan displayed felt as surreal as a dream. Moreover, Yifan's flawless London-accented English, imbued with an aristocratic elegance, made Su Qingxue feel her own English paled in comparison. "Fellini?" The voice on the other end hesitated before responding. "Oh, I remember now. He was a student of mine, an apprentice who once worked in our shop when he was a child. However, that boy couldn't calm his heart. Though he had talent, he lacked the temperament to become a top-notch tailor, and thus, he eventually left my lord." "Why do you mention Fellini?" "A tailor of his caliber is merely second-rate and is not worthy of serving you, da." Yifan shook his head, clarifying. "No, I didn't seek him for clothes. It's just that I happened to encounter him regarding a matter. He recognized the clothes I was wearing as yours and suspected I had stolen them." "What? He is courting death?" Eric bellowed furiously over the phone, immediately following up with a nervous tone. "My lord, please, do not be angry. I will have George expel Fellini at once. He has nothing to do with us. If that does not quell your anger, then please do as you wish with him." Yifan couldn't help but chuckle at the old tailor's ruthless demeanor. I said, "Old Eric, why are you so worked up? I'm not planning anything against him. Just hand the phone to him. You can simply prove to him that we know each other. There's no need to say anything more, understand?" Yifan said with a hint of meaning. Eric paused momentarily, his experienced mind grasping that Yifan did not wish to reveal his identity. "All right, I know what to do," Eric replied. Yifan then passed the phone to Fellini. The latter's hands trembled as he struggled to take the phone. The thought of conversing with a master he had not spoken to in decades left him stiff as a statue, his body rigid with tension. "You hello?" Master Eric. Fellini's voice was barely above a whisper. Eric, upon addressing Fellini, adopted a noticeably haughty and aloof tone. "I heard from George that you've gained a bit of fame outside." Upon hearing the unmistakable voice of Eric, Fellini's legs went weak, his face twitching as he stammered. "No, that's not true. Before Master Eric, I am but a petty player." "Humph. You overestimate yourself. You will never become a truly top-tier tailor. Your old habits remain unchanged," Eric remarked. "I was wrong, Master." Fellini lowered his head in shame. recalling his days of apprenticeship and the regret after being eliminated, tears threatening to spill, resembling a schoolboy being scolded by his teacher. Witnessing this scene, Lu Jinger was utterly stunned. The once renowned Fellini, captivating the fashion world, was reduced to tears by mere words from an old tailor. Su Qingxue and Qinya were now fully convinced that the voice on the other end was indeed Master Eric, a master tailor of such repute that even royalty would seek to please him. Listen closely, Master Eric said solemnly. That gentleman is not someone you can question. Should you cause him even the slightest dissatisfaction, you may as well leave this circle for good. You should understand what that means. Fellini felt a jolt of fear, nearly wetting himself. He certainly understood that Master Eric was not merely threatening. In the eyes of the true power players behind the scenes, Master Eric was a titan in the fashion world, while Fellini was merely considered a so-called design master in the eyes of ordinary people, far from ascending to the pinnacle of the pyramid. Should Master Eric speak even a few words about certain individuals, it was likely that the LD Group's board would swiftly oust him. Rest assured, Master, I know what to do. Fellini gulped. Eric grunted affirmatively and returned the phone to the esteemed gentleman. Fellini hurriedly handed the phone back to Yifan with a fawning smile, although his eyes betrayed deep-seated fear. Chapter 54. Yifan's gift. Seeing Fellini greet Yifan like a puppy seeing its master left Su Qingxue, and the others utterly bewildered, Lu Jinger, however, wore a face of utter dismay. For this entire scenario served as a humiliation of her ignorance. Yifan exchanged a few casual words with Eric, provided an address in Bailu County, and then returned the phone to Su Qingxue. All right, now it's confirmed that the clothes are mine. Mr. Su, let us go. Yifan said with a smile. Su Qingxue still felt as if she were in a dream, casting a complex glance at the man before nodding. However, Fellini grew anxious, fearing that if Yifan left in displeasure, it would spell disaster for him. Fellini rushed forward, humbly stating, Mr. Yi, I was foolish and ignorant earlier. Had I known you were also with the Jin Shou group, I would not have hesitated for a moment. Please grant me a chance to amend my mistakes. Allow us at the LD group to become partners with the Jin Shou group. Mr. Fellini, you cannot do this. Lu Jinger, livid, confronted him. Didn't you promise to collaborate with our Lu family? Fellini, maintaining a stern demeanor, replied, Miss Lu, I have not signed a contract with you, so it cannot be considered a promise. After careful consideration, I still believe the Jin Shou group holds greater strength. You are going back on your word. Lu Jinger felt utterly humiliated, trembling with rage. Yet Fellini paid her no mind, continuing to plead with Yifan for another opportunity. Yifan shrugged, hesitatingly replying, Well, that I'm just an assistant. You'll have to ask RM.SU if she agrees. Upon hearing this, Fellini scrambled to flatter Su Qingxue. Miss Su, could you grant me another chance? I would like to see your planning proposal, BY this time. Su Qingxue had regained her composure, her beautiful eyes glancing mockingly at Lu Jinger before she took the proposal from Qinya. With a swift rip, Su Qingxue tore the document in front of the stunned Fellini, stating, We can collaborate, but we must redesign a new proposal. Fellini's face turned awkward and bitter, clearly realizing that Su Qingxue had seized the initiative, thus making the terms more favorable for the Jin Shou group. No problem. I am willing to wait. Fellini replied stiffly with a forced smile. Yifan looked at Su Qingxue with admiration. This woman was quick to react, adeptly adapting her strategy to maximize her benefits as soon as the situation changed. Regardless, the collaboration with the LD group was essentially secured. Fellini politely escorted Yifan and his companions out of the hotel, acting as if he were the host and they were the esteemed guests. As for Lu Jinger, feeling utterly humiliated, she wanted nothing more than to leave, glaring at Yifan before disappearing without a trace. Upon reaching Su Qingxue's car, Fellini hurriedly opened the door for her, behaving like a servant, anxious not to overlook any detail. Mr. Fellini, you don't need to be like this. Though today was somewhat unpleasant, we are still quite satisfied with the outcome. You need not be overly formal, Su Qingxue remarked, having just chastised him before giving him a sweet compliment. Fellini wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, smiling broadly. As long as Miss Su is satisfied, I eagerly anticipate our continued collaboration with the Jin Shou group. Yifan then settled into the driver's seat, asking, Is there anything else? If not, we'll be on our way. Please wait a moment, Fellini said, a hint of pleading in his voice. Mr. Yi, I apologize for my earlier offense. Please forgive me. If there is anything unsatisfactory, you must let me know. Yifan smiled, assuring him, Don't worry. As long as the collaboration proceeds smoothly, I might even speak a few good words for you in front of Eric." Upon hearing this, Fellini was overjoyed, expressing his gratitude. "I am truly thankful to you. You are remarkably magnanimous." Yifan suddenly recalled something, turning to Su Qingxue. "Mr. Su, don't I have 2 pieces of clothing in the car?" Su Qingshue's expression turned slightly awkward as she silently retrieved a bag from the back of the car. Inside the bag were the very garments she had initially used as evidence against Yifan. Criticizing him for being miserly now, reflecting on it, she realized that she had been quite ignorant. Those 2 dirty pieces of clothing concealed tremendous value. Yifan extracted a pair of yellow shorts from the bag. Although wrinkled and carrying a hint of sweat, the moment he revealed them, Fellini's eyes lit up. "I'll give you these shorts as a gift, a token for our successful collaboration," Yifan declared generously. After all, it wouldn't be long before Eric sent him another batch of clothing, so parting with 1 or 2 of the old ones was inconsequential. Fellini was nearly moved to tears, reverently receiving the vibrant shorts as if they were a treasured artifact. Were an uninformed passerby to witness this scene, they would undoubtedly think the foreigner had lost his mind. What joy could one derive from an old pair of shorts? "Thank you, Mr. Yi, for your generosity. I shall immediately place this piece in my safe for careful preservation." Fellini even contemplated creating a display case for the shorts to bask in the glory of Master Eric. It should be noted that Master Eric had crafted numerous classic suits and dresses, but such casual shorts were certainly a rarity. With the negotiation concluded to everyone's satisfaction, Yifan drove away with Su Qingxue. Leaving the hotel, watching the car depart, Chenya, who was about to leave in her own vehicle, wore a complex expression, a mix of disappointment and helplessness. However, at that moment, Yifan and Su Qingxue were oblivious to it all. In England, as dawn broke, in an ancient yet exquisite building near Savile Row, an elderly man with graying hair and thick, black-rimmed glasses, yet still full of vitality, hurried down the stairs, clad in a white shirt and black vest. The elderly gentleman, despite his advanced age, was impeccably dressed. "George, John," he called out. Immediately, 2 men, one portly and one lean, both appearing to be in their 50s, poked their heads out from amidst a pile of fabrics and garments. "Teacher, what is your command?" the stout, curly-haired George asked respectfully. The old tailor Eric, brimming with excitement, declared, "Put aside your current tasks. Today we shall work together to produce many garments and trousers. Teacher, we haven't finished the suits for the King of Spain and the Prince of Wales. I fear we cannot assist you at this time," the other disciple, John, apologized. Eric frowned, waving his hand decisively. "What king? What prince? Let them wait. For the next 2 weeks, we shall serve only one esteemed individual." "Teacher, who is this esteemed individual?" George inquired curiously. Eric, with a reverent expression, placed his hand over his heart and solemnly proclaimed, "Divine wrath." George and John were initially taken aback, but their expressions quickly shifted to one of profound awe, standing at attention and placing a hand on their hearts as they echoed, "Divine wrath." Chapter 55. The convenience store in Huahai City. Yifan drove back, the journey lasting over half an hour with neither party speaking. Su Qingxue thought that after such a significant event, the man would provide her with an explanation. Even a vague excuse would suffice, but Yifan appeared to be unfazed, silently driving. "Don't you have anything to say to me?" Su Qingxue asked casually while gazing out the window. Yifan glanced at the rearview mirror, responding, "I truly had something to attend to this morning. You wouldn't know, but that girl ran away from home, and I couldn't just leave her to fend for herself." "Who asked you that?" Su Qingxue interrupted, clearly uninterested in hearing about that, and pressed, "Why didn't you mention anything about Master Eric?" Yifan blinked, puzzled. "Old Eric? Why would I bring him up?" Su Qingxue, slightly resentful, replied, "I've told you several times to discard those clothes, yet you insisted on keeping them. Were you secretly mocking my lack of appreciation? You've been waiting for this day for a long time, haven't you? Now you can freely laugh at me." Yifan chuckled, shaking his head. "Qingxue, where are you getting this from? I never thought that way. I'm just used to wearing these clothes, and they were given to me by an old friend, so it feels wrong to just toss them aside." "Then tell me, how did you come to know Master Eric?" Su Qingxue pressed. Yifan had already prepared his answer. "There's nothing particularly special about it. We met in a small tavern in England, and we hit it off, becoming friends despite our age difference. Do you take me for a fool? Do you expect me to believe such nonsense? You're just a liar who enjoys watching me make a fool of myself. You had the ability to take control of Fellini from the start, but chose to let me embarrass myself. Didn't he you? Su Qingxue was filled with frustration, believing the man was spinning yet another tale. Suddenly, Yi Fan slammed on the brakes, pulling the car to a halt at the roadside. Su Qingxue jumped in surprise, looking at him warily. What are you doing? Am I wrong? Yi Fan didn't respond. Instead, he opened the car door and jumped out, heading towards a nearby 24-hour convenience store. Seeing this, Su Qingxue thought he was throwing a tantrum and hastily got out to confront him. Yi Fan, what do you mean? Am I supposed to just let you leave after saying a few words to you? Are you not a man? If you're dissatisfied, just say it. She chased him into the convenience store, only to find Yi Fan at a freezer, pulling something out. Here, take this, Yi Fan smiled, handing Su Qingxue Agendas strawberry ice cream. Su Qingxue instinctively accepted it, standing there in confusion. What are you doing? Beautiful lady, it's so hot. Do I need a reason to eat ice cream? Yi Fan retorted, grabbing an ice pop for himself before heading to the counter to pay. Only then did Su Qingxue realize that the man had dashed out of the car to buy something. Yi Fan completed the payment and, noticing the woman still staring blankly at him, couldn't help but chuckle. Don't just stand there. If you park for too long, you'll get a ticket. Even if you have money, you can't afford to cross paths with the traffic police. Let's go. Su Qingxue regained her senses, glancing at the strawberry ice cream in her hand, a blush creeping onto her cheeks. Yet again, it was strawberry. How annoying. I doubt I never said I wanted ice cream. Mind your own business, Yi Fan exclaimed, feigning innocence as he approached to snatch it away. If you're not going to eat it, then give it to me. I'll have two. Upon hearing this, Su Qingxue hurriedly retracted her hand, indignantly retorting, Why should I give you mine? Go eat your own popsicle. Yi Fan sighed, muttering under his breath, First you say you won't eat, then you won't share. You women are truly difficult to deal with. What did you say? Su Qingxue's almond eyes widened in disbelief. However, Yi Fan feigned ignorance and swiftly exited the convenience store, in a fit of annoyance. Su Qingxue stomped her foot and followed him outside. Back in the car, Yi Fan steadied the steering wheel with one hand while leisurely munching on a popsicle with the other. Su Qingxue fell into silence, no longer inquiring about Master Eric. After all, asking would lead nowhere. She scooped up her strawberry ice cream, taking small bites, lost in contemplation. Many men had gifted her presents in the past, jewels, accessories, luxury cars, and grand estates. But this was the first time a man had bought her ice cream. What struck Su Qingxue as peculiar was that, despite holding the cold treat, she felt an unusual warmth within her heart. Upon returning to White Egret Manor, Aunt Jiang was seated in the living room, engrossed in a television program. The elderly woman was so absorbed that she only noticed their arrival when Yi Fan and Su Qingxue walked through the door. Aunt Jiang, what has captured your attention so thoroughly? Su Qingxue inquired curiously. Aunt Jiang pointed at the news broadcast, her expression turning grave as she said, Miss, several young and beautiful women have recently been murdered in Huahai. The Defense Bureau suspects a serial killer is on the loose, urging citizens to be cautious. You must pay attention to your safety. Mississippi, let Yi Fan accompany you during your commutes, and when you go out during the day, try to bring Miss Su and the others along. Yi Fan glanced at the news report, his brow furrowing. This deranged killer not only targeted young beauties, but also gruesomely removed a piece of skin from the victims after the murders. Su Qingxue, however, thought Aunt Jiang was overreacting, saying, A killer like that will surely be caught soon. You needn't worry too much, Aunt Jiang. Such people deserve the death penalty? Aunt Jiang exclaimed in indignation. What a wonderful girl. And yet she met such a tragic fate. Alas. Just then, the doorbell rang. Aunt Jiang hurried to answer it, but upon seeing the visitors, her face displayed an expression of surprise. Officers, what brings you here? The 4 uniformed police officers stood at the entrance. The leading officer, slender with narrow eyes, wore a serious expression as he asked, Excuse me, is this Miss Su Qingxue's residence? Yes, indeed, Aunt Jiang responded, puzzled. Are you looking for our miss? My name is Black Hawk. We are from the Huahai Defense Bureau. There is a case that may involve Miss Su, and we would like to conduct a brief investigation, if that is convenient. Although he addressed Aunt Jiang, his gaze clearly shifted towards Su Qingxue inside the room. Su Qingxue maintained a neutral expression, her eyes contemplative, before nodding and saying, Aunt Jiang, please let the officers in. Thank you. Miss Su, Black Hawk and his team entered the living room and took a seat on the sofa. Aunt Jiang quickly poured several cups of tea for them, but her face was visibly anxious. Yi Fan sat at the dining table, nonchalantly eating fruit, having skipped lunch. Black Hawk scanned the opulent interior before finally fixing his gaze on Yifan. Miss Su, may I inquire about the identity of that gentleman? Chapter 0056. Dragon Tooth Su Qingxue hesitated, noticing Aunt Zhang's presence, and replied, "He is my boyfriend." The four officers seemed taken aback, pausing before responding. "We heard that the Zhang family has been keen on an alliance with the Su family. We didn't expect Miss Su to already have a boyfriend. You are quite well informed, but this is a matter between the two of us. There's no need to broadcast it to the entire city," Su Qingxue stated. "Has the Zhang family raised any objections?" Black Hawk inquired. Su Qingxue frowned. "You four are police officers. It's rather inappropriate for you to be so concerned about my private life." Black Hawk smiled faintly. "Please don't misunderstand, Miss Su. The reason we are here today is likely connected to your private affairs." As he spoke, Black Hawk laid several photographs captured by surveillance cameras on the low table, revealing Su Qingxue's vehicle. "Miss Su, the black Lexus SUV registered in your name was seen traveling to a fishing village. A few hours later, it returned. Notably, during that time frame, a murder occurred in a warehouse in the fishing village. We observed that the person driving your car when it went was one of the victims. Upon returning, however, the driver had changed to your boyfriend, Mr. Yifan," Black Hawk stated directly, his gaze sharp as he scrutinized Yifan. Su Qingxue's delicate fingers tightened around the hem of her dress as she paused, her expression steady as she asked, "Someone died?" "What, Miss Su? Are you unaware of this? Those individuals drove your car there." Black Hawk pressed. Su Qingxue glanced at Yifan, noting his calm demeanor, which only heightened her sense that something was amiss. After a moment of contemplation, she replied, "I was kidnapped that day, but I didn't know who those people were. I was unconscious the entire time. When I woke up, Yifan had already rescued me. As for whether those people are dead, I have no knowledge. So, Mr. Yi is indeed the hero who saved the damsel in distress and may have even dealt with the perpetrators?" Black Hawk looked toward Yifan. Yifan waved his hand dismissively. "No, I merely gave them a beating. I didn't kill anyone." "You officers shouldn't slander me." Su Qingxue recognized the severity of the situation and stood up, saying, "Officers, do you have any evidence proving that Mr.Yi was the one who killed those individuals?" "Miss Su, please remain calm. Even if Mr.Yi did kill those bandits, it wouldn't be a crime, as they were indeed criminals. Mr. Ye's actions in saving you would be considered self-defense. However, we would like to investigate what Mr.Yi was doing prior to the incident, and how he possessed the ability to deal with those skilled assailants." Black Hawk explained. Yifan pointed to a tool bag in the corner of the hall. "I'm a plumber. I'm quite strong, so I'm good at fighting, but I truly didn't kill anyone, Mr. Yi. We assure you that if you did kill those 3 men, you would not face any charges. We simply wish to understand your background," Black Hawk said with a disingenuous smile. Yifan took a bite of the peach in his hand and said, "If you have evidence proving that I killed them, then of course I'll tell you. But you probing me like this clearly indicates you have no evidence, do you?" The four officers fell silent, realizing that their initial assumption of simply checking fingerprints to identify the assailant was overly simplistic. Upon examination, they discovered that the fingerprints were either incomplete or deliberately obscured. Clearly, the perpetrator had taken precautions to avoid leaving clear evidence behind while committing the murders. This realization left Black Hawk and his team astonished, as it indicated the killer had been calculating enough to consider how to erase traces while executing the attack. What audacity! Su Qingxue, upon grasping this, coldly stated, "Officer Black Hawk, if you lack evidence, do not slander my boyfriend. If there are any issues, I will engage a lawyer to communicate with you. Until you obtain a search warrant, please leave my home." Miss Su, given the recent events in Huahai involving a deranged killer who has murdered multiple women, are you truly at ease with an individual of unclear background remaining by your side? Another officer with fair skin interjected. "Mind your words, or I shall sue you for defamation," Su Qingxue replied sharply, as a few officers prepared to argue. Black Hawk raised a hand to stop them, apologetically saying, "Miss Su, since you have expressed it so, we shall take our leave for now. We apologize for the intrusion." With that, Black Hawk and his 3 teammates exited the luxurious residence. "Oh dear, what on earth is happening? Miss, you were kidnapped?" Aunt Zhang finally found her voice, her concern evident as Su Qingxue, feeling guilty, replied, "Aunt Zhang, I didn't tell you to avoid worrying you. Regardless, it's all in the past now. Thanks to Yifan, it was truly a stroke of luck that you two could be together. It's fate." Aunt Zhang hurriedly added. Su Qingxue shot Yifan an irritated glance, stating, "I don't care whether you killed anyone or not. This matter ends here." If they come looking for you again, just deny everything. We'll hire a lawyer. Without evidence, they can't do anything. Yifan chuckled. Qingxue, your concern for me is so touching that I don't care about you. She retorted. I just don't want to get dragged into this mess because of you. I'm busy with work. After saying this, Su Qingxue angrily ascended the stairs and slammed the door to her study in the living room. Aunt Jiang regarded Yifan with a peculiar expression, her gaze penetrating. Yifan, you haven't encountered any trouble, have you? With a smile in his eyes, Yifan thought, Aunt Jiang is quite the actress. She knows how to read between the lines. It's a minor issue. There's no need for you to worry. Aunt Jiang, he replied confidently. Aunt Jiang nodded, her demeanor returning to her usual warm smile. I see you've eaten so much fruit. You must have skipped lunch. I'll go make you a bowl of noodles. Thank you, Aunt Jiang. Outside White Egret Manor, within a police car, Black Hawk and his team removed their temporary uniforms. They were certainly not from the Defense Bureau. They had merely borrowed that guise to disguise their true identities. Song Wolf, what do you make of Yifan's strength? Black Hawk queried, lighting a cigarette and addressing a robust team member with short hair. Though Black Hawk was the team leader, Song Wolf was recognized as the most formidable fighter among them. After pondering for a moment, Song Wolf shook his head. I don't know how to assess him, Tiomi. He seems like an ordinary person. Yet he exudes an aura of the extraordinary. I was thinking the same thing. The moment we entered, he remained unfazed, exuding a nonchalance that suggested he was unbothered by our inquiries. Yet, I sensed not a hint of a master. He appeared to be just a regular office worker, remarked a delicate team member. That's an astute observation. He seems to have anticipated our visit and displayed a complete lack of fear, the burly man noted. Are you implying he is not afraid of us? Black Hawk inquired. Yes, Captain. Frankly, it seems he regards us with disdain, the burly man confirmed. Indeed, if he truly did kill those 3 elite members of the Monkey Eater gang, he must possess a method to eliminate all evidence. Our investigation wouldn't be this straightforward otherwise. The reason he allowed us to find him must be because he believes it won't matter even if we trace it back to him, Song Wolf opined. But if that's the case, why didn't he leave behind any intact fingerprints? He could easily have left some evidence for us to apprehend him, the delicate member protested. Black Hawk narrowed his eyes and chuckled wryly. That's precisely what makes Yifan formidable. He understands that as long as he leaves no critical evidence, we wouldn't dare take action. From the very beginning, he anticipated this. Him, whether we investigate or not is inconsequential. As long as we don't take him into custody. This kid is truly audacious. Song Wolf frowned. Captain, are we really not going to apprehend him? I can't shake the feeling that he might be connected to that serial killer. If he is indeed the killer, then it would certainly be challenging to deal with, the burly man sighed. After contemplating for a moment, Black Hawk declared, we cannot hastily conclude whether he is the killer. Yifan, we will continue our investigation. Capturing the serial killer is also an order from our superiors, so we shall pursue both leads. However, we may not have enough manpower for this, the delicate member interjected. Black Hawk smiled. The infiltrating rebel group at the border has been completely neutralized, and Xiaoyu, Changfeng, and Lu Su will be joining us. We will certainly have sufficient personnel. Excellent. Our Dragon Tooth team can finally execute a mission together again. Song Wolf and the others cheered, their spirits high. Chapter 0057. I just want to learn. Yifan was indeed unconcerned about the Dragon Tooth team. Although he knew Black Hawk and the others were not genuine police officers, their origins held no interest for him. His thoughts were focused on how to arrange a date with Feng Yueying, especially since tomorrow marked their agreed-upon Sunday outing. Having encountered many women, he had never truly dated anyone, so he felt somewhat inexperienced in this regard and needed ample practice. Yifan recalled the phrase from a book, in the world of literature, beauty awaits, and thus decided to read. Qingxue, may I come in for a moment? Yifan peeked at the door to Su Qingshue's study. Su Qingxue replied indifferently, come in. Once inside, Yifan slipped between the bookshelves. What are you doing? Su Qingshuo asked, perplexed. She had thought he would explain the matter regarding the deceased. But the situation was entirely different. Yifan searched the bookshelf meticulously, saying, I want to see if there are any useful books. Upon hearing this, Su Qingshuo felt relieved to see some ambition in him, and thus did not get angry. What kind of book are you looking for? Yifan poked his head out, a bit bashful as he replied. Do you have any books about young men and women in love? Su Qingshuo was taken aback for a moment before retorting. Can't you read something meaningful? Why bother with that kind of book? Yifan protested. I just want to learn how people date. Is it really that outrageous? Dating? Su Qingshuo blinked, suddenly contemplating. Could it be that this guy is thinking that a faint blush crept onto her face as she turned away, softly saying, I don't have any of that here. You should leave. Yi Fan nodded regretfully. Fine, then I'll search online. After exiting the study and closing the door, Su Qingxue finally breathed a sigh of relief. She touched her chest, where her heart raced, and felt her face growing warm. Idiot, is there really a need to learn about that sort of thing from a book? Su Qingxue muttered, then instinctively glanced at her computer. Biting her lip, she hesitated for a while before opening a search page and typing a few words. How to date. The next morning, Yi Fan completed a set of his own peculiar exercises outside, had breakfast, and changed into a fresh outfit. When he arrived downstairs, he found Su Qingxue sitting on the sofa, watching the news. Yi Fan thought it courteous to greet her after being out all day. So he approached with, Qingxue, I assume you don't have much work today? Noticing Yi Fan's neat attire, Su Qingxue replied, no work. Are you heading out? Yes, I'll be out all day. You and Aunt Zhang needn't wait for me to have lunch. Yi Fan said, what are you going to do? A part-time job. Su Qingxue frowned. If that's the case, I can arrange some work for you. She found it baffling that this man, who clearly had impressive connections, would prefer to earn small amounts of money by doing trivial tasks. Please, don't. I just need a day off. Yi Fan, noticing Aunt Zhang was not home and likely out taking out the trash, lowered his voice. I have a date today, so just let me have a day off. Su Qingxue's expression froze for a moment before her gaze turned icy. There's no need for you to report such matters to me. Why not? We live under the same roof, so I thought I should at least let you know. But rest assured, I won't let this relationship interfere with our contract. I will keep this matter confidential for the next 3 months. Yi Fan assured with a smile, do not speak to me any further. I am utterly indifferent to whom you choose to engage in a romantic relationship with. Su Qingxue glared at the man, abruptly stood up, switched off the television, and briskly ascended the stairs. Yi Fan, perplexed, scratched his head, pondering why he was being met with such disdain simply for arranging a meeting. They were not truly a couple. After all, surely, a contractual relationship should not preclude the possibility of genuine connections. Women are indeed perplexing, Yi Fan sighed, shaking his head as he exited the house. After a little over half an hour, Yi Fan arrived at the residential complex where Feng Yueying resided. Upon reaching her doorstep, he pressed the doorbell. The door swiftly opened, revealing Feng Yueying clad in a white sleepwear set, her face adorned with a black facial mask. Yi Fan was momentarily taken aback. This was hardly the envisioned appearance for a date. Realizing her current state was unsuitable for visitors, Feng Yueying hastily covered her face and retreated to the bathroom. Ying, don't run away, Yi Fan called out. You arrived rather early, came Feng Yueying's voice from the bathroom, tinged with mild annoyance. I'm not ready. Yi Fan approached the bathroom door, peeking through the crack, and remarked, it's all right. I find you quite adorable like this. Adorable, my foot. Feng Yueying firmly shut the door, instructing him not to peek and to sit on the sofa instead. With no other option, Yi Fan resigned himself to the living room sofa. As he surveyed his surroundings, he noticed a myriad of documents strewn about. Upon reflection, it seemed the woman had worked late the previous night to clear her schedule for today's outing. Yi Fan felt a warm flutter in his heart. This woman was indeed considerate, and her enthusiasm for their date was commendable. After an interminable wait of over half an hour, Feng Yueying finally emerged from the bathroom, her face now lightly made up, radiating a delicate beauty reminiscent of summer blossoms. Please wait a moment while I change, she said, dashing into the bedroom. Yi Fan, unable to suppress his curiosity, rushed to the bedroom door. Eager to catch a glimpse of how she would change, he couldn't help but feel excited at the thought. However, as he reached the doorway, he found Feng Yueying returning from the wardrobe, intending to close the bedroom door. They stood face to face, staring at each other, and Yi Fan felt a sudden wave of embarrassment wash over him. You little rascal. Always thinking impure thoughts. Feng Yueying blushed, casting a disapproving glance at him. If you keep this up, I want to go on this date with you. Yi Fan, sheepishly chuckling, adjusted his pants. Don't misunderstand. I was just looking for the restroom and got lost. Haha. Feng Yueying was not convinced. Slamming the door shut with a resounding thud and locking it behind her, Yi Fan, disheartened, returned to the living room, his mind wandering to the enchanting woman inside and how she was changing. After nearly 20 minutes, he grew impatient, wondering if it truly took women this long to change clothes. Just as he was about to urge her along, the door swung open. Feng Yueying emerged, her hair cascading down in soft waves, exuding a gentle and graceful aura. She wore a light green floral top that accentuated her lovely shoulders and collarbone, paired with a deep blue skirt that revealed her fair, slender legs. In that moment, the previously mature and dignified woman appeared to embody a fresh, youthful innocence. Noticing Yi Fan's captivated gaze, Feng Yueying felt a rush of delight and a hint of pride. It had been quite some time since she had put in such effort to look presentable, and it was gratifying to see it appreciated. Clearing her throat and playfully shaking her Chanel handbag, she said, "Yi Fan, shall we be off?" Yi Fan swallowed hard, grinning broadly as he took her hand. "Let us go for lunch. I've discovered some delightful eateries." Feng Yueying blinked her beautiful eyes, hesitating. "Isn't it a bit early for lunch?" Then where would you like to go?" Ying, Yi Fan questioned, puzzled, wondering if she had other plans. "I would like to visit my brother first. The nursing home called yesterday to discuss something, and since I am meeting you today, it would be a good opportunity for you to meet him as well." Feng Yueying spoke with a touch of longing in her eyes. "I want my brother to see that I have emerged from the shadows, ready to embrace a new life." Yi Fan found the suggestion commendable. Although Feng Xiaoyi was currently in a vegetative state, he was still her brother, and it was only right to meet him. "All right, we'll visit your brother first, then have lunch afterwards. We can explore a bit in the afternoon and catch a movie in the evening." Yi Fan proposed with a smile. "We our brother?" Feng Yueying's cheeks flushed as she turned her head away. "You just want to take advantage of me. He's a year older than you, so he should be considered your elder brother." Yi Fan retorted with a smirk. "I'm his brother-in-law. What does age have to do with it? You're talking nonsense. You're not even close. Don't think you can win me over so easily. This is just our first date, and I plan to keep you on your toes." Feng Yueying shot him a sidelong glance. All right, that day will come eventually." Yi Fan chuckled to himself, reveling in the playful banter. As they continued their light-hearted conversation, they descended the stairs and climbed into Feng Yueying's car. This time, Yi Fan took the wheel, as it was inconvenient for her to drive in high heels. They drove to the southern suburb nursing home, where the surroundings were lush with greenery and fragrant herbs. Even in the midday heat, the temperature here was notably cooler than in the city, by at least 3 to 4 degrees. After exiting the car, Yi Fan remarked, "The environment here is quite pleasant. The facilities seem quite new. I imagine your brother's care must be quite costly?" Feng Yueying sighed, unable to counter Yi Fan's charming words. "This is the best nursing home in Huahai. It costs 400,000 a year. 400,000. Is that all from your pocket?" "Ying," Yi Fan exclaimed in disbelief. "My parents are back in our hometown, living off their pensions. They can hardly support themselves, let alone contribute to this." Feng Yueying replied with a confident smile. "Rest assured, I'm the sales department head. My income is decent." Yi Fan felt a surge of sympathy. This woman, seemingly thriving, bore the weight of familial obligations and financial burdens in silence. They entered a building within the nursing home and navigated their way to the room where Feng Xiaoyi was housed. The ward contained 2 beds, both occupied by individuals in a vegetative state. Upon seeing Feng Yueying, the nurse, seemingly familiar, greeted her with a smile before stepping out to record some data. Yi Fan's gaze fell upon a young man lying on the bed, whose features bore a resemblance to Feng Yueying, albeit with a gaunt visage. "Shall we? Your sister has come to see you," Feng Yueying said softly, sitting at her brother's bedside and gently stroking his forehead. "I've been quite busy lately and haven't visited much. Please don't hold it against me." Yi Fan took a chair and settled down, quietly observing the tender interaction between the woman and her brother. Feng Yueying spoke of home and their parents' recent circumstances, then gestured towards Yi Fan, saying, "Shall we? This is Yi Fan. What do you think of him?" Of course, Feng Xiaoyi could not respond, but Yi Fan waved at the young man. "Hey there, future brother-in-law. He's a rascal, always trying to take advantage of his sister, but don't worry, she won't let him succeed easily. Your sister will take good care of herself and our parents." Feng Yueying continued, releasing a sigh as if shaking off some weight from her heart. "I'm going to speak with the doctor now. Would you like to join me?" Yi Fan readily agreed, curious about what the doctor needed to discuss with her, and eager to offer assistance if necessary. Being a Sunday, many staff members at the nursing home were off, leaving the corridors somewhat deserted. Upon reaching the office of the chief physician, whose door was ajar, Feng Yueying still knocked lightly. "Dr. Gu," she greeted politely. Jiu Yud, a middle-aged man in his 30s or 40s, with silver-framed glasses and a slightly receding hairline, appeared quite refined. "Miss Feng, you've arrived," Gu Yud greeted her warmly, before noticing Yi Fan behind her, his expression shifting to a frown. And this gentleman he is my friend, accompanying me, Feng Yueying interjected quickly. Yi Fan nearly piped up to declare himself her boyfriend, but Feng Yueying was being prudent. Jiu Yud, however, sensed something amiss and, with a serious demeanor, stated, I see. However, today's discussion pertains to confidential matters related to the patient's family. This gentleman should wait outside. Upon hearing this, Feng Yueying's heart sank, and she turned to Yi Fan apologetically. I'm sorry, Yi Fan, but perhaps you should. It's no trouble. I'll take a stroll outside. Just call me when you're done, Yi Fan replied nonchalantly. Okay. Feng Yueying smiled in acknowledgement. Once Yi Fan stepped out, Gu Yud's demeanor shifted. He gestured for Feng Yueying to sit in his office before locking the door behind them. Dr. Gu, what prompts such caution? Feng Yueying inquired with concern. Jiu Yud sighed, pouring her a cup of herbal tea. Miss Feng, please don't be anxious. I will explain everything in due course. Please, have a sip of water. Thank you, doctor, Feng Yueying said. Having been busy preparing herself and then visiting her brother, she indeed felt parched. After drinking, she asked, Is there an issue with my brother's condition? Gu Yud's expression grew serious. Feng Xiaowei has been in a vegetative state for 2 years, and the likelihood of awakening has dwindled to less than 5%. I believe you should consider. Doctor, even if there is only a 1% chance, I will not give up. If it requires more funds, I am willing to cover it, but please do not cease treatment. Feng Yueying pleaded earnestly. Jiu Yud hesitated, of course. Family members are eager to grasp any opportunity. But you may not realize that resources in our country's nursing homes, particularly for vegetative care, are exceedingly scarce. Patients like Feng Xiaowei, after 2 years of care, with such low chances of recovery, are typically sent home to be cared for by nurses. But isn't that tantamount to leaving them to fate? Dr. Gu, you mentioned that there are awakening therapies available in the nursing home, which might increase the chances of recovery over time. Feng Yueying pressed urgently. That is correct, but as the number of patients rises, the cost for Feng Xiaowei to remain here will escalate significantly. Currently, the fee is 400,000 a year, and should it rise, it would undoubtedly impose a heavier burden on your family, Gu Yud explained. How much? Is it 450,000? Feng Yueying asked. Even if it's 450,000, I can manage. Jiu Yud shook his head, extending his hand to signal a number. 7.70,000? Feng Yueying gasped in astonishment. That was equivalent to more than half a year's salary for her. Although she held a prominent position in a flourishing company, she had not been there long enough to benefit from stock dividends like Su Qingxue. Ultimately, she was still an employee, albeit at a higher level. Gu Yud nodded. To put it plainly, this is to encourage families to take their loved ones home, allowing us to free up beds for other patients with a better chance of recovery. Biting her lip, Feng Yueying felt her head begin to spin upon hearing these words. Yet, without much contemplation, she resolutely declared, even if it's 70,000, I want Xiaowei to remain here and receive the best treatment. A flicker of something unusual crossed Gu Yud's eyes as he smiled subtly. Actually, there's a way to save that money and continue with the 400,000 medical fees. Feng Yueying's eyes brightened. Saving 30,000 would be ideal. What is the method? She inquired eagerly. Jiu Yud grinned enigmatically, rising and slowly moving closer to Feng Yueying. Dr. Gu, what are you doing? Feng Yueying felt a sense of foreboding. Miss Feng, I have always thought you quite beautiful. You are my ideal type. Jiu Yud smiled, extending a hand toward her beautiful face. Feng Yueying scrambled to her feet, her face drained of color. Doctor, please don't do this. I would rather pay than accept such an arrangement. Gu Yud's expression darkened. If you want your brother to continue receiving treatment at the nursing home, you had better comply. Are you threatening me? Feng Yueying gasped, struggling for breath as her head spun. Jiu Yud smirked. How does it feel? Are you feeling drowsy? Is your body growing weak? Feng Yueying glanced at the empty teacup, panic rising within her. There was a drug in the tea, indeed, a concoction of my own making. The dosage was sufficient, Gu Yud chuckled, rising with a gleeful demeanor. Don't worry. Once you fall asleep, you won't know a thing. When you awaken, you will belong to me. Feng Yueying felt despair wash over her. She never anticipated that this seemingly noble doctor was, in fact, a wolf in sheep's clothing. Tears welled in her eyes as she yearned to escape, yet her legs felt leaden. Just as she stumbled and fell onto the sofa, the door was suddenly kicked open with a forceful bang. The lock, unable to withstand the impact, shattered. Gu Yud was taken aback. looking up to see Yi Fan standing at the threshold. How did you? Why Yi Fan's expression was dark as he sneered. The moment you saw me earlier, you appeared to wish I were not present. Such a stark contrast in demeanor raises my suspicions about your intentions. On the sofa, a dazed Feng Yueying murmured, Yi Fan, help me. Why Yi Fan's heart ached as he approached, grasping her delicate hand. Just sleep. It's all right, I will protect you. In truth, there was no need for his reassurances. Feng Yueying had already succumbed to unconsciousness. Seeing the situation deteriorate, Gu Yud attempted to flee, but Yi Fan swiftly positioned himself in the doorway, delivering a powerful punch to Gu Yud's abdomen. Ouch, Gu Yud screamed, feeling his insides twist painfully as he expelled the remnants of his lunch. Yi Fan followed up with a kick to Gu Yud's knee. The sound of cracking bone echoing in the room as Gu Yud's leg gave way. Gu Yud howled in agony, nearly losing consciousness from the pain. Please spare me. Have mercy, he begged, desperate to escape the impending doom. Yet Yi Fan was not finished. With another swift kick, he shattered Gu Yud's other leg. Gu Yud, writhing in pain, gasped for breath, his face turning ashen, sweat pouring down his brow. Satisfied that he had delivered sufficient punishment, Yi Fan seized Gu Yud by the collar, demanding, What did you put in the tea you gave my girlfriend? I didn't add anything special, just a standard sleeping pill, albeit with a heavier dosage. I swear, please don't hit me. Gu Yud wept, his face a mess of tears and snot. Yi Fan sighed in relief. At least this scoundrel hadn't used anything particularly sinister. He retrieved Gu Yud's phone and activated the recording function. Now, I want you to recount everything you've done, recording it all on this phone. Do you agree? To resolve this matter, it was essential to have some evidence. Otherwise, Gu Yud could retaliate by accusing Yi Fan of assault, creating unnecessary complications. Yi Fan was unwilling to resort to murder over such a despicable individual. It simply wasn't worth it. Gu Yud hesitated, realizing that recording his confession would leave him vulnerable to Yi Fan's control. You now have two choices. 1. Recount everything in full detail, leaving a recorded account. 2. I'll throw you directly into the Defense Bureau and see you in court, Yi Fan said with a grin. You should weigh your options. Gu Yud's expression fluctuated between dark and light. Regardless of the choice he made, he could no longer retaliate against Yi Fan. However, if he chose the first option, at least he would have a chance to continue practicing medicine. Avoiding a total loss, I understand. He stammered. Gu Yud, being a clever man, opted for the first option with the least risk, detailing the events and recording them for Yi Fan. After Yi Fan uploaded the recording to one of his email accounts, he returned the phone to Gu Yud. Dismissing him entirely, he knew that this guy would surely concoct some lies to explain everything that had transpired. Seizing the moment before anyone else noticed, Yi Fan walked over and scooped up Feng Yueying, heading out of the sanatorium. After placing the woman in the passenger seat, Yi Fan returned to the sanatorium. He needed to find some medication to help her regain consciousness swiftly. Fortunately, being in a hospital, acquiring medication was not difficult. After about 10 minutes, Yi Fan returned to the car, injecting the 2 vials of medication he had pilfered from the hospital into Feng Yueying's body. She appeared to be sleeping soundly, yet the pallid flush on her face indicated the side effects of the drugs. Yi Fan tenderly brushed her bangs aside, as her hair clung to her from perspiration. A few minutes later, Feng Yueying groggily opened her eyes. Chapter 0060. What medicine, however, the effects of the drugs could not be entirely reversed at once. Her eyes remained somewhat cloudy, and her mind was still foggy. Once she realized what had happened before her fainting spell, Feng Yueying sat up abruptly, glancing around. Where am I? Upon seeing the familiar Yi Fan beside her, she quickly inquired, Yi Fan, how did I end up in the car? It's all right now. I gave Gu Yud a good beating, and he didn't harm you, Yi Fan reassured her. Feng Yueying sighed in relief, but recalling the earlier scene filled her with dread, and her heart sank. Tears welled up in her eyes as she suddenly threw herself into Yi Fan's embrace, sobbing softly. What's wrong? Ying, everything is behind us. Yi Fan gently patted her back. Thank you. Thank you for saving me again. But what about my brother Xiao Hui? Who can save him? Feng Yueying lamented, the thought of Gu Yud neglecting her brother's treatment only deepening her anguish. Yi Fan sighed. This was something he hadn't considered before. After pondering for a moment, he suddenly recalled someone. Ying, I know a doctor in the United States who is quite capable. How about you temporarily bring Feng Xiaohui home and hire a caregiver? Once my doctor friend arrives, we can see if he can be sent to the U.S. for treatment, Yi Fan proposed. Feng Yueying looked up with teary eyes, her expression puzzled. You actually have a doctor friend in the U.S.? Is he involved in rehabilitation for comatose patients? Yifan scratched his head, realizing she seemed to know a bit about everything. After all, she was a medical doctor. Even if she couldn't treat, she would know other doctors. Just as Feng Yueying was about to say something, she noticed 2 syringes still in the car. Furrowing her brow, she instinctively glanced at her wrist, where indeed 2 injection marks were visible. Did you give me these injections? She asked, astonished. Yifan shrugged. Yes, I administered them. Otherwise, how could you wake up so quickly? You can give injections too. Feng Yueying's mouth fell open in disbelief. You weren't a doctor before, were you? That's how you know doctor friends. Surprisingly, Yifan nodded. Yes, I'm a cardiac surgeon. You know, the one with the scalpel, making all those precise cuts and stitching with needles. He gestured animatedly, but in reality, he was taking advantage of the situation with Feng Yueying. Feng Yueying immediately crossed her arms over her chest in defense, pouting, Stop it. Who are you trying to fool? There are plenty of people who can give injections. I'm not that easily deceived. Yifan shrugged, unconcerned by her disbelief. Curiously, Feng Yueying picked up one of the syringes and asked, What medication is this? Who did you get it from? I'm not a hospital staff. Who would give it to me? I just took it when no one was looking. This is nicothamide, which seems to be called Shami in translation. It helps alleviate the effects of the drugs in your system, Yifan explained. Unexpectedly, you know about these pharmacological details? Feng Yueying felt increasingly intrigued by this mysterious man. She picked up the other syringe and asked, What about this one? Mannitol, Yifan replied. What is this medication for? Feng Yueying inquired, curiosity evident in her demeanor. Why Yifan hesitated, scratching his nose before grinning. How about we go get something to eat? You look so thin and haggard. Stop changing the subject. First, tell me what this medication is for. Feng Yueying insisted. Why Yifan clicked his tongue. Well, it's beneficial for you. Why ask so many details? Then tell me, since it's good for me, why won't you say? Feng Yueying felt something was off. Yifan was at a loss and asked, Ying, do you need to go to the restroom? Feng Yueying blinked, touched her abdomen and frowned. Now that you mention it, I really do need to go, but you still need to tell me what this medication does. Yifan chuckled. Hurry up, that medication is a diuretic. It helps expel the drugs from your system. Upon hearing this, Feng Yueying's face turned as red as an apple, and she angrily punched him. You bad person. How could you use that kind of medicine on me? Who gives someone that on a first date? What if something goes wrong? Don't hit me. I was worried too. I feared you wouldn't wake up, and the diuretic would take effect first. Thankfully, you woke up first. Yifan's attempt at humor only aggravated Feng Yueying more. I'll come back and properly teach you a lesson. Feng Yueying felt the urgency, barely able to contain herself, and hurriedly exited the car to rush to the restroom. When she returned, the flush on her cheeks had not yet faded. Yifan, with a serious expression, remarked, Ying, since you're all right now, let us go eat. Given that you saved my life, I'll let this matter slide for now. Next time you dare to inject me without my consent, I'll ignore you. Feng Yueying huffed. Clearly still annoyed, Yifan was eager to sweep the matter under the rug, nodding in agreement. Just as he was about to start the car, he remembered something and leaned over to pull the seatbelt across for her. Feng Yueying thought he was going to make a move, and when she realized he was just securing her seatbelt, she said, I can do it myself. Yifan shook his head, fastening it for her. I read online that when a man helps his female companion with her seatbelt, it's seen as a thoughtful gesture. Feng Yueying chuckled, unable to hold back her laughter. What if the girl doesn't like wearing seatbelts? Yifan paused, realizing, oh right, I didn't ask you. Ying, do you like it? Feng Yueying laughed even more, rolling her eyes at him. Enough, just drive your car. I'll handle it myself next time. I really don't know where you learned all this nonsense. Yifan awkwardly scratched the back of his head, finding himself smiling foolishly. Subsequently, they drove away, and on the way, Yifan briefly explained how he dealt with Gu Yud. Feng Yueying agreed that taking the matter to court was unnecessary, as it would waste too much energy. Gu Yud didn't gain anything, and having 2 broken legs was about right. However, upon reflection, the feeling of being protected by a man was something she cherished. Remembering how he had fastened her seatbelt, she felt a sweet sensation in her heart. Unconsciously, Feng Yueying stole glances at Yifan's profile from the passenger seat, a smile creeping onto her lips. If you want to kiss me, I might just accept it. Yifan naturally noticed the affectionate glint in the woman's eyes. Chapter 0061. Eerie and terrifying Feng Yueying quickly turned her head to gaze out the window. Narcissist, who wants to kiss you? Then should I come kiss you? I don't mind, Yifan replied. Not allowed. I haven't officially agreed to date you yet, Feng Yueying retorted. Yifan found it amusing. He had saved her 3 times now, and she still hadn't consented. Pursuing you is truly challenging. Feng Yueying smiled sweetly, a hint of pride in her eyes. Of course. Back in university, I had countless confessions, yet no one could pursue me. If I'm lucky enough to date you, I should be grateful, Yifan chuckled. And I've also taken your first kiss. That makes me happy. Feng Yueying suddenly realized she had walked right into his trap, revealing her secrets and blushed shyly. That is not true. I've dated before. Oh, who was your ex-boyfriend? Yifan teased. Drive your car. Stop asking so many questions. I want to tell you. Feng Yueying bit her lip. Ignoring him, Yifan enjoyed teasing Feng Yueying. Watching her blush was amusing. If he were to tease Su Qingxue, he would probably have been kicked out of the car by now. Simply put, this woman was easy to manipulate. Feng Yueying was like a soft dough, seemingly simple and pliable, whereas Su Qingxue resembled a block of cold ice, captivating yet treacherous to touch. The car arrived at a shopping mall, and after they got out, they entered a Sichuan cuisine restaurant. Yifan quickly ordered several dishes, and Feng Yueying noticed that all the dishes he chose were her favorites. How did you know I love mapo tofu, spicy chicken, and light shadow beef? She couldn't help but ask. Yifan feigned surprise. What? You like them too? We must be fated. How could it be so coincidental? You led me straight into a Sichuan restaurant. Clearly knowing I liked it, Feng Yueying shot him a playful glare. Yifan confessed. I have your phone number. So I found your WeChat and saw your post where you mentioned liking this restaurant during a gathering with colleagues, along with a few photos of the dishes I just remembered. Feng Yueying blinked. But your phone is an old model that can't use WeChat. I used the computer version. It was a bit cumbersome, but I managed to check, Yifan explained. Feng Yueying didn't expect him to go through such lengths to gather information about her and couldn't help but chuckle. Is this really that funny? Yifan felt he had done nothing wrong. Feng Yueying shook her head, pursed her lips, and gazed at him warmly. I like off-white and light purple. I enjoy Sichuan and Shandong cuisine. I regularly drink raw pu'er and lattes. I love listening to jazz and old songs, and I enjoy visiting libraries, cafes, and supermarkets. My favorite dog is a golden retriever. Yifan stared at her, captivated by her outpouring of information. Ying, what are you saying? If you want to know me, just ask directly. You don't have to beat around the bush. It's exhausting, Feng Yueying replied with a sweet smile. Yifan felt his heart melt. The woman before him radiated a holy glow, and having such a considerate and gentle girlfriend was a rarity. Is there anything else you want to know? Feng Yueying rested her chin on her hand. Yifan nodded, swallowing hard before asking. Your measurements, weight. Go die. How can you be so inappropriate? Undoubtedly, Yifan's question was met with a ruthless rejection, accompanied by an eye roll from her. Their meal ended amidst laughter and intimate exchanges, and Feng Yueying also inquired about Yifan's details, wanting to cook for him or accompany him in his favorite activities in the future. However, the conclusion she reached was clear. This man cared for nothing but trivial matters. Feng Yueying found it amusing, realizing Yifan was easy to please. He would eat anything, watch anything, and was overall quite easygoing. The two spent the afternoon browsing various shops in the mall and even tried their hand at a claw machine. Feng Yueying struggled, seemingly living up to Su Qingxue's assessment of her being highly capable at work yet somewhat naive in life, as she fumbled for ages without learning how to win a toy. Yifan, however, quickly grasped the technique, helping Feng Yueying win 7 or 8 toys. But she only kept a robotic cat, giving the rest to passing children. Seeing the joyful expression on her face, Yifan suddenly realized that what women desired was truly simple. He didn't need to overthink things. Making her happy was enough. At Feng Yueying's insistence, Yifan also replaced his old phone with a basic smartphone at the mobile company, allowing him to use WeChat and similar tools. Feng Yueying hadn't relaxed and had fun like this in a long time and felt a tinge of regret at how quickly time flew. After finishing a light dinner, it was finally time for the movie. Ying, let us watch that horror film, Yifan suggested, having long planned to point to a promotional poster featuring a bloodied female ghost with one eye opened. A horror film? Aren't you scared? Feng Yueying hesitated. I don't know. We'll find out once we watch it. What about you? I doubt I'm quite timid, Feng Yueying admitted meekly. Yifan thought to himself. That's exactly what I want. What else could I hope for? He patted his chest. Let us go watch and see. If it's too scary, we can leave. Feng Yueying hesitated for a moment, but sweetly agreed. After purchasing tickets, she also got a small bucket of popcorn and 2 drinks as they entered the theater hand in hand. Although it was the weekend, the cinema was sparsely populated, especially for this lesser-known horror film. They found seats near the back, and after a short wait, the movie began. The eerie and unsettling atmosphere grew increasingly thick as the plot unfolded, as if a strange shadow enveloped the entire screening room. Chapter 0062. A new enjoyment Yi Fan, of course, felt no fear at all. The scenes he had witnessed were far scarier than the atmosphere created by this horror film. This was merely child's play that wouldn't even quicken his heartbeat. He kept an eye on Feng Yueying's reactions, but she seemed unfazed, munching on her popcorn without a care. This woman could really eat? After finishing dinner, she could still devour so much popcorn. It was no wonder Feng Yueying's figure was somewhat plump. Just as he pondered when a thrilling scene would occur to prompt her to collapse into his embrace, allowing him to take advantage in the dark, sure enough, the film reached a pivotal moment when the ghost suddenly lunged out from a cabinet. Several men and women in the theater screamed. However, Yi Fan felt a wave of disappointment because Feng Yueying seemed entirely engrossed, smiling at the screen. Realizing something, Feng Yueying turned to him, her beautiful eyes sparkling in the darkness. What's wrong? I didn't leap into your arms in fear. Are you disappointed? Yi Fan instinctively nodded. Ying, didn't you say you were timid? Feng Yueying looked at him with a teasing glint in her eye. During my university days, I watched at least 200 horror films in the girls' dormitory. Do you think I would be scared? She continued, and what about before you came in? Were you trying to deceive me? Yi Fan found himself at a loss for words. Who told you to always take advantage of me? Do you think I don't know your true intentions for inviting me to watch horror films? She said, winking with a sense of pride. Yi Fan clicked his tongue in amusement, unable to discern whether this woman was genuinely foolish at times or merely pretending to be so. Nevertheless, he found the playful banter with Feng Yueying rather enjoyable. If a woman were to be perpetually bullied by him, it would soon grow tedious. A little playful retaliation made their interactions much more entertaining. What's the matter? Are you feeling down? Although I won't give you a hug, I can feed you popcorn. Feng Yueying seemed concerned that he might be too saddened, and she picked up a piece of popcorn delicately between her slender fingers. Bringing it to Yi Fan's lips, open your mouth, she said softly. Yi Fan looked at her tiny hand holding the popcorn, and her eager expression made him feel utterly disarmed. Her simple command to open your mouth filled his heart with sweetness. After consuming a piece, Feng Yueying continued to feed him several more, seemingly enjoying the moment herself, and even remarked, what a good boy. Upon hearing this, Yi Fan felt an irritable pang. Why was he being treated like a child? Thus, he devised a playful plan. As Feng Yueying offered him another piece of popcorn, he suddenly opened his mouth wide, engulfing not just the popcorn but also her 2 delicate fingers. Hey, don't nibble on my fingers. Feng Yueying's face flushed crimson, but being in the cinema, she felt embarrassed to raise her voice. Yi Fan, however, took a hearty pull before releasing her tender fingers. Feng Yueying wiped her damp fingers on him, complaining, how unsanitary. You're behaving like a child, and no wonder people say men never grow up. Yi Fan gazed at her pouting, playful expression, and the more he looked, the more he found her endearing. He swiftly wrapped his arm around her fragrant shoulder and leaned down to plant a kiss on her cheek. Ying, you are truly beautiful, he remarked. Feng Yueying was taken aback, her expression momentarily frozen as she locked eyes with him, but instead of responding, she turned away and resumed munching on popcorn, returning to the film. Nevertheless, her cheeks retained a rosy hue for quite some time before fading. After the movie concluded around 9 o'clock, Feng Yueying, needing to work the following day, expressed her desire to return home early. On their way back to the neighborhood, they discussed plans for her to pick up her younger brother Feng Xiaoyi from the rehabilitation center and arrange for a caregiver for a few days while Yi Fan would contact a friend in America. After bidding her farewell, Yi Fan felt quite satisfied with their first date. He suddenly realized that the joys of being with a woman extended beyond mere physical intimacy. There were so many experiences worth savoring together. As he took the subway back to the Bailu County and walked toward his luxurious residence, he discovered Aunt Jiang still bustling in the kitchen downstairs, preparing breakfast for the next day. Upon seeing him return, Aunt Jiang said, Yi Fan, you're back, just in time. Please take the donuts and milk tea up to Mississippi. She hasn't eaten dinner and must be hungry. Yi Fan paused, surprised to learn that Su Qingxue hadn't eaten dinner. Oh? It seems something at work has been troubling her. I don't know why, but she has been in a bad mood all day and lost her appetite, Aunt Zhang explained, handing him a plate piled high with donuts. Yi Fan was astonished. There were a total of 8 donuts, each coated in pink strawberry-flavored icing, resembling a small pink mountain on the plate. Is she really that fond of strawberries? All these donuts are strawberry-flavored. He pondered. Is she really going to finish all this? It's nearly midnight, and she doesn't usually have such a large appetite. Aunt Zhang, however, smiled mysteriously, assuring him, since she was a child, whenever she didn't eat, we'd give her donuts, and she always found them appetizing. 8 is just the right amount. Skeptical yet resigned, Yi Fan took the plate of donuts and a teapot of Ceylon black tea mixed with light milk and headed to the study. Qingxue, are you there? He knocked on the door but received no response. After waiting a moment, he opened the door and stepped inside. To his surprise, he found Su Qingxue resting her head on a pile of documents on the desk, sound asleep under the desk lamp. Had she really been working since the afternoon? Yi Fan frowned. Although she was merely a stand-in girlfriend, seeing her work to exhaustion made him uneasy. He approached the desk and set down the food. Glancing down instinctively, he noticed her profile resembled a delicately carved porcelain doll, her arched eyebrows like distant mountains cloaked in mist, and her lips a soft hue like vermilion. In that moment, her cold demeanor softened, revealing a tenderness that was both enchanting and endearing. Yi Fan mused, if only she could remain this warm and not so frosty. Seeing her sleep so peacefully, he felt reluctant to wake her. However, the air conditioning made the room quite chilly, and he worried she might catch a cold. Casting his gaze around, he spotted a small blanket on a nearby sofa and gently draped it over her. As he did, it appeared he disturbed her, as she sleepily blinked her eyes open. Her long eyelashes fluttered as she stifled a yawn, and upon realizing someone was beside her, she sat up, rubbing her eyes. Chapter 63. I won't listen. Yi Fan was taken aback, surprised to see a rather cute expression on her face just after waking up. Why did she have to turn so frosty and distant? What are you doing here? Su Qingxue questioned sharply. Who allowed you to come in? Yi Fan quickly waved his hands. It wasn't intentional. You were asleep, and Aunt Zhang asked me to bring you donuts and milk tea, saying you hadn't eaten dinner and was worried. Donuts? Su Qingxue swiftly turned her head, her eyes widening at the sight of the 8 pink donuts, and she couldn't help but swallowed. Yi Fan observed her reaction, thinking, it seems she really does love to eat. Su Qingxue noticed the blanket draped over her shoulders and tugged at it, frowning. Did you cover me with this? Yi Fan chuckled. Yes, I didn't want you to catch a chill. No need to thank me. It was the least I could do. Who said I needed to thank you? You should have just woken me up when you saw I was asleep. I still have work to finish. Su Qingxue scolded. Yi Fan was speechless. How had his kind gesture turned into something she resented? I was just concerned for your well-being. How was I to know you still needed to work? I don't need your concern. We aren't even close, so you should focus on your own girlfriend. Su Qingxue huffed, dismissing him with a wave. Yi Fan felt a mix of frustration and disappointment. He had only meant to be kind, bringing food and even covering her with a blanket, yet she was pushing him away. Comparing her to Feng Yueying, he couldn't help but wonder why women could be so different. Although Su Qingxue excelled in beauty, family background, and intellect, he found himself preferring to enjoy simple meals with Feng Yueying rather than indulging in lavish feasts with Su Qingxue. With that temperament, it seemed unlikely she would marry anytime soon. As he left the room, he mumbled quietly to himself. What are you muttering about? Su Qingxue caught a hint of his words, sensing he was speaking ill of her. Yi Fan turned back with a grin. Nothing at all, just wondering if you can finish all those donuts. Mind your own business. Get out. Su Qingxue glared at him. Yi Fan thought it best not to linger, so he quickly exited. However, just as he was about to head back to his room, Aunt Zhang called for him from downstairs. Yi Fan, come down for a moment. Aunt Zhang beckoned. Yi Fan had no choice but to return, asking, what is the matter, Aunt Zhang? I forgot to put sugar in the milk tea for Miss. Please take this sugar cube up to her. She will surely need it, Aunt Zhang said, handing him a small dish of sugar. Yi Fan felt exasperated, wanting to ask why she couldn't just take it herself, but then he remembered he was Su Qingxue's boyfriend in this household, and as a young man, it was only natural for him to help out. Reluctantly, he grabbed the sugar and headed back to the study. This time, Feeling somewhat irritated, he didn't bother knocking and simply pushed the door open. To his astonishment, he walked in on a scene he would never forget. Su Qingxue sat in her office chair, holding a strawberry donut with a large bite taken out, her face radiating pure happiness as she savored every morsel. Her cheeks were round and full, her bright eyes twinkling with delight, and oddly enough, her legs were swinging joyfully as if she were a child relishing a treat. The chair creaked under the exuberance of her movements. This version of Su Qingxue was a far cry from the icy, imperious demeanor she had just exhibited when she had sent him away. Wei Fan couldn't help but wonder if he had somehow traveled to another dimension, or if she had a dual personality. Ah? Su Qingxue suddenly noticed someone had entered, turning her head to see Yi Fan. Her eyes widened in surprise, round and sparkling, then quickly flushed a deep crimson. The atmosphere grew awkward as Yi Fan realized he might have stumbled upon a private moment. He composed himself and walked in, ignoring Su Qingxue's reddening cheeks and sparkling eyes, placing the sugar on the desk. Aunt Zhang asked me to bring this for you. Please continue enjoying your donuts, he said calmly before turning and exiting, closing the door behind him. Once outside, Su Qingxue buried her face in her arms on the desk, her cheeks aflame, wishing she could disappear beneath the table. Meanwhile, Yi Fan returned to his room, dazed and replaying the image of Su Qingxue enjoying her donut in his mind. Unable to contain himself, he burst into laughter as if he were a fool. This was far more amusing than the time he had glimpsed her in her strawberry undergarments. The thought of her delight while eating a donut made it impossible for him to remain upset with her. Ultimately, he realized he might not have truly understood her. Perhaps her frosty exterior was merely a fade, and her joy while eating donuts was her true nature. With this in mind, he chuckled to himself, took a shower, and fell into a deep sleep. Remarkably, that night he dreamt of walking down the aisle of marriage. However, when he lifted the bride's veil, expecting to see Feng Yueying, the image blurred into indistinctness. Before he knew it, Yi Fan awoke. On Monday morning, he ruffled his hair, recalling that it was time to head to work. After dressing and freshening up, he made his way downstairs. Su Qingxue was already there having breakfast. Upon seeing Yi Fan, her demeanor was unchanged, as if the events of the previous night had left no impression on her. Yi Fan no longer perceived her as cold. Instead, he found her aloofness rather entertaining. As they drove to the office, Yi Fan suddenly remembered the issues arising from the acquisition of Fake by the Jing family, and he wanted to inquire about the current situation. Qingxue, shut up. Su Qingxue interrupted, refusing him the chance to speak. I don't want to talk to you. Yi Fan was taken aback, bewildered by her reaction. What was the big deal? Hadn't he merely seen her enjoying a donut? I'm not trying to. Be quiet. I won't listen, Su Qingxue snapped, her voice icy. If you keep talking, I'll make you get out of the car. Yi Fan was at a loss for words. How was she acting like a petulant child? Chapter 64. None of your business. Feeling out of options, Yi Fan devised a plan. With one hand on the steering wheel, he took out his phone and typed out a message, displaying it for Su Qingxue. I just wanted to ask if the issues with the Zheng Group acquiring Fake are serious. When Su Qingxue read it, she realized her misunderstanding. He wasn't mocking her for her donut indulgence. And her cheeks flushed slightly. Clearing her throat, she replied, You don't need to worry. I have everything under control. Yi Fan responded, I'm just making casual conversation. Worrying doesn't help, but don't put too much pressure on yourself. Try to relax and do something you enjoy, like eating. Shut up. Su Qingxue nearly screamed, her frustration palpable. If only she had a hammer, she would have loved to knock him senseless. Yi Fan struggled to suppress his amusement. Calm down. I want to say another word. Upon arriving at the office, Yi Fan played some games in the office and chatted online with Moo 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 for a while. It seemed she had come to terms with her father's decision to find her a stepmother, although she still didn't particularly like the idea. When lunchtime rolled around, Yi Fan entered the cafeteria and noticed many eyes turning his way, with numerous female employees gazing at him with admiration. Yi Fan felt puzzled by the attention. Assistant Yi, so you really know martial arts? No wonder General Su chose you as her assistant, Lu Xiaolian from the sales department exclaimed, finally shedding light on the situation. Last week, Yi Fan had stepped in to protect Su Lingshan from an old man in the parking lot, and the story had spread among the female security staff. Now, nearly everyone in the company knew that Assistant Yi was not just capable, but also skilled in martial arts. It was just luck. They sent an old man with underhanded tactics, but I'm young and vigorous, and I wanted to contribute to the company. When I saw him bullying our female colleagues, I couldn't just stand by. Yifan declared proudly. Why, Yifan? Tell us more. I heard that old man practiced some kind of eagle claw technique. Is such a thing even real? Yu Yingying eagerly inquired. Why, Yifan thought to himself that the eagle claw technique was an ancient martial art rooted in traditional symbolism, far too complex to explain in a few sentences. However, with so many curious faces looking at him, he couldn't remain silent, so he began to embellish the tale, recounting how formidable the opponent was, and how through sheer willpower, he had managed to fend them off. As the story progressed, the female colleagues began to realize he was merely boasting, even bringing up fantastical techniques like the Kamehameha wave. Enough with the nonsense, you're just bragging. Come on, Shaolian. Let us not pay him any mind. Yu Yingying shouted, and the other women laughed and dispersed. Despite their laughter, Yifan was unfazed. He had enjoyed the attention. Feeling buoyant from the admiration of so many beautiful women, he walked with a straighter back and lighter steps. Finding Su Lingshan at her usual spot, he sat down across from her with a smile. Greeting her cheerfully, Captain Su, how come you're not eating sausages today? Fried pork cutlet instead? None of your business. Su Lingshan shot him a glare, annoyed by his smug expression. Oh, you think you're impressive just because you fended off one of Genghis' goons? Yifan was unperturbed. With a wide grin, he replied, I know deep down you admire me. You're just too shy to admit it. It's perfectly okay. I understand. Admire you? Only if I've lost my mind. Su Lingshan retorted, stabbing her fork into the pork cutlet with irritation. Just watch. After I practice a bit more, I'll definitely be able to take you down. I've just been out of practice from working too long. Yifan thought, I can see right through your abilities. Don't think I can't tell. However, he chose not to burst her bubble. Upon encountering the man, silence enveloped the atmosphere as they began to eat, leaving Su Lingshan feeling unsettled. What I said is the truth, she remarked, furrowing her brows. My capabilities extend far beyond that. Yifan nodded, responding, Yes, I understand. Captain Su is indeed formidable. Discontented, Su Lingshan retorted, You're merely brushing me off. You must look down upon me. Yifan, feeling helpless, chuckled, Captain Su. What must I say for you to allow me to enjoy my meal in peace? If you wish to eat properly, perhaps you should relocate to another table. Don't dine at mine. Su Lingshan's beautiful eyes widened, her noble brows knitting together in frustration. Her pride was strong, and she despised being underestimated. No. I insist on sharing this table with you, Yifan insisted. A flicker of doubt crossed Su Lingshan's gaze as she noted the man's peculiar persistence in wanting to dine with her. Logically, there were other women in the restaurant whose beauty rivaled hers. Why was Yifan so intent on her? Why? She couldn't help but inquired. Why Yifan took a bite of the French bread in his hand and replied, Don't you find it dull to eat alone every day? I thought it would be nice to have some company. Otherwise, it must feel quite lonely. Upon hearing this, Su Lingshan was momentarily taken aback. A string in her heart plucked, her delicate frame stiffening slightly. She was not a local of Huahai. Due to certain circumstances, she had quarreled with her family and left her home, arriving here. Without the support of her family, she found herself adrift and fortuitously gained the respect of Su Qingxue, becoming the head of security at Jinxiu. However, her upbringing, education, and military background made it challenging for her to connect with ordinary company employees. Even the female security team members dared not approach her, merely respecting her from a distance. Living alone, working alone, dining alone, leaving work alone, day after day, for 3 years, she had been solitary in the company cafeteria, apart from some men with ulterior motives who sought her company. No ordinary person had ever shown interest in befriending her or inquired whether she felt lonely in their minds. She was perceived as a difficult-to-approach anomaly. Su Lingshan was strong, having once been a soldier, capable of enduring even in desolate wastelands. Yet, that did not mean she was entirely devoid of loneliness. After all, she was still a young woman in her 20s, and certain feminine instincts had not been extinguished. So, when Yifan uttered the word lonely, Su Lingshan felt a fleeting sting in her nose, a wave of sorrow washing over her. Turning her head away, she took a deep breath to regain her composure. Not wanting Yifan to perceive the tumult within her heart, she disdainfully huffed. You think too much. I enjoy eating alone. Moreover, I certainly do not require the company of a lecher like you. So keep your distance. Yifan, however, could discern the truth behind her words. He chuckled lightly, dismissing her protest, and continued to eat. Subsequently, Su Lingshan refrained from shooing him away, instead eating pensively while stealing glances at him from time to time. After finishing their meal, Yifan took a box of fruit and returned to the top floor. Familiar with the route, he arrived at Su Qingshua's office, only to discover several senior executives present. Seemingly in a meeting, Vice President Zhu Wanghua, Wang Liren, Finance Minister Chang Chun, Strategic Department Head Lu Baoquan, and Marketing Minister Chen Qing were all in attendance. Yifan's attention was particularly drawn to Feng Yueying, who appeared dignified and elegant in her office attire, seated on the sofa. However, Feng Yueying refrained from appearing too familiar with Yifan and the company, merely offering a slight smile without greeting him. "Do you not know the etiquette of knocking before entering the president's office?" Zhu Wang was scolded, visibly displeased. Yifan paid him no mind. Placing the fruit on Su Qingshua's desk, Su Qingshua replied coolly, "He is my assistant, bringing me food. If anyone should be reprimanded, it is not Vice President Zhu." Zhu Wanghua, unhappy with Su Qingshua's defense of Yifan, remarked, "Su, this is a confidential meeting of the company's executives. Such assistants should be sent away immediately. Ha, I have no interest in attending. I shall take my leave," Yifan interjected, disinterested in the business discussions as he had other matters to attend to. However, Su Qingshua called out to him, "Yifan, stay here and listen attentively." Yifan was taken aback, while the others expressed their surprise. After all, this was no ordinary privilege, indicating that Su Qingshua had complete trust in Yifan and would not divulge any company secrets. Even the first assistant, Chenya, had not been granted such an opportunity. Why was this newcomer being treated with such importance? Yifan felt somewhat disheartened. Listening to their meeting offered no compensation, and he would rather spend that time playing games. Yet, as Su Qingshua insisted he stay, he complied, standing quietly. "Su, your sudden emergency meeting. Do you have a strategy to address the acquisition of Feek by the Zheng family?" Lu Baoquan from the Strategic Department inquired. "Feek has formally signed a contract with Zheng's group today. This acquisition is a done deal and cannot be reversed," Su Qingshua stated. Zhu Wanghua and Wang Liren exchanged covert smirks, masking their concern. "If that is the case, Su, why have you summoned us?" Wang Liren asked. Su Qingshua cast a knowing glance at the two senior vice presidents, declaring, "I am here to announce that we will immediately proceed with another acquisition." "What?" Zhu Wanghua exclaimed, furrowing his brow. "Which company are we acquiring? Aside from Feek, there are no other software companies in Huahai that meet our requirements." "Indeed, Vice President Zhu is correct," Su Qingshua asserted confidently. "Therefore, I have already reached an agreement with WQ Technology Company, Ltd. In Jiang Province. Once the shareholders' meeting and board of directors approve the resolution, we will complete the acquisition immediately." At this revelation, all present, except for Feng Yueying, displayed expressions of astonishment. WQ Technology in Jiang Province? The one recognized last year as one of the top 10 startups? Su Qingshua smiled. "That company has attracted considerable interest from overseas investors. When did you negotiate the acquisition with them? Are they willing to sell shares?" Lu Baoquan asked excitedly as Su Qingshua gestured toward Feng Yueying, stating, "I had Minister Feng negotiate this acquisition over a week ago. WQ has already agreed to relinquish 70% of their shares, allowing us to gain control of the company while securing priority technical support." Minister Feng's business trip was for this? The others murmured in disbelief, realizing they had been kept in the dark about this significant development. "To prevent any complications, Minister Feng and I finalized this matter privately," Su Qingshua explained. Feng Yueying added courteously, "Minister Lu, as Su instructed me to maintain confidentiality, I apologize for not informing you sooner. No, this is a remarkable achievement for Minister Feng. To secure WQ without a sound? You truly have outdone yourself." Lu Baoquan expressed his admiration. "Minister Lu, is WQ truly that formidable?" Zhu Wanghua inquired nervously. "Indeed. While they may not have as many users and products as Feek currently does, their technology is on par, if not slightly ahead. However, due to their distance from Huahai and the lack of prior interaction, Su has been focused on acquiring Feek, which is why WQ was not our primary target." Lu Baoquan clarified. As Zhu Wanghua and Wang Liren absorbed this information, a sense of dread began to wash over them. "This implies that by aiding the Zheng family, we have ultimately betrayed them," Su Qingshua remarked casually. "From the very beginning, I intended to acquire WQ, not Feek." "What?" Gasps filled the room, while Zhu Wanghua and Wang Liren's faces turned pale. "Then why did you instruct us to negotiate with Feek?" Lu Baoquan questioned, bewildered. "Need I explain? Feek was deliberately misled to entice Zheng's group into acquiring them," Yifan interjected. As the realization dawned upon them, expressions of shock and fear spread across their faces. Yifan glanced at Su Qingxue, a wry smile playing on his lips as he thought, "The woman before me is a far cry from the one I saw last night, indulging in sweet donuts. 40 billion Zhengs cannot escape this expenditure, while we only need to invest 7 billion to achieve our goal, and the future for WQ looks promising," Su Qingxue concluded. "Only 7 billion? This deal is exceptionally favorable. Was there no other competition?" Lu Baoquan asked in delight. "The only potential competitor is the Zhang family, but they are committed to spending 40 billion on Feek. They will have no resources left to contest WQ's shares," Su Qingxue explained. "This maneuver places Zhang's family in a dire position, allowing us to effortlessly seize the true target we desire. It's a stroke of genius," Finance Minister Chang Chun interjected. Zhu Wanghua and Wang Liren were now drenched in sweat, their foreheads glistening. This meant their collaboration with Zhang had ultimately led to their downfall. Su Qingxue observed their ashen faces, a smirk curling her lips as she glanced at the time and picked up a remote control, activating a large wall-mounted television in the office. The Jiang province news was about to begin, and today WQ would likely announce this news. "Everyone, take a look." The high-ranking officials turned their attention to the news broadcast. Within minutes, the anchor reported, WQ Technology has decided to sell 70% of its shares to a well-known private-listed company in Huahai, with Jinxiu Group being the most likely candidate. "Haha, Su, your strategy is truly brilliant. We were all kept in the dark, yet we willingly fell for it," Lu Baoquan exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. "Indeed, when Zheng sees this news, Chairman Zheng Hongji will likely be spitting blood." Chen Qing laughed. Zhu Wanghua and Wang Liren, however, were visibly shaken, their breaths heavy as the reality of the situation set in. Wang Liren, pale as death, rose unsteadily, trembling as he pointed a finger at Su Qingxue. "You, woman, you have been using us from the start, leaking information to Zheng's family. You deliberately forced us into a corner? Su Qingxue, you have a heart as venomous as a viper," Zhu Wanghua roared, rising to his feet, his gums nearly bleeding from the pressure of his clenched teeth. The other executives stared at the two in shock, realizing that their vehement opposition to the acquisition of Feek had been a betrayal of Su Qingxue. Now, if Zheng's family sought retribution, their powerful background would not let them escape unscathed. "Zhu and Wang, how dare you act this way? You were the ones who leaked the company's confidential documents," Lu Baoquan and others exclaimed. Pained, "Silence, you know nothing," Zhu Wanghua shouted. "This company was built by our generation through hard work. Now, this little girl is about to ruin it all." He was now in a frenzy. Su Qingxue, however, remained impassive, sipping from her water cup. "Vice Presidents Wang and Zhu, as veterans of the group, I had given you both an opportunity. The trap was set by me, but you chose to step into it of your own volition. That is not my concern. You lie. From the moment you entered this company, you sought to oust us, to act with impunity." Su Qingxue responded coldly. "This is not a welfare institution or a retirement home. Those who lack capability must step aside, rather than relying on past credentials. Nonsense. You are a thief. Don't think we are unaware. You would seize everything we have." Zhu Wanghua shouted, "You are nothing but a bastard child of the Su family, a lowly girl born of a whore. Do not delude yourself into thinking you can become a phoenix." Upon hearing these words, Su Qingxue's expression turned frigid. "You may express your anger, but you shall not insult my mother." "I spit. I am no longer working here anyway, so I will speak the truth. Your mother is a whore, a filthy thing. The rest may be oblivious, but we veterans are well aware," Zhu Wanghua shouted, his face turning beet red with rage. Unable to restrain herself, Su Qingxue raised her cup, ready to hurl it at him. However, before she could act, a figure lunged forward, delivering a punch to Zhu Wanghua's mouth, knocking out 2 of his teeth. "Why, Yifan?" Gasps of astonishment filled the room as everyone realized the severity of his blow. "Oh!" Zhu Wanghua cried out in agony, his face swelling as blood streamed from his mouth, tears mingling with the pain. "You dare strike me?" Zhu Wanghua wailed at a grown man who cannot contend with a young girl and insults her mother as scum. "If I do not strike you, who should I strike?" Yifan retorted, seizing Zhu Wanghua by the collar and delivering 2 more slaps, rendering him unconscious. Turning his gaze to Wang Liren, he found him trembling in fear, stammering, "Don't come near. I will call the police. Let them call, Su. Let them be arrested for leaking company secrets, which involve a substantial amount of money. It is a criminal offense," Yifan stated. Su Qingxue, snapping out of her shock, reproached him playfully. Why did you strike him so hard? Did I instruct you to hit anyone? Yifan replied, puzzled. You asked me to stay here. Didn't you want me to handle them? Surely you did not expect me to merely listen to your meeting. Su Qingxue indeed had that intention, anticipating that Zhu and Wang would either flee or become frantic upon learning the truth. She had intended for Yifan to stabilize the situation. Yet, his forceful intervention had exceeded her expectations. That is not how to deal with this. You have injured him, and he could potentially sue you, she admonished. No worries, Sue. Just have a lawyer handle it. This is self-defense, a noble act, Yifan replied. Su Qingxue found herself at a loss with Yifan's approach, but as she recalled his brave intervention and his words, warmth filled her heart. No need to involve the police. Chenya is already downstairs with them. Just let them in to take these two away. I submitted the evidence long ago. The lawyer and defense department will handle the rest, she stated. The remaining senior executives were left speechless, realizing that Su Qingxue had orchestrated the entire scenario, effectively sentencing Zhu and Wang to their downfall. Shortly thereafter, 2 police officers arrived to escort Zhu Wanghua and Wang Liren away. Despite their protests of hiring lawyers, it was evident they would never return to Jinxiu Group by afternoon. Su Qingxue uncovered the mole within the company and, through a clever ruse, successfully deceived Zheng's group. The news of the acquisition of WQ had already spread throughout the company. Even local journalists began to catch wind of the developments, preparing to report extensively. Last week, employees had mourned the loss of the Feek acquisition, feeling devastated. Now they realized that everything had been meticulously planned by Su Qingxue. She had deceived everyone except Feng Yueying, presenting herself as weary and distressed, all of it a facade. While many admired Su Qingxue's exceptional business acumen, executing her strategies without bloodshed and securing the desired company, others began to perceive her as cold-blooded, having deceived not only external parties but also nearly everyone within the company, leaving some feeling quite uneasy. Meanwhile, that afternoon, within the chairman's office at the headquarters of the Zheng Group, Zheng Hongji was in a frenzy, wielding a golf club to smash a collection of priceless vases, sculptures, and various appliances into smithereens. Dad, something big has happened. Zheng Junfeng pushed open the door, ready to speak, but upon witnessing the chaotic scene, his face turned pale as he stammered, "You'd already know?" Zheng Hongji's expression darkened, his voice dripping with menace as he exclaimed, "That wretched woman, Su Qingxue. She has known all along about our dealings with Wang Liren and Zhu Wanghua, deliberately letting them hand over the materials to us, ensuring we squander our funds on Feek. She's playing us for fools. Dad, what should we do now? Shouldn't we cancel the acquisition of Feek immediately?" Zheng Junfeng pleaded. "The contract is signed, the news has been leaked. Cancel? We would face lawsuits, compensation, and our reputation would be in tatters, precisely what Su Qingxue desires." Zheng Hongji thundered in fury. Zheng Junfeng, wearing a troubled expression, proposed, "Should we find a way to secure a loan from the bank to acquire WQ? Are you an imbecile? Acquiring 2 companies of the same kind? What will others think of us?" Zheng Hongji was filled with frustration, wishing he could reprimand his son. How could it be that Su Qingxue, a fellow young person, was so vastly more astute than his own son? Zheng Junfeng lamented, "If this continues, won't we be unable to topple Jinxiu? Our market share in Huahai is consistently being eroded by Jinxiu. Soon, Huahai will be under the Su name. Even if I marry her, it would be akin to climbing a mountain." "Marry her?" Zheng Hongji sneered. "That kind of woman is nothing more than a femme fatale. She must never cross the threshold of the Zheng family. She has deceived even the upper echelons of her own company, completely disregarding the feelings of others. Her cold-bloodedness and composure are utterly terrifying. In my decades of navigating the business world, I have never encountered a woman as formidable as her. Dad, what are we to do? We cannot simply allow Jinxiu to develop unchecked, can we? Our stock prices are already declining. It is evident that the public has little faith in our future prospects." Zheng Junfeng expressed his concerns. A glint of determination flashed in Zheng Hongji's eyes. Since Su Qingxue was of no use to them, then what could not be obtained must be destroyed. Upon hearing this, Zheng Junfeng swallowed hard but silently nodded in agreement. Chapter 0067. Show of skill. On their way home from work, Yifan and Su Qingxue descended the elevator together. Midway, several executives entered the lift, greeting Su Qingxue with deference, though a distinct sense of distance was palpable, more pronounced than before. The recent upheaval, while greatly beneficial for the company, had instilled a sense of fear in many towards Su Qingxue. It became evident to everyone that Su Qingxue was far more inscrutable than they had previously imagined, akin to an unfathomable abyss, leaving them bewildered as to her true intentions. Su Qingxue, fully aware of the shift in perception, remained as silent as ever, seemingly indifferent to how others viewed her. During the congested drive back to Bailu County, Yi Fan, feeling bored, glanced at the woman in the rearview mirror. To his surprise, he found Su Qingxue gazing out the window. Lost in thought, her face clouded with an unshakable melancholy. After a moment's contemplation, Yi Fan chuckled lightly. Don't wear such a forlorn expression. In this world, one cannot expect everyone to like you, can they? Su Qingxue, taken aback, seemed unprepared for his comment. What do you mean? I'm not forlorn. Just drive your car. But isn't this a red light? Qingxue, if you were an actress, you could surely win an Oscar. The other day, I thought you looked utterly worn out, and I genuinely believed the Zheng family was weighing heavily on you. Yi Fan remarked, shaking his head in disbelief. Su Qingxue pursed her lips, a hint of curiosity in her eyes as she asked, You aren't angry with me? Angry? Why would I be? Yi Fan countered, I deceived you as well, didn't I? Su Qingxue replied. Why? Yi Fan laughed heartily. What is there to be angry about? This is merely the game of business, rife with deceit. Some may think your methods are ruthless, but you're acting in the company's best interests. If I were in your shoes, I would likely do the same, as I mentioned before. You cannot expect everyone to understand you. There are gains and losses, and one cannot cater to every aspect. Theo, you truly believe that? Su Qingxue's eyes sparkled with renewed interest. Why? Yi Fan nodded. Although I have deceived you numerous times, this is sincere. Of course, in the future, if such matters arise, you could discreetly inform me, and I would keep it confidential. Otherwise, I would mistakenly think you were genuinely distressed and attempt to comfort you, which would be rather awkward, wouldn't it? I don't need your comfort, and besides, who are you to me? Why should I trust that you wouldn't leak anything? Su Qingxue crossed her arms defiantly, turning away. Why? Yi Fan chuckled. Come on, I am your boyfriend. After all, I should receive some privileges. Not at all. You're a fraud. You went on a date with someone else yesterday, Su Qingxue retorted, her tone filled with indignation. Why? Yi Fan mumbled. If I wasn't dating someone else, would I be dating you? You wouldn't agree anyway. Who says I wouldn't agree? Su Qingxue blurted out. However, as soon as the words left her lips, she realized they were rather too ambiguous. As expected, Yi Fan turned back, his expression one of surprise. Qingxue, do you mean you would be willing to go on a date with me? Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, and she swiftly corrected herself. You never asked me. Then I am asking you now. Would you like to go on a date with me? Yi Fan inquired eagerly. Idiot, of course not. Su Qingxue shot him a glare. Why? Yi Fan wore an expression of exasperation, regretting he had asked in the first place. It was truly self-inflicted misery. If you don't want to, that's fine. I am about to have a girlfriend anyway. Someone far more gentle than you. Yi Fan thought of Feng Yueying, feeling quite pleased. Su Qingxue shot him a cold glance, clutching her skirt defiantly. The woman who has her eye on you probably isn't of very high taste. Upon hearing this, Yi Fan felt a pang of jealousy and skeptically asked, Qingxue, you wouldn't be feeling jealous, would you? Ever since I mentioned wanting to date someone, you've been acting a bit off. Jealous? Su Qingxue's voice pitched higher. Have you lost your mind? If you keep talking nonsense, I will dock your salary for this month. Yi Fan hastily pleaded. No, I was just joking. I know you look down on me. I won't say anything else. Su Qingxue, her chest rising and falling in frustration, huffed softly and turned her gaze back to the window, choosing not to speak another word. By the time they returned to Bailu County, it was already quite late. The prolonged traffic jam had left Yi Fan feeling ravenous. It's all your fault. You rambled on about a bunch of nonsense during the drive. And now we're back so late. Su Qingxue complained as she got out of the yard. Yi Fan sighed helplessly. The car can't fly. How can you blame me for the traffic? Just blame you. No rebuttals. All right. You are the president. Your word is final. Yi Fan, unwilling to bicker further, entered the house and sat at the dining table, eagerly awaiting dinner. Zhang auntie, next time, could you prepare the dishes in advance? We could starve waiting for you, Yi Fan remarked. Zhang auntie, busy in the kitchen, chuckled. Today is Monday. I knew you would be caught in traffic. The air conditioning is on in the house, and I was worried the dishes would cool down. So just wait a moment. Yi Fan dashed to the kitchen door. Zhang auntie, how about I help you cook a couple of dishes? After all, we have the induction cooker, right? You can cook? Su Qingxue, who had been watching television in the living room, turned back, astonished. Yifan nodded. Of course. Cooking isn't that difficult. Is it meant for human consumption? Su Qingxue questioned skeptically. Yifan smirked, rolled up his shirt sleeves. If I don't show off my skills today, it would be an affront to my Michelin star chef reputation. The highest Michelin rating is 3 stars. Where did the 5-star come from? Su Qingxue was increasingly convinced that Yifan was boasting. Yifan awkwardly added, I was just joking. I'll whip up a couple of dishes to speed things along. Zhang Ani was pleased to have help, so she instructed Yifan to prepare a plate of fish-flavored shredded pork and stir-fried cabbage in no time. Yifan had heated oil in the induction cooker and began to skillfully fry the dishes. Zhang Ani observed his every move, not commenting further as she focused on her own cooking. In less than 10 minutes, 5 dishes and a soup were served at the dining table. The aroma wafting through the air caught Su Qingxue's attention, and as she approached the table, she couldn't help but notice how the fish-flavored shredded pork and cabbage stood out, both in color and fragrance. Miss, Yifan truly has a knack for cooking. He can control the heat perfectly even on the induction cooker, and the seasoning is just right. He really knows how to cook. Zhang Ani praised. Su Qingxue, feeling somewhat defiant, scoffed. What's the use of looking good? You only know how it tastes after you try it. The moment she picked up a piece of shredded pork and placed it in her mouth, her expression momentarily froze as she chewed. How is it? Not bad, right? I told you, I'm a Michelin star chef, Yifan boasted proudly. This time, Su Qingxue was at a loss for words, as the flavor was indeed superior to Zhang Ani's cooking. In fact, it could be described as chef-level proficiency. This guy, how come he excels at everything? The more she observed, the more infuriating he became. Chapter 0068. Culinary Mastery. Miss, with Yifan's cooking skills, I no longer worry about your future life together. Even if you cannot cook, he can always prepare meals for you, Zhang Ani said with a sense of reassurance. Upon hearing this, Su Qingxue's face flushed crimson, and she reproached, Zhang Ani, what are you saying? Yifan blinked in surprise. What? Qingxue, you can't cook at all. It seems like Miss isn't particularly interested in anything beyond business. Not only can she not fry an egg, but she could also burn water while boiling chicken eggs. Zhang Ani recalled with a chuckle, as if reminiscing about a humorous incident. Zhang Auntie, you can't say that. Su Qingxue felt utterly embarrassed, wishing she could disappear under the table. Yifan looked at her in astonishment. I never would have guessed, Qingxue. Your cooking skills are truly remarkable. Not burning down the house is already quite an achievement, he commented. Shut up. It's just cooking. I simply have no interest in learning. Su Qingxue felt humiliated, unable to remain comfortably in the house any longer. Zhang Ani quickly interjected, Miss, don't be upset. Everyone has their strengths and weaknesses. It's entirely normal. Now, let's eat. Reluctantly, Su Qingxue sat down, though her gaze towards Yifan remained icy. Yifan, undeterred by her frosty demeanor, happily served himself rice, eager to dig in. Just then, his phone rang, and upon checking, he saw it was Zhao Zhong from Zai Tea House calling. Given that Zhao Zhong only called when there was something urgent, Yifan stepped outside to answer the call, ensuring Su Qingxue wouldn't overhear anything. Hello, Xiao Zhao, what's up? Yifan inquired. Zhao Zhong spoke in hushed tones. Brother Fan, I'm secretly calling you. The young lady doesn't want me to tell you. But I'm really worried. Just get to the point. What's wrong with Ningjie? Yifan frowned. Zhao Zhong sighed. There has been a rebellion among the 3 factions in the purple bamboo forest. It seems someone is instigating them. The young lady has decided to personally quell this rebellion. It's either a split in the gang or a suppression of them. But either way, I think it's too dangerous. Those people claim they want to negotiate with our young lady, but the chosen venue is an empty workshop in the north of the city, a place known for bloodshed. Who would go there to negotiate? That sounds perilous. Ningjie insists on going? Yifan asked. I tried to persuade her, but she wouldn't listen. She believes that only with absolute courage and strength can she truly unite everyone in the purple bamboo forest. Zhao Zhong explained. That reasoning does hold some merit. If she backs down now, not only will the problem remain unresolved, but she will also lose respect among her subordinates, Yifan replied. Exactly, that's why I'm worried. Those people are clearly targeting the young lady's vulnerabilities. There's bound to be some scheme at play, Zhao Zhong added. Yifan narrowed his eyes. Is this related to the Zhou family's incident? Has that upset some people in your gang? Zhao Zhong hesitated. Well, it seems some people are dissatisfied, but mainly, many of the older members are unwilling to accept the young lady as the leader, especially since her experience is quite limited. You don't need to defend me. I ignited this situation, and I will take responsibility for it. Just tell me the address, and I will head over immediately. I absolutely cannot let Ning Jie bear this alone, Yifan declared earnestly. Zhao Zhong responded excitedly, with your word, brother Fan, the young lady will surely forgive you. Before long, Zhao Zhong relayed the address, and Yifan hung up, returning to the house, stating, I have something to attend to. You all enjoy your meal. Without waiting for Su Qingxue and Jiang Ani's surprised reactions, he hurriedly left. Yifan, aren't you hungry? Why are you? Jiang Ani called after him, but Yifan had already driven away. Su Qingxue, fuming, remarked, Jiang Auntie, just let him starve. Though she said this, a trace of confusion and concern lingered in her eyes. Meanwhile, as Yifan drove at an unusually swift pace, he lowered the window and lit a cigarette, lost in thought. Despite his efforts to remain uninvolved with the complexities surrounding Ning Zimo, when faced with her potential danger, he found it impossible to stand idly by. After all, she had long occupied a significant place in his heart, though Yifan himself was reluctant to confront this truth. Recalling the moment when Ning Zimo had angrily ordered him out of the car, Yifan couldn't help but feel regret. He should have gone to apologize to her sooner. With a sigh and a shake of his head, he smiled bitterly, realizing he hadn't even had a meal before rushing out. He was indeed famished. I wonder if there's any food over there. Yifan mused. A mechanical manufacturing factory in the northern part of Huahai, which was on the brink of bankruptcy. No one had visited for over 2 months. However, that evening, dozens of vehicles, including vans and business cars filled with people, were parked outside the factory. Inside the factory, which reeked of oil, the atmosphere was tense, with an air of imminent conflict. Over 100 individuals were divided into 2 factions. On one side stood Ning Zimo and her subordinates, while on the other side were the 3 major faction leaders of the Purple Bamboo Forest and their followers. Each gang member was armed with various weapons, some with steel pipes, others with knives at their waists, and even a few wielding nunchaku and military daggers. The slightest command from their leaders, a bloody battle was inevitable, and rivers of blood would flow. Ning Zimo donned a sleek black sleeveless top paired with tight black jeans, her hair tied back in a neat ponytail. This unadorned outfit accentuated her graceful figure. A broad brown belt stood out, concealing an array of concealed daggers. With a composed yet authoritative gaze, Ning Zimo surveyed the 3 faction leaders who had declared their intention to defect, saying, Old Wu, Uncle Zhang, Aunt Qing, you 3 are the veterans of our organization, with Aunt Qing having joined the latest, over 21 years ago. Yet now, you take the lead in betraying the Purple Bamboo Forest. Is it that you, as my juniors, are dissatisfied with my leadership, or have I wronged you in some way? Zimo, we would never betray the Purple Bamboo Forest. We have been with it since before you came to ally with the old leader, your grandfather. Our loyalty to the Purple Bamboo Forest far surpasses yours. It should be under the Zhu name, not Ning Wuzhan, the leader of the Meihua Hall, retorted. My grandfather entrusted the Purple Bamboo Forest to me because he found no worthy heirs among the Zhu family. I have never harbored ambitions of usurping the Purple Bamboo Forest. I consistently rejected my grandfather's attempts to pass it to me, as you all are fully aware. Ning Zimo coldly responded, sensing something amiss in their words. Chapter 0069. Who is this kid? Humph, those matters are all in the past, without any evidence. How would we know if you were merely pretending back then? A middle-aged woman with an enchanting appearance smirked wickedly. She was Qing Yi from the Greenvine Hall. Ning Zimo remarked, Are you bringing up these old stories as a justification for fracturing the bamboo grove? Certainly not. Zhang Xiao, holding a folding fan, shook her head, saying, We do not wish to split the bamboo grove. All we desire is to steer it back on course. We cannot allow an outsider like you to sit in the position of the president and act recklessly, causing chaos within the bamboo grove. Zhao Zhong interjected indignantly, 3 hall masters, speak with a clear conscience. Since the young lady took office as president, the status of the bamboo grove has risen to rank among the 3 major gangs of Huahai. Our connections with the legitimate world have also become closer. The brothers have tasted the benefits and all speak well of the young lady. Where is this chaos you speak of? Presumptuous, Zhao Zhong. You are merely a dog picked up by Ning Zimo from the outside. What right do you have to speak to us? Qingyi glared fiercely. Zhao Zhong was about to retort but was stopped by Ning Zimo, who smiled mockingly. I would love to hear how I have acted recklessly. Is it merely because I executed Zhou Haiyang and incapacitated Zhou Can? That is just one example of your abuse of presidential power. How dare you harm the Zhou father and son for a wretched kid who has nothing to do with the gang? Is it simply because he is your kept boy? Wu Zhen challenged. The Zhou father and son have repeatedly used the name of the bamboo grove to bully the common folk, tarnishing the reputation of all our brothers and sisters. I have long desired to punish them. That was merely an opportunity. As for that man, his name is Yifan. You all better show him some respect. Otherwise, do not blame me for being impolite, Ning Zimo said, her face as cold as ice. Ha ha ha, so your true nature is finally revealed. For the sake of an outsider, you display such ruthlessness towards the benefactors of our bamboo grove. If we do not drive you out, won't the old brothers of the bamboo grove suffer? Zhang Xiu laughed heartily. Ning Zimo placed a hand on her waist belt. If you wish to try and push me off the stage, you are welcome to make an attempt. Seeing her hand resting on her belt, as if to draw a flying knife, the three hall masters became alert. Ning Zimo, do not be hasty. We still have a heavyweight guest who is yet to arrive. Qingyi smirked, brushing her hair. Just as her words fell, they indeed saw someone push open the door and enter. However, the three hall masters realized that it was not the person they were waiting for. Why Fan? Fan Ge. Ning Zimo stared in astonishment at the man, while Zhao Zhong and a few others who recognized Yifan displayed expressions of delight. Wai Fan ruffled his wind-blown hair and, seeing that no one had made a move yet, smiled. Fortunately, I did not hit traffic and made it just in time. Ning Jia, are you all right? Ning Zimo seemed not yet to have fully forgiven the man, snorted softly, and then turned her gaze to Zhao Zhong. Xiao Zhao, I told you not to call him that. Did you not understand? Miss, whatever punishment you have for me when we return is fine, but both Fangu and I are concerned for you. Zhao Zhong replied. Ning Zimo glanced at Yifan, realizing he had hurried over, and her anger dissipated somewhat. Didn't you say you did not wish to be involved in my matters? Hurry and leave. Yifan chuckled and stepped forward. Ning Jia, I have grown accustomed to drinking the tea you brew and eating the meals you prepare. Without you, wouldn't I be thinking of tea and unable to eat? If you are in danger, how can I ignore it? Memories flooded Ning Zimo's mind, and her eyes grew slightly misty. She retorted half-heartedly, where is there such a good thing, wanting to eat and drink for free for a lifetime? Yifan nodded earnestly. After much thought, you are indeed the best to me. If you do not chase me away, I will cling to you for a lifetime. Finally, Ning Zimo broke into a radiant smile, akin to a blooming tulip in the workshop, vibrant and captivating. The hall masters were indeed correct. They truly were a pair of lovebirds. Even on the brink of death, they still had the leisure to flirt. A sinister voice echoed from outside the workshop, followed by a cacophony of footsteps that reached everyone's ears. A gaunt man in a floral shirt, adorned with a string of agate on his wrist, his hair slick and shiny, wearing a gold chain, entered. Behind him followed a group of burly bodyguards clad in black vests, numbering over a dozen, each wielding a submachine gun. Upon witnessing this armed group, the faces of Ning Zimo and her companions turned pale. It must be noted that this was Xia Nation, where gun control was exceptionally strict. Even though the state tacitly permitted the existence of gang forces to stabilize certain dark aspects of order and to increase tax revenue, it did not mean that the state would allow gangs to possess a large number of firearms. Generally, if discovered, they would face severe sanctions from the authorities. Thus, even if these major gangs had the means to procure firearms from the black market, they typically only dared to collect a few and would not use them for real conflicts. Master Zhu, you have arrived. Wu Zhen laughed heartily. We have been awaiting you for quite some time. Zhu Xiao wore an arrogant expression, glancing at the three hall masters before coldly smiling at Ning Zimo. My dear cousin, why not obediently call me cousin for my ears to hear? Ning Zimo remained indifferent, though she felt a twinge of unease regarding the armed men. However, seeing the calm and composed Yifan beside her lent her some courage. Zhu Xiao, when I sent you to Australia and provided you with a living stipend each year, that was already my utmost tolerance. How dare you return? Ning Zimo retorted. Tolerance? Ha ha ha. You seized the bamboo grove that rightfully belonged to me, robbed my Zhu family's foundation, and you dare speak of tolerance? Ning Zimo? You are truly shameless. Zhu Xiao glared viciously. Wai Fan looked puzzled. Ning Jia, who is this kid? Ning Zimo sighed softly. Do you remember when I told you that someone sought to harm my grandfather? Which is why I took over the bamboo grove in a time of crisis. This person is my cousin, Zhu Xiao, the biological grandson of my grandfather. Wai Fan realized. So it is you? The former president fell ill. And you conspired with the doctor to attempt to kill him, seeking to usurp power. You even allowed the old president to discover your plot, did I say? If you can plot against your own grandfather, how can the brothers of the gang trust you? Bullshit. I have never plotted against my grandfather. All of it is a fabrication by Ning Zimo. She is the one who repaid kindness with enmity, occupying a nest that does not belong to her. She is the real wolf in sheep's clothing, Zhu Xiao insisted vehemently. Wei Fan scoffed. If that were true, why would the old president personally entrust the bamboo grove to Ning Jie instead of you? That was because he was old and confused, Zhu Xiao cursed. Is it appropriate to insult your deceased grandfather as confused? Yi Fan chuckled. Zhu Xiao soon realized his tone was inappropriate and quickly shifted his words. Pretty boy, today is the day of reckoning for the bamboo grove. Prepare to accompany Ning Zimo to death. Chapter 0070. A fruitless struggle. Ning Zimo took a step forward, her proud gaze sweeping over everyone. So you dare to rebel because you brought Zhu Xiao back from Australia? What, do you think that finding a descendant of the Zhu family will allow you to control the bamboo grove? You know better than I what kind of person Zhu Xiao is. Otherwise, my grandfather would not have delayed handing over the position of president. If you can elect someone I can wholeheartedly support to be president, I, Ning Zimo, will not hesitate to relinquish the position. However, if you seek such a puppet, a foolish and ambitious scoundrel, I will not hand over the bamboo grove, even if it costs me my last drop of blood. Qing Yi mocked. Ning Zimo, today is not your decision to make. We all wholeheartedly acknowledge Master Zhu's capabilities. The brothers within the gang are willing to follow the true heir of the Zhu family. Do you think your deceptive words will sway us? Buoyed by Qing Yi's words, Zhu Xiao stood with his head held high, his eyes surveying the crowd disdainfully. Did you hear? I am the true dragon of the Zhu family, flowing with the blood of the bamboo grove. You are merely an outsider. Ning Zimo replied coolly. Speaking of bloodlines, I have half of the Zhu family's blood running through my veins as well. You are merely seeking a pretext for rebellion that you have long conspired. As she spoke, Ning Zimo pointed at the armed men. Speaking of this group with guns, they are not members of the bamboo grove at all. Have you accepted covert assistance from other gangs? The three hall masters and Zhu Zhao's expressions changed. Bullshit. These are all brothers I recruited. From now on, they will be members of the bamboo grove. Zhu Xiao shouted. You all know that engaging in armed conflict is a grave taboo. If the higher-ups discover this, the bamboo grove may be expelled from Huahai. You are playing with fire, being used as pawns by other gangs. Ning Zimo rebuked. Ning Zimo, if you are afraid, just say so. Do not try to intimidate us. We know your flying knives are swift, but no matter how fast you are, can you outpace a bullet? Ha ha ha. Zhu Xiao laughed triumphantly. A glint of murderous intent flashed in Ning Zimo's eyes. Originally, out of kinship, I did not wish to eradicate you completely, but your current actions could endanger the other brothers of the bamboo grove. I must clean house to honor my grandfather's spirit. Upon hearing this, Zhu Xiao quickly hid behind the armed men, shouting, Oh, come on. If you have the guts, come and kill me. At my command, I will turn you all into sieves. Wu Jian, Zhang Xiao, and Qing Yi, along with their respective followers, moved closer to Zhu Xiao, fearful of being inadvertently harmed by stray bullets. Ning Zimo turned to her loyal subordinates behind her, saying, Brothers, today is a bloody battle. The enemy is armed. If you fear dying in vain, you may leave now, and I will forgive you. However, if you choose to stay and fight alongside me, Ning Zimo, I will remember your unwavering loyalty for a lifetime. Zhao Zhong's eyes reddened as he shouted, I vow to follow the president to the death. With that shout, the members, who had just felt a tinge of fear, seemed to have their doubts dispelled as they recalled Ning Zimo's past help, and they rallied with fervor. Following the president, loyal to the young lady, punish the traitors. In an instant, the battle cries resounded, their momentum overpowering the opposing force of over 100 men. Ning Zimo's eyes glimmered with tears, her eyes reddening, clearly moved. Yi Fan also felt a surge of emotion, reminiscing about many past events, a hint of a wistful smile appearing on his lips. Just then, a phone call came through to Yi Fan's mobile. Hubby. The phone is ringing. Moi, hubby. The phone is ringing. A sweet, delicate female voice, which was Yi Fan's new ringtone, played. Having switched to a smartphone, Yi Fan naturally wanted to add some flair. Hearing the ringtone, Yi Fan's face lit up, and he quickly took out his phone. At this moment, it was indeed rather jarring for everyone that someone was answering a phone call, especially given how the ringtone clashed with the atmosphere of the scene. Even Ning Zimo couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. What on earth is this man doing? Such a cheesy ringtone, and he actually has the audacity to use it. Both the shouting combatants and armed guards turned their gazes toward Yifan, their expressions bemused. Embarrassed, Yifan waved his hand at everyone, signaling for them to let him take the call first. "Hello," Yifan shouted. Yes, it's this factory. Didn't you see all the cars parked outside? Yes, it's the workshop with the door open. I'll find you at the entrance." Once Yifan hung up, Ning Zimo could not help but ask, "Yifan, who is calling you?" Yifan tucked the phone into his pocket, grinning. "It's the delivery guy. I haven't had dinner yet, so I ordered takeout. You all can wait a moment while I grab my food. Haha, switching to a smartphone is great. I can even order takeout. It's like a big girl getting into a flower sedan. This is a first for me. I'm a bit excited." As Yifan rambled on, he skipped toward the workshop doors. A crowd of Bamboo Grove members stared blankly at Yifan's retreating figure, unable to utter a word for a long while. "Ning Zimo, you can't possibly like a fool, can you?" Zhu Xiao laughed mockingly. "Is he perhaps a starving ghost reincarnated? Even before dying, he wants to have a hearty meal?" Ning Zimo, however, seemed contemplative. Although Yifan's action was somewhat ridiculous, from another perspective, it indicated that the man had not taken the imminent danger to heart. Just then, Yifan reached the workshop entrance, where a delivery boy on an electric bike arrived. "Sir, you're still working in the workshop at this late hour? Here's your takeout." The delivery boy handed a plastic bag containing a meal to Yifan, glancing nervously at the scene inside the workshop, his face paling. Seeing the delivery boy's expression, Yifan chuckled. "Don't be nervous. We're just playing a live-action CS game. These are all plastic guns." "Oh, so they are plastic. They are really realistic?" The delivery boy immediately believed him. Laughing, "How come there are so many with steel rods? Is it because there aren't enough guns?" Yifan nodded. "Yeah, just grabbing some props to have some fun. Being poor means we have to make do." "Indeed, such realistic-looking plastic guns must not be cheap," the delivery boy empathized. Yifan patted the delivery boy's shoulder. "Thanks, buddy. No need to send me off. All right, enjoy yourselves. Haha, this is really interesting. There are quite a few of you," the delivery boy said before riding away on his electric bike. Yifan turned back to the workshop, opened the plastic bag, and revealed the meal. "Ning Jia, I ordered a box of celery and pork dumplings. Would you like to have one? The service is quite good. They even included vinegar and chili sauce." Yifan took out disposable chopsticks, preparing to dig in. Chapter 0071. A single chopstick. Ning Zimo shook her head helplessly. She had no appetite, merely smiling as she replied, "You go ahead. I'm not hungry. Then I won't hold back. I'm starving. You all wait for me to finish before you fight. Don't rush." "I eat quickly," Yifan said, plopping down on a nearby machine, and began to devour the dumplings, quickly getting grease around his mouth. A bit too fatty. As expected, cheap goods are not good quality, but it's all right." As he ate, Yifan kept mumbling, thoroughly enjoying himself, causing many to almost forget the gravity of the situation, as if they were truly dining out. Zhu Xiao watched Yifan indulge as if nothing were wrong, and his anger boiled over. "Damn it, you little brat, are you brain dead? Can't you see so many submachine guns in my hands?" Chewing on a dumpling, Yifan looked up, mumbling, "Me eating dumplings has nothing to do with your guns. Fango, you eat yours. We'll deal with these traitors." Zhao Zhong donned his metal finger cots, exuding an air of killing intent. Opposite, Zhang Xiu gently tapped her palm with her fan, saying, "Zhao Zhong, although your blood claw name has some renown on the streets, do you really think your useless hands can withstand bullets? Don't make me laugh. Indeed, considering the old president's face, if you all surrender, we might still spare you a life." Qingyi giggled. Zhu Xiao jeered, "Zhao Zhong, if you truly care for your mistress, advise her not to struggle in vain. Heh. Otherwise, she'll meet a gruesome end, and her burial will be a sight to behold." Zhao Zhong snorted coldly, wishful thinking. "If it weren't for the young lady back then, I would have been betrayed by my comrades and thrown into prison. It was the young lady who gave me a chance to turn over a new leaf. My name, Zhao Zhong, was bestowed by the young lady. My life was also granted by her. I am born of the young lady, and when I die, I shall be a ghost by her side." Zhao Zhong's words stirred the loyal followers behind him into fervent excitement. "Zhao Gu, we stand with you. If we die together." Seeing that no one was willing to betray Ning Zimo, Zhu Xiao gritted his teeth in anger. roaring, "Very well. Since you all wish to die, then accompany Ning Zimo to the grave. Kill." With a resounding shout, Zhu Shao called out, and the dozen or so gunmen clad in black vests stepped forward, forming a straight line. They raised their weapons, disengaged the safety, and a dozen dark muzzles aimed squarely at the foremost Ning Zimo and her companions. "Brothers, for the young lady, for the Zizhu forest, let us fight." Zhao Zhong, fearless and resolute, was the first to charge. Yet at that moment, a dark figure dashed out even sooner. "Young lady?" Ning Zimo, with her agile strides akin to a swift black gale, darted towards the group of men in black. Weaving like a serpent, whoosh, 2 gleaming blades shot from her hands, 2 flying daggers, thud. The foremost 2 gunmen felt blades pierce their skulls out of nowhere. They had no inkling of what had transpired before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. The members of the 3 great halls, including Zhu Shao, were left dumbstruck. No one had anticipated that Ning Zimo would dare to charge forward and throw daggers amidst so many guns and hundreds of men. "Don't just stand there. Quickly shoot before she gets closer," Zhu Shao urged anxiously. It took the gunman a mere 2 or 3 seconds to react, yet with less than 20 meters between them and Ning Zimo, they could not afford to shoot recklessly as she approached. Rat-a-tat-tat. The gunfire erupted like a tempest, yet Ning Zimo could not outrun the bullets. Thus, she executed a roll ahead of time, taking refuge behind a machine. Ding, ding, ding. The bullets, like a storm, rained down upon the machine, clashing violently with the metal, producing a cacophony of clanging sounds. Sparks flew, and the hail of bullets raged on. "Everyone, move in. If we get close, they won't be able to shoot." Zhao Zhong, witnessing Ning Zimo in dire straits, felt a surge of urgency and rallied his men to charge forward. However, at that moment, a figure suddenly appeared before them. Obstructing their path, it was Yi Fan. "Brother Fan?" Zhao Zhong and the others were bewildered by Yi Fan's intentions. Ning Zimo, hidden behind the machine, dared not emerge. Seeing Yi Fan step forward, she turned pale and exclaimed, "Yi Fan, don't stand there. It's dangerous." Yi Fan stood precisely between the 2 factions. If bullets were to fly towards Zhao Zhong and his group, he would surely be the first to be hit. Yi Fan simply shrugged, visibly displeased, and said, "Wouldn't it be better to wait until I finish eating? You really have no sense of timing, Brother Fan. I know you are capable, but don't act impulsively. They have guns. We need to charge together to break through their formation." Zhao Zhong shouted. "No need." Yi Fan stated succinctly. "Why?" Zhao Zhong paused, pondering if the man had some other clever scheme. Before they could inquire further, Yi Fan suddenly sprang into action. To everyone's astonishment, Yi Fan did not charge towards the enemy. Instead, he turned back and sprinted towards Zhao Zhong. "Brother Fan, you." Just as Zhao Zhong was about to ask, he suddenly felt something in his hand. Looking down, he found a half-eaten box of dumplings and a chopstick. Zhao Zhong was left speechless, realizing that Yi Fan had returned to hand him the dumplings. Raising his gaze again, he saw Yi Fan striding confidently towards the enemy lines. Yi Fan's steps appeared remarkably at ease, as if he were not facing a dozen submachine guns. "Brother Fan, be careful." Zhao Zhong and the others shouted in alarm. Ning Zimo's heart raced, wishing to rush out and fight alongside the man, yet fearing that her appearance might disrupt his plan. "This guy, does he look down on us?" A few gunmen, seeing Yi Fan approach so brazenly, sneered. However, just as they believed Yi Fan was walking to his doom, he suddenly accelerated. "Shoot him! Open fire!" someone shouted, and the gunmen began firing at Yi Fan. Bullets swarmed towards him like a cloud of locusts, densely packed. Yet inexplicably, Yi Fan's movements remained unaffected, as the bullets fell around him like harmless raindrops, allowing him to pass through unscathed in a blink. Yi Fan's figure was already mere steps away from the crowd. His expression was cold and detached, as though he were a god surveying the gun-toting men from above. The group was struck with fear at Yi Fan's ghostly speed. How could he have crossed the 30-meter gap in an instant? Before they could process this, Yi Fan raised the chopstick still in his hand, wielding it as if it were a dagger. As he approached a gunman, he thrust the chopstick right into the man's throat. Thud. Blood spurted from the gunman's neck. "Damn it. Quick, kill him." Zhu Shao and the others felt a wave of terror wash over them, cold sweat pouring down their backs. Unfortunately, an overwhelming sense of pressure descended upon each individual, rendering their bodies rigid with fear. In stark contrast, Yi Fan's presence swirled like a tornado amidst the gunmen. After 3 swift circles, the throats of all the gunmen erupted with blood. A single chopstick became an unstoppable weapon of death. The ground was littered with bullets, and the acrid smell of gunpowder could not hinder Yi Fan's advance. As he effortlessly dispatched all the gunmen, "Hey, for you!" Yi Fan tossed the bloody chopstick aside, bending down to pick up 2 submachine guns before tossing them towards Zhao Zhong and his men. The 2 quick-witted men caught the guns and immediately aimed them at the members of the 3 great halls. This is impossible. He should have been shot. Wu Jun thought he was imagining things. This is insane. No, don't shoot. Zhu Zhao's face paled at the sight of the guns. The chaos in the workshop transpired in less than 15 seconds. Ning Zimo emerged from behind the machine, staring in a daze at the scene before her. As if caught in a dream. Yi Fan, however, did not appear particularly exhilarated. Eliminating this group of foes was hardly a remarkable feat for him. He silently approached the woman, smiled, and said, "Ning Jie, it's your turn to take charge now. Eliminate those who need to be dealt with, and don't show mercy." Ning Zimo's bright eyes sparkled, her gaze fixed on the man, unable to look away. She knew Yi Fan was strong, but she never expected him to be this formidable. With dozens of submachine guns trained on him, surrounded by a hail of bullets, he navigated through it all with ease, even using a simple chopstick to take down all the gunmen. Typically, even an ordinary person facing a single gun would instinctively feel overwhelming fear. To be targeted by a weapon and not surrender would be commendable bravery. Yet Yi Fan treated the storm of bullets as child's play. What kind of unyielding mental fortitude and incredible strength must he possess? Zhao Zhong and the others from Zizhu Forest looked at Yi Fan with fervent admiration. "Zhao Ge, no wonder you hold Brother Fan in such high regard. He is truly extraordinary. What a thrill. No wonder he is the young lady's companion." Zhao Zhong playfully tapped the man's head, laughingly scolding, "Don't talk nonsense. Be careful, or Brother Fan might take offense." With Yi Fan as their formidable psychological support, everyone relaxed and burst into hearty laughter. Yi Fan approached Zhao Zhong, grinned, and said, "Now, hand over the dumplings." "Oh, here you go." Zhao Zhong quickly handed over the container. Yi Fan used the remaining chopstick to spear a dumpling and continued to eat heartily. Killing a dozen people did nothing to diminish his appetite at that moment. Ning Zimo stepped to the center of the venue and declared, "The Meihua Hall, LVLV Hall, and Lanhua Hall, in collusion with the traitor Zhu, shout to divide Zizhu Forest, have committed grave acts of treachery. According to our rules, the 3 traitors, Wu Zhan, Zhang Xiu, and Yu Shaoqing, will have the option of self-termination. Zhu Xiao, your intent to murder the former president makes you a notorious villain. Today, I must personally execute you." Upon hearing the decree of death, Wu Zhan and the others were understandably alarmed, shouting, "Don't just stand there. There are still guns on the ground. Quickly pick them up and fight back." However, the members of the 3 halls trembled in fear, their eyes wide with terror as they looked towards Yi Fan. He was casually eating dumplings, smiling softly, his gaze emanating an unfathomable coldness. "President, we were wrong. Spare us, President. We were confused in the heat of the moment. Please forgive us." Several members fell to their knees, pledging allegiance to Ning Zimo. Once one person took the lead, the others quickly followed suit, dropping their weapons and practically begging for mercy. Ning Zimo, not wishing to shed unnecessary blood, recognized that most of them merely followed their leader to make a living, lacking any deep convictions. Those who surrender will be dealt with leniently. Those who wish to die alongside them may do as they please, Ning Zimo stated coldly. Upon hearing this, nearly all the members of the 3 halls knelt down, unwilling to die in vain. After all, they had families to support, and their actions were no different from working a job. In an instant, Zhu Xiao, Wu Zhan, Zhang Xiu, and Qingyi found themselves isolated, awkwardly unsure of how to proceed. "Ning Zimo, you better think this through. Don't assume we're powerless," Zhu Xiao shouted, his voice trembling. "I already know." Ning Zimo stepped closer, her cold gaze glinting like the moonlight. "You received help from the Tai Sua gang, didn't you?" Zhu Zhao's complexion changed. How do you really think I spend all my time at the ZT house, oblivious to what happens outside? The remnants of the Tai Sua gang, led by Yu Hanlong, have sent people to Australia more than once. I merely turned a blind eye, thinking you wouldn't dare to act so boldly. Out of a sense of familial duty, I spared you then, but you repaid my kindness with malice, nearly costing me and my brothers our lives. Zhu Zhao's legs weakened, and he cried out, "Cousin, I was wrong. For the sake of our family ties, please spare me. Cough. Before Zhu Xiao could finish, a flying dagger pierced his forehead. He fell backward, his life extinguished. This scene utterly terrified Wu Zhan and the others, who hastily dropped to the ground, almost crawling as they cried out. President, I, old Wu, may not have contributed, but I've suffered. Spare my life, Wu Zhan pleaded. Zhang Xiu, quick-witted, shouted, President, I know the secrets between Zhu Xiao and the Tai Sua gang. I can redeem myself? Ning Zimo responded with a curious oh. Yu Hanlong of the Tai Sua gang is so brazen not only because of his backing from the Taizhong gang, but he is also allied with the South Asian arms dealer known as the Jungle Arms Dealer. The Tai Sua gang has placed an order for a batch of weapons far beyond these submachine guns. They're acquiring heavy weaponry that even typical SWAT teams might lack. I don't know their intentions with such arms, but it's certainly not for self-defense. Why Yu Hanlong must have grand ambitions? Ning Zimo narrowed her eyes. He intends to purchase heavy weaponry? Does he have that much money? Given the strict gun control in Xia country, acquiring even a standard rifle requires considerable funds and numerous hurdles, far from comparable to countries in Europe and America. Thus, weapons like rocket launchers and heavy machine guns would easily cost millions, especially considering the need for matching ammunition. The Tai Sua gang, being a relatively new player with limited business, lacks the funds to compete with the likes of the White Shark and Zizhu Forest. It is precisely because he lacks sufficient funds that he seeks to use Zhu Xiao to sow discord within Zizhu Forest, hoping to reap the benefits. Once he gathers enough money to procure those weapons, I fear he intends to pull off a major operation in Huahai, Zhang Xiu explained. Nonsense. Does he really think he can use heavy weaponry without consequence? Surely, he must realize the state will intervene. Zhao Zhong and the others were skeptical. He certainly thinks he can, Zhang Xiu replied earnestly. Once Zizhu Forest collapses and the White Shark gang is swept away by his formidable firepower, the only gang left in Huahai will be the Tai Sua gang. Will the state really dispatch troops to eliminate the Tai Sua gang? Certainly not. The implications would be too significant. Ultimately, the choice will be to allow the Tai Sua gang to unify the underground forces of Huahai. Maintaining social stability? The atmosphere quieted as Ning Zimo frowned, clearly taken aback by the hidden conspiracy of the Tai Sua gang behind this rebellion. President, I have shared all that I know. Please grant me a chance to redeem myself. Zhang Xiu pleaded earnestly. Ning Zimo, however, smiled slightly. Zhang Xiu, how do you know so much? I doubt Zhang Xiu was momentarily at a loss for words. Because you are the one who has been in the deepest communication with Yu Hanlong, aren't you? First, you betrayed me, and now you betray Yu Hanlong. You truly are the epitome of a fence-sitter. Ning Zimo regarded him with contempt. Zhang Xiu's face flushed. No, that's not. Ning Zimo lost interest in his protests, executing 3 swift movements with her hand. 3 flying daggers simultaneously dispatched Zhang Xiu and his cohorts. As the 3 hall leaders fell into pools of blood, the remaining members of their halls shouted even more fervently for mercy. Yet Ning Zimo had lost all interest in further proceedings. With a faint smile, she approached Yifan and said, Stop eating dumplings. I know a great place nearby. Let me treat you to a proper meal. I've finished eating. Yifan tossed the empty box aside. Then let it be a gesture of gratitude for your help today. I owe you that much. Ning Zimo winked. Wai Yifan glanced at the group still crying and pleading for mercy. Smiling as he asked, Is everything settled? What about those people? Leave them to Xiao Zhao and the others. I can't concern myself with every traitor, Ning Zimo replied. Wai Yifan thought for a moment and chuckled. Well then, it seems I've put you to expense yet again, huh? You think I haven't spent enough on you already? Ning Zimo shot him a playful glare before stepping closer, taking Yifan's hand as they walked out. Yifan felt a strange sensation as she held his hand, saying, Ning Jia, it's usually the man who holds the woman's hand. It's unusual for a woman to take a man's hand. Just consider it my way of pursuing you. Is that not acceptable? Ning Zimo replied. Wai Yifan found himself both amused and bewildered. How could a man be pursued by a woman? He firmly grasped her hand, pulling her closer, then wrapped his arm around her waist, gently supporting her slender figure. I'm no pretty boy. If anyone is to pursue, it should be me pursuing you, understood? Yifan leaned down, whispering near her delicate ear. Ning Zimo's cheeks flushed, a hint of sweetness glimmering in her eyes. It was the first time a man had taken such initiative to be close to her. Ning Zimo responded happily. A little while later, Yifan and Ning Zimo arrived at a simple night market eatery. Although it was not yet late night, many patrons had already gathered, enjoying drinks and laughter in small groups. They found a small table and Ning Zimo quickly placed their order. The 13-spice crayfish here is excellent, and the grilled skewers are quite flavorful. This is what some of my men told me. Ning Zimo shared. Ye Fan, still feeling hungry after only a few dumplings, eagerly anticipated the meal. Ningjia, what else have your men recommended? Yi Fan asked with a smile. Ning Zimo wore a slight expression of helplessness. They think I spend too much time at the tea house and need to get out more, so they keep tempting me about where to have fun and what to eat. But alone, I don't want to wander around. You could bring Xiao Zhao and the others along, Yi Fan suggested. What is the point of being with them? I see them every day. Why would I want to eat out with them? Ning Zimo shot him a playful glance. I want to be with someone in particular, but unfortunately, that someone doesn't think much of me and want to take me out to eat. Yi Fan felt both awkward and embarrassed. He indeed had the suspicion of deliberately avoiding Ning Zimo, but after some contemplation, he patted his chest and declared, "Rest assured, there will be ample opportunities in the future." Is that true? Will you really not avoid me anymore? How could I deceive you? If I agree, I will certainly follow through, Yi Fan replied. Ning Zimo propped her hand on the table, resting her chin on her palm, her beautiful eyes shimmering as she gazed intently at the end. Why, Yi Fan, what is going on with you? Didn't you previously say that you didn't want to get too deeply involved with me? Yi Fan pulled out a cigarette, lit it, and exhaled a cloud of smoke, squinting slightly. Ningjia, I was indeed emotionally exhausted before and just wanted to rest properly, not wanting to deal with all the chaotic matters. I merely wish to earn a modest living through ordinary labor and use that money to support the children in welfare homes. Although my actions may seem small, they bring me a sense of fulfillment. However, recently, I have encountered some events that made me realize that I am still somewhat naive. The trees wish for tranquility, yet the wind does not cease. What is meant to come will eventually arrive. Rather than hide, it is better to be forthright and embrace whatever comes. You are the first person I encountered upon returning to Xia country, and the first I came to know. You truly mean a lot to me. Ning Zimo's lips pursed in surprise, her eyes misty. She inhaled softly and playfully chided. Am I merely the first person you met? Do I hold so little significance in your heart? Yi Fan scratched his head, solemnly replying, that significance is indeed considerable. Did you not see my concern for you? I rushed over without even eating dinner. With a chuckle, Ning Zimo rolled her eyes at him. Just then, the waiter arrived with the dishes. Foodie, the crayfish has arrived. Let us eat. Yi Fan eagerly donned disposable gloves and began to dig in. Ning Zimo watched him eat without picking up her own chopsticks. Smiling as she remarked, saying you are foolish is truly accurate. Just look at your skills in the workshop. A person like you could hardly live an ordinary life. Whatever abilities you possess, you should undertake accordingly. If you are gold, you will inevitably shine. Beyond the horizon, there are greater horizons. Beyond humanity, there are greater beings. My abilities are nothing remarkable, Yi Fan replied, shaking his head. At least you are the most formidable person I have ever met. It is my first time witnessing someone navigate through such a hail of bullets, Ning Zimo said, her curiosity piqued as she blinked. Hey, Yi Fan, who is the strongest expert you've encountered? Share it. Let me broaden my horizons. Chapter 0074. Training. Yi Fan licked his lips, a hint of reminiscence shimmering in his eyes. The strongest expert? Huh, I don't even know her name. She looked like a fairy, so I called her Fairy Sister. Fairy Sister? Ning Zimo said with discontent. What nonsense are you speaking? You must have taken a liking to some beauty. Haven to you. Yi Fan chuckled helplessly, shaking his head. Let us not talk about it. I'm just as baffled. I encountered her once, and then she vanished like mist. I don't even know if she is a deity. Although Ning Zimo expressed skepticism, she believed him because of Yi Fan's earnest demeanor in no time. Yi Fan had nearly finished a small plate of crayfish. Noticing that Ning Zimo had yet to touch her chopsticks, he inquired, Ningjia, aren't you eating? Ning Zimo appeared lost in thought and replied, You eat. I'm not hungry, da. Yi Fan pondered for a moment and asked, Are you worried about that Iron Lock gang? Ning Zimo sighed softly, neither affirming nor denying, explaining that the Iron Lock gang had the Iron Palm gang backing them, and they had recently acquired a batch of firearms, making them increasingly perilous to contend with. But isn't it the case that the White Shark gang also has the Golden Eagle sect behind it? They don't seem all that formidable, Yi Fan remarked while munching on a lamb skewer. That's different. The relationship between the White Shark gang and the Golden Eagle sect is tenuous at best. In this generation, They have very little connection. However, Yu Hanlong of the Iron Lock Gang is a disciple of the Iron Palm Gang's leader, and the level of support is entirely different. Ning Zimo began to explain. In today's era, ancient martial arts sects have faded from public view, unlike their flourishing state in ancient times. However, these hidden martial arts sects still need to nurture disciples and pass down their legacies, which naturally requires substantial funding. Some prestigious sects thrive by developing tourist attractions and opening businesses, thereby enhancing their brand. While making money externally, they recruit disciples and secretly pass on martial arts. Yet, smaller sects like the Golden Eagle sect and the Iron Palm Gang, despite their ancient martial heritage, lack significant resources or connections. When the state selects elite martial artists for the military, they are hardly considered. Unable to earn much in the public arena, they have no choice but to delve into underground factions. Thus, numerous gangs have emerged, each backed by ancient martial artists. No wonder the Iron Lock Gang has risen so swiftly. Yi Fan nodded, listening as if engrossed in a story. Ning Zimo expressed her concerns, stating, "If it were just the Iron Palm Gang, I wouldn't be afraid. After all, they wouldn't dare to support Yu Hanlong too openly for fear of attracting the state's attention. However, if Yu Hanlong manages to acquire heavy weaponry from that jungle arms dealer, then it would be troublesome." Yi Fan grinned. "Ning Jia, don't let your worries consume you. What you fear will not come to pass." Ning Zimo curiously asked, "Why? Do you think he cannot gather enough money? Even if he has the money to buy weapons, I can assure you that as long as I'm here, the purple bamboo forest will be safe." Yi Fan said nonchalantly, yet his eyes revealed no hint of jest. Ning Zimo seemed inspired by his confidence, nodding with a smile. After all, she had witnessed Yi Fan's prowess before. By the way, once you finish eating, come with me back to the Purple Leaf Tea House. I have something I need your help with." "What is it?" "It's so late," Yi Fan inquired, puzzled. Ning Zimo smiled mysteriously. "You'll find out when you get there. Now, eat a bit more." Late at night, around 10 o'clock, Yi Fan drove back to the Purple Leaf Tea House with Ning Zimo. By this time, the tea house had ceased operations, and outside stood 2 rows of stern-looking men, all robust, appearing to be in their 20s to 30s. Zhao Zhong bowed deeply at the entrance, saying, "Miss, Brother Fan." Ning Zimo asked, "Xiao Zhao, have the bodies been dealt with?" "Rest assured, miss, they've all been bagged and sunk with stones into the river. They'll all wash out to sea with the current, absolutely no issues," Zhao Zhong assured her. "And are the people I asked you to select all here?" Ning Zimo scanned the 20 or so formidable subordinates present. Zhao Zhong nodded, "Yes, miss, these men have all seen combat and are loyal to the Purple Bamboo Forest and you. The older ones have been filtered out. Most of these brothers have either served in the military or have been tough in society." "Very well, let us head to the back courtyard of the tea house," Ning Zimo commanded. "Yes, miss," the group answered in unison. Yi Fan, puzzled, asked, "Ning Jia, what are you planning to do?" Ning Zimo replied, "I feel that the current situation is becoming increasingly dangerous. So I plan to select a group of people and focus on enhancing their combat abilities to prepare for future challenges." Led by Ning Zimo, everyone arrived at a small garden behind the tea house, which featured a patch of ground made of blue bricks that seemed rather useless. In reality, this was a training ground for those practicing martial arts in the Purple Bamboo Forest. Ning Zimo turned to Yi Fan and asked, "What do you think of these brothers' abilities?" Yi Fan, having guessed her intentions, pondered for a moment before stating, "Each person seems capable of taking down 7 or 8 ordinary men, which is acceptable. This is the most elite group in our Purple Bamboo Forest, and you think they are merely acceptable. It seems we are indeed too weak," Ning Zimo said, slightly displeased. Yi Fan, being blunt, remarked, "When I say acceptable, it's already generous. Honestly, I find them just a bit stronger than ordinary people." Upon hearing this, the 20 or so robust men looked a bit indignant, yet they dared not speak up in front of Ning Zimo and the formidable Yi Fan. However, Ning Zimo noticed their dissatisfaction and smiled. "Yi Fan says you are quite ordinary. Do you wish to prove yourselves?" "Yes," several men shouted. "All right, I'll give you the chance. All of you come at Yi Fan at once, and do not hold back. Anyone who lands a hit on Yi Fan will receive a reward of 1,000 yuan. Ning Zimo issued the command. Upon hearing this, Yi Fan sighed. He had just finished eating and now had to engage in combat. However, with the challenge presented, he could only comply. The first to approach was a flying kick, and Yi Fan swiftly stepped back, grabbing the foot with his left hand and flinging the 140 to 50-pound man onto 2 others. Ouch! The 3 men fell to the ground in a heap. Immediately, Yifan caught another incoming punch, pulling forward and tossing that man several meters away. Yifan moved as if he were merely strolling, neither fast nor slow, yet he deftly avoided their attacks, using their own momentum against them and sending them sprawling. He had no desire to attack or harm anyone. Otherwise, he could have easily overpowered them. In just a few moments, everyone around Yifan was either sitting on the ground or getting up. The group of men stared in disbelief, their eyes wide with awe as they regarded Yifan. Zhao Zhong shook his head in amazement, realizing Yifan's strength far surpassed their understanding. Ning Zimo, however, was not surprised. Having seen Yifan dodge bullets, it was impossible for these men to land a hit on him. I specifically invited Yifan today to guide you. You should cherish this opportunity, as you can see just how formidable Yifan is, Ning Zimo said seriously. Please, brother Fan, guide us. The group of men shouted earnestly. Yifan felt a headache coming on and whispered to Ning Zimo, Ning Jia, this is problematic. Ning Zimo was taken aback. Why? You want to help with such a small task? Sharing your training experiences would help my elite team grow rapidly. Yifan responded, it's not that I want to help. It's just that their skill levels are too low. If I use my training methods, they surely won't be able to handle it. Then think of a training method they can accept. For example, if you are a university student, just give them elementary school textbooks. That should be fine, right? Ning Zimo suggested. Yifan frowned, pacing back and forth in thought. How about this? I'll demonstrate a movement, and you all can replicate it. If you can manage 10 repetitions in a day, that will count as completing the training. Ning Zimo blinked and said, one movement 10 times? That training load seems too light. The others looked puzzled, thinking it sounded like child's play. Yifan chuckled lightly and said, first, watch me demonstrate, then you can try it yourself. With that, Yifan stepped to the center of the training ground, his expression turning serious under the spotlight. He first lifted one foot, balancing on the other, while bending the lifted leg back, leaning forward, and placing the bent leg at a very subtle angle. Simultaneously, his arms were positioned at odd angles, his wrists and arms twisting high and short. While Yifan appeared to perform a single movement, every part of his body was in motion. When Yifan completed the pose and returned to his original stance, he found everyone staring at him in a daze. So, did you all remember that? The group of men looked bewildered, but Ning Zimo, having a decent foundation in martial arts as a practitioner of flying knives, nodded and said, let me give it a T or Y. As she stepped into the center, she attempted to mimic the pose Yifan had just demonstrated, balancing on one leg. Wait. Your hands aren't extending simultaneously, and your foot isn't bending at the same time. If the movements aren't executed with all the details changing at once, you won't achieve the desired effect, Yifan promptly pointed out. Ning Zimo furrowed her brow and tried several more times, but each time she overlooked certain details. Yifan patiently guided her, highlighting each omission. After numerous attempts, Ning Zimo finally executed a relatively complete movement on her 29th try. By this point, she was glistening with sweat, her face flushed and breathing heavily. Yes, that's it. Seeing her succeed, Yifan nodded with a smile. As Ning Zimo relaxed, she nearly stumbled and fell. She gazed in astonishment at her trembling hands and slightly light legs, murmuring, how is this possible? Even when I run 15 kilometers in half an hour, I've never felt this exhausted. Brother Fan, what is going on? Zhao Zhong asked from the side. Is it really that tiring doing just one movement? Ning Zimo echoed, breathlessly saying, I feel like I'm on the verge of collapsing. Clearly that I haven't engaged in any vigorous exercise. Yifan, observing the confused expressions around him, didn't he rush to answer. He first lit a cigarette and found a stone bench to sit on. Once the room fell silent, he posed a question. Do you know how many muscles we generally have in our bodies? The crowd exchanged glances, all shaking their heads. 639. Yifan scanned the group, patiently explaining. These over 600 muscles are composed of 60 billion muscle fibers, with the longest fibers measuring 60 centimeters and the shortest just 1 millimeter, creating a vast disparity. Our muscles constitute about 40% of our body weight, meaning that if you wish to enhance your strength, muscle training represents a significant portion. He continued, in relative terms, muscle is the easiest to train. Ning Zimo pondered for a moment and said, Are you suggesting that this movement is meant for muscle training? More accurately, it's about mastering the muscles, Yifan clarified. Just like how we humans only utilize less than 10% of our brains, our muscles are not entirely within our control or usage. Typically, we can only use 40 to 60% of our muscle strength, And even during endurance, our muscles can only bear up to 90% of their limits. In essence, we do not truly master our bodies. Most people go through life unaware of their own physical condition. To strengthen oneself, one must first understand their body. Thus, mastering muscle control is essential. After finishing his cigarette, Yifan crushed the butt underfoot and stood up. This movement I demonstrated is a simplified version of my own training routine. It doesn't enable full mastery of all body muscles, but focuses on some major muscle groups. However, if you can perform it 10 times daily and eventually reach 100 or even 1,000 times, your bodies will undergo a qualitative transformation. The strength of a single muscle is limited, but the combined power of hundreds of muscles is entirely different. It is not merely a matter of addition. Chapter 0076. To Death and Beyond. Although Yifan articulated these ideas, he did not genuinely believe that these men could achieve 1,000 repetitions. Even managing 100 would be a miracle. Could hardly believe that such a challenging move was merely a simplified version by Yifan. If Su Qingxue had been present at that moment, she would have undoubtedly recognized it as the chaotic dance of demons and gods that Yifan had performed during his morning exercises. However, when Yifan executed it himself, the movements were executed with a rapid tempo and an even greater complexity. This set of unnamed movements, created by Yifan, possessed a depth and intricacy of training that far exceeded anyone's expectations. After a moment of astonishment, Yifan patiently guided Ning Zimo to master the move, knowing he could not oversee this group every day. Ultimately, it was essential for Ning Zimo to learn it first before teaching the others. The 20-odd robust young men began to mimic him, but after just a few attempts, they were panting heavily, realizing the truth in Yifan's words. Their muscles had indeed been underutilized. As the clock struck midnight, Yifan prepared to leave, but Ning Zimo implored him to stay. "Don't go. It's late at night. Can't you just stay here for the night?" "I won't bite," she said with a hint of melancholy. Yifan chuckled inwardly, thinking it wasn't that he feared her, but rather that he was concerned about his own desires. After a moment's contemplation, he decided that returning home at such a late hour might indeed hurt Ning Zimo's feelings. He could simply drive back in the morning, taking Su Qingxue to work with him. Although he had eaten quite a bit at the Zai tea house, he had never stayed overnight there. The tea house was silent at night, permeated with the faint aroma of tea and the fresh scent of wood. After leading him to a quaintly decorated room, Ning Zimo opened a door to reveal a large bathtub, already filled with water. "I had some sea salt and herbal medicine added. I hope you like it." She smiled. Yifan sniffed the fragrant water and replied cheerfully, "Honestly, I just need a quick shower. This is so exquisite that I wouldn't want to soak in it." Ning Zimo giggled. "What is there to hesitate about? If it weren't for your help today, our Zizuland would have been ruined. I can't even offer you this small token of appreciation without my brothers complaining." Yifan said, "Let's not speak of such things in the future. We are all on the same side, after all." "Who said we're on the same side? You're just trying to get close," Ning Zimo teased, playfully rolling her eyes before turning to leave. But just as she was about to step away, Yifan grasped her delicate hand and pulled her into his embrace. Their bodies pressed closely together, and as she tilted her head up, her gaze met Yifan's, who was staring down at her with a mischievous smile. "Ning Jie, if we're not on the same side, then this bathtub of water is hardly sufficient to reward me," he teased. Ning Zimo's face flushed a rosy hue as she stammered, "Then, how do you wish to be rewarded?" Without further ado, Yifan swept her into a princess carry and strode purposefully toward the bathtub. Realizing his intentions, Ning Zimo's heart raced, and she twisted in his arms, pleading, "Yifan, please don't. What's this? You were always the one to take the initiative before. Why this sudden change of heart? Did you deceive me when you wanted me to stay?" Yifan inquired, his tone low and serious. "Of course not." Ning Zimo gasped, biting her lip. I just mean, I'm still wearing clothes. That's all right. Soaking in the water while still dressed can be quite alluring." Yifan winked. Ning Zimo felt her cheeks grow hotter, her eyes sparkling with mischief as she murmured, "You little rascal. You've wanted to do this all along, haven't you? How did you manage to hold back before?" Yifan paused for a moment, then suddenly quickened his pace, reaching the edge of the bathtub and tossing Ning Zimo into the water. Splash! Water erupted everywhere, soaking her completely, even submerging her head. "How rude. What are you doing?" Ning Zimo emerged from the water, shaking droplets from her hair, ready to complain about his lack of gentleness. But then, she noticed Yifan leaning over the bathtub, his hands resting on the edge. his gaze intensely focused on her. Their eyes locked, and Ning Zimo found herself entranced, puzzled by the depth of his expression. One of Yi Fan's hands gently brushed her wet hair away from her forehead, caressing her fair, rosy cheek with tenderness. His touch was delicate and filled with affection, causing Ning Zimo to instinctively part her lips, revealing a vulnerable and enchanting demeanor. "You ask why I held back?" Yi Fan suddenly smiled, leaning in to kiss her softly on the lips. Ning Zimo felt as if struck by lightning, her body going rigid. This was the first kiss Yi Fan had ever shared with her. He leaned closer, whispering into her ear, "Because when I decided to do this, it meant you would forever be my woman, until death do us part." The room fell silent. Ning Zimo held her breath, absorbing his words, overwhelmed by a powerful emotion that threatened to engulf her thoughts. She could feel his love, but a flicker of fear crept in, as if she had fallen into the clutches of a demon, knowing that any betrayal would lead to merciless destruction. Yet, she could never betray him. Everything she had yearned for over the past 2 years had led her to this moment. Throughout her life, she had dismissed many suitors, but since meeting Yi Fan, he had consumed her thoughts for over 2 years. How could she ever consider betrayal? "I am willing," Ning Zimo declared, wrapping her damp hands around Yi Fan's neck, her eyes glimmering as she spoke. "From the moment I first saw you, I knew I would never regret it." Yi Fan looked at her with a complex expression for a moment, then broke into a relaxed smile. Dissipating the tension in the room, he seemed to revert to his usual self, casually beginning to remove his clothing. This transformation left Ning Zimo momentarily bewildered. The man from moments ago seemed like a completely different person. "Ning shift a bit to make some space for me to join you in the bath, Ning." "Ning Yes, didn't you say your grandfather and mother call you Ning Yi Fan asked. Ning Zimo's face brightened. The man was no longer calling her sister but using her childhood name, signaling a shift in their relationship towards something more intimate. "Yes, you remembered correctly. I like it when you call me that," she said shyly, shifting her position to allow him entry into the tub. Before long, Yi Fan boldly settled into the bath, assisting Ning Zimo in shedding her garments completely. The two nestled together in the fragrant water, enveloped in a misty haze, the sweet atmosphere causing Ning Zimo's cheeks to flush with delight. Initially expecting Yi Fan to take liberties with her, she was surprised when he simply held her without further advances. Time seemed to slip away until Yi Fan gently took one of her hands, examining it closely. "My hands are lovely, aren't they?" Ning Zimo asked with pride. Yi Fan nodded. "Indeed. They are like delicate jade, perfectly suited for the art of throwing knives. I didn't know you could recite poetry," Ning Zimo responded, glancing back at him with a smile. After a moment of contemplation, Yi Fan remarked, "The person you trained with was called by Li Fei Dao, correct?" "Yes, he was a guest elder of the Ning family, renowned for his skill in throwing knives. He remarked that my hands were suited for this ancient art, and I learned from him. Unfortunately, he passed away shortly after teaching me," Ning Zimo explained. Yi Fan shook his head, chuckling lightly. "A master? At that level, how can one even consider them a true master?" Ning Zimo was about to retort when she recalled Yi Fan's extraordinary abilities and realized he was right. "Do you think anyone can match your skill? In my eyes, my master was indeed a true master," she said wistfully. "What prompted the sudden mention of throwing knives?" Yi Fan simply replied, "Though they appear glamorous, your throwing knives lack lethality and explosiveness, and the variations are too few. This is related to your foundation in ancient martial arts. To advance further, modifications are necessary, along with improving your internal energy, to truly embody the unpredictability and elusiveness of throwing knives." Suddenly, Ning Zimo had a revelation and looked at him with excitement. "Internal energy? Are you going to teach me the techniques? Once you become my woman? Of course, your treatment must improve," Yi Fan teased. Ning Zimo pouted. "So you didn't treat me well before? Training isn't a light task. I just want you to be better able to protect yourself. So, do you wish to learn?" Yi Fan asked with a smile that of course I want to learn. But I've heard that most internal energy techniques in existence today are incomplete, and each is highly precious, with families reluctant to share. She replied. Yi Fan nodded. "That's true. But the fundamental reason is that most people simply cannot master internal energy, spending their entire lives searching for the feeling of qi. Finding that feeling is like solving a mathematical problem. If you can't locate the crucial point, some will never find the answer. Cultivating internal energy is the same. First, you must comprehend its true meaning, and then, under the guidance of internal energy, seek the feeling of qi. Without that feeling, no matter how powerful the technique, even the Shaolin Yijinjing, in the hands of someone without talent, is merely a piece of waste paper. Many techniques have been lost because descendants, in their arrogance, could not comprehend them or find the feeling and deemed them false, leading to neglect. Now I understand. And no wonder there were so many masters in ancient times, yet so few practitioners of ancient martial arts today. Ning Zimo realized, having never heard anyone explain it this way. To most martial artists, cultivating internal energy is a dream, let alone understanding its principles. Society has grown increasingly restless, especially with the advent of firearms, where guns can resolve conflicts, causing many to shy away from investing effort into ancient martial arts. It's a pity that many don't believe that, in the eyes of a truly powerful martial artist, firearms are insignificant. The power of ancient martial arts far surpasses people's imaginations, Yi Fan lamented. Ning Zimo recalled Yi Fan's effortless movements amidst a hail of bullets and replied earnestly, "Indeed. I've always believed that ancient martial arts couldn't be that simple. When I practiced throwing knives, I was often injured and my hands ached to the point I wished to sever them. In the beginning, I couldn't see any hope, and most people would simply give up. Yet, I persisted, and if it weren't for my skill in throwing knives, I would have been in danger several times." Yi Fan continued, "It is precisely because I know you have great perseverance that I intend to teach you internal energy. As for whether you can master it, that depends on you. Is it too late for me to practice internal energy at my age?" Ning Zimo asked with concern. Yi Fan smiled. "Many people have the misconception that age matters in training, but in reality, as long as your spirit is vibrant, age is irrelevant. Moreover, 10 years of practice may not surpass 1 year of understanding. It ultimately hinges on your comprehension of the technique. In essence, ancient martial arts rely on talent, followed by diligence. If you cannot grasp it, no matter how hard you train, it will be futile." Ning Zimo sighed in relief, but then curiously inquired, "Yi Fan, what internal energy will you teach me?" "I only know one internal energy technique, which I practiced in the past, called Tian Yi Shang Shuade. My master said this technique was derived from the He Tu." Yi Fan explained, "Tian Yi Shang Shui means the one gives birth to water. The earth gives rise to the 6 foot. All things have a numerical existence. Only at the moment of birth can they truly come to life. All things have a complete form, and they can only achieve that completeness at the right moment. The essence of Tian Yi Shang Shui refers to one as the source of all life, and this internal energy aims to trace back to the source, creating a cycle that allows practitioners to prolong their lives. It is also a balanced and harmonious technique that can complement most ancient martial arts and enhance the power of your throwing knives." He too. "Isn't that the legendary diagram drawn by Fushi from the patterns of the dragon horse in the Yellow River?" "That's a myth," Ning Zimo exclaimed in astonishment. Yi Fan nodded with a smile. "I don't know whether it's true or not. That's just what my master told me." Ning Zimo chuckled. "It sounds like practicing Tai Chi, promoting health. But you said you used to practice this. Don't you practice it anymore?" Yi Fan shrugged. "Do I look like someone who practices internal energy? How would I know?" Ning Zimo blinked. Yi Fan replied, "I stopped practicing long ago and have since abandoned my internal energy." "Why? You discarded your own internal energy?" Ning Zimo asked curiously. "Is it not powerful?" "Of course it's not that. I am currently practicing a technique that I developed myself. The very movements I demonstrated to you earlier. Having internal energy makes it inconvenient to experiment," Yi Fan explained with a chuckle. Ning Zimo was perplexed. "Do you believe that set of movements will surpass Tian Yi Shang Shui?" Yi Fan shrugged. "I can't say for certain. I'm still exploring. I want to carve out my own path, which is why I returned from overseas to live the life I desire. Life itself is part of cultivation. To find your own path, you abandoned your internal energy and returned to work part-time." Ning Zimo found it hard to comprehend. Yi Fan nodded earnestly. "While my reasons for returning home are not limited to this, I genuinely feel this way. In fact, learning to be an ordinary person has brought me many rewards, whether in cultivation or in life. Masters are indeed masters. Life can be so carefree," Ning Zimo mused, hesitating before saying, "Then will you pass on your internal energy to me? Your master won't mind, will he?" A flicker of painful memories crossed Yi Fan's eyes as he fell silent for a moment before responding. "He won't mind, and internal energy is such that, ultimately, I can teach you. But you must practice it yourself. It's not as though passing it on guarantees proficiency." Ning Zimo sensed that he was recalling something unpleasant and quickly changed the subject. "Yi Fan, the movements you've created must be quite powerful. Aren't you worried about them leaking to others?" Yi Fan laughed heartily. I'm far less concerned about that. Firstly, what I demonstrated was merely a simplified version, and it pales in comparison to my actual practice. Secondly, I doubt anyone else would be foolish enough to abandon their internal energy and take this kind of effort. Ning Zimo considered this, realizing it was true. Even just performing a simplified version had left her exhausted. The original set of movements, combined with the entire sequence, would require immense stamina. The key was that Yi Fan wouldn't just do it once. His initial suggestion of 10 repetitions made that clear. This set of movements specifically designed for muscle training? Ning Zimo inquired. Yi Fan shook his head. Muscle is merely one aspect of the human body. I also train the bones. Purely strengthening muscles without supporting bones is ineffective. Can bones be trained? Aren't they devoid of nerves and therefore uncontrollable? Ning Zimo was astonished, having never heard of such a thing. Yi Fan explained, in theory, yes, but the marrow cavity and periosteum of bones contain some nerves, just not sufficiently developed. Moreover, bones are part of a person, derived from the same embryo as our flesh. They should be no different, but most people find them difficult to master. Noticing Ning Zimo's bewildered expression, Yi Fan decided not to elaborate further. If he were to tell her he was also researching how to train the blood within the body, she might think he had lost his mind. Hey, Ning Er, your place is quite cozy. Yi Fan thought it best to indulge in some lightheartedness first. Ning Zimo finally realized where the man's hands were placed, and her ears flushed with a deep crimson hue. However, she did not resist the situation. After both had finished bathing and changed into their sleepwear, they proceeded to Ning Zimo's bedroom. Having already bared their souls in the bathtub, Ning Zimo was fully prepared to embrace whatever came next. Approaching the bedside, she opened a drawer in the nightstand and retrieved a small box. After a moment of hesitation, she turned and handed it to Yi Fan. What is this? Yi Fan asked, not examining it closely at first. Upon closer inspection, he discerned its contents. Ning Zimo's face burned with embarrassment as she stammered. I know. You still don't want children, so I prepared this in advance. Yi Fan was both amused and exasperated. Ninger, the production date on this box is from last year. You've been preparing for quite a while. Who told you to avoid me all this time? Otherwise, we could have used up several boxes by now. Do you have any idea how difficult it is to procure something like this without arousing suspicion? Ning Zimo felt a surge of indignation, recalling how many times she had shamelessly begged him to accompany her. The thought of a young maiden pursuing a man so ardently, even preparing an umbrella, nearly brought her to tears. Yet Yi Fan tossed the box back into the drawer, gently wrapping his arms around her slender waist and said, We don't need this. Upon hearing this, Ning Zimo was momentarily stunned, her breath quickening as she anxiously replied, But I'm not ready yet. There are still many matters to attend to in the guild, and the Zizhu forest is fraught with crises. If I were to become pregnant, would that not be detrimental to our child? I want to provide a stable environment for our child, not an unstable childhood. Listening to her cautious and meticulous words, Yi Fan could hardly suppress a chuckle. Oh dear, what are you laughing at? It's not that I don't want to have children. It's just too early now. I truly don't care about titles or marriage. I would willingly have your child even without a marriage. I initially intended to be your woman quietly. A woman like me is destined not to live like an ordinary wife and mother. Ning Zimo lamented with a tinge of sorrow. Yi Fan felt a wave of emotion but found the situation rather amusing. He gently caressed her cheek and said, My dear, I only wanted to tell you that I don't need this box because we're not doing that tonight. Ning Zimo fell silent for a moment, her cheeks burning as she playfully punched Yi Fan's chest. You little rascal, why didn't you say so earlier? Do you think it's funny to see me like this? Yi Fan laughed heartily, pulling her into an embrace and showering her cheeks with kisses. All right, darling, I just think we should spend more time together to understand each other better and let things develop naturally. We shouldn't follow a formality. Rather, we should let our feelings evolve to a certain point before proceeding. All right? Ning Zimo looked at him in surprise, a spark of joy igniting within her. You truly think this way? Of course, why would I lie to you? Do you still think there is something wrong with my body? Yi Fan chuckled. I thought you didn't care about romance at all, Ning Zimo said, her cheeks flushed with shyness and delight. Though she was the leader of the Zizhu forest and had grown up in an underground family, it did not mean she was impervious to the allure of romantic fantasies. She too yearned for a beautiful love story with the man she adored. Yi Fan reflected, I never thought there was a need to date women, but recent events have made me realize my past thoughts were misguided. Upon hearing this, Ning Zimo immediately connected the dots. her tone laced with melancholy. Is it because of Feng Yueying? Or have you started dating Su Qingxue? You must have fallen for someone, Haven Tiu. Yifan's expression shifted, feeling both awkward and puzzled. Why bring them up at such a moment? By the way, how do you even know about Su Qingxue? Chapter 0079. Exploding gas canisters and Hua Hai, the most renowned ice-cold beauty and business genius. The current boss of your company, how could I not know? However, I've heard she is notoriously hard to approach. Otherwise, with her beauty, suitors from Huahai to Beijing would be lining up to pursue her. The fact that you can spend time with her suggests your relationship is quite good. Ning Zimo teased with a hint of jealousy. Yifan clicked his tongue and playfully slapped her backside. You're not allowed to pry into my affairs anymore. If you keep this up, I might get angry. Ning Zimo looked up at him with her watery, beautiful eyes. I don't expect to marry you in the future. Can't I at least check on your well-being? Yifan chuckled as he helped her sit on the bed, inviting her to perch on his lap. Even if I were to marry another woman, it wouldn't mean I would leave you, for you are already mine. Selfish and domineering, Ning Zimo protested. Yifan merely smirked, lifting her chin with a finger. That's who I am, which is why I've kept you at a distance. Yet, unfortunately, this silly little rabbit has ended up right in the jaws of a big bad wolf. Feeling playful, Ning Zimo suddenly leaned down and kissed Yifan deeply. With a flirtatious glint in her eyes, she declared, I'm quite happy about it. I'm sticking with you. Yifan swallowed hard, captivated by the sight of her. Her beauty akin to a resplendent rose, those sparkling crystal-like eyes locking onto his. The fragrance of her presence was intoxicating, making it quite the challenge to resist. In the room, the heavy sounds of their breaths filled the air for a while. Once Yifan managed to regain his composure, he set her down and said, I'll jot down some internal training techniques for you and explain them. It shouldn't take too long. Seeing that he truly had no intentions of taking things further, Ning Zimo felt a mix of happiness and slight disappointment. Yet she obediently fetched paper and pen and Yifan moved to a small writing desk, writing while elucidating the basic principles of Tianyi Shenshui. Understanding would ultimately depend on Ning Zimo herself, as every individual S-body is distinct, requiring various interpretations of each technique. They conversed until 3 in the morning, finally collapsing into slumber. In the early morning, around 5, having only slept for 2 hours, Yifan quietly rose. He didn't require much sleep, while Ning Zimo, exhausted from the previous day, was peacefully slumbering. Yifan covered her with a blanket before dressing. His clothes from the previous day hadn't been washed, but Ning Zimo had thoughtfully prepared a fresh set for him. As Yifan was leaving, Zhao Zhong was already waiting at the door. Respectfully bidding him farewell. Goodbye, Brother Fan, do visit often. Zhao Zhong smiled up. Yifan patted his shoulder before driving back to Bailu County. Upon returning to the mansion, he found Su Qingxue just finishing breakfast. Aunt Jiang? Noticing Yifan's return, complained lightly, Yifan, you didn't come home last night and didn't even call. The young lady was worried about you. Yifan paused, having forgotten about that detail. After all, he was used to being alone, with no one waiting for him at home. Aunt Jiang, what nonsense are you talking about? Who was waiting for him? I was supposed to work until midnight. Su Qingxue's face turned red. Realizing she had been unjustly accused, as she usually went to bed late anyway. Of course, whether she had been thinking about him was another matter entirely. Yifan understood that Aunt Jiang was intentionally saying this, yet he decided to play along, responding seriously, Qingxue, I'll definitely call you next time. I overlooked it this time. Yu Qingxue was about to scold him for being shameless when she suddenly noticed that his clothes and pants were different from those he had worn yesterday, and they emitted a fragrance typical of women's perfume. Since she had personally chosen his work attire, she recognized that he had indeed changed, and it was unmistakably a woman's scent. As the realization dawned on her, Su Qingxue's expression turned icy, and she completely ignored him, focusing on her breakfast instead. Yifan felt his warm demeanor meet her frosty silence and, having skipped breakfast himself, joined her at the table. Once they were ready, they both got into the car and headed to the company. Shortly after getting in, Su Qingxue asked indifferently, your clothes and pants were prepared by your girlfriend, right? Yes, Yifan replied. He wanted to clarify that it was from another girlfriend but thought better of it. After all, his reputation in Su Qingxue's eyes was already quite muddied. What about the outfit I gave you? Yifan pondered for a moment and replied, it should still be there. I didn't bring it back. Upon hearing his response, Su Qingxue's expression grew even colder. Did you go out yesterday to see your girlfriend? Yes, she encountered some trouble, Yifan said cheerfully. What trouble warrants an entire night? Su Qingxue pressed on. Yi Fan hesitated, unsure whether to divulge the specifics, as the situation was complicated and peculiar. It's rather troublesome. And there is something I need to discuss. Humph. Speaking in riddles and riddled with lies, I have no interest in whatever you did with women outside. Su Qingxue scoffed. Yi Fan couldn't help but mutter. If you have no interest, why ask? What did you say? Su Qingxue glared at him with wide eyes. Nothing, really, nothing at all. Yi Fan quickly shook his head. Su Qingxue, fuming, said, Yi Fan, listen. While I allow you to stay in my place and use my things, my tolerance has its limits. Since you're wearing such expensive clothes, you should be capable of buying your own car, your work attire, and filling up the gas to take your girlfriend out. From now on, unless I agree, you cannot drive my car outside during your free time. Yi Fan found it absurd. After all, wasn't it just about the work attire and driving? Why was she so angry? All right, I'll ride a bicycle. Is that acceptable? Yi Fan asked with a smile. I don't care. Just don't drive my car around for dates with women. Su Qingxue shot him another cold glare. And don't let anyone from the Zheng family know about your messy affairs. If it jeopardizes our contract, be prepared to pay the price. Yi Fan nodded repeatedly, inwardly lamenting how the morning felt like an explosion of gas canisters. No wonder even Ning Zimo, who hardly knew her, claimed that this woman was difficult to deal with. Good news doesn't travel, but bad news spreads like wildfire. Chapter 0080. Isn't she a doctor? In Huahai City, within a high-end gym of a private club, a man donned in boxing gloves and boasting a robust physique of around 1.85 meters was delivering powerful punches to a massive leather bag, producing a series of heavy thuds. His face was chiseled, eyes sharp, and a prominent scar ran through his short hair, making him appear formidable. Bang, bang, bang. The relentless punches struck the bag, echoing in the room. Behind him stood a middle-aged man in a suit, tie, and glasses, looking relatively diminutive and sweating profusely. You're telling me none of the gunmen we sent returned? All the guns are gone. Upon hearing the question from the puncher, the middle-aged man cautiously replied, Yes, boss. Our spies embedded in the Zizhu forest reported that a man named Yi Fan suddenly appeared in the workshop last night. With his help, Ning Zimo subdued all 3 factions' men. The gunmen opened fire, but they all died without even injuring Ning Zimo. Yi Fan. That name sounds familiar. The man continued to throw punches, furrowing his brow. The bespectacled man added, he should be the assistant of Su Qingxue from the Jingxiuan group. Zhang Junfeng from the Zheng family brought Ma Jingquan to cause trouble, but instead, Ma Jingquan was injured, and it was Yi Fan's doing. This Yi Fan now seems to be affiliated with the Zizhu forest. It's quite possible that the Jingxiuan group is backing the Zizhu forest. Ning Zimo truly has found herself a capable ally, Yu Hanlong remarked, having underestimated her. Indeed, our Iron Lock gang has suffered significant losses this time, particularly with that batch of guns. The bespectacled man lamented. Why, Yu Hanlong inquired. How many days are left until the next arms deal? The bespectacled man quickly pulled out a portable computer, pressing buttons rapidly. We still need 17 million. Can we raise that amount before the deal? If we succeed in taking down the Zizhu forest, it shouldn't be a problem. But now that Ning Zimo is back in control, we might. Yu Hanlong suddenly roared, slamming both hands onto the sandbag, causing it to explode, sand scattering everywhere and the leather bursting. The resilient gloves were pierced by his fingers. Fuming, Yu Hanlong turned to face the bespectacled man, gripping him by the collar. Immediately devise a plan to retrieve that lost batch of guns, and we'll deal with that Ning Zimo wench. That Yi Fan will share her fate. As the fierce Yu Hanlong loomed like a dark specter, the bespectacled man nodded rapidly. Yes, I'll think of a way right away. This time, there will be no more accidents. Controlling the underground world of Huahai hinged on that batch of arms. There could be no mistakes. Before the White Shark gang could strike, the Zizhu forest must fall first. Yes, boss. At the Jingxiuan group, as the workday was drawing to a close, Yi Fan stretched, finally finishing a pile of documents. He had only learned from Qinya that the reason for reviewing so many French materials was that Su Qingxue planned to officially enter the European market. She aimed to create a unique brand, selling clothing, bags, and even home goods rich in summer cultural elements to Europeans. One couldn't help but admire her boldness in pursuing such a plan amidst Europe's economic downturn. If successful, it could elevate Jingxiuan Group to the ranks of world-class companies, much like some electronic products that had already gained international acclaim. Yi Fan glanced at his schedule. He still had to attend one last basketball training session that day. Although he wasn't eager to go, He figured that Jiang Chao and his security team weren't half bad, so he would go to make friends. Thus, he rose to head to Su Qingshue's office, intending to ask for a leave of absence so he could skip the ride home with her. However, upon entering the office, he found Su Qingxue on the phone, speaking to someone quite special, her grandmother. "Grandma, this is truly a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity that Dr. We couldn't reach before his coming. You must come back to Huahai to see her." Su Qingxue seemed quite agitated, one hand pressed against her forehead while the other clutched the phone. After a lengthy discussion, it seemed that her grandmother still wasn't convinced, leading Su Qingxue to plead, "Just consider it my request. I know you're heartbroken over Grandpa's passing, but you must also take care of your health." After a while of trying to persuade her, it appeared there was still no resolution, and Su Qingxue hung up the phone. Only then did Yifan inquire, "Su, what is wrong with your grandmother? Is she ill? Isn't that obvious? Didn't you hear?" Su Qingxue snapped, her mood clearly sour. "What do you want?" Yifan thought to himself that given her grandmother's poor health, he could tolerate being her punching bag. "I'll be leaving soon since I need to attend the company basketball team training." He informed her that you're joining the basketball team. Su Qingxue blinked in surprise, her tone skeptical. "You can play basketball? I'll learn as I go. I need to bring glory to the company." Yifan replied. Su Qingxue, however, saw through him and sarcastically remarked, "You're just after the bonuses, aren't you? Is money all you care about?" Yifan awkwardly chuckled, feeling that this girl had no regard for his pride. At that moment, Chunya entered the office respectfully and announced, "Mr. Su, Dr. Florica Roanada's private jet has arrived in Huahai. It appears she will be staying for 2 to 3 days. Upon hearing this, Su Qingxue's rare display of excitement prompted her to rise swiftly, exclaiming, "Arrange a meeting immediately. The sooner, the better." Yifan squinted, pondering the swift arrival of this eccentric woman, realizing that she had considerable renown even in Xia country, as evidenced by Su Qingxue's awareness of her. However, upon reflection, it was understandable. After all, who among the wealthy wouldn't wish for a few extra years of life? It was only natural to want to learn more about a remarkable physician. Yet, Chunya's expression turned troubled as she replied, "But Dr. Ronaida has declined all appointments and meetings." Her spokesperson stated that she is only here to meet old friends and has no intention of providing treatment to anyone. Su Qingxue's prior exhilaration was immediately doused, her brows knitting together in distress. "How can this be? Isn't she a doctor? Mr. Su, please do not lose heart. Dr. Ronaida is famously temperamental. She is a towering figure in various fields of medicine, and her students are all prominent figures in the medical community. She certainly would not treat patients casually. With so many royals, celebrities, and affluent individuals vying for her attention daily, it would be impossible for her to attend to every patient." Chenya explained helplessly, "But my grandmother's condition seems to have worsened, and the doctors here are at a loss. The physician we invited from the United States said that Dr. Ronaida might be our last hope. We were unable to reach her before, and now that she has finally come to Huahai, this is a chance from the heavens that I cannot let slip away," Su Qingxue insisted. Chenya, equally concerned, suggested, "Mr. Su, let us think of another way. She mentioned she wishes to meet old friends, so perhaps we can investigate whom she intends to meet among the notable figures in Huahai." "Yes, please investigate immediately," Su Qingxue affirmed with a nod. Chenya hurried off to her tasks, while Yifan remained in the office, inquiring with concern, "Qingxue, what illness does your grandmother have? This is none of your business." "You should leave," Su Qingxue retorted, clearly disinterested in engaging with him. "I mean no harm. I merely wish to inquire. Perhaps I could be of assistance," Yifan replied with a smile. Taking a deep breath, Su Qingxue looked up and said, "Pancreatic cancer." Yifan was taken aback. This was indeed a grave illness, and if it were in the advanced stages, it would be tantamount to a death sentence. "All right, now that you've told me, can it be treated?" Su Qingxue asked. Yifan shook his head, feeling embarrassed as he replied, "I am not well versed in the treatment of this illness." Hearing his response, Su Qingxue's already heavy heart sank further. "If you do not understand, then leave. Why are you asking? Whether it's basketball or courting your girlfriend, I simply ask that you do not bother me. I do not wish to see you." Yifan stood stunned by her outburst. He had only expressed concern. Was such a reaction truly necessary? He was not one to be easily bullied. As a man, he usually endured, but it was unreasonable to constantly tolerate her tempers. Though he was unsure why she was suddenly so hostile, he felt he had endured enough. "Fine, I will leave. Just remember not to regret it," Yifan said. suppressing his irritation as he turned to exit the office. As soon as he stepped out, Yifan received a call. Upon answering, a languid voice floated through the line. "Hey, my prince, have you missed me?" Recognizing the Central European lilt in her English, Yifan knew immediately who it was. "Stop flirting, Florica. You're old enough to be my grandmother." With such a coy tone, how can I possibly bear it? Yifan chuckled. It's quite rude to constantly mention a lady's age. Though you are my elder, it is still improper to attack me like this. Florica retorted. Why Yifan sighed. Since you acknowledge that I am your elder, please speak more seriously. Remember to call me Yifan, not by those old titles. Understood. Now, dear Yifan, where shall we meet? I have missed you so much. Florica replied eagerly. I have some matters to attend to. Let's have dinner later. You choose the place, but remember not to bring any bodyguards. I prefer not to attract too much attention, Yifan instructed. Florica quickly suggested, I noticed there's a McDonald's not far from my hotel. Shall we go there? You truly are a devoted fan of junk food. Have you not grown tired of it? Yifan replied with resignation. How could I? You have no idea how pitiful my situation was in the United States. My assistants and family never allowed me to indulge. I am absolutely starving. Florica lamented, salivating at the thought. Why Yifan rolled his eyes, allowing her whims to pass. After confirming the hotel location and setting a time, he hung up. He then made his way to the sales department and entered Feng Yuanying's office. She was evidently still busy, handling work, and upon seeing Yifan, she swept back her slightly disheveled hair and smiled. What brings you here unexpectedly? Aren't you supposed to be driving for Mr. Su? Taking advantage of their solitude. Yifan approached and cupped her face, planting a kiss on her luscious lips. Oh dear, don't do that. What if someone walks in? Feng Yuanying's cheeks flushed pink. Why Yifan grinned. I missed you after just one day, so I wanted to steal a kiss. Hmph, I doubt that. Didn't you just have a lovely lunch with Captain Su? I heard from Lu Xiaolian and the others that you have been sharing meals with him every day at work. Captain Su is indeed quite handsome, isn't he? Feng Yuanying remarked with a hint of implication. Why Yifan quickly replied. None can compare to your beauty, Ying. I just thought it looked lonely for Captain Su to dine alone. We should all be friends and share meals together. Perhaps you could join us for lunch next time? I refuse to be a third wheel. I often eat out and rarely dine in the restaurant. Feng Yuanying countered. Why Yifan sighed in relief. Sharing a table would have made it difficult for him to act freely. What is it that you need from me? Feng Yuanying inquired, trusting Yifan enough not to pry further. I have invited a physician from the United States, and she has arrived today. We will be dining together later. The doctor has arrived? Why didn't you say so earlier? I must book a nice restaurant. We cannot treat her poorly, Feng Yuanying exclaimed. Why Yifan waved his hand. No need for that. Just accompany me. I have everything arranged. You will simply meet her as a family member and have a chat. Feng Yuanying hesitated. Is that really appropriate? Wouldn't it be rude for you to host? She wouldn't mind. If you were to book a fancy restaurant with extravagant delicacies, she'd likely be displeased, Yifan explained. Feng Yuanying found this puzzling, wondering if the doctor had an affinity for casual dining. An hour and a half later, after finishing a basketball game, Yifan emerged and got into Feng Yuanying's car to head to the agreed-upon location with Florica. Feng Yuanying was excited to see how Yifan would perform in the upcoming basketball match. Upon arriving at McDonald's, Feng Yuanying was completely taken aback. It was nothing like she had envisioned. Is this really the dining establishment you mentioned? Indeed, Yifan nodded, explaining, she is a devoted fan of junk food and loves hamburgers and fries, particularly the cheaper and more basic options. During my time in the United States, I often saw her devour several dollar hamburgers from Burger King, which consisted merely of 2 slices of bread with a meat patty and a few pickles. Feng Yuanying questioned, I heard that doctors in the United States are quite affluent. Why does your friend seem so lacking? She isn't poor. It's simply that she enjoys this flavor. Having grown up in a disadvantaged neighborhood, the best food she could access was hamburgers and fries. Although she has become wealthy, her tastes have not changed, Yifan explained. I understand now. She is not just eating food but reliving her memories, Feng Yuanying said with a knowing smile. Why Yifan playfully pinched her cheek. Well said. No wonder you are the head of the sales department. Stop pinching. It's embarrassing to be seen like this on the street. Feng Yuanying shyly protested. As they stepped into McDonald's, they looked around, and soon Yifan spotted a woman in a beige trench coat, torn jeans, and a baseball cap. Sitting at a corner table in front of her lay 3 hamburgers, a cup of cola, a cup of juice, and 2 large bags of fries. She was already savoring a hamburger, utterly engrossed in her meal. Florica, Yi Fan called, leading Feng Yueying to take a seat across from her. Ah! The blonde woman looked up, her face lighting up with delight as she recognized Yi Fan, sending crumbs flying from her mouth. Why, Yi Fan? Why did you take so long? I waited for half an hour and simply couldn't resist eating first. This hamburger with bluefin mushroom is simply delightful. Yi Fan was baffled by her enthusiasm for the peculiar dish. As he was not accustomed to consuming hamburgers, he introduced Feng Yueying. Allow me to introduce you. This is Feng Yueying, whose brother Feng Xiaowei is the patient you are to treat. Feng Yueying studied Florica closely, noting that this woman possessed a unique charm. With pronounced Western features, a high nose, a pointed chin, and captivating blue-brown eyes, she would undoubtedly turn heads on the street. Hello, I am Feng Yueying. It is a pleasure to meet you, Dr. Ronida, she greeted, having inquired about the doctor's name before entering. However, Feng Yueying was unaware that this seemingly disheveled woman, indulging in inexpensive fast food, was a titan in the medical field, one whom countless wealthy individuals and celebrities could not even meet. Just call me Florica. Since you are Yi Fan's girlfriend, there is no need for formality, she replied, biting into her hamburger and licking her lips. Feng Yueying's face flushed as she shot Yi Fan a reproachful glance, realizing he had referred to her in such a manner. When had she become his girlfriend? Florica, I asked you to keep a low profile, not to dress like a homeless person. Do you really think that eating at McDonald's would prevent reporters from swarming around? Yi Fan chided. Would I choose this? I had no idea I was so famous in Xia country. I received over a dozen appointment calls requesting to meet with me. I hardly have time to manage them. Had it not been for your call, I would still be in Rochester working on my new research, Florica explained. Feng Yueying furrowed her brows, whispering to Yi Fan in Mandarin, why didn't you tell me Florica is such a renowned doctor? I thought she was just an ordinary physician treating plant patients. Does her fame matter? Just consider her a close friend. We are all connected, so there is no need for pretenses, Yi Fan assured. Feng Yueying felt a surge of hope. If the doctor was indeed renowned, her brother had a better chance of recovery. Dr. Florica, have you reviewed my brother's medical history and records? How is his condition? She inquired. With her mouth full, Florica mumbled, not too good. But it's not without hope. I need to conduct further examinations to provide specifics, utilizing the latest scientific methods, so the information you provided isn't particularly significant. Does that mean we need to take my brother to the United States immediately? Feng Yueying pressed. Yes, I will be leaving the day after tomorrow, and Feng Xiaowei must be sent to our hospital within a week. Florica confirmed. Feng Yueying hesitated, asking, what are the expected costs for the medical treatment? Florica replied, considering Yi Fan's relationship, I will charge a nominal fee. Before she could finish, Yi Fan interjected, is it around $10,000? That should be about right. Florica's face turned pale, her hand trembling as she held her hamburger. 10,000. So cheap? Feng Yueying exclaimed in astonishment. Yi Fan smiled at Florica, then began speaking in a language Feng Yueying did not understand. Do you dare charge me for my brother-in-law's medical expenses? Florica, do you wish to see the Mayo Clinic blown to smithereens? Florica swallowed hard and responded in the same language, visibly frustrated. $1 million is the minimum price. I charge $500,000 for even treating a cold for a Saudi prince. You are a figure of immense wealth. To offer so little is truly insulting. Spare me the theatrics. You are not in need of money. Besides, I currently have no cash on me. I lost all my funds abroad, so do not expect me to hand over any money. Yi Fan retorted with a smile, though his words were laced with a strong sense of warning. Florica sulkily murmured, fine, since you are a prince and my elder, consider this a wedding gift for you and Ms. Feng. Now that sounds reasonable. Yi Fan grinned, thinking this woman was quite audacious to expect a profit from him. Feng Yueying, overhearing their exchange, asked, what were you two discussing? Is it truly $10,000? Is there a mistake? Florica reassured her, yes, it is indeed 10,000, as our center provides substantial subsidies. You need not worry too much. Miss Feng, what language were you two speaking just now? Were you intentionally lowering the price for me? That would make me feel quite guilty. Feng Yueying frowned at, oh, that was Romanian. We were discussing personal matters regarding her mentor. It had nothing to do with our pricing. Besides, does a doctor need to consider money when treating patients? It is their duty, Yi Fan chuckled. Though Florica felt a pang of sympathy, she affirmed, yes, Miss Feng. Do not concern yourself with the financial aspects. While Feng Yueying sensed that the situation might not be as straightforward as it seemed, Florica was adamant about the $10,000, leaving her with little room to argue. To think you not only speak English and French but also Romanian. Just how many languages do you know? Feng Yueying mused, increasingly intrigued by Yifan's enigmatic identity, which extended beyond mere language skills to his acquaintance with such an esteemed physician. Yifan vaguely replied, "I'm not sure. I've never counted. Language is just a tool, akin to having various wrenches and screwdrivers. It's nothing particularly special." Feng Yueying shot him a playful glare, recognizing his reluctance to discuss such matters further. Yet, considering that Florica would soon be treating her brother in the United States, she felt it necessary to learn more about this renowned doctor. "Dr. Florica, you appear so youthful. If I encountered you on the street, I would never guess that you are an accomplished physician. Surely, you must belong to the ranks of young talents in medical school." Feng Yueying remarked genuinely, coughing slightly as he sipped his cola. Yifan nearly choked. Florica beamed at the compliment. "Really? Then take a guess at how old I am this year." Tio further assist Feng Yueying's estimation. Florica removed her cap, running her fingers through her golden locks. Her skin was fair and taut, with fine pores, lacking the rough texture that many Western women exhibit. "I guess you're 30. Feng Yueying opined that foreigners generally appear a tad older. Upon hearing this, Florica erupted into a fit of giggles and, with a hint of pride, remarked to Yifan, "Yifan, your girlfriend thinks I am 30. She is indeed a charming young lady." Feng Yueying, feeling somewhat puzzled, inquired, "Yifan, what's the matter? Did I guess incorrectly?" Yifan, understanding the absurdity of the situation, responded, "She is actually 63. "What?" Feng Yueying gasped, drawing the attention of those around them, who presumed a significant event had occurred. The woman covered her red lips in disbelief, staring incredulously at Florica, unable to fathom that this seemingly 30-something beauty was, in fact, over 60. "Do not envy," Yifan interjected. "If you possessed professional medical knowledge and advanced skincare methods, you could look like her too, provided you were also quite wealthy." Florica explained, "My research primarily focuses on extending human life, so maintaining a youthful appearance is not particularly challenging for me." Despite Florica's explanation, Feng Yueying still found it hard to believe. As a woman herself, she could not help but feel a twinge of envy. Realizing that the doctor before her was, in truth, an elderly woman, Feng Yueying felt a bit more at ease, recognizing the expertise that came with age. After enjoying a meal at McDonald's, the trio bid farewell to Florica and arranged for her to visit Feng Yueying the following morning to check on Feng Xiaowei. As Feng Yueying drove Yifan back to Bailu County, her emotions were mixed, glancing at Yifan periodically. "Even though your boyfriend is quite handsome, there's no need to keep staring," Yifan teased. "Humph, I haven't agreed to be your girlfriend yet," Feng Yueying retorted. "Your denial is futile. Your heart has already accepted it," Yifan chuckled mischievously. Feng Yueying bit her lower lip, her cheeks flushed, and after a moment of silence, she said, "Yifan, I thank you. No need for thanks. When will you cook for me?" Yifan winked. Feng Yueying laughed softly. "How about this weekend? You can come to my house, and we can go grocery shopping together." That's settled. Yifan felt delighted at the prospect of spending time with her, creating a world just for the two of them, further bridging their distance. However, after her smile faded, Feng Yueying appeared lost in thought, a shadow of worry gathering in her eyes. "Why, Yifan?" Curious, asked Ying, "Do you have something on your mind? Are you worried about your brother-in-law going to America?" Feng Yueying shook her head, forcing a smile. "Not really. Although Dr. Florica seems extraordinary, I can sense she is undoubtedly a responsible doctor. It's just that, when I spoke to you in Romanian today, I suddenly felt as if I could never truly enter your world." Yifan was taken aback, not expecting Feng Yueying to possess such delicate thought. He understood the implications of her words. "Are you concerned about my past?" he inquired. "It's not so much concern but rather an unexpected sense of distance," Feng Yueying replied, smiling faintly. Just as Yifan was about to reassure her that she was overthinking, he sensed something was amiss. The car was cruising along a straight road, approaching a traffic light intersection. Suddenly, a large truck barreled through the red light, heading straight for them. Feng Yueying's reaction was slightly delayed. She seemed oblivious at first, but Yifan instinctively recognized that this was not a mere traffic violation. "Ying, stop! Huh? Pull over quickly!" Yifan shouted again, and only then did Feng Yueying realize the gravity of the situation, hastily slowing down to steer the car to the side. However, the truck accelerated, crashing towards them with reckless abandon. "Ah!" Feng Yueying screamed, her face paling in terror as her body stiffened. With mere seconds to spare before the Audi was struck, Yifan swiftly unbuckled Feng Yueying's seatbelt, flung open the car door, and lifted her into his arms. In an instant, he leaped from the vehicle. Though the car still had momentum, Yifan managed to steady himself with a couple of strides. The truck driver seemingly noticed that they had exited the car and abruptly swerved the truck, ramming into the flower bed where they had just been. Although it was dark, the streetlights illuminated the scene, and several passers-by witnessed the unfolding drama. Gasps erupted from the crowd, fearing for the lives of the couple. Feng Yueying, limp in Yifan's embrace, was blinded by the glaring headlights, unable to comprehend what was happening. Her mind a blank. Yifan's gaze was like a blade, his demeanor remarkably calm. In that split second, he shifted with Feng Yueying, pushing against the side of the truck. The 6 or 7 tons of the medium-sized truck lifted off its tires with his forceful touch, with a thunderous crash. Onlookers expected the truck to crush the unfortunate couple, anticipating their tragic end. Yet, astonishingly, the truck not only missed them but also flipped, colliding with the flower bed and becoming deformed. Feng Yueying heard a loud bang and felt a strong gust of wind pass by. Miraculously, nothing dire occurred. When she cautiously lifted her head, she found Yifan gazing at her with tender eyes. "It's all right. I'm here," he smiled reassuringly. Feng Yueying's eyes welled with tears, her body trembling, yet she could not find the strength to cry. The harrowing experience felt like a brush with death, far too terrifying to bear. Chapter 0084. Why didn't you answer the phone? A crowd of onlookers gathered, murmuring in astonishment, for they had clearly seen the truck about to collide with the couple. Yet it appeared as if they had vanished unscathed. Yifan gently embraced Feng Yueying, soothing her, before approaching the truck, wrenching open the mangled door. Inside, the driver was bloodied, seemingly dead from a rib piercing his chest. Noticing the man's physique and hands, Yifan deduced he was a trained fighter, with clear signs of having wielded a gun, prompting him to frown. "An assassin," Yifan murmured, puzzled as to who would want him dead. After all, if the intention was to eliminate Feng Yueying, it would be far more convenient to do so when she was alone. Just then, a bystander rushed over, anxiously asking, "Are you all right? That driver had it coming. Who drives like that? We should call the police." Another person chimed in, "What a lucky couple. They almost met with disaster." Naturally, the crowd assumed it was a standard car accident. Yifan, however, was unconcerned with whether or not someone would report it. His thoughts spiraled into a troubling scenario. If this was indeed an assassination arranged by the Zheng family, it could lead to serious trouble, especially since Su Qingxue was likely alone at that moment. The Zheng family had been outmaneuvered by Su Qingxue, losing control of Feek, resulting in a catastrophic drop in stock prices, forcing them into a corner. In such a precarious situation, they might resort to desperate measures, seeking out an assassin. With that thought, Yifan felt an urgent anxiety. He quickly dialed Su Qingxue's number, but after 2 attempts, it went unanswered. His unease deepened. Could it be that after merely stepping away for a day, calamity had befallen her? He immediately called home in Bailu County, and Aunt Zheng answered. "Hello, Yifan. What is up, Aunt Zheng? Has Qingxue returned?" Yifan inquired urgently. The young lady called earlier, saying she was working overtime. "So she hasn't come back yet." A sense of foreboding washed over Yifan as he hung up the phone and rushed back to Feng Yueying, saying, "Ying, you should take a taxi home. I need to return to the company." Feng Yueying's Audi, having collided with the roadside, was essentially wrecked. Yet, she was more concerned about her vehicle than anything else, asking, "Is it related to President Su?" Yifan nodded, not elaborating further, and turned to sprint in the direction of the company. Observing the man's anxious demeanor, Feng Yueying felt a strange sensation in her heart but refrained from saying anything. Simply watching him disappear into the distance, Yifan moved like a shadow through the night, crossing streets and alleys, occasionally leaping onto rooftops and walls. He navigated in a near straight line back to the Jinxiu building. Upon entering the lobby, he encountered the duty security captain, Jiang Chao, and seized him by the collar, demanding, "Has President Su left for the day?" Jiang Chao, startled, was about to question why Yifan had returned to the office when he heard the question and dumbly shook his head. "I don't think so. She's likely still working late. Aren't you her assistant?" Without waiting for further clarification, Yifan dashed into the elevator. Upon reaching the 66th floor, he sprinted to Su Qingxue's office and flung the door open. The office was brightly lit, and Su Qingxue, engrossed in her work with a pen in hand, frowned at the sudden noise, her brow furrowing deeper upon recognizing Yifan. "What are you doing here again? Didn't I tell you to leave?" Yifan seemed unfazed by her annoyance, approaching her desk with a serious expression. He picked up her phone, noting 2 missed calls, both from him. Why didn't you answer the phone? Yifan asked, his gaze piercing and authoritative. Su Qingxue suddenly sensed something unusual in his demeanor, a tension that made her heart flutter. It was as if the lazy cat she knew had transformed into a fierce tiger, leaving her feeling unsettled. However, her stubborn nature would not allow her to yield easily. She huffed, I didn't want to answer. Is there a reason I have to? You didn't want to answer, so you just didn't. You really are quite willful. Yifan replied with a sardonic smile. Su Qingxue felt a flicker of guilt but retorted, just say what you need to say. Why the cryptic remarks? Is it a crime not to answer your calls? As Yifan observed her defiant attitude, an enigmatic smile crept across his face as he slowly approached her. Noticing the peculiar expression and intensity in his gaze, Su Qingxue felt a twinge of fear and timidly asked, What are you doing? Wai Yifan did not respond. Instead, he swiftly lifted her from her seat and spun her around, placing her face down on the desk. You're insane. Stop it, Su Qingxue exclaimed, her face paling in shock. But Yifan paid her no mind, firmly pressing her back down, and a sharp clap echoed in the room. Su Qingxue froze, her large round eyes wide with disbelief. Unable to process what had just transpired, Wai Yifan, are you insane? I'll fire you. I'll dock your wages. Once she regained her senses, Su Qingxue began thrashing about, desperate to break free, her anger boiling over. Yet Yifan remained unyielding. Tears welled in her eyes, a feeling of vulnerability washing over her. She had never experienced such treatment. Wai Yifan paused, asking, Now, will you answer my calls in the future? Su Qingxue pressed her lips tightly, refusing to respond. Smack! Another strike landed, and she felt a wave of pain wash over her, fighting back tears but stubbornly refusing to concede. She clenched her teeth and coldly declared, You'd better kill me. Otherwise, I will make you regret this. It was merely a matter of not answering a phone call. Yet this man treated her so harshly. Su Qingxue felt utterly wronged. She could not forgive this. Yifan, feeling exasperated, remarked, You think this is just about answering a phone call? After striking her multiple times, his anger had subsided somewhat, and he finally released Su Qingxue. She quickly stood up, unable to contain her urge to berate him. You pervert, abuser. What is so great about hitting a woman? Is there something else behind this besides just answering the phone? At that moment, Su Qingxue's phone rang. Chapter 0085. Are you jealous? As Su Qingxue prepared to continue her tirade and perhaps dismiss Yifan, she noticed it was Feng Yueying calling and reluctantly answered, Hello, senior. What is the matter? In private, Su Qingxue frequently referred to Feng Yueying as senior. Oh, thank heavens, President Su. I'm relieved to hear you're all right. Has Yifan come to see you? Feng Yueying asked. What do you mean by relieved? Is something wrong? Su Qingxue detected an unusual tone and glanced at Yifan, who stood nearby. Feng Yueying explained. I just drove Yifan back, and a truck nearly collided with us. Wai Yifan suspects the Zheng family may be after us, which is why he rushed back to find you. By the way, why didn't you answer his calls? We were all quite worried. Su Qingxue stood there, stunned, staring at Yifan, the voice of Feng Yueying fading into the background. All her anger evaporated, replaced by a mix of shyness, guilt, and an indescribable sweetness, and no wonder he was so upset. Now she understood. Su Qingxue murmured to herself. Are you all right, senior? How did everything turn out? Su Qingxue finally regained her composure and asked. Feng Yueying sighed. The car is ruined, but thankfully we are unharmed. Wai Yifan managed to get me out of the car just in time. The truck driver is dead. I nearly fainted from fright. It was truly terrifying. If this was indeed an assassin sent by the Zheng family, you must be extra cautious. President Su Qingxue acknowledged her concern but was also perplexed. Senior, why did you drive Yifan home? Are you close with him? Feng Yueying hesitated, her response vague. We were just friends, had dinner together, and I drove him back. Oh, I see, Su Qingxue replied. Her curiosity piqued, a hint of intrigue glimmering in her eyes. Yifan, having overheard their conversation, couldn't help but feel amused. Feng Yueying was not good at keeping secrets when conversing with Su Qingxue. After the call ended, when Su Qingxue turned back to Yifan, the atmosphere was undeniably awkward. Wai Yifan broke the silence with a smile. So, President Su, are you going to fire me? Su Qingxue cleared her throat and brushed her hair behind her ear, her exquisite face tinged with a faint blush. Considering your loyalty, I'll let you off this time. The words felt unconvincing even to Su Qingxue herself. She couldn't meet Yifan's gaze, her cheeks burning. When a woman grows shy, she resembles a rain-laden pear blossom or a dewy lotus, descending from the heavens. Yifan mused that if this girl could speak sweetly and refrain from throwing tantrums while occasionally being a bit playful, she would be the perfect partner. Not to mention, merely gazing at her could add years to his life. She bore an uncanny resemblance to a celestial being, truly a feast for the eyes. Alas, her stubbornness, combined with her occasional princess syndrome, made it impossible not to spank her. And of course, as Yifan calmed down and reflected, the sensation from earlier was not quite something. If he could experience that often, he might just tolerate her fiery temperament. Hey, what are you grinning about? Are you thinking of something lewd? Su Qingxue snapped. Yifan snapped back to reality, chuckling. No, I was pondering whether that assassin was sent by the Zhang family. Regardless of who it was, we must remain vigilant. If they attempted once, they could try again, Su Qingxue replied. Yifan patted his chest confidently. Don't worry. As long as you keep me by your side, I'll ensure your safety. Su Qingxue shot him a skeptical glance. Who would believe you? Don't end up in trouble yourself. Never. I'm the all-round boyfriend, accompanying you to eat, drink, and have fun. I can meet the parents and cook for you. Protecting my girlfriend will be a piece of cake, Yifan declared. What a load of nonsense. I still have work to do. You go sit aside and don't bother me, Su Qingxue replied with a touch of irritation. Yifan remarked, what time is it? Are you still working? Have you had dinner? I haven't eaten. Until I finish my work, I won't eat, Su Qingxue responded. Yifan squinted slightly. Work can wait, but one must eat to maintain strength. If you continue like this, you might end up with a stomach ailment. Are you annoying, or what? I've already told you I'm not eating, Su Qingxue complained. Yifan raised a hand. If you don't eat? Do you believe I will strike you again? You wouldn't dare? Su Qingxue instinctively covered the back of her skirt with her hands, that area still tinged with pain, for it was indeed quite delicate. This fellow showed no mercy, and at this moment, she was certain her backside was blushing fiercely. Though you think I wouldn't dare? Yifan approached her step by step, a devilish grin on his face. Su Qingxue found herself at a loss against this man. To be honest, she felt a twinge of fear, and moreover, her stomach was indeed grumbling. All right then, considering your somewhat conscientious behavior today, I shall go eat something, Su Qingxue declared. Yifan chuckled helplessly, recognizing that this woman insisted on putting on an act, yet he didn't mind as long as she obediently went to eat. After tidying up their belongings, the two descended to the garage, with Yifan driving them to a nearby shopping mall. Given the late hour, it would be inappropriate to return home and ask Aunt Jiang to cook. Instead, Yifan intended to find a nearby restaurant for a meal. Upon entering the mall, Yifan inquired, what would you like to eat? Su Qingxue glanced around but did not respond. Instead, she asked, what did you eat with Minister Feng? Yifan was momentarily taken aback. What does that have to do with what you want to eat? Is it wrong for me to ask? She retorted. Why are you so curious about that? Are you jealous? Yifan teased with a grin. Jealous of you? Nonsense. Su Qingxue bit her silver teeth and said, I just can't decide what to eat. Yifan scratched his head, scanning the surroundings until he spotted a store named Yule Dessert. He clapped his hands and exclaimed, right? Don't you love donuts? They seem to sell them there. Donuts? Upon hearing this, Su Qingxue's eyes sparkled as if illuminated. She turned around and indeed saw the dessert shop, showcasing an array of pastries, including a dozen varieties of donuts on display. Just as she was about to agree, Su Qingxue hesitated, realizing that the last time she was seen eating donuts by this man, she might have appeared rather foolish. What if he laughed at her? She couldn't fall into his trap. Thus, Su Qingxue cleared her throat and casually remarked, eating donuts for dinner doesn't seem quite appropriate, does it?